what do they do? Or are they just a family in funny hats? Oh. King and Queen will not live in Buckingham. I just had to vent on that for some reason. King Charles and Queen Camilla will not live in Buckingham Palace when what is that called? Euro? Whenever that 369 million euro, I think that means, of refurbishments are completed next year. The latest royal accounts have revealed. Why? Why aren't they going to live in Buckingham Palace? Isn't that where the king and queen live? Where are they going to stay at? Airbnb? The palace, which has served as the official London residence of the UK sovereign since 1837, will continue to be the administrative headquarters of the monarchy. That's a monarchy. Is it a monarchy if you have a government? I don't know. But the king has decided that nearby Clarence House will remain his official home. The decision has partly been taken to allow greater public access to the landmark, officials said. Okay. I don't care. That's Buckingham Palace right there. Is that what that is? Cool. Am I the only one? What happened here? Oh, Aaron. Oh, looks like this episode is not being recorded. That's fine with me, but am I still live? I just got a notification on the screen, so let me just double check. Yeah, it looks like I'm fine. I don't understand why people even really know things about other places at this point. Like, I don't care. Like, I don't they have so much architecture and all, like, it's history. I'm like, yeah, I don't care. Like, yeah, I mean, I've been to Rome. That was pretty cool. Like seeing the Colosseum and stuff like that. That was pretty cool. But if you were like, do you want to go to England and see the Buckingham Palace? I'd be like, no. No, not really. I don't care. This is Clarence House. So on the screen you see Buckingham Palace, which is freaking huge. I thought it was just the front. All right, now that's pretty cool. I still wouldn't go to England to look at it, but Clarence House on the right side here, that looks like a freaking nothing homeless shelter. It's still probably a mansion bigger than everyone else's, but still. So they're going to live across the street from Buckingham Palace. Whoa. Why is this a story? We're, we're done. We're done with that. I'd rather go to Tokyo. Yeah, bookends. Bookends. Are you talking about my bookends? Did you see my new bookends? I don't know if you're referring to my bookends or someone else's, but I got some pretty dope bald eagle bookends, and I put Charlie Kirk's book right in between them. Those are American flag bald eagles, and that's Charlie Kirk's book. I don't know if you're even referring to mine, but I just got those, and it reminded me I wanted to show you guys. So, anyway. All right, what's next? Anything good today? Anything good today? Oh yeah, the Supreme Court wins that are flying in. They're great. But I think that I've been hearing a lot that the birthright citizenship one isn't going to go our way. I don't know if that dropped yet or if it's dropping today or when it's dropping, but um where did you get them? Amazon. I just typed in bookends and I just kept scrolling and I wasn't even looking for American flag or American themed bookends. I was just scrolling and I guess my Amazon algorithm is like America. So yeah, grab them on Amazon. They work. I did have to glue the eagles back on though. So fair warning, they glued the eagles on with hot glue, which doesn't bind to the material that they're made out of. I think it's plasticish. So yeah, so just get some super glue and that'll fix it. It's real easy. Anyway, the Supreme Court victories have come in, and it looks like they're going our way so far. The birthright citizenship one, people are saying that it's not gonna happen, but you never know. But anyway, the Supreme Court handed President Donald Trump two major immigration victories on Thursday morning, both having to do with his administration's efforts to reduce asylum claims. In the first case, and by the way, real quick, why do they keep dropping pro Second Amendment news after my Thursday show? That's not fair. They did it 2 weeks in a row, and I don't like it because there was another Supreme Court victory about Second Amendment. We could have made the whole show about it, but we'll see. But we'll have to talk about it next week. No, we'll talk about it now. All right. The first case, Mullen versus El Otro Lado. The court held that migrants who are turned away at the border before entering the U.S. are not entitled to apply for asylum. In the second case, Mullen versus Doe, the court ruled that the Haitian and Syrian nationals in the United States with temporary protected status could not receive judicial relief, postponing the revocation of their status while they challenged the Trump administration's efforts to revoke it in court. Together, the rulings mark a shift in the legal fight over who can seek protection in the United States, giving the Trump administration a new avenue to limit asylum claims at the border, add more leeway to move forward with ending temporary protections for certain migrants already in the country. The ruling also removes a key legal obstacle to the administration's broader push to reduce border crossings and accelerate removals. Writing the opinion in Mullen, Justice Alito argued that a migrant who reaches the southern border but is turned away before entering has not, for legal purposes, quote, arrived in the United States. The holding is significant because current law provides anyone that, quote, arrives in the United States has the right to apply for asylum. So essentially, when the way that the last administration, the way previous administrations were doing this apparently was you could just show up at the door and say, I've arrived. I'm now American. Like, what? That's like saying, all right, somebody's on your front porch, right? They can't make a claim that they now live in your house, right? It's like, no, get out of here, dude. Like, what are you talking about? No, you can't. Can I fill out an application? Like, no. Like before, you had to let them fill out an application. Now it's like, no, get out of here. Go fill it out. Fill it out in your country. We'll let you know. You send it, mail it to me. Don't just show up at my house and be like, I'm gonna move in. Like, no. That is a crazy system. That is the right ruling. That is the absolute right call. I'm not a constitutional scholar, and I know that. You can't say you've arrived in the United States when you arrive at the border of the United States. Bullshit. Hell no. That's crazy. I can't believe that it was like that before just now. Like, I mean, what? How long were we doing this? That's wild. All right, next up. This is what these sons of... I'm so mad that they did this. Like, they waited until right after my show. Just have them fax it, Zach. They will never figure that one out. They waited until right after 2A Thursday. I could have made the whole show about 2A Thursday. But no. They had to wait until Fan Mail Friday. Anyway, the Supreme Court strikes down the blue state's vampire rule in major win for gun rights. This is out of Hawaii. The Supreme Court also ruled against Hawaii on Thursday, handing concealed carry permit holders a major victory in a 6-3 decision. And we talked about this yesterday on 2A Thursday. You shouldn't need a concealed carry permit. Nobody should be able to permit you to carry a gun. That's the Second Amendment. You have the right to keep and bear arms. That's your right. Gun laws don't exist. They have made every other gun, quote, gun law They have made it a law about something with a gun, right? Something illegal that you do with a gun. There is one gun law. It's you no right to carry. And so if you were ever so you can technically carry anywhere you want in the entire country. Technically, because you have the right to bear arms. And if you fought that in court, you would win. But they would make it hard. They would arrest you, they would take your gun, you'd have to hire a lawyer. It's completely unconstitutional. Completely. It's insane that we're even having this conversation. That you do not have the right to keep and bear arms just by itself. Nothing, you're doing nothing else. I understand that that right can be restricted if you are a danger to society, if you are a felon with a violent felony, if you have priors. I get that. But mostly you should, if you don't have any of those rights that you yourself most likely gave up because you made decisions, you should be able to literally just carry a gun wherever you want. That's how the Second Amendment works. It's the right to bear arms, because for the reason why we've talked about, we're going to go full screen for this. Again, I know that yesterday was 2A Thursday. We're talking about it today. Again, the reason the Second Amendment exists, right? The Second Amendment exists. The reason is that because at any given moment, we could be invaded. At any given moment, we would need to overthrow some form of tyrannical government. That's the reason the Second Amendment exists. You have the right to bear arms also. You have the right to protect yourself, self-defense, all that other stuff. That's not necessarily the Second Amendment. Because of the Second Amendment, that's a lot easier. But your right to self-defense and all that other stuff, that's not the Second Amendment, right? The Second Amendment is because a well-regulated militia is necessary for the free state. That's the language. They literally wrote, it's not that long. The Second Amendment is not like 5 paragraphs. It's what I just said. It's wild that we have to go to court. I get so upset with stuff like this. I am so upset because Hawaii was like, you can't, it's a show. Makes me want to freedom so hard right now. Like, the founding fathers would be stacking bodies if they saw what some states are doing. Like, they would be stacking bodies if they showed up in a time machine and they were like, they told you what now? What did that, and you let them? You didn't just pew 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 pew. You didn't just you didn't just exercise your rights? Are you a bitch? All right, sorry. Let me explain this to you, because I think I just went down a little road that anybody who's not familiar with the case. Hawaii basically just unconstitutionally said that, yeah, you concealed carry holders, you can't carry, et cetera, et cetera. And the plaintiff in Wolford v. Lopez contested the law requiring property owners explicit permission to allow lawful gun owners to bring firearms into public businesses. So you can have a lawful legal carry, which I just explained, and we won't beat the dead horse. As I just explained, every one of you has a lawful right. But lawful gun owners, they were like, you can't carry in business. You can only, but they basically said you can only carry lawfully in like your home or on your own property, is essentially what they were trying to do. These restrictions after the state enacted them in response to the Supreme Court's 2022 Bruin decision. After Bruin struck down New York's proper cause licensing requirement and held that Americans have a constitutional right to carry handguns outside of the home for self-defense, Hawaii overhauled its firearm laws. Among the new provisions was a requirement that concealed carry permit holders could not bring firearms onto another person's private property, including businesses open to the public, unless the owner provided express authorization through signage or verbal or written permission. The Second Amendment advocacy circles, the law became known as the vampire rule. So crazy. That's so crazy. I can't believe we did this. I can't believe we keep letting them do this. Like, this is we're getting to a place where a bunch of good men are gonna have to do some very bad things if they keep this up. All right, next up from the BBC. Why so much BBC? Why do we have so much European crap in here today? I knew, but don't make autism a thing. I see other issues worse than being socially awkward. No, I don't make it a thing. I say it in passing sometimes. I hate those people that like define themselves based on autism too. Like when because somebody in the chat was like, "Don't make it a thing." I actually agree completely. There's like people online that are like, "As somebody with ASD," I'm like, "Shut up, shut up, shut up." All right. Paris restricts alcohol. Exactly. Look at this. What the hell is going on? Let them drink. Paris restricts alcohol consumption and sales as Europe's heat wave shifts east. French authority. Hold on. We gotta stop for a second, right? Because look, do you see what we're seeing? Do you see what we're seeing in the UK, in Europe, and everything like that? It's like, do you see why you can't vote Democrat? Do you see why you can't? Do you see why you need to leave the left? Do you not get it yet? Do you not get it yet? It's like, you can't vote Democrat anymore. Like, you just can't. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? What is wrong with you? Anybody who's watching this show who votes blue, why do you do this? What is a matter with you? What the is wrong with you? Every single time throughout history, every single time, modern history, right now, present day, and just general across the board, every single time, these policies, like, give the government more power. Every time, give the government more power. Every time. They take away your rights. Why don't you like rights? I like rights. You guys will fight for trans rights and freaking black people's rights and gay people's rights, but not yours. Not the right to actually live free. You want to take other people's rights away because you think that it gives you more. You don't get taller when you stand on someone else's head. Stop voting blue. They are not about equality, diversity, equity, and inclusion. They're about power and control. They want to control you. They want to decide whether or not you can drink, smoke, blah, blah, blah. And they get you on board by telling you that other people are dangerous. We're not. Look at all of the people from Europe who are now in America because of the World Cup going, "Oh my God, this is not what I thought it was." Wake up, dude. They are doing the thing that you're doing, and it's not working out for them. If you saw a bunch of people doing heroin and they did or meth and they had no teeth in their head, would you be like, "That's exactly what I want to do. That's exactly what I want to do. I love not having teeth." You can see what they're doing right here. French authorities have announced public alcohol consumption and sales ban in Paris in a bid to ease pressure on the capital's hospitals during the heat wave. You can't drink because they can't figure out how to run a hospital when it's hot outside. Yeah, give them more power. That is a failed system. First of all, I don't know how many drunk people are going to the hospital in Paris, but apparently it's a lot. Secondly, a hospital should be able to deal with that. And the reason they should not be able to deal with that is it's hot outside. The f are you talking about? What do you mean it's hot outside? I'm baffled that anybody. I'm fine with that. What would Jesus do? I don't know. He'd probably heal them. I can't do that. Should we jump into Fan Mail Friday early? I saw some video. Like, is it happening? Is what happening? Finish that sentence. Trump said Wednesday that two powerful earthquakes that struck Venezuela had caused devastating number of deaths. Police later said 164 people were killed, 971 injured. Yeah, it's brutal, man. It's really rough. It's really rough. I feel bad for them because they were just starting to get back on track after we took Maduro and we told their regime, stop effing around or you're gonna find out. So I pray for those people and I hope everything works out, you know. I mean, help out wherever we can, but we got our own problems. All right, Fan Mail Friday. It's time. It's time. This is Fan Mail Friday. On the screen, you're going to see a scoreboard. What was it? It was 4-1 last week. Oh, I don't have my new setup. I forgot to get my thing. It's all right. I'll get my notes here. I wanted to get a digital thing so we could do it. A bracket. I gotta find time to do all this stuff. All this stuff needs to be done. Fan Mail Friday. Okay. So last week was the woke right 4-1 woke right. Okay. So if you're a regular in here, you already know how to play. All right. I'm about to put on the screen a 5 different messages from my X inbox from my fans, my biggest fans, my haters. And we are going to play a little game. I'm going to ask you to guess whether or not the message that I am receiving is coming from the left, blue, or the woke right, red, that's orange, but I can't figure out how to change it. So here we go. I'm gonna show you the message. We're gonna show you the profile picture, and then we're gonna guess. After about 30 seconds, I'm going to reveal a clue based on their content, where they align politically. Right? And the whole reason we do this is kind of just an exercise in proving horseshoe theory is not a theory, because it's actually really hard to guess sometimes. All right, here we go. Stupid bastard. Stupid bastard wrote, always a FAGGOT. God, you're effing retarded. Keep sucking that D. Homo. And this was from January. And then yesterday, apparently I never saw those first two. Yesterday, he follows up with effing pedo. Okay, so in the chat, you're going to guess whether or not stupid bastard, profile picture here, it's just some cartoon guy, I don't know, looks like a video game, is woke right or woke left. You can write WRWL, left, right, RL. I don't care how you do it. And I'm not even counting. It's just fun. So, woke right or woke left. All right, so we got some woke rights coming in. Woke right, woke right. Woke left, woke right. So it's 3-1. Okay, loony lefty. Bumba thinks it's a loony lefty. Great guy Gary is guessing left. We got Woke left. All right, woke left is coming. Oh, woke left makes a comeback. Eileen Jimenez woke right. Left, right, left, right. Okay. Half gay on his brother's side. Woke right. Left all the way. Okay. Autism right or left. All right, let's find out. Looks like I think people are guessing left on this one. We are gonna find out right now. Okay, profile picture, and here is the clue. Oh yeah, he's lefty. 9 months of this is from Turning Point Action. 9 months have passed with a picture of Charlie Kirk. Your legacy lives on. Stupid bastard writes his legacy was running a shitty grifter podcast and progressive people shrinking his head. Okay, are people progressively shrinking it? I don't know. He's not smart. Okay, woke left starts off with 1 point. Next contestant on Fan Mail Friday is. Oh wait, did I do this wrong? Okay, I think it did. Uh oh. Uh oh. Did I label these wrong? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. We got some technical difficulties here. We are not playing that game today. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They should all be in there. Okay, let's try Son of a Biscuit. Now they're not showing up at all. What is going on here? All right, I got a quick fix. Quick fix, technical difficulties, the unofficial name of the Daily Breakdown. All right, let's delete these and re-add them. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, this is an HEIC file. I see what happened. Okay, so that's the only one missing. So number 4 is the only one missing. So we're going to pull that up right now. Okay. So, oh, I can't even bring that file in as an image. Okay. I'll just show it on my phone. Okay, this one's from Professional Zin. Professional Zin. Okay. Ah ha 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 ha. You effing fag. Professional Zin said, you effing fag. Right? So, their name is just an emoji, but it's at Professional Zin, you effing fag. And let's get the profile picture up here. That's the only one that's missing because for some reason it's a different file. So they should be good to go now. If I can get them back on the screen. Why aren't they showing up now? All right, now something really weird is going on. Geez, technical difficulties are really are happening. Okay. Always play even when not visible. Why isn't this showing up? It's not showing up behind, in front. Okay, let's try this again. Just do it over. All right, woke left or woke right? You effing FAG is the message. This isn't showing up either. Something is definitely going wrong here, and I can't figure it out. It's not, they were just on the screen. What in the heck is going on? I think I figured. No, guys, we have a problem. Let's. This stinks. All right, let's try copy and paste. How about that? We'll try copy and paste into a different box. Copy. Paste. Now it should be on the screen, and it's not. What the heck happened? I can't figure this out. It's literally not doing anything. All right. We're calling an audible. Okay. I'm just going to go through and we're going to show you them on the phone. All right. Chat screen. Pull it back up. All right. We are going with ha ha, you effing fag, from Professional Zin. Their profile picture is. We have 7 minutes left. There's their profile picture. Nothing, no giveaways there. And their clue is. All right, so woke right or woke left. I can't remember what you guys were guessing because I was distracted because for some reason my computer sucks. Righty, woke right. I'd say woke left. Okay, so they are reposting the drunk Republican, and they are a righty. If Biden hadn't let in 20 million illegals, none of this would be necessary, but libs live in this fantasy world where their actions have no consequences. So, Professional Zin ties the game. All right. I wish we didn't have to do it this way, but we're doing it because we're going to make it work. Adapt, improvise, adapt, and overcome. Isn't that right? Okay. Next up is these people get real personal sometimes, guys. Like they get real personal. Okay. Next up is I'm gonna try to read it. I'm gonna try to read it off of my screen. There we go. Your brother killed himself after trafficking drugs. That's not true, by the way. One of my brothers had overdosed, and the other one did drugs. But I digress. Your brother killed himself after trafficking drugs. What type of shit were you snorting when you posted that? Christmas reminder. And then yesterday, another reminder. So this person is Blender from Futurama. Their profile picture is Blender. So woke left or woke right. Really personal message that's not true about my brother who passed away from an OD and my other brother who I think he was like I don't know if he sold drugs or whatever, but I don't talk to him anyway. I don't even like him. Great guy, Gary. Has to be a lefty. Woke left. Woke left. Yeah, they're more personal with their attacks. Woke left. Just a woke a-hole. I'm going lefty loser. Okay. Let's find out. Free Palestine. Yep, that's a lefty. All right. So, even though we are having technical difficulties, we have figured out a way to play this game. So let's keep playing. Okay, we got 2 more and 4 minutes. We're good. Okay, what's next? Where's the next one? The next one is. Where is it? Okay, from C. Murph. C. Murph. Grok shows you got arrested for child porn. When did you consider being a pedophile? No, I wasn't arrested for child porn. I'm not a. Who would even consider that? That's wild. Like, why would you even ask that question that way? By the way, it's like, when did you? Are you asking for like, do you think I am one? And you're like asking for advice. It sounds weird. Okay, so anyway, so we went over this yesterday. Grok had a hallucination about me, whatever. But I'm getting a lot of hate mail from the people that saw it. So the profile picture is a 100 emoji. Woke left or woke right? We got 3 minutes. Let's go. We got to kick it into high gear. Woke left, woke right. Let's just get right into it because I did not realize how fast we how much time we had left. Okay. The chat is saying left and right. Tough one. I'm thinking left, but could be right. Woke left, woke right. Looks like it's pretty even. It is C. Murph sharing Asuka Groiper. It's a woke righty. Dang, this is a close one. Oh, wait, so no, we only have one more. This is a close one. It's tied up. This hasn't happened in a while where we went back and forth, back and forth. This is a good one. We usually don't get to the fifth one. We usually find out the winner before then. So the tiebreaker is from American Dad, effing pedophile, at Nah Chief, and their profile picture is just like a blue dot. So let's get this. We got 2 minutes left. We did it. We got all of them in, even though we had technical difficulties. Final contestant, effing pedophile, from American Dad, woke left or woke right. Come on, chat. Let's finish strong. All right. W, woke right, righty, left. Final answer. Great guy Gary says left. Final answer. T. Mitchell, right, woke left. Okay, here we go. The tiebreaker and final contestant of this week's Fan Mail Friday is American Dad saying Senator Ossoff and Senator Warnock should not vote for the Save America Act. That's a lefty. The left takes it. They are making a comeback. I think that they might have a shot later in the year, but they have been getting crushed lately. But the left barely squeaks by with a win on this week's Fan Mail Friday. Pardon the technical difficulties. I got to figure that out now. But let's give everybody a shout out, and then I will be back in about an hour when Sean's done with his show. But for the meantime, Sean is coming back. Miss Mocha Powered, don't you say goodbye yet. I will be back in 1 hour. But for now, enjoy Sean Farish, who's coming up with Ungoverned. I will see you all at 11 a.m. Eastern and for LFA. And we're going to talk about the midterms. All right? So stay tuned.
26th. It is a happy Friday. To the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the Elevate Family, McGroy Nation, we are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFATV. Welcome to Ungoverned on this June 26th, last Friday of the month of June. A week from today, it'll be July 3rd. You believe that? Month of June. Where'd it go? Yeah, where'd it go? Time flies when you're having fun, right? Big wins yesterday from the Supreme Court. And we're going to talk all about that. We're also going to piggyback a lot on what we talked about yesterday. The Democrat Party, the party of Clinton, the party of Kennedy, the moderate Democrats, that party's dead. And I'm not going to take any of this black-pilling crap. I already saw someone, oh, nice, you're being optimistic. Well, Republicans can't win the midterms because, they can't pass the SAVE Act. I want the SAVE Act passed, too. How about, here's an idea, strategy. Voice your frustration about the SAVE Act. That's fine. Byron Donalds said this yesterday.
The Senate sucks.
The Senate sucks, okay? It does. Voice your frustrations, okay? But how about we make this election about the fact that the Democrat Party has been completely and totally taken over by communists? Well, that's Sean. They've been communists for 15 years. I know that. Okay? They've been communists since, like Obama. You don't have to tell me that. We've got to show the norm. There's a bunch of normies. Normies, right? These folks that, they tune in, they tune out. They tune in, they tune out. They check in, they check out. They don't care about politics the way we do. Not everybody's like us. We're a very rare breed. We're at the end of June. We're in the middle of summer. We're coming up on July 4th. You're still here every day, but there's a lot of people who aren't. And I'm not just talking about on this show. I'm talking about in the American political conversation as a whole. Why are a lot of primaries held over the summer? Because, it's, I think, intentional to suppress turnout. So people have, no idea what's going on most of the time. Most people in this country are not like us. Most people in this country don't know that the Democrat Party has been infiltrated by communists over the last 15, 20 plus years. Most people are finding out about that for the very first time this week. I know you may look at that and go, what? How could they have missed it? Because they don't care about it as much as we do. That's my point. So while, yes, the things that I'm saying about the Democrat Party and communism and socialism and they've been infiltrated and they've been taken over, yeah, that's not breaking news. I'm not telling you that it is. I'm telling you right now that to some, it is breaking news. To some, to a lot of people, this is the first they've heard of it. They're shocked. They're shocked. And rather than say, where the hell have you been? You should have been paying attention and kind of shaming them for finding out late. I'd rather take the better late than never. I'm glad you've come to the realization that the Democrat Party has been infiltrated by communists. Let me show you a way to fix it. It all comes back to sales and things. Sometimes I would have had customers that told me no for months. And then all of a sudden, hey, I want what you're selling. Was I like, well, you should have 6 months ago would have been a better time, No? All right, cool. Thanks for your business. Thank you for your business, man. I appreciate it. Let's get you set up. That's the way we got to be here. Okay? That's the way we got to be. So while I come out and say the Democrat Party's been taken over by communists and this is crazy and this might be an inflection point, and I see people going, well, we've known about this for we have. We're not the ones who need to change our voting habits in terms of general elections. We could all do a little bit better in primary season in the run up to all that. We all get that. Okay. That's the point that I'm making here. We're not going to do the negativity. I'm not telling you everything's perfect. I'm not telling you we can't talk about the SAVE Act. But why don't we center our conversations around what we're actually running for and running against? If we want to pass the Save America Act, maybe flipping a few Senate seats would be a good way to do it. You flip Georgia, you flip Michigan. Now you're up to 55. You hold on to Maine, you're holding on to 55. You're going to give back, I think you're going to give back North Carolina. We're going to hold Texas. And all of a sudden, things are getting a little better. And all of a sudden, maybe we have the votes to either nuke the filibuster or institute a talking filibuster. It is a process, and it is a process that we have to be very diligent about. We have to be very patient about it. I'm not saying we can't talk about what we want. I'm not saying we can't voice frustrations. What I'm saying here is the negativity this close to the midterms, anything, the blackpilling, the dooming, oh my gosh, we're going to get smoked, we're going to get this. Shh. You can have those concerns, but you're not going to bring that into my dugout. Not on my team. You are not going to be a locker room cancer. You are not going to demoralize my team. You are not going to demoralize my teammates. You are not going to cause a problem. That is not what we're going to do. Republicans can absolutely win these midterms. I've believed that before what happened on Tuesday night with the socialist and communist wins in New York and elsewhere. Republicans can absolutely win, but we have to message properly. We have to treat those folks who are realizing how bad the Democrat Party is for the first time. We don't shame them for being late. We welcome them for recognizing it in the first place. I'm not saying that these people are going to be our new friends or that we even agree with them on everything outside of the anti-communist issue. But you know what? If the anti-communist issue is the common ground that we need to shake hands on for the next 4 months, I'm fine with it. And when I tell you, and I did this yesterday, we did it yesterday for 90 minutes. It was a little bit longer than I wanted to spend on it, but I think, and I got really good feedback from yesterday's show. If you watched yesterday's show or listened to it on audio, anywhere you get your podcast, subscribe, search Ungoverned, hit subscribe, you would have heard it. It was 90 minutes, so we went through a lot of information and we cited a lot of examples and we brought a lot of receipts yesterday talking about how bad it's gotten for the Democrats to the point where Democrat outlets, left-leaning outlets like CNN, are openly panicking about it. Hakeem Jeffries is rattled by it. Democrat leaders like Representative Gottheimer is talking possibly about leaving the Democrat Party. John Fetterman, going on conservative media outlets saying the Democrat Party of old is dead. It is. Now we need those voters who still believe the Democrat Party is the party of Kennedy and the party of Bill Clinton. It's barely the party of Barack Obama anymore. It's gone left of him. It's gone left of AOC. It's gone left of Gavin Newsom. It's gone left of Kamala Harris. That's not to say those are moderates. Those are radical leftists, and the party's left of them. Now it's time to get those voters who still might believe, well, there's some hope. I'm voting for a moderate. You can't vote for a moderate. You vote for a moderate. Your moderate Democrat is now a hostage. And if he or she doesn't do what the socialists in control of the Democrat Party wants them to do, they're gone. Look at Dan Goldman. Dan Goldman was leading the impeachment charge, the impeachment battles against Donald Trump in Trump's first term. He just got wiped out in a primary because he's Jewish. That's the party you belong to? The party of no Jewish reps? The party of if you don't openly embrace hatred for Israel, you can't be an elected official here? That's the party you belong to? That's the criteria that your party is now holding and instituting in when you're doing candidate selection? You still think there's a Democrat Party? There isn't. It's a socialist party. It's a communist party. And we've known it. We've seen it. We've seen the warning signs. And we went deep into Black Lives Matter's website. We went deep into their messaging. And we've said this is rhetoric that mirrors Marx. And this is, price controls and wealth redistribution and all of that. We've been there. We've done it. And we've broken through to a lot of people. And when I say we, I don't just mean us here. I mean conservatives, vocal conservatives over the last 10 or 15 years have been sounding the alarm bells, and it's been slowly waking people up. And now it has shown up on their doorstep. Now it's all over the place. Now even Democrats are panicking about it. Now is the chance politically to strike. I know that there are a lot of things that we still want to see followed through on. Deportations, SAVE Act, all of the, we want to see gas prices come back down. We want to see home prices come back down. I get all of it. I understand all of it. We want to see more accountability in the deep state and political corruption case. I get all of that. That all can't happen if you give control to communists in November. It can't. So what we got to do is extend Donald Trump's term by 2 more years. That's what voting in the midterm needs to be framed as for the big-time Trump voters. You're extending his term by 2 more years, and you are rejecting communism. The communism that took the Democrat Party away from those moderate voters, they can enlist with us to fight the enemy, the main enemy, which is communism. That's my plan. You could be on board with it or not. If you're not on board with it, then take a walk. Because as far as I'm concerned, if you're not on board with it, you're in my way. And I don't like when people get in my way. I'm going to run you over. Okay? Welcome the men. Welcome the men. Hello. Come on in. The water's fine. I know it's taken you 15 years to come on into the water, but the water's still fine. Get in. Let's go. The more the merrier, at least in the short term. All right. We've got a ton. We got the Supreme Court big time wins on these cases on the border, namely this asylum case and the ending of temporary protected status and the ruling that allows Donald Trump to end temporary protected status created quite the reaction in Springfield, Ohio. And we're going to get to that too. The unseasoned boiled chicken breasts are back. The unseasoned boiled chicken breasts are back. Okay, we have that. We have the Supreme Court. We've got a little bit more on Democrats that are not necessarily thrilled with Zoran Mamdani and his candidates winning in their primaries. We've got Brandon Gill, made a Snap research director admit something incredibly stupid. USPS Postmaster General with comments about mail-in ballots and live calls at the second half of the show. But before we do any of that, we have to get to a word from our friends at OFP Farms. That is Oscar Foxtrot Papa Farms, OFPfarms.com. Listen, I love sharing businesses that are built on faith, family, freedom, and hard work, and OFP Farms is one of those businesses. They are a small family farm making handcrafted skincare with goat milk, grass-fed tallow, magnesium, and simple ingredients that your skin can absolutely understand. Their products are made for the everyday person dealing with dry skin, sensitive skin, sore muscles, tired feet, cracked lips, or just wanting something cleaner and more nourishing than what you find on most store shelves. And right now, in celebration of America's 250th birthday, OFP Farms is offering 17.76%. It doesn't get more patriotic than that. 17.76% off of your entire purchase as we celebrate and ring in America's 250th birthday. 17.76% off. OFPfarms.com with the promo code Sean, S-H-A-W-N. This is their way of honoring our heritage, celebrating the freedoms that we've been blessed with, and saying thank you to every freedom-loving customer who chooses to support small farms and family businesses. Go to OFPfarms.com, use the code Sean, S-H-A-W-N, for 17.76% off your entire order. That is OFPfarms.com, promo code S-H-A-W-N. OFPfarms.com, promo code Sean, OFPfarms.com, promo code S-H-A-W-N. Let's make it happen and jump right in. We're going to jump right in. So, the Supreme Court has ruled on a couple of cases yesterday. We still have not gotten the one that I've been looking forward to most, which is Watson versus RNC. Watson versus RNC, which is the mail-in ballot case. So we're not going to get that one until maybe another week. Might be their biggest decision, that in birthright citizenship. Might be their biggest decision in the term. But here we go. Let's get into what the Department of Homeland Security liked about these Supreme Court rulings and what I like the most about these Supreme Court rulings. I was very happy with the asylum ruling. And I remember months ago on the show, we were talking about this when the Supreme Court heard this case. The definition of arrived in. What does it mean to arrive in a country? To me, it would mean to be within that country's border or borders, right? If you are not within a country's borders, then you have not yet arrived in that country. I think that's fair, right? That makes sense. Well, if you have not yet arrived in that country, then you cannot claim asylum or file for asylum in that country because you're not in that country. And a lot of these quote unquote asylum seekers were claiming asylum in the United States despite not being in the United States. And the Supreme Court said if they're doing that and they're not in the U.S., within U.S. borders, they can be turned away. That's my favorite one. But here is Department of Homeland Security. They praised the Supreme Court's recent decisions that sided with the Trump administration on 3 key immigration policies intended to secure the homeland and remove criminal illegal aliens from the country. Once again, live chat, what percentage of illegal aliens, and by the way, this is not Budweiser, this is not beer, this is water. I have no sponsorship with them, but Brendan found this in Sprouts yesterday. It's Path Water. And it's patriotic. So I'm going to be drinking out of this. It looks like Budweiser, some of these cans. It's not beer. I'm not drinking on the air. Don't worry about it, okay? But it's like electrolyte water and stuff in there. And then I'll start refilling it with my Cove Pure. What percentage of illegal aliens who came to this country illegally, what percentage of them are criminals? What percentage of them are criminals? Great guy Gary's got it at 100%. The rest of the chat appears to be sleeping. But that's okay. 100% of illegal aliens are criminals. Of illegal aliens who came here illegally, by the way, entered the country illegally. There it is. Marks Madness has got 100%. Marks Madness is moving slowly because he's a Boston sports fan. We love him. That's right. All of them. Mariah May. All of them. JG is me. All of them. Yes. 100%. Jackie, Lil Patriot, 1/6/2021. 100% of illegal aliens who came into the country illegally. Look at the live chat. Maybe the delay is just a little bit longer than I thought. 100% of illegal aliens who entered the country illegally are criminals because they broke the law when they came in illegally. You would think, one would think that is fairly easy to understand, correct? Not for enough people, apparently. Not for enough people. All right, back to this piece. These rulings, DHS explains, showed that activist judges have failed to thwart President Trump's nationwide crackdown on illegal immigration. These 3 rulings are all victories for the rule of law and common sense. DHS General Counsel James Percival says this includes barring aliens from applying for asylum if they have not set foot in the United States, making it easier to remove lawful permanent residents, LPRs, who commit a crime, and reaffirming that temporary protected status was always supposed to be temporary and can be canceled at the appropriate time. Supreme Court justices rendered a 6-3 vote on all 3 decisions. In Mullen versus Al Otro Lotto, Supreme Court ruled that a foreign national standing at the border in Mexico is not entitled to asylum by simply claiming it, nor is an immigration officer required to inspect them for asylum. The decision reverses a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals opinion that declared foreign nationals outside the United States borders are eligible for asylum. Foreign national is only to be considered for asylum once they have successfully arrived, that's the operative word, in the United States per the ruling. Supreme Court decided in Blanche versus Muk Choi Lau that a criminal lawful permanent resident, also known as a green card holder, is not awarded removal protections. U.S. Customs and Border Protection does not have to have clear and convincing evidence that an LPR committed a crime involving moral turpitude before deferring them for inspection. Their conviction can now be used as a justification for removal. Very good. Number 3, Mullen versus Doe. Supreme Court ruled that the Trump administration can cancel temporary protected status for Haitian and Syrian immigrants, affirming that temporary status does in fact mean temporary. Very good. Percival said each decision was a big win, saying that the Supreme Court has granted the agency several more important tools to continue securing our borders. Now, remember, we talked about this earlier in the week. DHS has said that deportation flights are at a record high under the Trump administration. 900,000 illegal aliens since Trump has been sworn in have been involuntarily deported from the country. That's not counting any self-deportations or voluntary deportations. We're probably hovering close around 4 million. Not enough, but 4 million people is a lot of people. 4 million people is a lot of people. Can we agree? So we can't say like there's no deportations. 900,000 involuntary deportations and up to 4 million total illegal aliens leaving the country. That's progress. And these rulings are now going to make it easier to remove even more people even more quickly. Sorry. But speaking on temporary protected status, this was a good one. In Springfield, Ohio. Do you guys ever, why did we hear about Springfield, Ohio in 2024? Do you remember? Do you remember why we heard about Springfield, Ohio in 2024? What was going on there with all the Haitians? What was going on there in Springfield? There it is. Marks Manus has got it. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Well, the unseasoned boiled chicken breasts are back. Ooh, yeah. They were singing in Springfield, Ohio. This is what they called their Haitian vigil. Look at this chat. Holy cow. Look at this chat. We love it. The unseasoned boiled chicken breasts are back. They had a vigil for Haitians who they're now fearing are going to be removed from the country because their temporary protected status is going to go away. So here they are again, the Karen Choir, the unseasoned boiled chicken breasts, for whatever reason, singing again.
And they belong to us. Everyone, oh, everyone, oh, every one of these people are ours, just like we are theirs. We belong to
I don't know why they keep doing this. They had a maestro this time, though, you saw? She was conducting them. And they belong to us. And you want to belong to them? Go to Haiti. Go. I won't stop any of those Karens from going to Haiti and doing that crap. All right. So that was them celebrating their little, or not celebrating, they were singing. It was like a funeral march, right? Like a dirge. Oh, we're going to lose all the Haitians. We're going to lose all the Haitians. Okay. Well, I'm not shedding a single. Do you see a tear? Are there any tears? I could probably zoom all the way in, but then it would take me a while to zoom all the way back out. There's no tears. Yes, Eileen Jimenez says, they don't belong to us. They belong to Haiti. Correct. And if you'd like to belong to them, like you say, and you want to go belong to Haiti, go. I'm not going to stop you. Go. All right. On to this asylum ruling. The asylum ruling is one of my favorite ones here. The Supreme Court ruled that you cannot claim asylum if you have not set foot in the United States. Ben Smith over on Red State, a good write-up on this ruling yesterday. The case turned on two words in the Immigration and Nationality Act. Under the INA, migrants who are physically present in or who, quote unquote, arrive in the United States may apply for asylum. Al Otro Lado, an immigration advocacy group, and a certified class of asylum seekers argued that walking up to a port of entry and facing a U.S. officer satisfies that requirement, foot across the line or not. The Ninth Circuit agreed. Alito signaled at oral argument in March where the majority was headed. He asked respondents' counsel whether a guest has arrived in a house when the homeowner locks the door before she steps inside. Counsel said being blocked at the threshold still counts. The opinion rejected that reading flatly. In ordinary speech, this is from the opinion, no one would say that a person arrives in a place, for example, a house, a city, or a country, before the person enters that place. A running back does not arrive in the end zone when he is tackled at the 1 yard line by the defense. Yes! How the hell did I not make a sports? Thank you, Alito. Imagine this. You know what? The New York Jets should try this. They should say, we've arrived in the end zone. Give us points. They're like, dude, you're at the 3 yard line. No. We've arrived in the end zone, but you haven't crossed the goal line. Yeah, but we're claiming asylum in the end zone, so give us the touchdown. This is ridiculous. That's a perfect way to put it. Wow, look at sports. Look at that. A sports analogy in the Supreme Court from the great Justice Alito. No, a football team has not scored a touchdown until the ball breaks the plane of the goal line, i.e., they have arrived in the end zone. You have not arrived in the United States until you've arrived in the United States. You may arrive at the United States, but you have not arrived in the United States. In football, before you score a touchdown and you're on the 1 yard line, you could say you are at the goal line, but you are not in the end zone. What qualifies as in the end zone? When the ball breaks the plane of the goal line, that qualifies as in the end zone. If you are not in the end zone, you do not get points for a touchdown. If you are not in the country, you cannot say that you have arrived in the country. And based on our laws, the Immigration and Nationalities Act, if you want to claim asylum, you must be physically present in the United States, or you must have arrived in the United States, not arrived at the United States. If you are at my front door, you are not in my house. If you are standing at the end of my driveway, you are not on my driveway. You are not on my property until you cross that line and you are on my property, or until I open my door and you are inside my home. The Supreme Court got this right, and this is a major ruling that's going to help not just with deportations, but stemming the tide of inflows, right? Asylum seekers. You cannot claim asylum in the United States if you're not in the United States. The Supreme Court got this right, and this is a massive win on the immigration front. And then on the deportation front, you have the legal permanent or lawful permanent residents, green card holders, right? And temporary protected status, both of whom now in those groups are subject to removal. I mean, LPRs, lawful permanent residents, may be a little difficult to do, but temporary protected status is basically up to DHS and the executive branch. All right, well, we don't think it's a risk to send you home anymore. Goodbye. We're revoking your temporary protected status, and now you've got to leave. Beautiful. Major rulings from the Supreme Court. Very, very happy about it. Quick break. And we got to get to a word from our friends at... Wrong copy. Wrong copy! I got a little thing going on here. It's been a long week, guys. I'm sorry. All right. CovePure.com/LS... I almost spelled my name wrong. My name doesn't begin with L. CovePure.com/Sean, SHAWN. CovePure.com/SHAWN. Ladies and gentlemen, I love it. America's 250th birthday is just over a week away. But here's the crazy part about America and the country turning 250 years old. 250 years later, we're still here drinking water, and whatever the government puts in it, we're just drinking. Fluoride for your teeth, chlorine to keep it clean. Well, that's not a decision that I want anyone, let alone the government, making for me and my family. That's why we use Cove Pure to purify every drop of water in this house. Over 209 million Americans are on fluoridated water right now, and here's what the science actually shows. A recent study confirmed that fluoride exposure is linked to lower IQ scores in children. It's not a fringe study. That's from JAMA Pediatrics, one of the most respected medical journals in the world. And chlorine, well, that's not even the worst part. It's what happens when it reacts with natural particles in the water from plants and soil. It creates chemical byproducts called THMs, which the government itself calls probable human carcinogens, linked to the disruption of your gut and cancer. Sure, there are some states that have moved on it. Utah and Florida have banned fluoride, but that process takes years to fully implement. And while that's being implemented, your kids, your family, everybody in your home, you're drinking this water, gross water, today. You need something that works now, and that's exactly what Cove Pure is. They are certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants. Fluoride, THMs, pharmaceuticals, PFAs, anything that isn't water gets filtered out. I like the fact, too, that you're not just drinking empty water. The Cove Pure strips all the bad and then replaces a lot of the good. Calcium and magnesium gets added back into the water before it comes out of your pitcher, so don't wait for the government to catch up. Take back control of your water now, and in honor of America's 250th birthday, Cove Pure is giving this audience $250 off if you use my link. That is Cove Pure, COVEPURE.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN for $250 off. The highly respected CP16. Covepure.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN. All right. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. Brennan saying we too low. We too low. You know. There it is. Let's move on to the Democrat Civil War. By the way, one more example about arrived at versus arrived in. If you put a plate of food in front of me and I stare at it, I'm not eating it. I'm looking at it. It's not until I take that forkful of whatever it is you put in front of me and I put that food in my mouth and that food enters my body. That's the only time I can actually say I've eaten. Very important. It's a very common sense, easy way to explain it to people if they're not into the sports analogies. All right. The Democrat Civil War, folks. Where's my air horn? We got a Sasquatch sighting. Sasquatch. Who is Sasquatch on this show? Who's that? Oh, the lights are. Who is that? We haven't talked about Sasquatch in a long time. Who is it? Who is it? Don't feed the Sasquatch. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. There it is. Brennan says Queen Latifah. Gary says Abrams. It's not Stacey Abrams. Mark Menace says that's Jason King. No. Letitia James. Fetterman, too, a little bit. Yes, Letitia James. There's the live chat. Got it. Letitia James. Brennan said Queen Latifah. Not Latifah James. Letitia James. Letitia James is Sasquatch. Would you say that Letitia James is a far left attorney general? Would you say that? Would you say that? Letitia James, far left? I would say she's far left. I would say Letitia James is far left. Yeah, Letitia James, Letitia, Latifah, whatever the hell her name is, right? Big Tush James. Oh, my. Big Tush James. Okay. I would say Letitia James is far left. I would say she's, progressive. She's far left. Okay. Letitia James is now attacking Zoran Mamdani's radicals. And I don't know if you guys have taken my advice in the past with regards to, reading some of the articles that we put up there. It's fine if you don't. It's okay. But I love David Strom because of his writing style. I think he is hilarious. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are in the crosshairs, totally freaking out. They need the seats these radicals are taking, so they're afraid to come out and criticize them directly, but they also see a direct threat to their power. Schumer's already a dead man walking, and Jeffries is rightly worried that he could be next. After all, he's also a New York City Democrat, and even if he becomes speaker, he'll be plagued by a radical left flank whose power is growing and whose willingness to play ball is quite limited. So Letitia James, who endorsed Mom Donnie for the mayor's race and who might be forgetting or regretting that she made that deal with the devil, is now taking shots. She's blasting New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani's slate of primary endorsements, warning that the progressive push risks fracturing the party's structure. You know, it's one thing for me, for you, for conservatives to chime in and go, that part, they're way too far left. He's going to go, of course you think they're too far left. You're a conservative. You think anything, left of center is too far left. And hey, yeah, I agree. But when we say the party's going too far left, I'm talking about the impact that it's going to have on normies, the impact that it's going to have on voters. And the Democrats are the ones now who are admitting that the party has gone too far left. So much so that it's not just Letitia James. It wasn't just Representative Ottheimer or whatever his name was. It's not just Fetterman. You now have people like the Ragin' Cajun James Carville who are, he says he's done with this new iteration of the Democrat Party. Done? Good. Hey, if you're a moderate Democrat, you don't want to vote Republican, I'm going to do everything I can to try and convince you to do that. But if you want to stay home, that's okay too. That's okay too. Don't give your support to Democrats. Be like James Carville. Watch this.
Mr. Valiant, I'm the New York Times reported, and I have the quote right here. I'll get to it. She is against passed off all her views. She has attacked interracial relationships in the American flag. Lady, I ain't in the same party as you. I'm sorry. I just not. And I actually do think it's time for Democrats to talk the S word, schism. I really do. Everybody's always said, no, we're coalition, we're big tent. And there's just some shit that I can't be in the same tent with. And we talk about what Madame was 3 for 3 last night in Manhattan. They call it the Commie Corridor. Fine. Jason Crow's service pack, vote bets, 10 for 11. You wouldn't know Jason Crow exists. Okay.
No, you wouldn't.
You wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know Abel Sandberg exists. You wouldn't know. I want to be very specific. I understand the free press for being here because if they nominated David Duke or something like that, we'd be the same way. I understand all that. To the extent I understand the Times, because they are the New York Times, so they have to cover. They are the hometown newspaper. But the idea that we must neglect everything else that's going on, all of these other primaries, all the recruits Jason has, all huge, phenomenal successes we've had, and declare that the party is now under the control of the Democratic Socialists of New York City is insane. But understand, these people do not like Democrats. Not only are they not Democrats, they wish Democrats poorly. So I just cannot. Maybe there's a way that you can say to, I guess Mandami is the leader of it, is, you insist that, try to insist that the people that run under your banner run as a Democratic Socialist and don't use the Democratic Party as your guideline, and let's negotiate the terms of a schism here. Maybe we can part under some kind of advantageous terms for both of us. But I'm done. I'm not in that fucking political party. I am totally comfortable in a political party that spends time questioning the policies of the government of Israel. In fact, I'm enthusiastic about that. I don't want to be in a political party that denies the right of the state of Israel to exist. That's just not. I just can't do that. I'm sorry. It's just not doable.
A little bit of denial there from Mr. Carville. If you call yourself a Democrat, you're a hostage of that Socialist Party. If you continue to lend your support to the Democrat Party, the National Democrat Party, you're giving your support to those socialists and communists who are using the American flag as a napkin, who are saying the state of Israel doesn't exist, who says that the United States of America is an effing disgrace, who nominates a guy with a Nazi tattoo to run for Senate in Maine, who's made a full-on sprint to embrace communism. That is your party, Mr. Carville. That's your party. That is what your party has become. The Kennedy Democrats, the Clinton Democrats, even a lot of the Obama Democrats. Remember, Obama campaigned on deportations. Obama criticized the Bush administration for not deporting enough illegal alien workers who were stealing jobs from Americans. Barack Obama did that on the campaign trail. Even the Obama Democrats, a lot of them, don't recognize the party they think they belong to. And rather than wag the finger and go, how come it took you so long to realize? We've been telling you, stop all that. If this was your wake-up call, the Mamdanis, the candidates he endorsed, the communists, the Chevaliers, the Graham Plattners, the James Tallaricos of the world, if this was your wake-up call, I am glad you woke up. Now it's time to take the next step. Now it's time to, you didn't just wake up. You got to get up. You got to get out of bed. You got to go drink some coffee, get some sunlight in your eyes, and think about what you're going to do next. Are you going to allow these people who stole your party from you, are you going to allow them to steal the whole country from you next? The answer has to be no. And if you don't want these communists to steal your country from you, remember, they're the ones saying that America is a disgrace on the eve of America's 250th birthday. I remember a time where Republican or Democrat, you were like, yeah, all right, we disagree on some issues, but we're both proud to be Americans. Democrats hate this country. Republicans love this country. Democrats are cheering on algae in the reflecting pool. Republicans are trying to clear it up so that we have a nice place to celebrate on the 4th of July to celebrate America's 250th birthday. Democrats are calling America a disgrace. Democrats are saying this is a terrible place, a racist country. They're wiping their hands on the American flag, using it as a napkin. Republicans are saying that's terrible. Plus, happy birthday, America. We love this country, best country on earth. You've only got one choice now. It's no longer a disagreement on policy, but we both love the country. It's a big-time disagreement on policy, but the Democrat Party, which has been taken over and hijacked by the Democrat Socialists of America, a communist movement in the United States, they hate this place. They want to steal this place from you. You cannot let that happen. So if you're a moderate Democrat, a Kennedy Democrat, a Clinton Democrat, an Obama Democrat, who thought that he was some sort of moderate, the Democrat Party that you once knew is dead. It's gone. And the people who stole that party from you are now going to try and steal this country from you and your children and your grandchildren. And if you don't want that to happen, then we're going to need you to vote Republican, maybe for the first time in your life in November. Even if you don't do it again, hold your nose, reject the communism, try and take back your party internally. But right now, the only answer is external. Remember in November what they stole from you. Remember what they want to steal from you. Vote Republican and reject the communists. All right. Holy smokes. How did we get this far in? All right. I was going to play the Harry Enton clip, but I don't think we're going to have time. We're not going to have time. I'll play that clip on Monday. It's a good one. Folks, let's get to a word from our friends at Silent, slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/Sean. Then I'm going to play a clip from you, from the great Brandon Gill, because we talked about this yesterday, too, the SNAP Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program benefits. Brandon Gill had a SNAP research director in front of him yesterday at in a hearing on Capitol Hill, and basically got this woman to admit that soda is essential for people's survival. Unbelievable. But first, a word from our friends at Silent, slnt.com/Sean. Let's face it, your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask. They just take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, that incredible technology is available to you, so you can protect your family, your freedom, and your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbodies, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Say it with me. Silence the chaos. Silence the chaos. And go silent today. slnt.com/Sean. slnt.com/SHAWN. Wanda Wilson saying in the chat, breaking, John Bolton pleads guilty, faces up to 10 years in prison for mishandling classified national defense secrets. I don't think he's going to get 10 years, but maybe he'll get some time. I'd like to see jail time for John Bolton. I'd like to see. He faces up to 10 years. That doesn't mean they're going to put him in jail. We'll have to see what they do at sentencing. Because he pled guilty, I bet you he avoided jail time. We'll see. I hope not. I hope I'm wrong. All right, remember, the fight is against communists, and Donald Trump understands the assignment. He says the communists are finally making their move. I have been waiting and preparing for this for a long time. It is easy to be a communist. All you have to do is say, I'll give you everything. But that means you're taking it away from others that have earned it. Over thousands of years, that ideology has not worked once. The game is on. Enjoy watching President Donald J. Trump. And by the way, don't just watch. Don't just be a spectator. Get on the field and get in the fight with us. Let's destroy these communists and keep them from taking over and stealing our country. Here's Brandon Gill, and then we'll get to a couple of your calls. 631-527-4545. I'm going to throw the number on the screen. Brandon Gill made a SNAP research director look silly yesterday. And look, these hearings, it's like, oh, well, what's the point of these hearings? Well, some of them is just to expose, again, to normies and folks who, consume this content peripherally, go, what, did she really say that? It helps us move the Overton window. It helps us move the ideological window and make a little bit, make our case a little bit more effectively to folks who aren't paying attention 24/7. But this was Brandon Gill. He's very good at this, at these hearings and these lines of questioning. So I want to play this for you because this is just unbelievable what this woman said. Watch.
I'm asking if tax dollars should be used to pay for sodas.
Taxpayers' money should be utilized to ensure that individuals have access to the food that they need to survive or may be accessible to them.
Do they need sugary sodas to survive?
Some of them do, who do have low blood issues, who may
Is that
have,
right?
who have kidney issues.
You think
Yes,
they need
there's-
Coca-Cola to survive? Do you think that's the most appropriate use of our tax dollars?
I am not a physician, but medical records and expertise
You were
do show
just
that in
citing
some
the
circumstances
health
they
needs,
do.
apparently, of the American people. So do the American people need Coca-Cola to survive?
I did not say that. I said that.
I'm asking you. I'm giving you the opportunity to say yes or no.
I will not answer for individuals and their.
Soda is not needed for survival. We do have another call. We have a call coming in right now. And that strange thing that was happening, remember when that ringtone used to play? It's happening again, so I have to mute it until I get the call in. But here we go. We do have a call connected. Who do we have on the line here? Hello, hello.
Hey, this is Beth from South Carolina.
Hi there. How are you? How's it going?
I'm good. Listen, I didn't have anything in particular I wanted to say. Just enjoy your show.
Thank you.
I am just a Trump-loving MAGA girl.
All right. And if you're a Trump-loving MAGA girl, we're going to need your hands on deck and everybody else's hands on deck to help carry the load across the finish line. These midterms are winnable. It's no longer just a fight about Donald Trump being on the ballot, too. Communism's on the ballot, and we as a country have to reject it.
Absolutely. I'm here for it.
All right. Awesome. Glad to have you with us. Thank you so much for the call, and enjoy South Carolina. I hear it's nice this time of year.
Thank you, Sean. Take care.
Thank you so much. Always good to hear from new callers. I don't think she's ever called before. I think she said it was Beth from South Carolina. 631-527-4545. 631-527-4545. So, yeah, the reason why I play that SNAP research director saying that, that soda was essential for people's survival. What, like the whole thing is this blood sugar argument. It's like, well, blood sugar and you can't raise your blood sugar with something that's not soda. Like an apple wouldn't do that for you. A watermelon wouldn't do that for you. You're telling me that there's no other solution besides junk food to raise your blood sugar? That's patently ridiculous. Oh, I just saw a call coming in and then I refreshed. Here we go. Here we go. Got it. We're going to connect to it here. And once it is done making this absurd ringing noise, there we go. And actually kind of helps me as a cue. We have a caller on there. Who do we have on the line? Hello.
Yo, Sean, you got Liberty.
Yo, what up, Liberty? What's going on?
Well, two things. One, medically, what you do with a patient who is gone into too much insulin, low blood sugar, if you don't have the glucose paste, which should be able to be provided through all the other medical stuff that's available.
Sure.
You use orange juice, not Coca-Cola.
There you go.
But,
and I would imagine that's because the orange juice is probably more nutritious than high fructose corn syrup.
Well, it's actually a fructose, not a artificial sugar.
Right.
And it is absorbed faster, and actually has the higher sugar content.
So you don't need junk food to raise your blood sugar. This is common. Right. There you go.
Yeah. But of course, this is a pile higher and deeper, a PhD libtard running something or other. And of course, you can't answer a question.
Right.
Heaven forbid.
Right.
Heaven forbid. What I love is the fact that people on Snap get to eat filet mignon and lobster tail. No lie.
Right.
And
no, that's true.
about it.
That's true. That is true, too.
And brag about it. I don't mind a hand up.
Right.
But this LBJ, Lyndon Baines Johnson welfare state, the New Deal, people can look it up. The last State of the Union address, Johnson stated America had an $18 billion surplus.
Mm-hmm.
And look where we are now.
Yeah.
And he started all the giveaway, and 50, 60 years of one generation after another, all on welfare. Hand up should not be
hand out
forever.
Correct.
And I appreciate what you're doing as far as the election, because I really do not get that people understand the threat we are under.
Correct.
They own the judges.
Yep.
They own the courts.
Yep.
They will use the FBI.
Yes, they will.
They will use local police.
Yes, they will.
They will be knocking on our doors. And before Biden finally got taken out, his Department of Agriculture started going homestead to homestead, family farm to family farm.
I remember that.
Looking for avian flu. And if they found one positive test.
That's right.
They burned all of your equipment.
That's right. I remember
your
that.
Barn,
yes.
Your home. They burned everything to the ground and killed any and all livestock. On your property.
Yes. True. So.
And you wonder why food prices went the way they are? You will have nothing to eat.
That's good. That's a good point.
Wake up, people. This is not a joke.
Good point.
They will put you on their bugs carved up into flour and the artificial meat that they started to push.
100%. Well, thank you, Liberty, for the call, making great points. Appreciate it. And I hope you have a great weekend, all right? Thank you so much.
Same to you, and same to your wonderful, lovely wife, the woman who backs you up and supports you 1,000%.
That's right. She's great. Couldn't do it without her. Thank you, Liberty. Appreciate it. Very good. That was a great call. Great call from our friend over there, Liberty. We got to play a word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. I knew I was forgetting something. And that's what I forgot. So let's get to a word from our friends at Golden Crest Metals.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum, and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That is goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Appreciate that, Jeremy and Golden Crest Metals being a part of the show. All right, it is 9:59 Central Time, 10:59 Eastern Time. Zach is coming up, Misfit Patriot, filling in for the first hour and a half of Jeremy Herrell's Live from America. Jeremy will be back on Monday from his vacation, so it'll be nice to have Jeremy back here on rumble.com/LFA TV. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we will just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Friday. Have a great weekend. And we'll see you back here Monday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFA TV. Please subscribe to us anywhere you get your podcast by searching for Ungoverned on any of your favorite podcasting apps. Hit subscribe. It's all you got to do. When you do that, it helps the show reach new people and get suggested to new people. You can also leave a review if you like it as well. You don't have to listen to it on audio, but just hit subscribe there. We greatly appreciate that. We're seeing a huge uptick over on that side as well. Have a great rest of your day. Zach is up next. Misfit Patriot. Enjoy. Have a great weekend. See you Monday. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Good, well, late morning, misfits. All right, welcome to the, well, what is it, Live from America. I'm so used to doing my intro on the Daily Breakdown because we have the morning show, but as you can see, I am not Jeremy. I am your host, Zach Bonfilio, aka the Misfit Patriot, filling in for Jeremy, who will be back from his vacation shortly. If you guys didn't catch this morning's show, we're not going to go over the same stuff, but there might be a little bit of crossover. But for now, let's say hi to everybody in the chat. Bad Moon is still here. Kit Kat Mar, Shari Watch Bumba, Great Guy Gary's still here. Decluse, hello. Okie dokie. So let's get to the theme, I guess you could say, for today. All right. Well, why isn't that working? Come on. Where is it? Here we go. Always be ground gaming. If you guys have never seen the clip from Glenn Ross, right? Saying, kind of showing my age a little bit here. Always be closing, right? This is kind of a play on that, right? Where he like points to the thing and he's like, "Oh, coffee's for closers," right? Winning is closing, and closing is ground gaming. Ground game wins elections. All right. You want to know how we can win this thing, because the midterms are definitely winnable. And we're in a scary time right now because honestly, like you think the 2024 election was the most important election like ever because of what we went through under Joe Biden, under the Democrats, just crazy policy and opening the border, et cetera, et cetera. Joe Biden's basically, just a puppet with dementia. You think that that's really important. And it was. But then, here we are. Now, we're looking at the left essentially doubling down, tripling down. They're going full send on socialism. They didn't correct their behavior, right? So we have to win this. This is all in. They're all in. And if we lose, like I know that people say this every election, but in recent elections, it's true, right? Every election has been the most important election, right? The 2020 election was the most important election. 2022, I don't know, maybe. 2024 was the most important election, and the 2026 midterms are definitely the most important election this country has seen in my lifetime. It really is. We have a choice now that we are going to be defined by what we do next. We are going to be remembered as us right now, the voters, the electorate. We are going to be remembered as the people who stopped the destruction of America from those who hated it or saved it. That's how we're going to be remembered. They could have stopped the democratic the socialist takeover of America, but in 2026 they didn't win the midterms, which led to this, which led to this, which led to this, which led to this, right? That's one timeline that we could be facing. Or, it's like, that socialism popped up right around 2026, and luckily the Trump voters came in and sort of shut it down, and it never grew legs. That's the other timeline. I want to be on that timeline. We need to take this seriously. Very seriously. So, I'm not just going to tell you we need to take this seriously. I'm going to teach you how to do it, right? Always be ground gaming. I'm going to teach you how. It's not hard, actually. I mean, it takes motivation. It takes action. You need to grind in order to achieve MAGA, right? Motivate, act, grind, achieve. Then what do you do with that? You post online. You post a lot. Assemble. Get a group together. Call people, call constituents, call your friends, call your family, call everybody you know. Knock. Door knock. Join the race in your area. If you can. That one, I know, I get it. You guys have busy lives. This is the future of this country we are looking at. You can't take a weekend to go knock on doors. Maybe you're not in a district that we even need to win. Maybe you're in a safe district. You still at the top 3. You can still post. You can still assemble. You can still call. You need to motivate. You need to act. You need to grind. And we will achieve victory. MAGA PAC. Yes, I put that together. No, I did not see somebody else do that. I literally sat down last night and I was like running through acronyms of how I could do that, and it worked out better than I expected. MAGA PAC strategy. That's how we win this election. So, motivate is what I'm trying to do right now. I've already done that. Act. I've already done that too. I put together a website. Actually, I don't have that one up, but let's grab it right now. It's not done yet. But I got midtermcheatsheet.com. I purchased this website. We're going to give you the guide to the 2026 election on here, right? Tried to get this going in the primaries, but unfortunately work was just crazy. I got a few races on here. We defeated Thomas Massey. That was huge. We'll get to that. Massey just came out and said something that proves that this was insanely important. So we did that. John Ossoff and Mike Collins, that's coming up. Ken Paxton, we got rid of John Cornyn and the Rhino, right? We've had a great primary this year, but that doesn't mean anything if we don't show up in November. On top of the midtermcheatsheet.com, I have Sway. Okay? What is Sway? Then this is super important, guys, because honestly, like I was skeptical about this at first. I saw other people sharing it. I know that, like, you know, owners or Democrat donors, I don't care. They asked me to be on here, right? They wouldn't do that if they knew who I was. But this, I've been playing with this for a couple of weeks, almost a few weeks now. And the more I dig into it, and the more I learn it, the more I realize that this is probably the greatest tool that we have to win not only the midterms, but elections moving forward. All right. So basically, what you can do is you can put in your home address and you can have your own districts in here. Or you can build a group. I've built a group, right? And you can join my group. And essentially, the way it works is, I'll show you that in a second, but if you have a group of, let's say, 1,000 people, and you know that you have this many people in a district, and you can send out a message to those people and say, hey, your election is coming up this weekend. Are you voting? Are you working on your ground game? Are you calling people? Here, what do you need? Like, tell me what you need, right? Email me. Here's my email. Tell me what you need. If you can change one election like that, this election right here, Harris County District Clerk, the members who voted in the race, 946. The margin of victory is 365. This one app, this one group potentially changed that election. I've spoken. I did a long meeting with the people at Sway. I grilled them hard about people on our side are concerned with privacy, data stealing, etc. I've done all of the research into it. They're not going to steal your data. They didn't even, they built a safeguard into the actual programming where they can't. But here you go. So this is how it works. You start your group, etc., etc. We'll go over to mine. This is Misfits midterm cheat sheet. You can go to Sway. It's at the top here. Sway.co/midterm /misfits. I just started telling people about this a few days ago. We already have 34 members. I would love it if you would join. You can go to the beacons link in my bio. You can go to sway.co/misfits. Or you can look it up on, I don't know, some other way, but look here, look, out of these 34 people, here's my map. This is my group. This is my coalition. You can build your own. You can join mine. You can build your own. Doesn't matter, right? I'm going to try to build mine. You can either join mine, build your own, or join mine and build your own. I'll join yours, all right? But we're building a coalition. We're essentially creating a bunch of TPUSAs. We're creating a bunch of early vote actions, private, just independent, this is just me. And you can put all of your recommendations for elections that are coming up. But look here, we got Governor of Arizona, Andy Biggs, Trump endorsed. There are 2 people in my group that can vote in that election. I can message those 2 people. I can make sure that I can say, here's some things you can do in your district. Here's some resources for you. Are you posting? Are you acting? Are you motivating? Right? Are you calling? Are you texting? Guys, this is how you win. In short, the way you win is get off your ass. That's how you win. Right? Not literally. I mean, sure, I hope you do. I hope you're not sitting this whole time. But get off your ass. Do. Just do. Don't complain. I mean, feel free to complain, as long as you're also doing. All right, so you can see here on my dashboard, I can send a message to everyone in the group. I can go send a message to people in the group by state. I can send people in the message to the group by office. You get a welcome message, and there's the midterm cheat sheet that we're going to be using in conjunction with that, right? So this is where we're going to assemble. Okay, let's remind everybody. Assemble. That's where we're going to assemble. Okay, and like I guess you could put this under post. You can post misfit. You can post midterm cheat sheet. And you can go like, hey, these are all the races that we're targeting. And on the cheat sheet, on the website, this is just because it's midterms, and I don't want to flood people and have people lose information and instead of retaining, we're really only going to be focusing on targeted races for this, right? So we're going to be focusing on maybe like 18, 25 races. We're going to be focusing on the swing districts, the toss-ups, the bellwethers, etc. The races that we need to win, that we think we can win. We're not going to waste time trying to flip a seat in California, right? It wouldn't be useful. It would just be, you'd have too much. So I'm going to be putting all of those races on the Misfits on the midterm cheat sheet, and then in the Sway Misfits, I'm just going to be adding races that recommendations that I think are going to be good races to watch for. I'll add as many as I want. And then after the midterms, we'll change this to 2028, or you have local elections in here. You know, if you look at filter my ballot, so when you join here, you can click filter my ballot, and this will show up. This will pull up the races in your district. What's one of the things that we get a lot of criticism about, right? Like voters, especially on the right, right? We don't show up to special elections. We don't show up to midterm elections. We only show up every 4 years, right? You can go all the way down to district attorney, Bexar County, from where I live. Supreme Court Justice, James Sullivan. I mean, we got the railroad commissioner, Don Buckingham. I'm putting as many races on here as I can so that you can come on here and you can see my recommendation for what you should be voting for. Because maybe you don't want to do the work, right? Maybe you're busy. Maybe it's too much for you. Fine. I'll do it. You just have to go here and look at the cheat sheet. That's it. And speaking of, there's also this website here. I was just logged in. What in the hell? There's also this website called ActiVote, right? ActiVote, it's another useful tool. I've been talking about it for a while. This is a website where it also shows you the upcoming elections in your district. Okay. As you can see, I've gone and I've picked my, I've done the research and I've picked who I'm voting for in November. Right? I already have it picked. It's all right here on a sheet. You know what you can do with this? You can literally go email or print your ballot. You can print your ballot and you can bring it with you. Because I don't know about you, but a lot of people I think probably feel the same way I do, where they go into a voting booth and then they get to question 8 and you're like, I don't even remember who these people are. Like, I don't know who's this person, who's that person. Well, if you did the research 5 months ago and you already picked it out, you can go, oh yeah, that's right. You can bring a piece of paper in with you. You might be in a place where they don't allow you to have your phone out. You can print this. I'm giving you the tools to win. The only thing I need from you is to motivate, act, grind, and achieve. Post, assemble, call, knock. If you can't do all of this, do some of this. This is the most important. Act. Action wins elections. Grind wins elections. Ground game wins elections. So, check out Sway for yourself. Go to the frequently asked questions. I know some people, I was in a group and I said, hey, join this. And they're like, I don't like giving my information. Okay, fine. You don't have to, right? If you don't give the information and if you just want to use it to see the races, you don't have to put in any of your information. If you want me to be able to see you on this map so I can use you and utilize you as a tool to win elections, you do have to put in your information. They have assured me that they do not store it. All right, let's get to some other things election related. We don't have voting booths here in Washington. We have drop boxes. That's crazy. I know. Washington's crazy. Many folks do that. Let's go to the chat because we got some good feedback in here. All right. Why? Get out of here. Get out of here, you. I love ActiVote. Good. I show up for all elections. Great. Zach, what's the website again? The website is midtermcheatsheet.com. It's at the top of the screen. The group is sway.co/misfits. And if you have any trouble with that, if you're following me on social media, you can also go to my page. You will see a beacons link right here. You can click that. And it'll say Misfits Midterm Cheat Sheet at Sway. I got to put them as, oh, I didn't realize I didn't have the midterm cheat sheet on here, but I'll I'll put that in as well. But right here. Also, buy me a coffee. Why not? Give me money. I like money. I'm just kidding. You don't have to. All right. But yes, guys, this is very winnable. Very winnable. Right? The left has gone crazy. We're going to get to that. But it's not guaranteed. If you do not take it seriously, they will. They are organized. Assemble. They're organized. We need to be. All right. What else was there? So what's the website again? The link isn't working. What's the link? I don't know. Sway.co. Oh, the link in here in the chat. Yeah, I don't know if that is working, but sway.co/misfits. I don't know if you need the question mark at the end. Okay. All right. It won't let me create or log in. It's not friendly towards my phone. Somebody else in the chat yesterday said that it was not phone friendly and they did have to use their laptop. But I will reach out to the people over at Sway and tell them that because I've heard that twice now. I just joined, but it's kind of confusing. It's confusing. You might have to play with it. It's going to be a new thing, right? So if you're looking at it on your phone, I'm not sure what it looks like. But if you go to the home screen here, okay. So you go to the home screen here, you'd probably click login and you'd probably have to create an account. When you create the account, you may want to go, or actually, let's see here. How do I, explore. So there's an explore tab. Oh, sorry guys. I'm stupid. I thought I had that on the screen. So, no, stop it. All right, so at the bottom of the screen, which you can't see, it says explore, contacts, ballot, and groups, right? If you go to the explore, you'd probably just type in misfits and see if that pops up. And it does. All right, I don't know who this person is, but baddies K, baddies for the revolution. All right, misfits midterm cheat sheet. Then you go here, and there we go. And look, guys, I'm telling you, this is, if we grow this to thousands of people, we can, just us, just our group. If we grow my group to thousands of people, you make a group, you grow it to thousands of people, hopefully too. We can win every election. We just need to get organized. We just need to motivate, act, grind, and achieve, post, assemble, call, and knock. We just need to be a MAGA pack. Now, I will be the pack leader for this. Just this one. I'm the pack leader. You don't need to do much as far as research. You don't need to do a lot. You just need to join and wait for me to tell you what to do. If you want to get more involved, if you want to do that extra, make your own group. Make your own list. I'm going to recommend races here. You can recommend races there. I mean, as long as you're not recommending Democratic Socialists, right, or Democrats in general, I'm okay with that. This isn't like saying that you can't do this too. I'm saying I'm doing this. It's already done. It has been done. I'm a misfit now. Nice. Welcome to the Misfit Army, JJ Beach. Where is that comment? Where is your comment? There we go. There we go. I'm a misfit now. Perfect. All right. Moving on. We're not really moving on. We'll come back to that. We'll keep coming back to this. I will answer all your questions if I see them in the chat, so make sure to ask them. But the U.S. So the administration's taking this very seriously, but Donald Trump is only one man, and he can only do so much. But I think one of the things that they're trying to do is they're trying to deal with this mail-in ballot craziness, because even though the left does have better ground game, that's not even enough for them, because they really are not. They have to cheat. I am fully on board with saying elections are stolen. I need to restrict democracy. Okay, sure. No, they steal elections through mail-in ballots. They steal elections through ballot harvesting, and they steal elections by getting illegals, people that aren't registered, people that aren't citizens, to vote. They do it. It's a fact, and I don't need proof. I watched the thing. You remember when Joe Biden, quote, beat Donald Trump? You remember you saw the little chart, and I just watched it go whoop, and I watched the thing. I know you did it. Just like the Spencer Pratt race the other day. I watched the thing. You cheated. I watched the thing. Get the out of here with that if you think that there is, yeah, okay. So, knowing that they cheat, this is a way to mitigate that, right? The Postmaster General has been blocked. So, they were trying to stop this, but the Postmaster General has now been blocked from withholding mail-in ballots from blue states who enable voter fraud and let illegal aliens vote. The postmaster planned to enforce Trump's executive order, but a leftist judge declared herself president and blocked it. These activist leftist judges, I cannot stress this enough. I don't know how you do it, but legally and constitutionally arrest them now. Figure it out. DOJ, as soon as you see one of these leftist judges go like that, I'd be like, oh, you think you're the president? Okay, I'm going to look into it. Now, I'm not saying lawfare. I want to be very clear. I do not like what the left did to Trump. Show me the man, I'll find you the crime. I'm not saying that. However, what they are doing is trying to circumvent the process. So there has to be a way to figure this out. Let's listen to this clip, 45 seconds.
This fight over the Save America Act, the president wants to rein in mail-in voting. What's the latest on that?
Yeah, actually, a big decision came out today. In fact, Shannon, a few hours ago, a federal judge blocked the president's executive order on that, declaring it unconstitutional. Yesterday, we saw the U.S. Postmaster General told the Senate he planned to hold back those absentee ballots from states that refused to comply and provide voter rolls or folks that were eligible to receive those absentee ballots. The administration is arguing that this would have curbed voter fraud ahead of the midterms. Democrats said that it was totally unacceptable. We did try to get a response from a White House official today. Haven't heard anything on this just yet. Shannon?
All right, Aisha Hasni at the White House. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll see how that goes. Maybe they're going to be able to take that up to the Supreme Court, but the Democrats are working overtime and trying to undermine anything that Trump does to try to make elections free and fair. So we'll see what happens with that. Somebody in the chat said something that I wanted to address. What was it? Something about Sway. Is Sway a conservative platform? I'm assuming it is. It actually isn't. It's they say they're nonpartisan, right? So if you go actually on Sway, which we will pull back up, this is kind of interesting that they reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to be on. Because if you just go to Explore, right, you'll see the top groups. If you go to Explore on Sway, you'll see what their top groups are. Popular groups: Abolish ICE, Allies Against AIPAC, Black Girls Who Brunch, the Howdy Politics Voting Guide. Okay, now you got Elizabeth Barkahana. She's a great one. So you can also, I didn't even realize I didn't join this group. Yes, we will join her group. Perfect. Let's see now. Make your support public. Go public. Yes. All right, this is good because this is what you guys will be doing if you join my group, right? So, set your goal for how many others you'll inspire to vote with this group. I'm gonna do 3 of you. 3 people in this chat. You join Elizabeth's group. Okay. Set goal and share. Okay, your goal, 3 voters. There's the link, sway.co/G/Elizabeth Barkahana. All right, good. Copy link. All right, good. Now, how do I get out of here? Oh, continue to your group. There we go. So, now, I just joined her group. Let's see what happens. Okay, so this is pretty much a California group, I think. Looks like it's mostly California. Joined from LA County. California general election. So you see, and she's got a bunch of races that she's. So I think that hers is pretty much a California one, and we're gonna go national. But this is something, you know what? This is actually a really good way for you to create a group in your community too. So wherever you are in your district, we do the Misfits midterm cheat sheet for the whole national, and then you can make your own group, and you can literally text your friends and be like, hey, join this group. Here's your cheat sheet. This is what I'm saying. Just do it. All right? So somebody in the chat right here. I want to join, what does it say here? I want to join a North Carolina group. Create one. Or if they have one, find it. But the platform itself is not leftist. But here's the thing. The left is dominating on it. And we need to stop thinking that just be like, oh, that page is leftist, so I'm not going to do it. Like, dude, utilize beat your enemy at their own game. Are you so proud that you can't, like, you know, do it because they're doing it? No. Beat your enemy at their own game. And just ground game. Okay? One person already signed up since I've been talking. Whoever you are, thank you. One person just signed up. So we're at 40. I want to be at thousands. I want to be at 50,000, 100,000, 200. I want to be at 1 million. Probably not going to happen. Right? But what's Abolish ICE at? 6,000? We can beat them. Let's get that Misfit midterm cheat sheet to the top of this motherfucking page. And let's knock these ones down. Let's fill Sway's popular groups with conservative groups and push them out. Ground game. Strategy. Motivate. P, you're out. It was me? Good. Thank you, P. You're out. Allies against AIPAC. 2,400? Get out of here. Thomas Massey. Release the Epstein files. 620 voters. Gay. We can at least beat Thomas Massey. We already did beat Thomas Massey. We'll get to him in a minute. It's going to be fun. You guys understand what we're doing, though? What we're doing here? This is act. It's action. That's it. Sitting at home, complaining, and just waiting. And maybe in November you're gonna go, okay, I'll go on my lunch break. It's not gonna win this. Right? You need to act. Motivate. Grind. If you can do this part, if you can actually get involved, if you can post, if you can share, if you can join the group, if you can call people, call your friends, call constituents. I don't care if you just use my, I don't care if you use my group also, but, you can go to Early Vote Action. Scott Presler. We'll get to him too. Look, you can join Scott Presler's group. You join all of them. TPUSA. Early Vote Action. Misfits. Doesn't matter. Just do. Act. We can win this. All right. Next up. Speaking of Scott Presler. Pause this. South Dakota GOP. So the Save America Act is actually probably the biggest thing. But again, you can't wait for John Thune to grow a spine. All right? If you wait for John Thune to grow a spine and pass the Save America Act, you might be waiting a while. Okay? You probably won't be, you'll probably develop scoliosis before you actually before he develops a spine. I hope he does. I hope that Scott Presler has enough political clout to move the needle. I'm not super optimistic about Save America Act being passed, but I really hope it does. I bet $1,000 that it would pass. I'm trying to will it into existence. Right? I went on Kalshi and I go, I'm gonna this because I just want it so bad. So don't think I don't want it. It's just I don't think Thune's gonna do it. I think he's a coward, and this story kind of proves it. The South Dakota GOP just trespassed Scott Presler from its own convention, paid ticket and all, because he criticized John Thune on Facebook. Matt Bruner kicked Scott out because of his criticisms of Thune's failure to pass the Save America Act. Here's the video.
Hey guys, this is Scott Presler. I'm here at the South Dakota State Convention. I have a ticket, and they are saying that I can't come in. So we're going to find out very shortly why I am not being allowed as one of the biggest supporters of President Donald J. Trump.
I'm big on Facebook too, and I'm the asshole saying you can't come in because guess what? You're posting this little piss and moan session on Facebook. So you just get the hell out of here. Thank you.
Okay.
You see how the grassroots are welcomed in Senate Majority Leader Thune's territory? Interesting, my friends. I don't think this is a good reflection of the South Dakota GOP.
No, it is not.
But I thank him for his honesty. Though, what's your Matthew Bruner, Sergeant at Arms?
Okay.
Hey guys, this is Scott Presler.
That was a mistake. Scott Presler has probably done more for the GOP and get out the vote than anybody in this party. All right? I don't care that he's gay, and I don't care that he's a little weird, and he takes weird photos with I don't care. All right? He can live his life however he wants. He has put one thing above everything. Act. He is doing. He is grinding. He is achieving. He is motivating. He is MAGA. Point blank period, full stop, end of story. And this guy, oh, not him. Nope, not him. Hold on, we got it. I got a lot on this. There we go. This guy, who is like, get the hell out of here, all right? He was fired. Good. Yeah. He was fired for denying Scott Presler entry. The party chairman issues a public apology. I want to personally apologize for how things were handled tonight at the South Dakota GOP convention. Matt Bruner has been relieved of his duties as one of our sergeant at arms. Peaceful FAFO strikes again. From Gunther Eagleman, Scott Presler is out there doing the hard work of turning red states redder. The GOP better get the message. No more gatekeeping, real conservatives and grassroots warriors. Time for unity and winning, not stupid power plays. Respect to Scott Presler for staying on mission. The base is watching. Ground game. Scott has mastered it. Now, before you guys say that it was that, but now they're trying to make that guy the patsy. Before anybody says, oh, it was just that guy, all right? Here, got something else for you.
Presler not attend this event? Yes. Okay.
This is Jim Eschenbaum admitting that John Thune, said not to let Scott Presler in. Right? We also saw the table with Scott's picture printed out so people would recognize him. What they didn't count on was that drunk loser making a scene. Okay, so here's Jim Eschenbaum.
Did John Thune specifically ask that Scott Presler not attend this event? Yes. Okay, is John Thune a member of the convention committee? No. So how does he have the authority to remove people from events?
He has a...
Look at, that's the guy. He goes, he asked nicely. Look at, that's this guy. He just said, he asked nicely. All right. Enjoy sitting on the sidelines, bro.
Let Scott Presler in.
Yes, a lot of security in there, and is Mr. Presler considered a security threat? Not to me, but I'm not going to go in there and argue with the Secret Service. Thank you, James. You say?
There you go. I mean, look, honestly, this guy Jim seems like he doesn't want to do this, right? So, I mean, I'm not going after Jim Eschenbaum. He's like, I'm not going to go in there and argue with him. This guy, however, what a piece of shit. Here's the photo of Scott that has
on the first table to identify. So this is James Bialotta with Dead On, where it looks like there's a memorandum with Scott Presler's picture on the first table to identify him at the door to prevent him from entering. This is the doors at the Rushmore Hall, where Scott Presler was denied access to a ticketed event because John Thune said so.
Somebody in the chat just goes like they needed a photo. Scott Presler is like 6'5", and he has like hair down to his like lower back. Yeah, it's like they needed a photo. Dude walks in, he's wearing big ass cowboy boots. But no, you know what? This seriously though. I mean, look, this is the. Apparently, John Thune is really focused on like actually doing something when that thing is to stop people from making him do something. He works for us. Like he works for us. People like Scott Presler should be and are pressuring John Thune. It's an 80-20 issue. It's a 90-10 issue in the GOP, a 95-5 issue in the GOP. The Save America Act, voter ID, essentially, is a 80-20 overall issue. It's like both sides, bipartisan. So the fact that John Thune and what's that other dork's name? Can't remember his name. They say like, oh, we can't get the votes. Dude, you're the leader. We're the majority. This is from Scott. Since our movement is trending right now, let me introduce myself. In case you didn't know, this is who Scott is. Scott Presler. I'm an Eagle Scout. Shut up, Scott. I'm gonna text him and be like, really, bro? I'm an Eagle Scout and son of a retired Navy captain. I moved to Pennsylvania in 2024 and launched an organization for the sole purpose of helping re-elect President Trump. Scott Presler single-handedly flipped Pennsylvania. I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not exaggerating. Scott Presler flipped Pennsylvania for the 2024 election. You owe him that. Like, he did that. Nobody else. He spent the last decade of his life registering tens of thousands of voters, electing Republicans to all levels of office, and helping to build up Republican structures from the country and state levels. I've traveled to over 40 states to grow the Republican Party. For the past 6 months, I've met with members of Congress to pass the Save America Act, which would require voter ID and proof of citizenship to vote. What I'm advocating for has overwhelming support from the American people. Yet, I was not allowed entry to a dinner last night in Rapid City, South Dakota, because Senate Majority Leader Thune was present. When they go after me, they're really coming for you. I will not be bullied, pressured, intimidated, and I won't stop pushing for the country-saving Save America Act. This guy gets it, right? This is what he does. From Sean. Sean was just up on Ungoverned before us. The midterms are winnable. This is about rejecting communism. Make this election cycle about that. And we can do something very special this November. So this is Herrell breaking down the stunning rise of socialism in the Democratic Party. Capitalism has absolutely fallen through the floor. Look at this. It's now just 42% of Democrats who have a favorable view of capitalism. Pause here. Let's go full screen. Look, guys. Capitalism has built every single prosperous society to ever exist. Period. Right? So, when a party, right, a group of people, a voting bloc, says they don't have a favorable view of the system that makes the entire country prosperous, what they are saying is they want this country to fail. They hate this country. There's a poll that was recently taken out, like a third, like 33% of Democrats have a favorable view or are patriotic or something like that. That's insane, right? They hate this country, the Democrats, the left, right? And yes, I am broad brushing them, right? I'm not saying some, I'm saying all of them, right? Because that's how you have to message. The Democrats, the Democratic Party as a whole, hates this country. They don't want it to be prosperous. They want it to fail. They hate it. They don't like it. So, how are you voting for them? Now, I do not believe that every Democrat voter hates this country. I don't. The party does. The people who are in the Democrat Party, who call themselves Democrats, who vote, who act. Not the people who really, like apolitical people who vote blue because they just don't know a lot or whatever. But that party, they hate America. So when you go and you vote blue, that is what you are saying. When you punch your ballot, you're saying, I hate this country. Right? When you punch your ballot, see, I want this country to fail. Every time. The Republican Party, the GOP, is not perfect. It's not perfect at all, right? We have a lot of work to do. The Founding Fathers knew that, right? That's why they put the system that we have in place where every 2 to 4 years you can pick new leaders, because they said they were probably like, you're probably going to be disappointed in some of them. So, while the Republican Party is not perfect, one thing I can say with full confidence, they love this country. The Republican Party loves this country. Period. They do. Right? People in Congress, they probably care about themselves more. There's a lot of corruption, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking about the party. They love this country. So when you vote Republican, that's what you're saying. I love this country. I love capitalism. I want this country to succeed. I want a better country for the future of my children and my children's children. That's what you're saying when you vote Republican. You don't have to like every policy. You don't have to like every candidate. You don't have to. That's not what I'm saying. You don't have to vote for somebody that you can't vote for, even if they're Republican. You can't, like, if somebody, Thomas Massey, right? If he was the only person on the ballot, if he was running uncontested and I was a constituent in his district, I wouldn't vote at all. I would be like, I'm not voting for you. I think you hate this country. I think you're a rhino. I think that you hate America, right? I'm not going to vote for you just because I'm on the right. So I'm not saying that you have to vote for every single Republican candidate. I am saying if you vote for a Democrat, you hate this country. You want this country to fail. Because that's what the Democrat Party has become. It has become a party that hates this country. I have proof. It's coming up. Receipts incoming, by the way. Trust me, I'm not just saying this. I'm going to prove it. Let's play this.
When we talk about democratic socialists, how are they viewed inside the Democratic Party?
Yeah, you mentioned New York, you mentioned Vermont. Obviously, there's the D.C. mayor. We've seen it in Pennsylvania as well. The Democratic Socialists seem to be doing considerably better than they used to be, and they have the chance to knock off, in fact, Democratic incumbents.
Pause. Rude, Funmon. Rude. I miss Jeremy. That is so, like, I'm sitting here filling in for Jeremy, and you're saying you miss Jeremy. That just makes me feel like a big piece of garbage. Big piece of garbage. Thanks, Funmon, for ruining my day. I miss Jeremy too, but I would never say that to somebody who was covering for Jeremy while they're covering for Jeremy. Just saying. You hurt my feelings. Okay, back to it. I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you.
In Congress, and part of the reason for that, why we're seeing these Democratic Socialists having such good chances or outright winning nominations, is take a look here. Net favorability among Dems. Democratic Socialists of America, look at that. A plus 17-point net favorability rating among Democrats. That is actually better. That is better than how congressional Democrats are viewed by Democrats at just plus 4 points. So no wonder that Democratic Socialists have such a good chance, because simply put, they are a better brand at this point than Democrats in Congress.
Among Democrats, it's interesting to see who they like more. All right, and you've used this number before. I always find this fascinating. When you compare socialism to capitalism, how are they doing right now?
Yeah, how are they doing right now among Democrats? You see this Democratic Socialists of America more positive than congressional Democrats. And I'll tell you, take a look at the trend line, that favorable rating among Democrats on socialism and look at this. In 2010, they were about equal. 50% had a favorable view of socialism. 51% said the same about capitalism.
Pause. That's still crazy. And this is what people aren't realizing, okay? If you want to go back to the Obama era of Democrats, right? You still hate this country. Right? Just not as many of you. You got to go all the way back to Bill Clinton, maybe, if you want to go back to the old Democratic Party. The Democrat Party has been dead for decades. The old Democrat Party, the JFK Democrat, right? RFK Jr. said it best. He goes, I didn't leave the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party left me. He's right. And they left him a long time ago. Do not get it twisted when they try to tell you, oh, that's not our party. It is. It's been that way for decades. 50% of that party favored socialism in 2010. That was 15 years ago. So, just because now it's 66% and now it's 2/3, right? It's like, it's irrelevant. It was still 50. The Democrat Party has always, since its founding, right? It has always been responsible for horrible ideas, right? For horrible policy, because democracy is just another word for power, right? When you're speaking of government, they want a majority rule, like a true democracy, right? A true democracy fails every time. The last true democracy was 4th century Greece, right? In a democracy, 51% of the country can tell 49% of the country what to do, right? If 51% of the country say you can have abortion on demand, right? Then the other 49% of the country has to have abortion on demand. Do you understand? Right? Like, so we have a democratic process in America. We have a democratic election system. We do not have a democracy. We are not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic. Anytime anybody says democracy, they either don't know what the word means or they really hate this country, because it'll, like, if you have 51% of the country telling 49% of the country what to do, you have 49% of the country pissed off. Okay. Now, conversely, in a constitutional republic, 99% of the country can't tell 1% of the country what to do, right? That's why we have the Electoral College. That's why we have the system that we have in place, right? We have representative government. If you don't like how your policies are, you have options. You can move. You can move to a state that more aligns with your values. You can elect new representatives. You can primary. There's so many options, right? A democracy does not work that way. So the Democrat Party, they've always tried to push for, unless it's politically advantageous, they always try to push for abolishing the Electoral College, not packing the Supreme Court, abolish the Electoral College, popular vote, ruling by popular vote. Look at how they do it in California, right? They just try to consolidate votes. They don't care about the actual policy. They don't have a policy. Their policy right now is Orange Man bad, and pretty soon it's going to be Jews bad. It already is, right? Zionists. Because Donald Trump's not going to be here in a few years. They're going to need something else to hate. Looks like they're picking Jews. But they have that's why they opened the border. They don't care about the country. They don't care. They want votes. They want majority. They want power. That's democracy to them. Democracy to them is, how can I get the majority of people to buy into my bullshit? That's how they have done this for a long time. Democrats were the party of slavery. They wanted to keep their slaves. The Republican Party was created to end slavery by Lincoln. You think Lincoln was a Democrat? KKK, founded by Democrats. Not the Democrat Party. I know people are like, no, it wasn't. No, it was founded by Democrats. Not the Democratic Party. It was founded by Democrats. Jim Crow, Democrats. It's always Democrats. They've always been the party of racism, using social programs and free stuff to trick stupid people into voting for them because the only thing they care about is power. It's what it always has been, always will be. And now, it's dead. It's not the Democrat Party anymore. Now, it's the Democratic Socialist Party. And this is the proof.
But capitalism has absolutely fallen through the floor. Look at this. It's now just 42% of Democrats who have a favorable view of capitalism. Socialism, on the other hand, up like a rocket. Look at this. 2 in 3 Democrats have a favorable view of socialism.
That is the majority of their party. That's not just the majority, by the way. That's a super majority. 2/3 equals super majority. That's your party now.
Socialism is on the rise among Democrats. Capitalism is on the decline among Democrats. And again, this is part of the longer-term trend in which we are seeing Democratic socialists doing considerably better among Democrats, electing a mayor right here in New York City, for example.
And as we said, there are primaries next week with Democratic socialists, self-proclaimed, on the ballot. What are the prediction markets saying about how they may do?
Yeah, this to me is one of the more stunning trends, right, that I have seen in covering politics over the last 15, 16 years. And if you believe the prediction markets, it's not going to just stop suddenly. It may extend into next week, because just take a look at the chance that Democratic Socialists win in Dem primaries, House primaries here in New York. You go to New York 7th District, right? You got a Brooklyn Borough president who at this point looks like an underdog compared to a Democratic Socialist. And then you may get a Democratic incumbent in Northern Manhattan get knocked off. That's closer to a 50-50 race. But the bottom line is this. Next week in New York may be a very good one for Democratic Socialists. Mayor Mamdani endorsing them. His political star is rising, and he may bring a few Democratic Socialists along with him and put them into Congress.
And that's exactly what happened. They won. They swept 3 for 3. So, if you think that the Democratic Party can be saved, can't. We are not fighting Democrats anymore. We're fighting socialists. And socialism is just communism without the bloody revolution. Right? And it always happens. So, when you're fighting socialists, it's just a precursor to communism. Oh, do we have a fan? Did a fan show up? I'm not even listening. I have it paused. Yeah, sure. Sure you are. I bet you he's listening. Guaranteed he's listening. Watch, he's going to make a comment. If he's not listening, he wouldn't be able to hear me calling him a retard. But he's going to comment because he's listening. I own you. I own your life, dude. Every single one of you. You come here to this show and you watch it, right? I win. You lose. You think because if you pause the video, you're not boosting my engagement? Thank you for your attention to this matter. And thank you for your cooperation. All right? Stick around, bro. You can stay. Love it. Love it. You keep looking at my pretty face and spurging out. Try to convince people they shouldn't listen to me by coming in here and listening to me. What an idiot. Oh, you're so dumb. All right. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Little troll break. Oh, look, he did. He was listening. Oh, guess what? You're a liar. You are a liar. Right there. Mate got you riled up, huh? You're not even American. Get out of here. I told you were listening. You just got caught, bro. You just got caught. You were listening the whole time. You didn't have that paused. You liar. Liar. All right. All right. As I was saying, 13 moderate Democrats, that's an oxymoron. 13 moderate Democrats have signed a Promise to America pledge vowing to fight against democratic socialists. Oh, 13? 13? Let's look this up, because I honestly, what did that say? Promise to America. Let's just look up Promise to America Democrats. Let's see. 13 whole Democrats, huh? Okay. Moderate Democrats launch Promise to America pledge backing capitalism, strong borders, and patriotism. You want to know? You want to know? You want to know how you can actually fulfill this promise? Become Republicans. That's how you become that. Moderate Democrats is an oxymoron. There's no such thing. You don't have that anymore. If you are backing capitalism, strong borders, and patriotism, congratulations, you're a Republican. Just switch parties, bro. It's easy. 13 moderate Democrats are banding together to counter the influence of democratic socialists in their party. Rep. Tom Suozzi leading the effort. I can't believe you got 13 whole Democrats to join you, bro. How many Democrats are there? Hundreds? 13. You're doing fantastic. Bro, look. Amputate the arm before it kills the host. Okay? You had that opportunity. You failed. We, on the right, have a little bit of a problem right now, right? We have a woke right problem. We have the people like Nick Fuentes, the Groypers, right? We have the Thomas Masseys, right? The the right has racists. They have Jew haters, right? The left is racist. The left is Jew haters, right? That's the difference between the parties. We cut off the arm before it got too bad. You didn't. Your host is gone. You don't know it yet, but it's terminal. And look, I get it. Maybe you're like, I can't be a Republican because I believe in the gay marriage and the whatever. Okay, fine. Right? Scott Presler's gay. Okay? I believe in abortion. There are people on the right who are pro-choice. All right? I'm not asking you to change your views. I'm asking you to change your vote. You cannot be a Democrat and love this country. So you can't vote for the Democrat Party who hates this country while identifying as a Democrat. And saying you love this country. You just can't do it. Right? You can write in, you can vote third party. I'm just saying, you don't have to vote for Republicans that you don't agree with. You just can't vote for Democrats. That's how it works now. Unless you want to be a liar or a hypocrite. But let's see here. The pledge declares support for core moderate principles. As we say in our pledge, we're for capitalism, not socialism. We're for safety, not lawlessness. We're for proud of America, not ashamed of America. And we need to be promoting those things too. You know what? Listen, man, I do like what you're saying. It's just too little, too late. This was required 2 decades ago. This was required when Obama showed up. You didn't do that. We don't even have to go back that far. This was required when the Squad showed up. This was required when AOC showed up, when Ilhan Omar showed up, when BLM showed up. You watched as they burnt down cities, created $2 billion in damage, killed dozens of people, and you did nothing. You didn't say, we're for America. No. It's not until all of a sudden now you realize that it's really serious that you're going, I might have made a mistake. Bro, sorry. We don't care. Actually, we do. They don't. They don't. The people taking over your party do not care. They aren't for America. They are ashamed of America. They aren't for capitalism. They are for socialism. They aren't for safety. They are for lawlessness. You can't fix that. That needs to die. You can rebuild from the ashes. You can create a new party, call it the Democrat Party, after this one's gone. But this is going to play out. The far left and the far right. No. Knock that shit off. Sorry. My bad. I have something for this.
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the effing. All you got to do is say earmuffs to him. Earmuffs.
My bad. Look, I understand that we have the groypers, that we have, the woke right? But it's real small, and they're not in power. That's the difference, right? We have a couple of podcasters, and we have some racist morons that claim to be like America first. That we have some stupid people online. We don't have them in Congress. They're not leaders. They're not representatives. They don't represent us. We didn't elect them. Look at James Fishback in Florida right now trying to beat Byron Donalds by saying Byron Donalds is a black guy. He ain't winning. If he was a Democrat, if we were on the right, if we did what you did, he would. Do not try to conflate a couple of morons screeching online about white power or something like that with the people your party elected. That's the difference, bro. The far left and the far right. And? Really? They're all very well organized. But those of us that don't support the far left or far right principles need to do a better job organizing and getting our message out. Needed this, like I said, we needed this 2 decades ago, bro. You're too late. I'm doing it now. I'm doing it right after I saw it pop up. 2-3 years ago, I saw groypers and I saw all the morons, and I go, no, we're not doing that. I was one of the first people to start doing this. And they hate me. They do. They hate me more than they hated you. Now they love you, and they still hate me, which means I won. You're far left and far right. They aligned. They're like, oh, misfit. So, look, at least you tried, is all I can say. At least you tried. This is your Democrat Party now. This is what you are. This is how you are defined. I don't make the rules. Quote, we are Westerners fighting for the total eradication of Western civilization. That's the message posted by Columbia University Apartheid Divest, the group Democratic congressional nominee, Avilia Chevalier, says she helped found while attending Columbia. The woman who just won an election. Your party voted for her, bro. You did this. Knock off this for right and for left bullshit. We didn't do this. Don't lump us together. If we saw somebody like Graham Plattner running on our side, you elected him too, by the way. Nice job. If we saw a Nazi tattoo, jerk off in a porta potty, if we saw that, we wouldn't have elected him. That's the difference. We don't elect these people. We have these people. We don't elect these people. You do. Chevalier also returned to Columbia during the 2024 anti-Israel encampments, where she was seen advocating alongside the group wearing CUAD apparel. They are Westerners fighting for the total eradication of Western civilization. Chevalier, also, I'm not saying her name. I don't respect her enough to try to pronounce it. Expressed anti-white women and anti-American sentiments in a deleted social media post one time, calling her home country a effing disgrace. She also, I think this is the woman who also said she ran out of napkins, so she wiped her hands on the American flag. They hate this country. Your party elected her, bro. Don't give me this far-right crap. Who knows what Western civilization is? Pop quiz. Does anybody know what the definition of Western civilization is? It is a civilization founded on the principles of Greco-Roman antiquity and Judeo-Christian ethics. That's the definition. Okay? What does that mean? Greco-Roman antiquity, it pretty much just means, the early Greek democratic process, right, based on the democracies that failed, mixed with the Greco-Roman, the Roman Republic, the rule of law. It corrected a bad system and made it a better system, right? So, free and fair elections. All men, and then when you get into the Judeo-Christian ethics, yes, Judeo-Christian's a thing. It doesn't mean Jews. It means Old Testament and New, inspiring your civilization and your traditional values, right? So, Judeo-Christian, all men are created equal, right? Like in the Bible. Right? All men are created equal, right? Free will, freedom. That's Western civilization, okay? We have the best one. We have the constitutional republic that the founders framed based on Greco-Roman antiquity and Judeo-Christian ethics. That's Western civilization. The Democrat Party hates that.
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid.
I didn't swear. I switched scenes and I forgot to turn that off. So, if there are people that are trying to fight for the total eradication of Western civilization. They are fighting for the eradication of Judeo-Christian ethics, right? That is the belief system that all men are created equal and that we have freedom. They are fighting for the total eradication of the Greco-Roman antiquity of free and fair elections and due process. They literally are fighting for Sharia law, Islam, totalitarianism, authoritarianism, Marxism, communism, pretty much every bad idea ever, right? If they're fighting against Western civilization, they're fighting for all of the other ones. The places where you don't have freedom. Communist China, right? They're fighting Iraq, Iran, and pick a Middle Eastern country. So, if you are in the Democratic Party and you think that your voters voted for this to represent them and you can save that party, you can't. It's done. Acknowledge it. The faith was never used. The phrase Judeo-Christian was never used by the founders. It only became popular in the 1940s. Who cares? Who cares? The word. When did we start using the word based? When did we start? A lot of words weren't used before they were used. It's the dumbest argument ever. It wasn't used before. It means the same thing. Judeo-Christian means Old Testament and New Testament. It doesn't. Who cares? Why do people keep making this argument? It wasn't used before. Okay. Do you know that literally used to mean literally? Now it means figuratively? Words change. Shut up. Judeo-Christian, you guys get so... The reason why Judeo-Christian triggers people is because you think it means Jews. Stupid people. Shut up. In case you didn't know who the Democratic Socialists of America were before this week because of the rise in democratic socialism on the left, let me remind you, they're not just trying to take over the Democrat Party. They tried to take over ours. Strange bedfellows meet the pack working to re-elect Thomas Massie and partnering with the Democratic Socialists of America to fight ICE. You think that when I was calling out Thomas Massie and everybody was like, he's the most conservative member of Congress, I was wrong? You think I was wrong? You still going with that? No. Thomas Massie was a useful idiot for the far left, and he was trying to undermine MAGA and Trump. He's trying to destroy this party from within, and thank God people like me called it out enough where he just lost his primary, and he's not done. He's going to try to run again. He's going to try to run for president. He's going to keep coming because he is an agent for them. Not trying to say that in the conspiratorial way. You know what I mean? I'm just being, but you understand what I'm saying, right? This Thomas Massie, look in the background. Free Gaza, free Palestine. Big smiles. Big smiles. Big smiles. Free Palestine. Go Hamas. Yeah. Sure, yeah, I know it's cool to have collective hate of Jews, if common enemy type of thing, It's like, oh, there's a lot of Christians out there. And I saw somebody in the chat ask me if I was a Christian. Yes, I am. I'm one of the many Christians who is also a Zionist, who supports the Jews' right to exist in peace in their ancestral homeland, because my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, just so happened to be a Jew. Christianity didn't come around until 300 years after. Christ. Right there. Am I a Christian? Yes. If you get triggered by hearing the word Judeo-Christian, I think you might have a problem. Right? Because it's from Judea. Read your Bible. There's nothing wrong with saying Judeo-Christian. We don't have a monopoly over faith. Okay? We don't have to be exclusionary. We don't have to agree. We think, yes, Jews, they think something different than we do. Read the Bible, they'll come around. Massey was potentially going to create a lot of problems for us. IPAC is the PAC that they're referring to in this article. He talks about billionaire Zionists that are buying our elections. His top donor is Jeff Yass, a Jewish billionaire Zionist. Because just like the left, just like the Democrats, if the woke right didn't have double standards, they'd have no standards. You can look that up. Jeff Yass, that's one of his top donors. Billionaire, far right, Zionist. And he's taking money from IPAC, who partners with the Democratic Socialists of America. Are you seeing the op yet? Wake up, guys. I'll hold your hand. You can open your beaks, baby birds, and I will feed you. Just don't spit it out. In case you needed more confirmation. Oh, thank you very much. Look at that in the chat. The producers are going to love this one. Let's see here. $300 from Clee Sully. Thank you, Zach, for filling in and keeping the lights on at LFA. You are pretty entertaining. Thank you. All right, now, in case you needed further confirmation, here is Thomas Massey insinuating there is no election fraud, and the Save America Act is a distraction because we won the elections. We had to make them too big to rig to win them. Imagine if there wasn't election fraud, what the real numbers would be. But no. Massey, he's just got the Democrat talking points queued up. Here we go.
I'll vote for the SAVE Act, but I think it's a distraction from our real problems. I think it's ironic that we control the House.
An 80-20 issue, he thinks, is a distraction from the real problems. Like what? Jews? I'm sorry, your top donor's a Jew. I meant Zionists. You're right. There's a total difference between 80% and 95% of Jews are Zionists. And Zionist is the belief that Jews have a right to their homeland. But no, sure, it's not about Jews. Oh, okay, Tom. Start this over.
I'll vote for the SAVE Act, but I think it's a distraction from our real problems. I think it's ironic that we control the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court, and the White House, and we're yelling election fraud. I mean, we won all the damn elections.
Hold on. Didn't this guy just say that his election was stolen because of Israel? He thinks that his election was stolen, but nah, ours are good because apparently if you win, it couldn't be stolen. Okay, well, in that case, Ed Galrain won. So I'm assuming you're going to concede that Ed Galrain won fair and square. There was no influence, no nothing. Thanks, Tom. Thanks for refuting your own argument. Okay. Damn, look at that. It's 11:26, and I just wrapped up all those little tabs. Almost timed that perfectly, because we're going to be ending this at 11:30. Well, I'm in Central Time, so I don't know, 10:30 or 12:30, wherever the hell you are. But here, let's recap for the next 4 minutes, all right? Motivate, act, grind, achieve. post, assemble, call, knock. That is the MAGA PAC ground game strategy for winning elections. More specifically, for winning the midterms. It is very important that we do this. Now, like I said earlier, here's how we do it. There he is. Look at that. Look at that nerd. Freaking nerd. I'm so happy that guy's gone. That guy's gone in January. So good. Oh, wait, hold on. What is this? 43? Did we add 4 more people? We added 4 more misfits to the misfit army. Just in the past hour or so that we've been talking. So, this is in case you didn't see this earlier in the show, this is how we win elections, okay? I have assemble right here. Assemble. How do we assemble? Well, we have this app called Sway. You can join Sway and make your own group, or you can join my group, or you can do both, right? Now, here's how it works. You go to sway.co/The Misfit Patriot, or use my Beacons link for the link in my profile, and you can join my group, and it'll show me where you are in the country. And where I see you, we're going to be focusing on targeted races. We're going to be using midtermcheatsheet.com, which is a website I created, so that we can list the most important races, the ones that we absolutely have to win. Your essential guide to the midterms, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to be updating this soon over the next week or two. And then I go to Sway and I look at that and I go, okay, let's see. We need to win blah, blah, this one right here. Okay, who's here? Okay, let's go. We're going to go there. All right. Patricia, year out. Perfect. You see? See how it works? Then I can message Patricia and I can say, Patricia, I noticed that you're here. Can you do some door knocking? Can you post on your local Facebook group? Can you get out the vote in any way you can? Because crazy, right? It's almost like I'm creating my own little network with you as my army. And you can do it too. If you don't want to, join mine. Let's build this army. Let's win some elections. It's 11:29. I don't know who's coming up next, but whoever it is, enjoy that show. I have to now go to work, which sucks because I would love to just sit around. But I gotta finish a shower. So I'm off to do that. Let's do some quick shout outs for the next 30 seconds. Fins Up, 12GG, Nola, Kit Kat Mar, Hollywood, Log, LFA Producer. Sorry I'm late, everyone. Been wearing a lot of hats this week. Oh, speaking of hats, the Heartbeat brand is also a affiliate of this show, and you can see their website up there, heartbeatbrand.com. Use code MISFIT25 for 25% off. Okay, that's all the time I got left, ladies and gentlemen. I'm off to work. Enjoy whoever's coming up next, and I will see you tomorrow for the Daily Breakdown, 9 a.m. on LFA TV. See you later. Bye-bye.
What's going on, everybody? Let's go. Let me ask you, are you ready for this? In the culture wars. Radical leftist lunatics, liberals, they believe that they own Haitians. This is what all this is about. They believe they own Haitians. They believe they own Americans. We see this constantly from them. Constantly. And I want y'all to listen to this. this audio track with these radical leftist lunatics, how they actually believe this nonsense. And they actually made a song for it. They actually made a song doing that very thing. And I want y'all to listen to this because it is absolutely, absolutely wild. If it'll come up for me here. Oh, come on. You know what? It's always those moments. It's always those moments that's like, nope, I'm not going to work properly for you. All right, give me 1 second here, and I'm going to bring it up. Hey, if you haven't already, please bless us by hitting that thumbs up. I would greatly appreciate it. Hit that thumbs up. Share the video. Share the live feed out. I'm going to bring this up for you because I couldn't believe it. They actually have a song. They belong to us. I'm like, what? They made a song. The Haitian people belong to us. I mean, the idea that they would do that, the idea that they would have it in their mind that Haitian people actually belong to them. And I couldn't believe it. All right. I think I got it here. All right. Let's try again. Here we go. Oh, y'all ready? Should pop up any second now. There we go. All right, I got it up. Here we go.
And they belong to us. Everyone, oh, everyone, oh, everyone. These people are ours, just like we are theirs. Belong to
I mean, really? I mean, the idea that they even came up with a song saying that they belong to us. They're actually singing that. They belong to us. And of course, they were singing this before the Supreme Court ruled and said, hey, nope, you can't stay. You gotta go. You gotta go. So what are they fleeing from? What are the Haitian people fleeing from? According to the left, everything is fine. Remember, the Clintons went in there and they helped them out. Yeah, whatever. When things get extremely bad in the United States of America, let's just say Kamala Harris won. How do you think it would turn out for those of us that are American? What do you think it would be like for us that are MAGA Republicans? They would be coming after us like no tomorrow. We couldn't even flee because there's nowhere else for us to go. We can't go to Canada. Canada said, nope, nope, nope. You MAGA Republicans, you can't come here. Imagine if we went to Mexico. Nope. They would say, nope, nope, nope. You MAGA Republicans can't come here. There's not a single place on the planet where MAGA Republicans are really welcome, except for Israel. Ironically, that's the only place really that MAGA Republicans, oh, you're welcome here. Come on in. Come on in. Just the United States of America. Just the United States of America. So it would have been extremely bad for us. They would have made it extremely terrible. Our life would have been miserable. Not the Democrats they're still trying to make it miserable for us, but they would have made it extremely miserable for all of us. But that's their goal. That's the agenda. Now, they're mad. They're angry because the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the U.S. Constitution. That's what they're mad about. And I haven't heard him say this yet, but I'm willing to bet 1,000% that they're going to come along and they're going to say, this is the reason why we need to stack the Supreme Court. This is the reason why we need to do this. The Supreme Court need to be stacked so we can prevent these rogue, that's what they're calling them, so we can prevent these rogue justices from doing this very thing. I'm telling you, that's it right there, 100%. Oh, just to let you know, I will be opening up the phone lines. Let me get through some of this stuff that I want to share with you first, and I will open up the phone lines because you got me for 2.5 hours. Is that okay with you? I mean, I got so much to talk about. And the thing is, I'm not going to be able to get through with all of it. There's so much, so much, so much. So this whole thing about the Haitians, and they're specifically pointing out the Haitians, it's not just them. It's anyone that came into the country unlawfully. And the Democrats said, well, they should be able to be here because they told us that they were being attacked in their country. So they should be able to stay. They should be able to be here with us. And as long as that's happening, they're going to continue to try to say that. That's their goal. Try to convince everybody that they have to remain here because the bad people that live in their country, the bad people that live in their country are really bad.
That's why this effort is so important, particularly in the face of the Supreme Court recklessly gutting the Voting Rights Act and setting in motion Jim Crow-like tactics, hiding in plain sight throughout the Deep South.
What? I wonder, has anyone ever told King Joffrey that Jim Crow was is a Democrat policy? And it's the same Democrat party. Jim Crow is the same Democrat agenda. They're the ones that came up with it. And now they're trying to say it was Republicans. It was their party. It wasn't Republicans. It was their party, 100%, everybody. But they're so mad. They're so angry that the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the U.S. Constitution, the American people. They're so angry about it. It kind of reminds me again how they were upset when they lost their slaves during the first Civil War. See, we're in a Civil War right now. We're in a Civil War. It's not the full-on fighting and bombs blowing up everywhere, bullets flying everywhere. It's not that type of Civil War, but we are in a Civil War in the United States of America. And it really needs to go down on paper that we're in a Civil War. I mean, it really needs to go down on paper that we are. Because the Democrats want to destroy us. If they can't destroy us physically, trying to kill President Trump, because we're in a war. I told you, they want to kill President Trump. Because they can't get away with doing that, they try to destroy people financially. They're trying to destroy President Trump financially. They tried to do it multiple times. So they figure that they can shut down businesses and companies because we're in the Civil War, all of those that don't go along with their stuff. And the companies, they say, well, if you want to remain open, you got to hang the LMNOP, LGBT, homosexuality flags in your business. Then that way we'll leave you alone. See, that's your, stay open card. But the rest of us that love America just want to be successful, take care of our families, maybe possibly even go fishing every now and then. They want to shut you down because you don't want to comply with their evilness, simply because you don't want to comply with them. These people are straight up evil.
At the same time, Alito's claim that Trump's statements were not overtly racial toward the Haitians is such a lie on its face that you sit here and you wonder how a justice of the Supreme Court, when they have the law on their side, still decides willingly to report to lies that he knows is a lie, that his fellow justices know is a lie, and that everybody that's reading that know it's a lie, because everything that Donald Trump has said about Haitians has been overtly racial.
And there she points out the State Department.
What does President Trump say that's been racist about the Haitian people? Oh, they're eating cats and dogs. The cats and dogs. But that's not a lie. They do eat cats and dogs. I mean, that's not a lie. It's part of their custom. It's nothing out of the ordinary for them. So exactly what did President Trump say that was a lie? Anybody? Anybody? They just say this about President Trump because they can't help themselves. Oh, everything he says about the Haitian people are lying. I mean, they say this about everything with President Trump. President Trump just lies about everything, lies about everything. Well, give us some examples. I can't give you any right now, but just everything, just everything. This is how stupid these liberals are. And they're not going to stop being stupid.
The government tells Americans all the time in its travel warnings that Haiti and Syria are not safe for us to travel to, why then would they be safe for people who have been living in this country for a long time to return to, particularly if they might be targets? But the problem with that not only is the statements Donald Trump made about Haiti itself, but the fact that TPS countries are uniformly non-white. There is not a single country that has been granted TPS, and this was explored at oral argument, that has white people as the majority of its population.
So, Lisa, I'm going to go to the Rev with a question, but before I do, Katie Miller, the wife of Stephen Miller,
Yes.
who's the architect of this policy, response?
Yeah, I mean, this was racist going in and it was racist coming out, because Katie Miller posted on X yesterday that this was a great day for the dogs and cats of Springfield. When I read that out my desk, I literally gasped so loudly that half the reporters in my line of newsroom looked around to see what I was reacting to.
And Rev, a reminder.
What are you reacting to? Hey, everybody, the white liberal in the newsroom over there is reacting to something. Let's find out what it is. Really? Really? The dogs and cats. The dog and cats. They made songs about the dogs and cats. You remember that? I mean, really, it's nothing new. We've known about them eating dogs and cats for years, even before it all came up during the campaign. They just got upset because President Trump said it out loud. Oh, my goodness, how dare he? So now they're trying to discredit President Trump with the dogs and cats. It's been no secret. Where have you been? But the white liberal in the newsroom, everybody, she gasped.
Of course, it was Springfield, Ohio. That was the conspiracy theory ahead of the 2024 election, that Haitians were attacking the pets of that hometown. Stephen Miller did a victory lap yesterday. Other voices on the right, Megyn Kelly in particular, said some pretty loathsome, racist things, about this celebration, celebrating this decision. Speak to us, your feeling.
I think that it's clear that this is racist, and I don't think they tried to even be covert about it. What is troubling is that they went out of their way to underscore normalizing this, because they could have left this as the procedural decision based on the administration's rights. They went out of their way to say, oh, no, that's not racist to talk about Haitians eating animals. That's not racist to talk about, and this whole country is not racist. And that gives us a real sense of insecurity, those of us of color. And the thing, Lisa, that also I think should be contrasted here, this is when we talk about the administrations having the ability to make these decisions, the same administration that is saying quake in Haiti, and then later now the gangs running Haiti, concerned to give asylum, but we're going to give asylum to Afrikaners from South Africa who's saying there's genocide against them when there's absolutely no evidence in the world about genocide against whites, but bring these white to this country under the Trump administration, his decision at the same time.
Yeah, and there's a total normalizing, Rev, of the racism that animated this decision, basically saying, yes, the president described Haiti and Haitians in terms that would have scandalized a short time ago, but of course it's not overtly racist. I don't know what this president would have had to say to get these 6 justices to say that this was motivated by race. And by the way, under our constitutional precedent, even if race is a part of the decision making, not the whole thing, if it's a part, supposed to find it unconstitutional, but they just say there's nothing that race has to do with any of this. What would he have had to say to get these 6 to find it racist? I hate brown people?
I hate brown people. The white typical liberal. I don't know why it's like that. Y'all really need to educate me. You really need to tell me, why is it that the white feminist liberal believe that they're the savior of black and brown people? What is that? I mean, please explain it to me. Do we have any liberals on here right now? Please explain it to me. What is that? Who created that? Who in their right mind said, well, you know what? We're white liberals. We have everything handed to us. Maybe because of the white privilege that they have. They think that, we're white. We got white privilege. We're here for black and brown people. We need to be their saviors. It's the most dumb, idiotic thing ever. It's stupid. It's redunculous. It's repulsive, really. But they have it in their minds. And I guess am I not supposed to talk about them? Of course I'm going to talk about them. I mean, they believe that they need to come. And you know when I realized that the white liberal, especially the white liberal, this is before I even saw any videos on Malcolm X talking about it. When I moved to California and I realized that the white liberals there thought that I couldn't do anything. I couldn't do my job without them helping me, assisting me. Like they need to hold my hand doing it. And I'm running circles around these white liberals doing my job. I'm like, what are you talking about? And I had no idea. This was in California. I moved from Arkansas to California, and I realized that the white liberals are the worst racist people on the planet because you can't do anything without them. And it's not just black and brown people they do this with. They do it with white people. If you are conservative, they look down on you as a white person is conservative. They look down on you as you are the racist one, when they're actually themselves are the racist one, thinking that they're the ones to save black and brown people. Like we need saving. How about you just encourage black and brown people to do for yourself? Go out and get a job on your own. Stop depending on the government. White liberals, they want to utilize you. White liberals love their slaves. And white liberals will continue to have slave labor as long as you got stupid people to allow it. Talking about a white racist liberal, Chris Cuomo. Chris Cuomo's mad. He's upset about what Stephen Miller had to say about all of this. I mean, piping mad. And there's some enhanced language in here, and I do apologize for it, but you know, we're allowed to air it, and you're adults, and I'm apologizing for not bleeping it out. That's on me because he has a foul mouth. I want you to listen to what he has to say about Stephen Miller. And he's not really happy with the socialists taking over either. He's really not. Because he knows it's going to, at the end of the day, it's going to hurt the Democrat Party. And these socialists say, oh yeah, we're the new Democrat Party. and you know what, Sean, he talked about the other day, and even his thumbnail was talking about how the Democrats are, he didn't say Democrats, I say that, the Dems are in civil war. There's an internal civil war right now because some Democrats believe that the socialists are going to take over, and they were like, nope, we can't let them take over. We can't let them take over. It's like they almost didn't see it coming. They almost didn't see it coming. But nonetheless, listen to this nut job here. I mean, he really takes the cake of it all. Oh, hold on. Is it going to work now?
The more MAGA tries to demonize the reaction, the resistance, the stronger it will become. Keep calling them radical. Keep saying they hate the country. See what that does. You're going to just put more and more people into their ranks. Why? Because they should be. The more you say that people thinking that what you're doing makes them the problem, the more people you're going to. We need real Democrats to come and vote for us. Why the fuck would they vote for you?
Whoa.
You ugly little hater. Why would they vote for you? Your head is a metaphor for how unappealing your ideas are. Your head is a vessel for the ideas that come out of it. Your ideas look like Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller's like what he's selling you, this ugly, twisted, diseased version of a young man. Why would they vote? Why would they want to join you? Because the other, we're done with that. We're exhausted by that. We're exhausted with picking the lesser of two evils. Enough, this bullshit binary system.
He's butthurt about the socialists, and then he's butthurt because the slave labor got removed. Their slave labor got removed from the country. So he's butthurt about it. They all are. They were upset when Abraham Lincoln took their slaves away. And now they're upset because their slave labor is going out. And then there is genocide that is happening to white South Africans. There's genocide. And this is nothing new. Absolutely nothing new. You know what it makes me think about? You remember in Europe they were having the rape gangs? You remember that was taking place? That's a real thing. It was actually happening. And now today, the radical lunatic liberals, not just in the UK, but here in the United States of America, said it never happened, never took place. It's a conspiracy. Elon Musk has been posting about it, and they're angry with Elon Musk because he's telling people what used to take place. And a lot of people didn't know about it. They wanted it to go away, hush, hush, never be seen any longer. But Elon Musk brought it to the surface and telling everybody, and now they're upset about it. Like, oh my goodness, he's telling everybody about this, the rape gangs. Same thing with this. The Democrats utilize black people, and they don't want you to know that white genocide was taking place in South Africa. And it was happening. I remember years ago, there was this young lady, and her name was, I want to say Lauren Southern, something like that. She's very good at it. She actually took a trip to South Africa, and she did interviews of a whole bunch of different people, both black and white people, interviewing them, talking about the white genocide. It was a real thing. It was years ago in YouTube. And I remember she posted it out there, and, you know, YouTube, you can premiere something and say, you know, tune in because this time tomorrow you'll be able to see it. She did that. YouTube blocked from people from seeing it. And then they eventually took it down because they didn't want people to know about the white genocide that was taking place. This dude, Chris Cuomo, and the whole rest of them, they're upset because the truth is coming out. I mean, what is Chris Cuomo? I mean, why is he so against the truth coming out? But all liberals are. Because at the end of the day, they want the slave labor to benefit them. That's what it really comes down to. They can only think about the slave labor benefiting them. That's all they have on their mind.
Story your own.
So let me play this. Here's a video report talking about what happened with the Supreme Court, and the Democrats are not happy at all.
We see here on NBC 10 Boston, a migrant family from Haiti is sharing their experience. They're searching for shelter in the Boston area and then recently found a host home in Brookline. And now they're looking for jobs. As NBC 10's Aaron Logan reports, they say these last few weeks have been life-changing.
And it's been an emotional few weeks for Wildande Joseph and her husband. First, sleeping on the floor at Logan Airport, then in Children's Hospital with their 2-year-old daughter who got very sick.
Me siento mal. Es muy difícil este tiempo.
She felt bad, as any mother would. Now things are looking much brighter as they've been welcomed into Lisa Hillenbrand's Brookline apartment.
Tu niña es muy alegre ahora. Sí. Muy alegre. Cuando se levanta en la mañana, se dice, "Ay, Lisa."
Oh. She says her daughter is very happy. When she wakes up in the morning, she says, "Hi, Lisa," and everyone starts the day smiling.
It's a delight.
It's a delight. It's a delight that I have in-house cleaning. It's a delight. Don't take away my help. Don't take away. If she leaves, who's going to clean my clothes? Who's going to pick up my clothes off the floor? Who's going to put the food on my table? And of course, in the video, I don't know if y'all noticed it, but in the video, they had her taking the food and putting it on the counter. You know, let me put it on the counter while the cameras are here. Of course, I'm the white liberal. We can't have anyone believe that you're here working for me. I let you in my home. That's exactly what it is. I'm only doing it for the cameras. And she said, well, we welcome it. It's a delight. It's a delight to have this in my home, to have him in my home. It's such a delight. Racist, white liberals. It's always the racist, white, female liberal. You can't make it up. I mean, I wish we could.
Fun having them. What I realized is there's so much prejudice against refugees, mostly because people don't know them.
Lisa says she feels like she has her own personal chef, as Wildande loves cooking.
Yeah. She has her own personal chef, everybody, because she loves cooking. Who's going to put food on my table if you take her away?
La ocupación. Sí.
In fact, her goal is to open up her own restaurant.
Quiero tener mi propio restaurante.
The couple has their work permits and they've been taking English classes.
Yo cualquier trabajo hacer para guardar mi dinero para hacer mi futuro.
They're open to work anywhere to save money for their future. In the meantime, they're enjoying their time with Lisa, their new friend for life, and their daughter's new grandmother.
and their daughter's new grandmother. Isn't that how they used to do it back in the day when the white racist Democrats owned their slaves? You can call me mama. You can call me grandmother. Because they grew attachment to them, right? They grew attachment to, oh, I love you. You're here cleaning my home. Like, you grew attachment. You know what? These racist white liberals, they grow attachment to black people, people of color, like they're pets. Like I have a cat. Every now and then my cat would come in the studio and I pick the cat up, a big fat cat too, right? Not really fat, but he's really big cat. Big cat. I mean, I love my cat. White liberals love black people the same way they love their pets. Is that mean of me to say that? Is that mean? But it's true. It's 100% true. White liberals, and I'm going to say it again, white liberals love black people the same way they love their pets. Same way. White liberals. It's pretty disgusting, isn't it? But it's true. And they don't want you to take their pets away because for them, in their mind, that's their property. You can't take my property away. I've earned this property. I bought this property. It's the exact same thing before the first Civil War, the exact same thing. These racist white Democrats believe that they own everything. A couple of weeks ago, I did a video right here on the LFA TV, and I was sitting there talking, and I said, you know what it is? White Democrats believe that they own people, Hispanics, black people, and they want their property returned to them. And they also believe that they own the narrative about everything. That's why you have these liberal media outlets. Everything, all the lies that they push out there, they believe that they own the narrative so they can tell the lies that they want to tell, and people have to believe it. The social media platforms and Facebook and Twitter were the biggest ones. The social media platforms, they had these third-party fake fact checkers to where if you posted something that was factual because they believed they owned the narrative, the third-party fake fact checkers would penalize you. They would prevent your stuff from being seen by other people. Everybody experienced it that loved this country, that told the truth on social media. Everybody experienced it. The whole thing with the Hunter Biden laptop, we need to own the narrative. So what did they do? They made everyone believe, or they attempted to make everybody believe that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation, when all along it was 100% factual what took place with Hunter Biden. Where is Hunter? Same thing. It was all of that. They believe they own the narrative. What it comes down to, they believe they own people. The racist white Democrat ownership of everything. And if you go against their ownership in their minds, they want to eliminate you. They want to cancel you. And they believe, because they're liberal, they're the saviors of everybody, that if you say something that they disagree with, you should be silenced. I mean, kind of like the same thing with the fascists, right? Same thing, fascists. And if you really look at it, every policy, everything that the Democrats are advocating for is a socialist agenda. Some of them are just really outspoken about being socialist. The other ones are saying we can't tell people that we're socialists because it will turn people off. And these Democrats that are out there saying that, other than, there's one particular that I'm going to give credit here, and that's John Fetterman. Okay, he was saying this stupid stuff that the Democrats were doing before the whole socialism thing exploded the way it is right now. Okay, but there are other Democrats right now that are coming out saying that they're trying to separate the party. If they want to have their own party, by all means, do it. But the Socialist Democrat Communist Party, they're not going to make that separation. They want to take over the Democrat Party the same way President Trump has taken over the establishment Republican Party, and today it is now the MAGA Republican Party. The Democrats, the Socialist Communist Democrats, are saying we need to do the same thing with the establishment Democrat Party. And everything, every single time President Trump, the Supreme Court does something that rules in favor of the law, that rules in favor of the Constitution, they lose their minds. They're actually having press conferences outside of the Supreme Court justice. And this is another reason why they want to stack the Supreme Court, to prevent the Constitution from being upheld. That's the only reason why they're wanting to do it. And if they can prevent the Constitution from being upheld, they can implement all of the socialist, communist agendas that they want. Stacking the courts is a socialist agenda, everybody. Is it not? And how many Democrats do you know that are not for stacking the courts? How many? Can we still call John Fetterman a Democrat? I mean, I'm pretty sure there's some stuff that he side with, but he's like calling him lunatic. And there's one predominant Democrat that's like, oh my goodness, James Carville. Oh, I got something to show you on him if you haven't seen it. And he is like one of the most despicable anti-Trump, anti-American people you will ever see. He's the most despicable person ever. But that's who we're dealing with. That's who we're dealing with. He's a despicable person.
Those here on TPS are part of our nation. These are our neighbors. These are our friends. These are our kids' friends. These are the people who sit next to your kids in the classroom. These are our caregivers. 1/5 of caregivers in this country for seniors are Haitians.
See, there it is again. There's it again. You're taking away our help. You're taking away our slaves. When did the party switch again? They never did. And this is proof right here. It's 100% proof that the parties never switch. It's the same Democrat Party. They love having their slave labor. They love it. And President Trump and they're blaming it on President Trump, of course, because of the Supreme Court. These are our caregivers. You mean to tell me that we don't have capable people in the United States of America to be caregivers? And if you really think about it, in the United States of America, what happened, and personally, the way I think it still should be, is that when you were born into this world, who's putting diapers on you? Your parents. When your parents are getting ready to leave the world, who puts diapers on them? We should. The children. The children should put the diapers on the parents when they're on their way out. That's the caregivers. Because the parents put diapers on us on our way in. That's the cycle. And that's the way it should be. But the Democrats, they want this liberal utopia to have their servants. They want servants. Because we're the richest country in the world. And they say, well, we deserve to have servants. And here comes President Trump, another white Republican, getting rid of their slaves, and they're losing their minds over it. Piping mad, angry.
It is the embodiment of the American dream. I mean, it's literally engraved on the Statue of Liberty. Give us your tired, your poor, your huddled masses. Like, this is a place where you can come if you are not safe where you live. It is a place where you can come and incorporate and assimilate and be a true American.
Can they come to your community?
They are in our community. I live in New York City, one of the most diverse cities in the world.
So can they come stay at your house?
I would welcome them in my home. I would welcome them in my neighborhood.
As many.
Yes, I would welcome them in my home. Come cook for me, come clean, pick up my clothes, do my lawn. Of course I would, but you have to go into the back house. You can't stay here in the big house.
They're coming here through the way.
Could your house handle 10, even if it doesn't have room for 10?
We should solve the housing crisis in New York City, and then I would love to do that.
That's an excuse, but you could just take them now.
I think it's like such a devastating way to go into celebrating 250 years of America by kicking out the people who make America great.
Oh, no, they don't. It's Americans that make America great. It's not the illegal aliens that came to America. They don't care about these people. They care that, oh my goodness, you're taking away my help. That is what you call racism. The left, they're expressing their racism, but we're just loving. We're not racist. You're the racist one. We're not the racist one. But yet they're doing the same thing that the racist white Democrats did during slavery. Exact same thing. But they're wanting people to believe that they're the compassionate ones.
make this country what it is. The immigrants who come and say, you know what, I'm going to come as a doctor, an engineer. I'm going to bring my talents to Springfield, Ohio, and make that a home.
Was the Haitian migrant who killed 11-year-old Aiden Clark making America better with that action?
That is
You're going to
kick out 350,000 people.
You see that? As soon as she brought up the 11-year-old that was killed by the Haitian that should have never been here in its first place, they exploded. Did you catch that? Did you catch it? Let me take it back just a little bit again, because as soon as she brought it up, and it's, oh, so now you're cherry picking? No, let them all go home. If they want to come back, come through the front door. Come through the front door. And it's but Will Johnson, they did come through the front door. They were fleeing terrible stuff. We have terrible things here. Aren't these the same racist Democrats that's constantly saying that America's racist? Aren't they the same ones saying America's terrible? So why are they so persistent on trying to keep these people here in America? Hello? Common sense got to kick in at some point. I mean, these racist liberals constantly saying, oh, my goodness, America's racist, especially the black ones. Oh, my goodness, the black ones. America, racist America. It's terrible for black Americans. Hello, you can always go to Haiti, too. Hello, no one's stopping you. How much is the one-way ticket? Especially for the black ones, because the black ones constantly saying America's racist. How much is the one-way ticket for you? It's even closer than Africa, right? Since you've never been to Africa, you weren't born in Africa, they can't tell you to go back to Africa. You'd probably never been to Haiti either. So, hey, why not get a one-way ticket? And I say one-way ticket, so then that way you can leave your birth certificate, you can leave your passport, when you get there, burn your passport, burn all your identification, get a new identification, don't ever come back. Especially if you're black, because I'm so sick and tired of it. There's not a single country on the planet where black people don't have it as well as they do in the United States of America. Show me one. Show me one. I love my country. I love my freedom. And these stupid, ignorant black people, they get all worked up. But anyway. But watch how they explode as soon as she brought up the 11-year-old that was killed by the Haitian. Can't make it up.
Migrant who killed 11-year-old Aiden Clark making America better with that action?
That is complaining.
You're going to kick out 350,000 people because of one case. Is that making America better?
You're going to kick out 350,000 people because of one stereotype.
Yes,
what about
get them all.
What about all the white people who commit crimes in this country? You're going to kick them out of this country?
They're Americans. If they're white people and they're in the country and they're Americans and they kill somebody, then send them to jail. I think everybody agrees to that. White people, Hispanic people, Asian people, even white people, black people. We all agree. If you're an American citizen, regardless of your complexion, and you commit a crime, you kill somebody, you go to prison. What is so difficult in understanding that? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You go to jail.
One American life matters. But you haven't answered the question.
Your comment is just as racist as Donald Trump's comment.
Making America better.
It's focused on one Haitian, one.
You see this dude here? This what I'm talking about. These stupid, ignorant, leftist black people. This dude here, he blocked me. He blocked me on X. He blocked me on X. So it just goes to show that he's not capable of even having a conversation with me. And look, I don't curse at people. I don't. I truly want to have the conversation. That's why today I'm going to open up the phone line. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and get the phone line primed now. And I open up the phone line so people can call me. And I encourage people to call me because I want to have the conversation. All right. I just opened up the phone line, and I did put a little post on social media too, telling people, hey, socialism, black people don't support socialism. And I said, I'm opening up the phone line. I put the phone number, and I told people, and I told these liberals, in my post, I said, put up or shut up. I mean, so here's the opportunity for them to give me a call. And I think I can put the hotline down here at the bottom too. Let me see if it's going to work for me. I'll work on it. But yeah, I put that, there it is, right there. There's the hotline number, 319-527-3453. 319-527-3453. If you want to give me a call, there's a hotline number. I think I got I like putting the little dots in there. Yep, there we go. 319-527-3453. Got the phone line open. I'm going to start taking some phone calls here because, look, especially if you're liberal, call me. Tell me how socialism is good. But anyways, listen to this.
Haitian person and use that as a justification for a racist foreign policy is disgusting. It's abhorrent.
It's disgusting that an 11-year-old was killed by a Haitian migrant who rammed his car into a bus. That is disgusting.
A shithole country?
He was referencing the government, which treats their people poorly.
They are asshole countries. There's no secret. They are asshole countries. Just like in the United States of America, we got some asshole cities. Right here in Austin, here in Texas, there's parts that's absolutely beautiful in Austin. I've been going through it. It's absolutely parts that are beautiful, but there's some that are just, ugh. Illinois, Oakland, Compton, Miami. There's places in these places, there's parts that are beautiful, but there's other places that are right down disgusting. And these lunatic liberals, mad because President Trump tells the truth. So now today the truth is racist? How in the world is the truth racist? And the truth is not racist. They just don't like the truth. So then they go, well, you know, to get people not to believe the truth and get people not to go along with the truth, they want to say that it's racist. That's what they're telling people. That's what they want people to believe. All right, let's see. Hello, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from? Hello.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, ma'am, I am. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, I'm just going to say my name is, can I just go by the name of Katie?
Absolutely, Katie.
I'm a black woman. And
okay.
I'm so fucking mad. I don't know what the hell to do.
Tell me, what you mad about, Katie?
I'm mad because I hate to see where this goddamn country is going.
Where's it going?
And as somebody I love my mom and my dad who was wrongfully raised to vote blue no matter who. I'm not raising my kids like that. I voted for Donald Trump last year, and I voted for him in 2020, and I really think that election was stolen from him. And I think as black people, we need to wake up and realize this socialism shit is a ploy. It is not beneficial to this country. It is not, and it's certainly not beneficial to black people. And we need to understand socialism, communism, and the current Democratic Party is all one and the same. And if you go back and look at history, we love to talk about, let's throw Islam in there too. We love to talk about how we were enslaved by Europeans for 300 years. But what we fail to understand is that we were enslaved by Islamists for over 1,000 years, and we just don't know. People like Zoran Mamdani, they believe in all this shit. All this shit is to usher in this stuff and overthrow this country. Trump did not tell one damn lie when he said these folks are coming from shithole countries.
I mean, I understand the passion. I try to keep it PG-13 myself, but people are fed up. People are angry. People are disgusted. And the Democrat Party, they're not going to stop. They actually been socialists all this time. It's just now they're just saying the quiet part out loud. So let me ask you this.
Out loud with them. Let me tell you something. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Where you might disagree with me, where you might disagree. This whole thing really started, when it really started, buddy, is with Barack Obama.
No, that's true. I don't disagree with you at all on that.
He started this. I mean, the black community, Travis Smiley, we didn't see it then. Black Americans lost ground in every major structure of society when he came into, when he left. We lost.
Are you going to go to the Obama Library? Are you going to go to the Obama Library?
Ask me that damn question again. Hell no. Hell damn no.
Oh my goodness. Neither am I.
Hell no. And a lot of black people are waking up to his ass.
Yes. Let me ask you, how did you find out to call in?
I
platform?
saw it on Twitter.
On Twitter?
I saw it on Twitter.
Well, awesome. Well, thank you so much. Because I told a lot of people to chime in. And you know what? Thank you so much. And you can actually watch the show too, and some of the stuff that I'm showing. You can see, you saw the picture, right? I put the picture I put the link for Rumble and YouTube in the picture. So I'm encouraging people to go check it out. Yep. By all means, come check it out, because I'm showing how these evil Democrats have been doing black people all this time.
I know you got to get to other people. but I'm going to say this. Democrats, they have really screwed up. They felt like bringing in these far left people who have this Islamist ideology was going to help keep them in office and overthrow Republicans. They have messed up. But what they don't understand, those folks have their own agenda in place of them trying to use them. They're turning that party inside out. They have taken over that party. They spent the last 10 years coming after Donald Trump instead of doing what they should have been doing.
100%. Hey, thank you so much for the call, and have a blessed weekend.
You too.
All right, take care. All right, man, the phone line is blowing up. We're going to go back to some more of these phone calls. But let me share another quick video with you. And then we're going to go right back to the phone line. So don't go anywhere, everybody, because I want you to listen to this. Here's a father that lost his child because of the illegal immigrants that the Democrats brought into the country.
Of course, I'm so devastated for you, as are all of our viewers. Of course, and her friend, in such a horrific, hideous, senseless way. Democrats are up in arms tonight saying that people will die because of these court decisions upholding Trump's tougher approach to immigration. What's your message to them tonight?
I mean, this is silly. This is, on the face of reality. Here's what's really happening, right? We're law-abiding. We are doing all the right things. We are a family of immigrants, my parents. And my daughter goes to the University of Illinois in Urbana, Illinois, just to visit friends and never comes home. That is the reality that we have to live with. Those are the consequences of these reckless policies. We're all for immigration, done the right way, managed properly, not a free-for-all that we saw.
Not a free-for-all. Okay. Let's go back to the phone lines here. Let's see. I'm not sure what order these came in. I think they came in this order here. So let's go to the next one. Hello, caller. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Will. Are you talking to me?
I am. What's your first name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, hi. This is Janet. This is God Chick J. How are you?
Great. What you got?
Well, I have to say, the fiery lady that just spoke. Mm-hmm. She's both sides right over the target.
Yes.
People have to listen. Because we're in trouble. We're in big trouble if we don't keep that mentality too big to rig.
Mm-hmm.
We have to keep it up. We have to keep telling people, informing them of what's going on. And if we can at least just share the show. That's just what we have to do, because we have to keep our country. Communism has no place in our country. And I just wanted to say, you guys at LFA TV are the bomb. I am so grateful for all of you, just filling in for Jeremy this week. And you guys you hit it over the target all the time.
Thank you.
So I'm very grateful. God bless you. My love to you and Shannon. And that's why I was calling.
Well, awesome, Janet. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And have a wonderful, blessed weekend.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, let's go to the next one here. Hello, caller. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Springfield, Ohio, bro. What's up? I'm sitting here now.
Awesome. What's your first name?
My name is Richard. My name is Richard Jordan.
Richard, what you got, Richard?
Hey, man, this Haitian situation is out of control, man, completely. The city council is corrupt as can be, allegedly. The city manager is corrupt. The city mayor is a racist himself.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a video out that says that he's a racist. He's ashamed of his white skin. This guy is.
That's like James Tallarico here in Texas.
He needs investigated. We have 1,100 GMOs in Springfield, in a city of 58,000 people. That was here. That was this population before the Haitians came here. Then they brought 32,000 Haitians here, and all their main focus is all on Haitians. Everything Haitian, nothing else matters. No Haitians were left out in the cold, but our citizens were out freezing to death. The 2 cases of that a couple of years ago. All the homeless shelters shut down. They don't care about citizens. They don't care about our veterans. They don't care about our homeless. They don't care about the streets. They don't care about nothing.
Nope.
Focus is 100% on Haitians and Haitians only.
Yep. They focus on illegals, criminals, rapists, murderers, protecting all of that, but they don't want to focus on helping the American people. The Democrat Party have demonstrated how they refuse to stand for the American people.
You're right. The taxpayers fund it all.
Yes, sir.
And we get screwed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So hopefully things will change this November, because these Democrats, I think them adopting the whole socialism thing, I think they're shooting themselves in the foot. I truly do, because I believe that they're looking at it. Well, Mamdani won 3 in a row, got them all 3 of them that he endorsed. So we have to go that route. So that way we can continue winning stuff. They're stupid people. So, hey, Richard, thank you so much for the call.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Take care. All right. So let me play another clip. Then we'll go right back to this phone line. Here's another one with these liberals. Of course, all upset because they're losing their property. That's in their minds. They're not going to say it out loud, but that's what they're doing. They're losing. They're having terrible thoughts that they're losing their property, and they don't know how to react to it. And I think this is going to cause them to be
We will not relent in securing our Haitian neighbors' safety. Removing them would not just be a humanitarian catastrophe, it would also hurt our economy. Haitian TPS recipients are part of the very fabric of our daily lives and pillars of our economy and our faith communities. They are a fundamental part of our vibrant identity on Long Island, and I'm committed to standing up for their safety and their security.
Well, how about you stand up for their safety and security in their own home? How about that? I mean, we're standing up for our safety and security in our own home. How come they can't do the same? And again, it's the left that's saying America's so terrible. Why do you want to keep them here? It's because of the slave labor that they want. I'm telling you right now. That's all that they care about, their slave labor. All right, the phone line is open, everybody. We'll go back to the phone lines here, and we got people calling in. This is absolutely beautiful. And if you're a liberal, call me. Call me. You heard the young lady that was passionate earlier. I didn't cut her off. I mean, I don't use enhanced language myself, so I understand her passion. I didn't cut her off. I let her say what she wanted to say. So if you're liberal and you disagree with everything that I've been showing you, here's your opportunity to call me and show me what's up. Hello, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from? You there, caller?
Hello.
Hello.
Am I back on?
Oh, you're back on. Yes, you are.
Okay. I want to say,
okay, go ahead.
I've just been listening.
What was your first name again? I'm sorry.
Hello?
You went by Kat,
Katie.
Right? Katie. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Katie.
Yes. I want to say to the lady who just called saying that Haitians are an important fabric of our country and about the work. I'm not saying that everybody don't have the right to live as humans, but I'm with you. Why can't you do it in your own country? Why can't you do that in your own country? And if our unemployment rate is high here, sending Haitians back, does that not open up more jobs for people here?
100%. And there's a lot of people here that would be happy to take these jobs, that have no problem doing the jobs.
And see, that's been the big lie that Democrats have been, they put that lie out from day one, where people are coming here doing the jobs that you don't want. That is absolutely not true. That's absolutely not true.
Right.
That's the lie they push as a part of their replacement.
Yep.
For cheap labor. That's a lie they push as a part of their replacement. And the lady who said that, I would like to know from which, where is she saying this? What's her social economic status?
Let me tell you, that was
because there are a lot of.
Katie, let me tell you, that was a video. That was a video that I just played. That's what I was saying. If you go back to the post where you saw the phone number for this, I put the links in the picture so you can see the show. So you just don't have to just listen in.
You're right. You're right. But, she's saying that, and, I'm happy for anybody to do well in life, but she's probably living a different lifestyle. There are people who are on the let's say bottom, who are working class people, lower class people. It's affecting them. It's probably not affecting her.
Right,
so she likely has the luxury to sit there and say that.
But the video that I played, the video that I played that you're referring to, it was a white liberal, and she wants to keep them here because they like slave labor. And so that's what I'm encouraging. That's why I want to encourage you to go to the video so you can see these videos that I'm showing you.
I'm gonna go and watch it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go and watch it, but I'm gonna add this. I know you have other people to get to. I'm gonna add this. We have a lot of people coming into this country and they don't want to assimilate.
No,
Not
they
only
don't.
are
You're
they
right.
coming here, they're coming here, they're taking jobs, the crime rate is up, but they'll tell you they don't want to assimilate into this country. If you are a guest in my home, you are doing what I say as the hostess. You don't try to change what's on my kitchen table.
100.
You do what I say, because I'm telling you right now, as a foundational Black American and African descendant of slaves, this is just as much my country as it is anybody else.
Thank you.
We've been here for centuries top of centuries.
Thank you.
And I bleed red, white, and blue and shit apple pie. So they can stop with the lies.
Well, thank you so much for the call. Hey, go tune in. It's live right now. It's live on the links that I put in the picture to promote the.
Okay, I'm going to go there.
It's live right now. Yep, you'll be able to see me. You'll be able to see what I look like. Well, you saw the picture, so you know what I look like.
Okay.
All right. God bless. Take care.
Okay. You too. What are you calling?
You hear that little baby in the background? Okay, let's go to the next caller here. Hello, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Brandon Gibbons. I'm calling from Missouri.
Hey, Brandon. Thank you so much for the call. What you got?
So I've seen your topic today is socialism. So I'm in Missouri. I've actually started a movement I've been shadow banned by Facebook and TikTok and everybody else you could think of, but I started this movement over here because we have like over 10 different organizations and programs in the area, from Code Pink. We have like the People's Forum. We also have the YCL and the PSL, which is like communist socialist programs. And I did over 100 hours worth of research on this stuff. And this stuff pushes everything from, it starts to the protest out in the streets. This is this people pushing the LGBTQ stuff on kids. So anyways, it's a huge problem. I've even contacted Josh Hawley. I've contacted I called the White House today, and I talked to his local office here in Missouri. But anyways, it's a huge issue that I'd like to get out, and it's way more strategic than what people think. Put it that way.
Mm-hmm. It really is, because socialism is absolutely on the rise. And you listed off Code Pink. That's a communist organization. I mean, 100%.
It's fun.
And one thing I've noticed. And what was your first name again?
Brandon.
Brandon. Okay. You know what the first thing I noticed, Brandon, is that this communist movement is a Islamist movement.
Exactly.
100%.
100%
an Islamist movement.
And that's what I've told people too about if you look at the Democratic Party as a whole right now, they've aligned with Marxism, communism, they've aligned with Islam and socialism. They've aligned with every country killing mechanism that you can possibly align with. And it's definitely, like I said, I got tons of paperwork on this stuff. I'm trying to get it off the ground. I'm going to go out and do a little bit of public engagement today. But you can definitely tell, like, no matter where I post this stuff about socialists and the communist takeover, they shadow ban me. And I mean, it is very, very noticeable that they do not want this topic heavily discussed.
I think the only place that I know you can do posts like that without getting shadow banned is, of course, True Social or X. You know,
yeah, that's where I probably need to go.
Yeah, you need to get on. If you're not on X, you need to get on X because it's allowed. I mean, he opened it up. Free speech is happening. So,
okay.
Well, hey, Brandon, thank you so much for the call.
Not a problem. Thank you. You have a good day.
All right, take care. All right, we're gonna go right back to. All right, cool. We're gonna go right back to the phone lines, but let me play another video for you, right? Because I want to share some of this stuff with you. Here's a woman from Haiti. Oh, don't send me back. Don't send me back. I'll clean your house. I'll do better. I'll clean more. Really? Now, look, I'm not saying that I don't show sympathy for people that's trying to make a better circumstance out of their lives. I'm not saying that at all. But when you side with the left to push an agenda, I don't have any sympathy for you at that point, because the left, their agenda for the United States of America is not America. It's not America. It's a socialist agenda. 100%. And they hate this country.
And I bring forth the Haitian community. We woke up this morning in fear of what that means. Family separation, deportation, and those are the realities. We have TPS holders who have been in this country calling the United States home for the past 10, 15, 20 years. They are our doctors, attorneys, taxi drivers, the immigrants who keep these United States of ours moving. Today,
see, she's saying the same thing. She's saying the same thing the white liberals are saying. You get rid of them, it's going to stop everything. No one's going to pick up your clothes.
Hey, the Supreme Court sent a blow to all immigrants, but we stand firm, undeterred, strong to let the community know and all immigrants know that we will not be defeated.
Hello, you were just defeated. It is an absolute blow to the Democrat Party. It's 100% absolute blow to them. And now, right now, they don't know how to react to it other than to try to get people to get riled up. And you know what? This is something. Do you think we might see some violence kick up out of this? I mean, because think about it. When the Democrats lost their slaves after the first civil war, the part of the reason why, not the only reason why we went to the first civil war, because of slavery. They didn't want to pay taxes on their property. That's what it came down to. And then they didn't want to allow black people to vote, the Democrats at the time, right? They didn't want any of that. So they felt threatened that they were about to lose their property. And it was overtaxing. They didn't want to have to pay taxes. Now, today, the Democrats want you to pay taxes on everything you breathe. Carbon tax. They want you to pay taxes on everything, but they didn't want to pay taxes for their property at the time. That's what it came down to. And as a result, they lost their slaves. And they said the exact same thing that they're saying today. Who's gonna do these jobs? Who's gonna pick up our crops? Who's gonna do them? All right, let's go to, is this Karen from North Carolina? Is that right?
Yes.
Hey, Karen.
Yes. I always want to give accolades for this woman. I guess she stayed on her phone and you were lucky to talk to her twice. And she really educates everyone. I loved it. Her name's Katie, I believe it was.
Yes.
I loved her. I thought, she puts me in the mind of Diamond and Silk, outspoken and talk about how it really is. Obama was a division. He was the divider in chief.
Yep.
He's demonic. But now what I wanted to talk about was, and I came on your show early. I was surprised to see you. Oh, my goodness. Are you going to be on later today on your normal time slot today?
I am on for the next hour and a half.
Yeah, because normally you come on, now I'm on Eastern time, you come on about 2, so yeah, good. Now listen, we got a lot of rhinos. I mean, bad. Right here, just below me in South Carolina, we got that Governor Rhino. He was trying to steal the election for his lieutenant governor that was nothing but a businesswoman. And luckily, Trump wrote something on Truth Social and endorsed Alan Wilson, I believe his name is. So he won the primary for the governor for,
Nice.
But the one we got in there now in South Carolina is a rhino. And this guy up there in Ohio, where I'm from, his name is DeWine. That is a rhino because, up in Ohio, they voted to make sure that everybody had to show an ID to vote. Do you know he vetoed that? Now, that is a rhino.
It is.
He owns a baseball team. He owns a baseball team, him and his son, up here in Asheville, North Carolina. And I don't know if you know anything about Asheville, but it's just like another San Francisco on the East Coast.
Really?
And that man voted so Ohio doesn't have to show an ID when they vote. And that, I want to tell you something about this guy named Scott Presler. Did you guys talk about him today at all?
Yeah, I know Scott Presler personally.
Scott Presler went to South Dakota.
Yep.
And he had a ticket to attend some kind of Republican thing. Well, Scott Presler has helped get a lot of people that don't normally vote to come out and vote. And that's how come they were able to turn Pennsylvania and couldn't cheat on Pennsylvania this last election. Well, they chased him out of South Dakota because he's trying to expose Tom Thune, who is from, is his name Tom Thune? John Thune.
John Thune, another rhino.
He's trying to expose John Thune for not letting Trump have any of his appointments. Trump, this John Thune goes out on vacations all the time with the Senate. And he locks down where Trump cannot get any of his recess appointments. And that's exactly why we can't get anything accomplished. Trump cannot get any of his appointments done. That is exactly why Letitia James got away with what she did, because there's no attorneys to be able to take her down, and because Trump is not allowed to have any appointments because of John Thune.
Yes. Yeah.
You talk about a demon. And so they chased Scott Presler out of the Republican. I don't know if you guys know anything about that.
Oh no! I saw it earlier. They said he couldn't attend the event with John Thune because he's been really speaking out about John Thune. John Thune is the one that's preventing the America from being saved, which is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, Mike Lee says we can get that passed. We've got the votes. Even Susan Collins ready to vote for the Save America Act.
And there's actually some Democrats that will vote for it too, because they're saying, this is not going to look good for us.
They're getting scared. Yes, they are.
This won't look good for us. We need to have voter ID, and most people are for it. The only people that are not for voter ID are the ones that want to make sure that the possibility of them to steal an election is available. The mail-in ballots. That's what they want. They want to keep it in place.
And that's what's going on. And now, can you believe John Kennedy, the Republican senator, and what's his name, Cruz, from your state, Texas, got on to Mike Lee and said, don't be doing this. Don't be trying to say that they are trying to avoid. Do you believe this? I cannot believe. What's his name, Ted Cruz?
Ted Cruz.
And John Kennedy, he's always talking all them jokes like he thinks he's so funny and all. They got on to the Senator Mike Lee from Utah for saying, quit trying to get that SAVE Act passed. What in the world is going on? We've got so much demons in our... We've got to expose the people in our... I'm not a Republican, okay? I'm an independent. I used to vote. In fact, we voted for Obama. Can you believe that? We voted for Obama.
Yeah, I made that mistake too.
Obama can call us racist all he wants, but we even gave his ass a chance. I'm sorry. Yep. I'm talking like Miss Katie now. I got to kick you in my
you're good.
A little
you're
bit
good.
There.
Well,
hey, but you have a blessed weekend.
You too, and thank you so much for the call. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye. God bless you.
Okay, let's go to Logan. Hey, Logan. Thank you so much for the call.
Hey, Will. How are you doing?
Man, I'm doing good. It's Friday. I'm blessed. All of you tuning in and giving me a call.
And my question is do you think the Supreme Court will rule in favor with Trump with ending birthright citizenship? What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know, to be honest with you, but they should, because it wasn't for the birthright citizenship it was not intended for illegals coming to the country and just spitting out kids and then go back home. The major problem with all of this, these anchor babies is that you have people from China coming to the United States of America, and then they birth kids in the United States of America. Then they go back to China, raise the kid up in a communist ideology, and then they're going to implant the kid back into the United States of America, and we can't deny them because they're registered as American citizens. They have a Social Security number. That's the agenda. They're trying to take over the United States of America in so many different aspects. It needs to come to an end. If you're not an American citizen and you're having children here, then your child should be the citizen of your country of origin. That's just it. But I don't know how the Supreme Court is going to rule. It's a very good question.
And we got to pray that they will rule in our favor with the Supreme Court ruling ending birthright citizenship. And before I get off the phone, Will, I was wondering if you could pray with me on the line right now, having God have his favor with the Supreme Court ruling in favor with ending birthright citizenship, if you don't mind.
Oh, absolutely. Do you want to say it?
I'd rather have you pray it.
Okay, I can do that. I can do that.
Thank you, Will.
No problem. Lord Jesus, we pray that you hear our prayers, you receive our prayers, Lord Jesus. We pray that the Supreme Court, Lord, is led by you. We ask you, Lord Jesus, to send the Holy Spirit to fill their minds, to fill their hearts, to do the right thing. Not to be hateful people, Lord Jesus, but to uphold the law, because the law is to help and benefit the people who cherish this nation. Lord Jesus, we pray for President Trump. We pray for our country, the 250th birthday, Lord Jesus, that we have a successful 4th of July and that everyone have a blessed weekend, Lord Jesus, and be able to protect our families and to keep our country. Again, Lord Jesus, we pray that the Supreme Court rules in favor of the people and the Constitution, and ultimately, Lord Jesus, to give you all the glory. Amen. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Will, for praying for that. I appreciate it a lot.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for the encouragement to pray.
And Will, we love it when you do Rise Up, because it helps me out and my family that you do Rise Up.
No,
and I'm glad you're doing it a lot for Jeremy this week.
Yes, absolutely. I was happy to do it. Happy to do it. All right.
Yeah.
Take care, Logan. God bless.
Have a good weekend.
You too. Bye.
You too. Bye.
All right. We got another one in here. Look, the phone line's open. And look, I put the number on Facebook and I put it on Threads and I put it on Instagram. The number's out there. So they don't have no excuse to call me. I'm hoping that they'll call me. We shall see. Hello, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from? You there, caller? Going once? Going twice? You there, caller? All right. Well, maybe they'll call back in. All right. I got some more stuff I want to play for you. But first, let me go to a quick break. Just a little short, quick break. And then we're going to come back to another communist. A communist that think they're going to take over.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Oh, hold on.
That is putting so many people's lives in. We saw today the support make a decision that is putting so many people's lives in jeopardy. And I just came back from a rally with 1199 as I stood alongside a number of Haitian New Yorkers who are concerned about what this means for their status in our city. And frankly, this city, the one that we love, is one that has been built by so many from so many different parts of the world. And that includes our Haitian brothers and sisters, our Syrian brothers and sisters. And we stand here ready to be in solidarity with all of those who are concerned by today's decision. And beyond just language of solidarity, actions of solidarity. Now, what that means when it comes to our city is if you are worried about what this means for your status, if you're worried about what this means for your family, I would encourage you to call our Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs hotline. And you can do so at 1-800-354-0365. Again, that's 1-800-354-0365.
So here he is putting out a phone number for people that are now unlawfully in the country, and that he is going to aid and abet these people to prevent them from adhering to the law. I'm so sick and tired of these politicians, and I don't care if they're white, black, Hispanic, Asian, Muslim, whatever, it doesn't matter. If they're going to do this, they should be picked up immediately by the FBI and jailed. He's creating an avenue for people to evade the law. Hello? Just imagine if I did that. Just imagine if you did that. If any of us did anything remotely close to this to create something to prevent people from following the law, to breaking the law, to getting around the law, we go to jail. That's the way it's supposed to happen. It's just like that judge, the judge that had the illegal there, the white liberal judge. She told ICE agents, oh yeah, he went that way. And then all on camera showing it, then she told the illegal to go the other way. She got in trouble. This dude should be in trouble for what he just did. And then, of course, if the DOJ goes after him, they're going to say, oh my goodness, President Trump is going after his political enemies, his political rivals. Are you kidding me? He's breaking the law. Because you're a Democrat in your position of authority, does not give you the right to break the law. They were the main ones screaming all day long, no one's above the law. No one's above the law. Remember?
Now, many of you know this is a city of 8.5 million people. More than 3 million of us were born elsewhere. I'm one of them. We're a city.
Well, let's say get all 3 of them out. All 3 million of you out. I have no issues with that. Go back home. Go back home. The 3 million of you are not here to assimilate. The 3 million of you are not here to make sure that America remains great. The 3 million of you, probably the 2.5 million of you, because there are some people that come to this country that want to assimilate and do the right thing. But people like him, they're not here for the benefit of making America great. They're here to destroy it. We're being invaded, people.
That's proud of our immigrant heritage. And when we think about, especially what Haitian New Yorkers have had to deal with, not just for weeks or months, years, but frankly for decades, we have seen a cruelty that has become normalized. And to have people who frankly taught the world about freedom, have their own freedom be put in jeopardy by the actions of a Supreme Federal administration, it is not only cruel, it's something that we will not ever accept. And so we stand, New Yorkers, proud of standing in solidarity and do everything that we can.
But these are not New Yorkers. These are not New Yorkers. Just like what they call them, Angelenos. The illegals show up in the United States of America. They get dropped off in California, living on the streets of California. They call them Angelenos. They're not even American citizens, but they call them Angelenos. And they'll fight for these illegals that are in the United States of America because they want their slave labor. The Democrat Party wants slaves. They want their slave labor. That's what it all comes down to. I want you to listen to a statement from Clarence Thomas, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, about this thing. And I don't know how well y'all can see it, but down at the bottom, there's a statement from him that's highlighted in yellow. And it's kind of small for me too. I can't really see it, but he's saying basically that they don't have, let me see if I can see it. Aliens have no equal protection rights against the federal government, but they want to give them. They want to give illegals more protection rights over the American citizens. And this is asinine. This shouldn't even be something we should be discussing. The Democrats that are elected into these positions say, well, you know what? Americans need to come first. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. In your country, you should come first before Americans. That's the way it should be.
Give me liberty or give me death. That devotion has driven the great achievements and heroism of Americans in the 250 years since. Think of the frontiersmen who settled the West. Think of the families who built their little towns on the prairies. Think of the women who raised their children to love God and country and sent them off to fight wars. It is a devotion expressed in the final sentence of the Declaration, the willingness to do anything for our principles that has throughout American history been most indispensable. It is that devotion that we are missing today and that we must find in our hearts if this nation is to endure.
Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas putting a spotlight on America's founding principles in a powerful speech.
Yep. And they want him gone like no tomorrow. He's a black man, remember? But they hate that black man because he follows the Constitution. They hate him with a passion. All right, we got another phone call here. Let's go to it. Hello, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello?
Hello. What's your first name? Where you calling from?
Oh, my name is Sherry. I didn't realize that you picked up.
Sherry?
Yes.
How you doing, Sherry? What you got?
Doing good. I'm actually in Southern Ohio in between Dayton and Cincinnati, and I'm well aware of the Springfield stuff. My best friend's family, mother, father, brother live there. Same problems are happening in Columbus. There's a lot they put through Dayton and Cincinnati. There's also a big influx where they've pushed a lot of Muslim immigrants. We're starting to see mosques build up. We're starting to see signs change. A lot of things people are not talking about. It's quite a bit more than people will think. Yeah. But my overall question comes down to the message. We all talk about, everybody hides behind Christianity as far as, oh, we shouldn't do this or we allow that. But the problem is nobody's actually walking the holy path. They're deciding that to be popular, to follow whatever trend or this or that is more important. And we can't affect the culture and have people change if we don't have the correct message and, more importantly, the correct messenger. Mm-hmm. Who and what do you think that is?
I'll be honest with you. I think the correct messenger has been President Trump, but they don't like it. Did not like it.
I agree.
And even before President Trump, I know. Let me say this too. Even before President Trump, 2,000 years ago, we had the correct messenger. They didn't want to hear it.
No, I agree, but that's my point now. How do you take care of it? Because if you take each culture, everybody complains this, that, whatever, and they all follow basically whatever they've been told, and that's half the problem. We have the instructions. Jesus gave us the instructions to follow. And what's worse is you have people claiming Christianity and then, okay, we allow this and that in when it's very clear the Bible's like, no, that is not allowed. How do we get the message back? Because I think too many people, when they rewrote the Bible claiming that it was translation, really took things and inverted and perversed them. And not enough people, I think, realize what they actually should be following and how to get that message across, because each culture has their own issues, but at the end of the day, it's the same problem. They're following that and hiding behind the other. And our bigger problem deals with a bigger spiritual issue, which is why people are allowing it.
here on LFA TV, every single morning, there's a broadcast called Rise Up. And it's typically...
Oh, yes, I've definitely seen that.
Yeah, so Jeremy, he's been out, and for the past 3 days, I've been doing the Rise Up every single morning. And this morning, talking about that very thing that you're bringing up. This morning, and the thing is how to get people to understand that we're being lied to. It has to be through the Holy Spirit and with sound doctrine. The problem that we run into is because we have so many different outlets, so many different avenues of people to get information. And because people don't read their Bibles, people don't have sound doctrine, they're believing the stuff that they're seeing on social media. They're believing the stuff that the liberal media is telling them. They're just believing it without question because they don't know. Now, how to get people to get on board with that? That's a really good question. Because what happens is when you share people, I'm pretty sure you've experienced this, when you share the truth with people, they reject it. Why are they rejecting it? Especially like with family members. You can share the truth with some family members or even friends that you know for a long time. And because you're like close friends or what have you, they reject what you're telling them. And you're not telling them because you want to be mean or hateful towards them. You're telling them because you love them. But they don't perceive it that way. They see the truth as something bad.
But at the same point, I've tried that with a lot of people that I thought that might happen. I said, no, I should still try. I've been amazed how many people will open their eyes. I think too many people are scared that the response you're going to get is that they'll just shut you out. And a lot of people, once you listen and you just keep at it, and plus live your life that way, I've been surprised how many people actually open their eyes. I don't think enough people are willing to take the risk.
That is the case too. And a lot of people don't want others to know that they support a certain agenda because of this world.
And on a side note, just to say too, like here in Ohio, another thing we're experiencing is it's actually at like the city council levels. They're going through with corporations and other bigger global groups and doing emergency funding meetings and doing this, that, and whatever, because they want to bring a lot more people in. They have no intentions of people going at all. They've changed infrastructure. We've seen them tearing down single-family homes to build up these high plexes because they want these people to come in. It has actually been increasing, not decreasing. And that's something that I don't think enough people realize. They need to look at their local level and see what these little meetings are approving and who it really is bringing in. And a lot of the mayors have been open about, I want climate immigrants or something like that, especially the Cincinnati mayor and the Lima mayor busted a few years ago on it. And then all of a sudden we had this massive infrastructure changes going on. And I mean a lot. Yeah. And then they're building all this stuff up. I don't think people realize that they're not planning on letting go anytime soon. We got to stand up. We got to stand up fast.
Yep, I completely agree with you. Sherry, thank you so much.
You have a blessed day.
You have a blessed weekend. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay. I want to share another one with you. And this is something that I've constantly talked about. And I shared a couple of videos earlier on how the radical left, who's going to pick our crops? Who's going to do these jobs that we don't want to do? You've heard it multiple times. Listen to this one.
And when there's 11 million people in custody, what are you going to do then?
I'm going to be very happy because I voted for mass deportation.
And who's going to build your houses?
Really quick.
Who's going to mow your lawns? Who's going to clean your house?
His racist rant. His racist rant.
No, it's not.
Hispanics can only mow your lawn.
Yeah, only illegals can mow your lawn. You know, I have a small piece of lawn. It's not big at all. When I lived in Arkansas, I had a really big backyard. I mean, it was redonkulous, almost to the point to where I could have gotten a ride on lawnmower. And I would have been happy. And it was still taking me about 30 minutes to do it with a riding lawnmower, maybe 40 minutes even. But I did it with a push lawnmower, and it took me about 2 hours to do it. Big lawn. Here, I got a small lawn, a little small piece of lawn, and I do it myself. Now, the racist white liberals that live across the street from me, they have Mexicans come in and do their lawn. Look, I'm not opposed to people paying other people to do their lawns. I'm not at all. But the man is capable of doing it. He just doesn't do it. They bring in illegals. Well, I'll take that back. I don't know if they're illegals. Okay, I'll take that back. I retract that statement. But they are Mexican. So they rather hire Mexicans instead of hiring American-based business to do the lawn. But who's going to do our lawn? This is the same thing that we hear from these people all the time. And who's going to pick our crops? Do y'all know what this is? How many of you know what this is? We're trying to probably make out, what is this image? What is this image? Well, what you see, those little orange things, those are carrots. And you can see machinery going around and picking the carrots. So if we get rid of all the illegals, this takes place. Oh my goodness. How does that work? How does that work? Look at that. So we get rid of illegals and wait a minute. So you mean the corn? You mean the carrots, the tomatoes, the grapes? You mean to tell me that they're still going to get picked? Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. And remember this one? This is oldie but goodie. Nancy Grossly Pelosi talking about the illegals because they want this liberal utopia.
Some of the farmers and the growers saying, why are you shipping these immigrants up north? We need them to pick the crops down here.
Oh my goodness, how racist can you be? She's a despicable racist woman. Nancy Pelosi is absolutely a despicable racist woman. But they're all the same way. They all think that way. None of them are different. Both black and white. Here's Jasmine Crackpot. Y'all remember this one?
How many of you are sending your kids to college to go and work on them? Okay, well, guess who is working the farms? So that you can afford your food. So that you can have food. So that you can have food. Now, how many of you are looking to send your kids into hospitality after this college education so that they can go and make the beds at the hotels?
You hear this?
How many of you are planning to send your kids to college? Because that's what we do here. We send everybody to college. How many of you are planning to send your kids to college so that they can then go and build these houses? So the reality is that so long as we live in a capitalist society, there's always going to be someone or a group of people that will do work that some of the rest of y'all don't want to do. These are the...
Do you hear that? Socialism. I told you Jasmine Crackpot is a total socialist. As long as we have capitalism, there's going to be jobs that people don't want to do. So you mean to tell me that if you adopt socialism, then there's going to be jobs that people will want to do? Is that what you're saying? No, because if there's socialism, there won't be any jobs. There won't be any jobs. They'll kill every single small business unless you are LGBT. They will kill them all. These people are straight up communist, socialist democrats. All right, we got another call here. Hello, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, it's me again from North Carolina. It's Karen. I got to call you on a different phone because my other phone was running down on the battery.
Okay.
Hey, Will.
Yes,
I got to tell you a joke because you had me laughing. I got to tell you a joke that Catcher had yesterday. It was so funny. He was talking about how up there in, when not Ted Cruz, I'm sorry, Governor Abbott and Ron DeSantis sent all the 39 illegals up there to, Martha's Vineyard, right?
Yes.
The Kennedy compound where the Obamas live and all that junk.
Yep.
Okay, they sent those up there and they couldn't stand it. They said, we don't have the accommodations for them. Yet they had tons of houses out there listed for Airbnb. They said, we just can't accommodate them. We cannot. And they sent them on their way and sent them to some kind of a,
I remember that.
somewhere in Boston or whatever.
They said, look, they don't have to go back home, but they got to get up out of here. That's what they were saying.
Yeah, I know. They said, we can't have them here. We don't have we're just not prepared for them. They gave them Fruit Loops. Catcher said they couldn't even give them name brand Fruit Loops. They gave them some stuff from Walmart or something, some cheap old things that weren't even a real, like Kellogg's or something, right? The funny thing is they gave them cereal, sent them off on their way and bust them on out of there, got them out of there, right? But the funny thing, he goes, he said, it's like up there in New England where they're rich and all, and they all go by Buffy and Biff and all that junk. They got the little nicknames. They said, Buffy says, oh, Biff, there's somebody out there with dark skin, and they don't even have a backpack blower or a weed eater in their hand. What are we going to do? Oh, my God. That Catcher is so funny. She says, we got to get rid of them. They're running around here with no backpack or weed eater in her hand. What are we going to do? Oh, my Lord. I just had to tell you that joke. And anyway, everybody that lives in Louisiana and Texas need to call Ted Cruz and John Kennedy and give them a piece of your little bit of mind we've got left and tell them what we think of them trying to not vote for that Save America Act. So all your listeners call and give them a piece of our mind.
Yeah.
Have a blessed weekend.
It's really disturbing. You too. God bless. Take
Bye-bye.
care. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Now, I don't watch Newsmax, but every now and then Newsmax will have something that's pretty good on there. And I want to share this clip that I saw about the whole socialist thing. And I encourage you, if you're a liberal out there, you're a liberal socialist Democrat, I mean, by all means, give me a call. I know there is at least one on there. Be brave. I don't bite. And you have there's no censorship here. You have free speech. By all means, give me a call. You can call me and tell me what's up. But for some reason, they don't want to call me. Do I bite? Why? Am I scary?
Socialism is spreading on the left after a trio of Mamdani-backed Democratic socialists swept their elections this week. New York voters now want socialism to spread nationwide.
I think socialism is a very important part of American culture. I feel like we could use a form of socialism in our lives.
So you would want to be ruled by a socialist government?
I would see how it goes, give it a try. Why not?
A more socialist system would be better.
I think that America should disband the federal government and then open borders like the European Union.
We mostly just want to protest like corporations.
Are these items for sale?
I don't think that is free.
In a perfect world, it's like free everything. I don't want to have to my leg and Jeff Bezos should pay for it.
2028 Democratic nominee for president. Would you want it to be a Democratic socialist?
Yeah, it wouldn't bother me.
Personally, yeah, I'm very open to it.
This is called an EBT card. Your check gets divvied up and it goes into my EBT card. So for this reason, I get around $200 a month to spend on whatever I want to spend on.
You said whatever you want to spend it on. Isn't it just for food?
Well, I also get cash.
With that, can you go and buy, let's say, alcohol?
Yeah, I get alcohol all the time.
What about like marijuana?
Yeah, definitely.
So with your EBT taxpayer money, you buy marijuana?
Well, this is socialism.
For the people that work, like yourself, are basically paying for him to get high.
And it's crazy because when it comes to food stamps, they said that you have to get food stamps.
What would you say to somebody who works and their money's being taken for you to buy marijuana, and they say that's not fair? What would you say to them?
I would tell them that they need to do research and understand what socialism is.
Got to get some of those EBT cards, right?
I mean, wow. And that's the stupidity that we see. That's the stupidity that we see constantly. And they actually believe that the whole, and I did a video and I was asking AI, and they still, to this day, they still believe that socialism has always been part of the United States of America. Street lights, getting pavement done on the street, first responders. They have fixed in their minds that all of that is socialism. No, it's not. It's 100% not socialism. The liberals are so stupid, they make the connection of socialism and social programs because of the word social. It just doesn't have the ism. They're stupid, blatantly dumb. It has nothing to do with it. Socialists want to have government control, telling you where you can live, where you can work, how you can think. They want to control every aspect of your life. That's socialism. Social programs can help people when they're in a time of need, to help you get out of it. But you're not supposed to remain on those social programs as a career move, just to help you a little bit to get on your feet and then you move on. That's what it's for. But they have taken it completely the other way. Completely the other way. Why? Because they're typically nasty people. And as I mentioned before, the Democrats, they're really the establishment Democrats. They are socialists themselves, but some of them would come out and say that look, we can't do this. But there's some that's adopting it because they believe, well, if this is the only way we can win, then this is what we'll do. if this is the only way we can win. Right?
And you said in your victory speech that you may have been insurgents in the primary, but now it's time to build unity within the party. So how do you plan to do that and ease some of those concerns, like those of your future colleagues, like Congressman Meeks?
Look, primaries are where we work out differences we have about the future of the party. The general election is where we go build unity and support each other. So I'll be out working for Kate Conley up in the Hudson Valley and Pat Ryan. You know, I knocked doors for Tom Suozzi and Laura Gillen out on Long Island. I joked I did it in mustache and glasses, so I wouldn't. So there's been plenty of times when I have supported more moderate. I want the same in the other direction. You know, part of why Representative Goldman lost is that he didn't support Zohran Mamdani when he was the Democratic nominee for mayor in the general election.
That's what screwed him up. Did you hear that last part? Let me take that last part right here again.
And you said in your victory speech that you may have been insurgents.
What lost is that he didn't support Zohran Mamdani when he was the Democratic nominee for mayor in the general election.
That's right there why Goldman is not there any longer. Because he refused to support Mamdani. Can we say it like that? Instead of Mamdani? Mamdani. He refused to support Mamdani. And the Democrats, all of the socialist Democrats there say, hey, you refuse to support Mamdani and you support Israel. Not that he really does. The only reason why he says that he support Israel, I'm talking about Dan Goldman, is because he wants them to continue to send him money. The Jewish people, the stupid Jewish people in New York that's funding the socialist agenda right now. That's the reason why. And he's done. He's out. He's completely out. Here's another one I want to share with you with these idiotic Democrats. And then we're going to go back to the phone lines. I see we got another person calling in. Actually, let me go to the phone line and then we'll go to that. All right. And then I'll show you the next one. Hello, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from? You there, caller? I can hear somebody in the background. You there, caller? Going once?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, there I can hear. Barely, I can barely hear you. Are you having me like you have an earpiece or something on?
No, sir, I don't have an earpiece. I'll try to speak louder.
Can you go just directly to the phone and remove the earpiece?
I don't have an earpiece in.
Okay, because I can barely hear you.
If you hold on 1 second, I can see if I can fix it. Hold on. See if I can fix it.
Okay, because I can barely hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Oh, loud and clear.
Hey, what's happening, baby?
And what's going on? What's your first name? And where you calling from?
DD.
D?
DD.
DD.
Yes, sir. It's the old nickname my dad gave me back in the 60s.
Okay. What you got?
I'm an old man. Yeah, I mean, I like to listen to something like the opposing side. A lot of times, I'm absolutely a liberal person from Washington, D.C.
Really?
I like to hear people spew their racist nonsense about liberals and socialism. They can't explain socialism. They can't prove that liberals are socialists. They just spew a lot of nonsense, like their leader Donald Trump. Like when he said that Donald Trump said that the National Guard deployment in Washington D.C. somehow affected crime, but they did an independent study and found out he's a filthy liar.
It did affect the crime.
Not at all.
It did affect the crime.
It did.
It did affect the crime.
An independent study called the Niskanen Center said that he was a liar.
Which center?
He also said in April of 2020.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. I didn't get. I'm sorry, sir.
There was zero murders in Washington D.C. after he deployed the guard.
Sir, hold on, sir. You said which center? Sir, you said what center?
50 murders. We told the lie that
what center? What center?
Number of murder down to zero.
What center did you? What center did you refer to?
Donald Trump.
Was it the SPLC? Is that what you said?
No. There's an independent study.
Independent study. So yes. I can do an independent study myself. You know that, right?
You could, but you'd probably be lying.
And you could do an independent study too and just say, nope, it didn't affect it. That's exactly what's happening here. I've been to D.C. multiple times, and D.C. was a crime-ridden location. And after he put in the National Guard, the people there are completely different. How am I lying when I've been there multiple times? I can say if I had never been there, then that would be the case.
I was born and raised there. I'm there right now.
So?
And Trump absolutely lied.
So let me ask you this. This will determine if you actually see the truth or not.
I will finish my point.
Let me ask you a question. Because we need to get a baseline here.
Since he deployed the National Guard.
Let's get a baseline here. Let me ask you a question.
There was 51 murders.
Let me ask you a question. Let's get a baseline here.
No.
Let's get a baseline because I need to know if you know the truth or not. Can a man in a dress become a woman?
I'm asking a question.
Can a man in a dress become a woman? Let's get a baseline here. Let's get a baseline. Can a man in a dress become a woman? Is a man in a dress a woman? Yes or no?
Is a man in a dress is simply a man in a dress?
It's simply a man in a dress.
I tell you what a woman.
Okay, so let me ask you this. How are the Democrats not socialists?
You ask one question, I'll ask one question.
How are the Democrats not socialists?
Exonerate Donald Trump pushing
How are the Democrats not socialists?
I'm asking a question.
Okay, go ahead. What's your question?
Donald Trump's lies.
What's your question?
A man in a dress is a man in a dress.
Okay, what's your question?
The question is that what you just said, changing the subject, exonerate the lies of Donald Trump?
What's your question?
That's the question. We were talking about Donald Trump and the deployment of the National Guard.
And it's been successful. I've witnessed it firsthand.
You switched to a ridiculous question about a man in a dress.
I've witnessed it firsthand.
Answer the question. A man in a dress is a man in a dress.
Okay, I got that. And when President Trump sent in the National Guard, I witnessed it firsthand. Yes. It did make a difference.
It did. No. He said it reduced crime.
It did reduce crime. Let me ask you, why did Mayor Bowser say that it reduced the crime? Why did your Mayor Bowser, which hates President Trump, why did she say it reduced the crime? Why did she say that?
You can look.
Why did she say that?
Maybe she lies too. Maybe she lies. Maybe they're friends.
Oh, so now she's lying. She hates President Trump as much as you do, but now she's lying.
Have a drink together. Yes, she could be lying.
Why is she gonna lie? Why don't she just side with you? Why don't she just go ahead with you and just continue lying? You're lying.
Maybe I don't know. I can't answer that question. We have to ask Muriel Bowser that question.
She hates Trump much as you do, and she says yes. Even the police commissioner in D.C. said that it brought down the crime.
I can tell you what I know. I know that I hate Trump. You actually think that I know. I know that Trump lied.
Why are Democrats not socialists?
No evidence that I also know is
every Democrat is a socialist.
That people that Haitian asylum seekers were eating dogs and cats. He had no evidence, but he said that anyway. And then
are you suggesting that Haitians don't ever eat dogs and cats?
You get black folks that don't roll over.
Are you suggesting that they never eat cats and dogs?
I'm absolutely saying that.
So when it came out years ago that they were eating cats and dogs in Haiti, you're saying that they never did that. That wasn't true either.
What I'm saying is what Donald Trump said.
That's part of their custom. It's part of their custom to eat cats and dogs. Yes, it is.
That is absolutely.
It is. Yes, it is. Dude, read a book.
It's still alive.
Read a book, dude. That's exactly what it is.
More times.
It's part of their custom. That's the reason why it came up.
You know what? There are people in places in the world that do eat dogs and cats.
And that's one of them. They practice witchcraft. They practice being warlocks. They practice this stuff and they eat cats and dogs.
They don't eat dogs and cats.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. It's part of their custom.
Had no evidence of it.
It's part of their custom.
He said it loud. Donald Trump said that loud. He said it loud, and people who want.
Why are Democrats socialists?
Said it.
Why are Democrats socialists? Why are you socialists?
That's the question for you.
Why are you socialists?
You said that
But you are a socialist. Why you support socialism?
You said that liberals are socialists.
They are. Why you support? Why do they support socialists?
And being a liberal is an ideology. They're not the same thing.
They're socialists, though. They're still socialists at the end of the day.
You have to prove that. You made that assertion. You have to prove
Do you think that people should be able to bear arms?
Sure, but in February of 2018, Donald Trump was the only president in my lifetime that suggested taking arms from American citizens.
Are you for abortion?
That was Donald Trump.
No, he's not. Are you for abortion?
In 18.
Are you for abortion?
Say again?
Are you for abortion?
I'll put it like this. I believe I wouldn't participate in abortion, but I believe abortion should remain legal for people who decide that abortion is the right. So you're a socialist. I'm not a socialist.
You are a socialist.
But I do believe people should have the right to have an abortion if they so choose.
So you believe people should have the right to kill the unborn child?
No, I mean
that's what you're saying.
Eliminate a pregnancy.
Yeah,
no,
the unborn
child. I can tell you what I'm saying.
The unborn child.
You think I'm saying?
You want to kill the unborn child, and I bet you're happy that they kill more black babies too, don't you?
I would participate. I would not participate in abortion myself.
Yeah, but you're okay with them killing black babies, aren't you?
Not babies. Eliminating pregnancy.
They're babies. They're babies.
They're not babies.
They're babies.
They're absolutely not babies.
And you're happy that they're killing black babies, aren't you?
I didn't say I was happy. I said people should.
You're okay. Okay, so you're okay with them killing black babies.
I'm absolutely complicit with people who decide they need an abortion.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That means you're a socialist.
No, that doesn't.
That's another example of you being a socialist.
No, it does not.
Yes, it is.
It does
Socialism is all for abortion.
Socialism
even if they say that, well, I'm not going to get abortion myself. But they say that, well, everybody who wants to get an abortion should be able to get an abortion.
What socialism is, sir. You have no idea what you're saying.
100% know what I'm saying. In New York City in 2012, listen to this. I'm going to educate you. I'm going to let you on something that you didn't know. I'm going to let you in on something that you didn't know. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Let me let you in on something that these racist white Democrats did to black people that you don't know. In New York in 2012, there was more black babies aborted than born, but you don't have a problem with that.
How would you know that, sir?
Dude, look it up. Do you not have Google in your hand? Do you not have a keyboard? I mean, come on, man. It only takes a couple clicks. How many babies were aborted in 2012 in New York City? It's called research. This is not the first time I've had this conversation.
So you made the assertion.
No, it's not an assumption. It's not the first time I had this conversation.
I concede to it because you can't. You cannot do that. You're just making things up. You said
I'm not making it up. How do I benefit by making it up?
I agree.
Where's the benefit? Where's the benefit? Where's the benefit of me making it up?
That does not make me a socialist.
Where is the benefit of me making it up? How do I benefit? How?
That's called propaganda.
How am I going to? No. But how am I going to benefit?
No. That's exactly what propaganda is.
How am I going to benefit?
Just like Trump said.
How do I benefit? You're not answering the question. How do I benefit?
I answered the question.
How do I benefit?
Your propaganda.
No, you're talking about pushing that propaganda. So how do I benefit from that propaganda? How do I benefit? If it is propaganda, sir,
same ridiculous notions that
how do I benefit?
And you get more. That's how you benefit.
How do I benefit?
By the viewership. You get other knuckle draggers.
So you're saying the only benefit that I get out of it is telling the truth.
No.
And it's up to you to have a sound mind to go look it up. You don't even want to go look it up. And I know why you don't want to look it up.
You're just saying things.
I know why you don't want to look it up. I know why you don't want to look it up. I know why you don't. No, I know why. I know exactly why you don't want to look it up.
So you wouldn't have to.
I know exactly why you don't want to look it up. I know why you don't want to. I can tell you. I'll be happy to tell you why you don't want to look it up. I know why you don't want to look it up.
What your opinion is about me?
No, it's not in my opinion. I know through and through why you don't want to look it up. I know the answer already. You don't have to tell me. I already know.
You can say the answer.
No, I can tell you. I already know.
You can say that clean.
I already know. No, I know the answer why you don't want to look it up. I know the answer why you don't want to look it up.
You can say that clean code is code that is washed.
I know the answer why you don't want to look it up.
Is an invisible plate.
I still know the answer why you don't want to look it up.
Right? That's stupid.
I know why you don't want to look it up. You know why you don't want to look it up?
That is also stupid.
You know why you don't want to look it up? Because you like the lie. You love the
you
lies.
That you spoke to the
You
president
hate
of the
the
Virgin Islands,
truth.
but that would also be stupid.
You hate the truth. You love the lies. That's why you don't want to look it up.
You have to prove
because
that
you
the
would go
truth
look it up. You said
if you prove
because
the
you
truth
can go
first,
look
then
it
I
up and
concede
prove
to
me
the lie.
wrong, but you refuse to do that.
If you show me where it is, I'll concede to the truth.
Dude.
Right?
Dude.
That's fair, right?
Do your own research.
That's fair.
Go look it up and prove me wrong,
fair.
but you can't do it.
I made
You can't do it.
And I told you where to look fine.
You can't do it.
Right?
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this before I let you go. Let me ask you this. Who freed the slaves? Republicans or Democrats?
Liberals. Abolitionists. That's who freed the slaves. Democrats at that point. No, I'll answer it. I'll answer directly. The people who were.
Oh my goodness.
The people who freed the slaves were liberals.
Emancipation Proclamation.
Republicans at the time.
Who freed the slaves again? Who was in the White? Who was in the White House? Who was the president?
They were Republicans.
Huh?
Abraham Lincoln, who was a Republican.
He was a Republican. When did the party switch? Because I know that's what you think.
I would say the policy was switched, I say, around 1964, and the evidence of that is Strom Thurmond, a staunch person who agreed with segregation.
Thurmond, was Thurmond a Republican or a Democrat?
Voting more conservatively.
Was Thurmond a Democrat or a Republican?
Say who?
Was he Republican or Democrat?
Say again?
Was Thurmond a Republican or Democrat?
Both.
You can't be both.
Strom Thurmond was a Democrat and then he became a Republican.
Oh my goodness, dude. So
yes.
Who was Martin Luther King? Was Martin Luther King marching against Republicans or Democrats? Listen carefully. Listen carefully. Was Martin Luther King?
One question.
Was Martin Luther King marching against Democrats or Republicans?
I said he was both.
Was Martin Luther King marching against Democrats or Republicans?
So you think it's fair? You think it's fair just to
who was Martin Luther King marching against?
Without resolving that question.
Who was Martin Luther King marching against?
Conservatives.
Republicans or Democrats?
Conservatives.
No, conservatives were marching with him.
That's an answer.
They were marching with him.
Want to preserve.
Dude, go look up the history. Who was the president when? Who was the president when Martin Luther King when the left killed Martin Luther King? When they killed Martin Luther King, who was the president?
Civil rights movement were all conservatives. Every single civil rights leader at that time were liberals.
No, dude, you don't know. See, this is the problem right here.
No, I know.
This is the problem right here. You don't know the truth. You don't know the truth.
Put my hard-earned money up against your hard-earned money.
Martin Luther King was marching against Democrats.
Would you like to do that?
LBJ said he'll have all these N-words voting Democrat within 200 years. Just got to give them a little something. And that's exactly what happened.
To people who are as silly as you. Those people were conservatives. The people who were civil rights leaders were all liberals. That is a liberal ideology.
That's not true.
As the people who
you're ignorant.
Fought for women's rights were all
your level of ignorance is showing. That's not true.
Were all liberals.
That's not true at all.
The abolition movement was absolutely.
It was conservative. It was Republicans.
It was not.
It was Republicans. Sir. The Democrats. The Democrats did not want black people to have the right to vote. The Democrats did not want women voting.
But they were liberals.
The Democrat Party that you support today still wants slavery today.
Let me ask you this, sir. Would you ask a question if I ask you one?
Go. Before I let you go.
The KKK, they are Christian conservatives. Yes or no?
No.
You're absolutely lying.
Who created the KKK? Who created the KKK?
Christian conservatives. Every last one that's ever been alive in this
read
world
a book.
has been a Christian and conservative. That is one of their rules.
The KKK.
You cannot be in the KKK.
The KKK was created so that they intimidated and they targeted black people and white people that voted for the Republican ticket. You need to go back and read a book. You're not reading the books. This is the problem. They get people like you to believe all this nonsense. And I want to say thank you for calling in. Thank you for calling in. I mean, really. Look, I'll put the number out there for them to call. I put the number out there for everybody to call. Let's go to Karen from California. Hey, Karen, thank you so much for the call.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, you did good, Will, because I wouldn't have laughed, because you can't change stupid.
I know you can't. You can't.
And he just fooling. He is deceived.
Yes.
And he need to take a history class about history.
100%. And I tried to tell him, but he didn't want to hear it.
And this is what's wrong with the liberals. They are rude. They overtalk you. Look at CNN, how they do Scott Jennings. They always interrupt him when he's talking, and they call him when he interrupts them. They are rude. Those women on there are very rude.
Yes. Yes.
And that young man who called you, he's deceived.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. 100%.
And I try to stay calm too, because you cannot talk with them.
Well,
like I said,
I put the number. So before I go live, a lot of times, not all the time, not as much as I think I should, but a lot of times, especially when I take phone calls, I would create like a picture, or I do like a little small video, and I put it on Threads, Facebook, and Instagram, and on X, and different places, telling people to give me a call, especially if you have a different opinion than mine. So I welcome the call. I welcome the call.
Yes, I do too. I like to hear how they think.
I'm thankful that he called. I really do appreciate that he called, but we need to have a conversation like you and I going back and forth. But he just want to keep talking because they don't want to hear the truth. So, and I give him the opportunity to talk. So,
well, you did very good, Will.
Thank you.
And pray for California that that the people here would learn how to count, because we still haven't got the ballots counted yet. This state is the only state that can't count.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Well, thank you so much for the call, and have a blessed weekend. Take care. All right, look like we got another caller. Hello, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Name is Didi.
It's Didi. Is this you again?
Hey, it's me again.
All right. We're going to have a conversation?
Sure.
Did you hear the young lady that just called from California?
That lady was probably, she was probably my age, and I'm nearly 60.
You're 60 and you hadn't figured it out yet. How does that happen?
I'm nearly 60, yeah.
And you hadn't figured it out yet. How's that happen?
No, see, I asked you specific questions. You wouldn't answer them.
So,
but I answered the question that you asked me. I answered the questions, but you didn't answer mine.
What's the question that you asked?
The one question I asked, well, it's more of a statement. I said the KKK. I know the KKK were formed to prevent people from voting. The initial KKK. But I also know that every person who's in the KKK were conservative and Christian. That's one of their rules.
That's not true. Now, they
sir, I would like to put up money. I would like to put up money to prove my point.
Look, I know that they.
You and I can better make it better.
Let me finish. I know that they call themselves Christians. That's no secret. But if we're going to be honest about it, you even have Democrats today that call themselves Christians.
So you think it's honest to call people Democrats? We're trying to be kind of honest here. You should call people Democrats.
Let me ask you this: give me one example of something evil, wicked, under the sun that the left doesn't support. Just one thing.
Doesn't support
something evil, something that Satan would want to push onto the planet that the evil Democrats wouldn't support. Just one thing.
So number one, you had to ask me about
you're not even answering the question, dude.
Because I don't believe in a Satan.
Y'all watching this, everybody? Now this is to my benefit because this. Hold on. This is right here.
I will answer the question.
I will answer the question. One thing.
But I don't believe in a Satan. There's no such thing as a Satan.
Of course you don't. Of course you don't.
You can say something that's
one thing evil under the sun. One thing evil under the sun that the Democrats don't support. Name it.
Yes, bombing schools in Iran.
What?
Bombing schools in Iran.
No one supports that.
That's under the sun. That's under the sun.
No one supports that. But I guess,
sure.
But you know what?
Donald Trump absolutely supported it.
Actually, they do support it.
They don't support that.
Because when Obama was in office for 7 months, he was bombing Libya, and none of the Democrats said anything about it. Schools were getting bombed.
I said Iran. I said bombing schools.
Okay,
in
so
Iran.
now it needs to be specifically Iran.
You said a specific question.
Are you for transgenderism?
Am I for transgenderism? I'll tell you what I am. I believe that people who believe they are transgender, they should have the same rights and privileges as anyone else.
But
should
they get special rights because they're transgender? If you're a human being, you get rights. Do you think they should get?
Yes.
Do you think they should get special rights because they're transgender?
Not special rights, no.
Is there such thing as transgender?
I believe so.
You believe so? There's no prove it.
Yes, sir. I'm not. I can't make a clinical diagnosis of it, but I believe that it is.
You're talking about a mental state. You're talking about mental issues.
Yes.
That's what you're talking about. These are people that are mentally disturbed. There's no one can actually turn from a man to a woman. It is not physically possible. It's not even mentally possible to do it. They can tell themselves, they can lie to themselves like you do. You can lie to yourself all day long, but you cannot do it.
I'm not transgender. But this is what I say. What I say is,
why do you support the Democrat Party?
I can't make a clinical diagnosis, but I can tell you what I believe.
Why do you support the Democrat Party?
I'm trying to answer it.
Why do you support?
Can I answer your question?
Why do you support the Democrat Party?
I'll answer your question. First question. I'll answer that question after I answer the first question. How about that?
Okay. What's the question?
Okay. No, I'll answer your first question. It says about the transgender, but a man turning into a woman. Right? I can't make a clinical diagnosis, but I believe that people who believe that they are transgender believe that they were born with the wrong sexual assignments.
So
that's what I believe.
Okay, that's just a belief, but it's not physically possible.
Believe that
there's no clinical trials. There's no physical, medical. You don't even have to be a doctor. All you have to do is use common sense. After thousands of years of people being on the planet, not a single person has ever transitioned from being one thing to another. It's not possible. You can believe you're a unicorn. You can believe you're a unicorn all day. That's irrelevant.
Right? You said that was mental, right? So those people believe that they were born. They believe
people can be born in the wrong sexual assignment, unicorns,
right?
People believe they can be unicorns.
So does it make it so? Because that is a medical diagnosis. I can't make that diagnosis.
People can believe they're born unicorns,
right?
People can believe that they're unicorns.
That is a clinical diagnosis, right?
People can believe that they were born unicorns. Just like people doesn't make it so.
People believe that you can ingest disinfectants because one man told them to, and they did. People died from it. People believe that you can ingest disinfectants to cure COVID-19. There were people who believed that. There were people who actually believed that. And they took the disinfectants and they died.
Oh my goodness, you take something that is a blatant conversation on can you do something that's possible. Hold on. I don't want to have to disconnect you. I don't want to have to disconnect you. Hold on. So what you're referring to is when President Trump, when they were talking about bleach, killing the COVID, President Trump at the time said, remember Bill Clinton even talked about the word is there something that you can do that will do the same thing that you can inject? That's what he said. He asked the question.
No.
That's what he said. Oh my goodness, dude. Go back and look at it. Go back and look at it.
Sir.
Go back and look at it, dude. That's what he said.
Okay.
But you were going based off what somebody else told you because you just said that proves to me that you don't look at information yourself.
I will concede to that. Just to get to another point. There were people who believed that he said that, and they took the disinfectant.
Wait, you know what? There was actually some stupid people that did that. I'm not denying that.
We can't make a clinical diagnosis, sir. We can't make it. I can't make it. You can't make it. We don't have that expertise.
If someone is born and they believe that they're unicorns, common sense will tell you that no, you're not born a unicorn. It doesn't happen.
Beyond common sense,
regardless of what you believe. You believe President Trump is racist and he's not.
That's why we have experts.
You believe President Trump is racist
that study certain things.
And he's not. President Trump is not racist.
I said he was stupid.
President Trump is not racist.
I said he was stupid. I didn't say he was racist.
How is he stupid?
I said he was dumb.
Give me an example.
Okay, President Trump invited the president of Liberia to the Oval Office.
Okay.
He asked the man, how did he learn to speak English?
So?
Right?
So?
The president of the United States of America should know why a person from Liberia would speak English, considering the history of Liberia and the United States of America.
Dude,
why would he not know that?
That's him asking a question doesn't mean he's stupid. Stupid people don't ask questions.
That means he's stupid.
Stupid people don't ask questions. Give me a better example, dude. That's a dumb example. Give me a better example.
How about another one?
Give me a better example.
Trump said that he spoke to the president of the Virgin Islands. He said he spoke to him.
So?
In 2017, President Trump said he spoke to the president of the Virgin Islands.
Okay. He actually spoke to Putin. He spoke to Kim Jong-un. He spoke to Benjamin Netanyahu. He even spoke to the leaders in Iran. He spoke to many people.
That's like saying he spoke to the leader of the
give me something that's actual that I can go along and say yes.
He actually said it.
So what?
2018, he spoke
to him. So what? He speaks to a lot of people.
So what? That's stupid.
It's stupid that he speaks to people.
How about another one?
It's stupid that he speaks to people.
It doesn't exist. That man doesn't exist. There's no president of the Virgin Islands.
Was he talking about the president or the leader of the Virgin Islands? Does the Virgin Islands have a leader?
The leader would be different. If he said the leader, that would be different.
Goodness,
he said the president.
So he's referring to the leader of the Virgin Islands and call him the president of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, scrap that one. What about this one? He said if you're flying next to the B-52 bomber, you can't see it. It's an invisible plane. That's stupid.
What is?
If you're flying right next to the B-52 bomber, which is also called the stealth bomber, you won't be able to see it.
The radar won't be able to see it.
See it. If he said the radar, that would be different. He said you wouldn't be able to see it if you fly next to it.
It only takes a little common sense. It only takes a little common sense to understand. Just a little. We're not talking about a lot.
So we have to understand the president.
Just a little.
We have to understand
just a little. Just a little. Again, you're not giving me valid reasons to say that he's dumb. President Trump has done more for this country than any other president in the history of this country. And that's the reason why you're so upset. This is the reason why you're mad. It's the reason why you're angry, because he's doing more. President Trump has done more, even for the black community, than Obama. Obama is a charlatan.
No, he did not.
Obama
right
is evil. Obama is perverted.
That's what black people do.
And you know what? Michelle Obama's a man.
Yeah, dig this. Dig this.
Wait. You started. You almost started laughing.
Dig this. No, because it's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Oh no! Wait. You almost started laughing, dude.
No, I didn't start laughing. No, I said dig this because I'm going past that stupidity. Dig this.
Black people. Did y'all hear him? Y'all let me know in the chat. Did y'all hear him? He almost started laughing.
Yeah, you heard me. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. But dig this. This isn't ridiculous. This is actual truth. You want to hear it? You want to hear the truth? You want to hear something? You want to contrast what Trump did for black people with Obama did for black people? How about that?
Michelle Obama's a man. Michelle Obama's a man.
Okay. Right on.
You like that, don't you?
And your hat is beautiful.
You like that, don't you?
Your hat reminds me of Beyonce's hat. Can you stand up and twerk for me? If you stand up and twerk, I'm sure y'all about the same complexion. Y'all both in Texas. I'm sure you can twerk as good as Beyonce. Let's see you do it.
Do you have hot sauce in your purse?
Huh?
Do you have hot sauce in your purse?
Can you twerk as good as Obama? You're about the same complexion. You're both from Texas. I'm sure you can do the
Let me ask you this: are black people free? Let me ask you: are black people free in America right now? Yes or no?
Free? What do you mean by free?
Are they free? Just in general, are they free?
Yes, black people free.
Is America a racist country? Yes or no?
America itself is not racist, but there are people in America who are racist.
So why do you remain in America? If that's the case.
I was born in America. I love America. I served America in the United States Marine Corps. All my stuff is in America. You get good hamburgers in America.
So you served in the Marine Corps, and thank you for your service.
Absolutely.
Can I say that? Thank you for your service. So you served in the Marine Corps, and you know that the Democrats, they want to disarm, they want to dismantle the military, but yet you still support
No, I don't. No, they don't do that.
Yes, they
do.
Oh my goodness, dude, where have you been? Aren't you
Absolutely
almost 60? There's no excuse for that.
Yes,
you have no excuse. Huh? You're almost 60. There's no excuse for that.
No,
for you to be almost 60 and you are still believing what the Democrats are telling you, there's no excuse for that, sir.
I'll tell you what, sir. I will concede to it right now if you can provide some proof of that. But I can provide some proof of some things of Donald Trump.
I know it is. Maybe because you're so close to 60, you don't know how to use the internet.
You're a black man, and I'm a black man.
Hey,
you're a black man, I'm a black man.
I have to stand. I stand corrected.
The memorial to black
I stand corrected.
Veterans in the Netherlands.
I stand corrected. I stand corrected. Governor Hochul in New York said black people don't know how to operate a computer. Maybe that's your excuse.
That's not my excuse. That's Governor Hochul. That's not my excuse. I don't have excuses.
I mean, how come you can't do the research on your own? Why you need me to do it?
Right.
I've already done it. I just told it to you. So it's up to you if you want to receive it now.
Want to dismantle the military. I would like for you to provide some proof, and I will concede right now.
Obama, how many military bases did Obama shut down? Do you even know the answer to that? Let me ask you this. Did Obama shut down military bases? And these weren't military bases that should have been retired, that are old. I'm just asking you, did Obama shut down military bases? Yes or no?
That I'm not entirely sure of.
Please look it up. Sir, I'm not trying to tell you anything because I want you to, you know, the Bible tells us our people perish because of lack of knowledge. And you right now, you're not even wanting to acknowledge what I'm telling you. And I'm not telling you this stuff because I want to be hurtful to you. I'm telling you, I know, I'm just telling you. Okay, I hear you. I'm telling you this stuff because I want you to know it. You being almost 60, you should already know this stuff.
So far, I've said things.
Have you ever read?
I said things that you didn't know. You said nothing that I didn't know. I just said I didn't really know about the base shutting down. That's the only thing that you said that I had to concede to. Now, everything that I said, you can look up. You denied that Trump lied about the pyramid of the National Guard. You didn't concede to that. I told you what to look for.
Because I was there firsthand. I saw what took place firsthand.
Your love was right. You love Trump. Trump presented himself as God. Himself as God. And I know you believe in God. So is Trump your God?
No, Trump doesn't.
That the God you're talking about?
God.
Yeah,
you got trolled.
As a matter of fact, the first commandment of the Bible is have no God before. So
you got trolled. You got trolled. You got trolled.
Which one is yours?
You got trolled.
No.
Trump said, okay, before I let you go, because my show time is getting ready to end up. Before I let you go, have you ever read this book called Whites, Blacks, Racist Democrats by Reverend Wayne Perryman? I'm showing the book on the screen right now.
I know got Wayne Perry from DC. I know got named Wayne Perry, but not that guy.
Listen to me. It's called Whites, Blacks, Racist Democrats by Reverend Wayne Perryman. I encourage you to get the book and read it. It's 100% factual. He even have reference. He even have points, bullet points, and other locations to where you can go look it up yourself. Whites, Blacks, Racist Democrats by Reverend Wayne Perryman. I'm only telling you this so you will be informed, so you will know. You're almost 60. There's no excuse for it. All right.
I'm pretty informed.
Well, hey, thank you so much for the call. I really do appreciate you calling me. Call me again, okay? I really do appreciate it.
I shall.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one.
All right.
Take care.
You too.
All right. Let's get one more in here before we got to get up out of here. Let's go to look like we have Chris from Indiana. Hey, Chris, thank you so much for the call.
Hey, Will. As you know, we've talked before. I just wanted to say that guy kind of discredited himself with everything he said when he was trying to talk about truth, but yet telling lies. And here's why. Because he wants to talk about truth. Guess what? Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one come to the Father but through me. Okay. So since Jesus is God, what God says goes. God says it was male and female, two genders. You can't change your gender because God don't make mistakes. So everything he just said is a complete lie.
Right. Yep. 100%.
So just so everyone's aware, I hope he's listening, because everything he just said was a complete lie, and he needs someone to come alongside him and really open his eyes up to the truth. Start by reading a Bible. I hear Genesis is a really good book to start with.
He needs Jesus. 100%. 100%.
And take it from someone who just recently started a church in Bluffton, Indiana. We have noticed that a lot of people don't really know Jesus, and so we're trying to get Jesus to more people. And there's conversations like this happening all over the place. But people are starting to realize that, hey, maybe they may not be right. One of the first sermons I preached there was about who is our higher power and why it should be Jesus, because we're dealing with addicts in recovery. It's called Recovery Church. And one of the first sermons I preached about is who's our higher power and why it should be Jesus. And I went through and proved who Jesus was, and proved the Bible was true, and used that to show that, hey, he's the higher power that will get you through whatever you're facing. So I just need these people to understand that, look, you can say truth all you want, but when you quote truth, you better quote from the truth, which is Jesus.
Well, a lot of times they go as to say, well, this is my truth, right? You've heard him say that. Well, that's your truth. You've heard him say that. And that's funny you mentioned that, because that's how my sermon started. Well, what if my truth says that your truth is a lie? Who's to say what is true? There has to be an authority in our lives to tell us what is true, and that authority is God. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
So, yep. Have a good day, Will. I love your show. Love what you're doing. Keep it up, brother.
Thank you. God bless. Take care. That's why I put the number out there. I put the number out there for people to give me a call, because I want to hear from them. And good on him for calling, for being brave enough to call. Thank you, Dee Dee, if you're still watching. Thank you so much for calling. Okay? I mean, we don't agree on anything, but that's what it's about. We have to get to the point to where we can talk to each other and disagree with each other and still have conversation. And I'm hoping that he will read it. And you know what? One time I took this book and I did a video on Facebook, and the video went viral with me talking about this book. And I know on the back of the book, it says this book is $16.95. And I did a video talking about this book, encouraging people to go read it, go check it out. On Amazon, after I did that video, the book went to $1,000. Like, they went up to $1,000 to try to prevent people from reading it. I mean, it was pretty wild that they did that. And this is full of a whole bunch of, things that happened. And I love the way they did it, because he lays it out what happened in 1915, 1917, 1918. And he did it by the years. He did it by the years for each one of them. Like, let me just read one thing to you before we get out of here. I'm a black man. I can read. I'm not perfect at it, but I can read. And this is something that I highlighted when I was reading this book. We would state that we have been law-abiding citizens. We pay our taxes, and in many parts of the states, our people have been driven from the polls. These are black people being driven from the polls by racist white Democrats, and refuse the right to vote. Sound familiar? See, the Democrats try to say this all day long right now. Many have been slaughtered while attempting to vote. We ask, how long is this state of things going to last? The Democrats have been doing this for the longest. We also find that our service to the government and our race have become special object of hatred and persecution at the hands of the Democrat Party. Now, of course, it doesn't say Democrat. And here it says the Democratic Party, and they're not even democratic. Nothing about them is democratic. Our people have been driven from their homes in great numbers, having the readiness only in the U.S. courts, which is in many cases unavailable to to each them. Let me see if I can find one more thing in here. How much time do we have? This was, I really enjoyed this. Really enjoyed this. Being able to be on here all this time with you for these hours. There was one particular passage in here that really stood out to me. And this was about when the Democrats when they were really trying to prevent black people from voting. Let me see if I can find it, because it also goes into detail how the Klan would kill both. This is how I learned a lot of this, because I was reading in the book. They were preventing black and white people from reading it. So I can't find it right now. I should have bookmarked it. But it also talked about how they were slaving. It says under slavery and Jim Crow, 2 institutions supported the Democrat Party. The lives of millions of blacks were destroyed under Jim Crow. I should have asked them, well, who created Jim Crow? Because they're constantly screaming about Jim Crow today. They're constantly screaming about Jim Crow today. Who created Jim Crow? The Democrat Party did. The Democrat Party. They created Jim Crow. They were happy to create Jim Crow. And we're right here at the end. You know, when I first started today, and I'm like, okay, I got 2.5 hours ahead of me. And again, I still didn't get through all of it because I opened up the phone lines and I finally got somebody to call me that thinks differently. And I really like that a lot. People call me. That's why when I go out and I have man on the street and talk to different people, various people, I like having the conversations with them. I got less than 2 minutes. So let me just share this one with you before we get out of here. Because I talked about this earlier.
Mr. Valiant, the New York Times reported, and I have the quote right here, I'll get to it. She is against passed off all her views. She has attacked interracial relationships and flag. Lady, I ain't in the same party as you. I'm sorry. I just not. And I actually do think it's time for a Democrat to talk this word, schism. I really do. Everybody's always said, no, we're coalition, we're big tent. There's just some shit that I can't be in the same tent with. And we talk about what Madame was 3 for 3 last night in Manhattan. They call it the Commie Corridor. Fine. Jason Crow's service pack, vote bets, 10 for 11. You wouldn't know Jason Crow exists. Okay,
no, you wouldn't.
You wouldn't know Bill Sandberg exists. You wouldn't know. I want to be very specific. I understand the free press for being here because if they nominated David Duke or something like that, we'd be the same way. I understand all that. To the extent I understand the Times, because they are the New York Times, so they have to cover. They are the hometown newspaper. But the idea that we must neglect everything else, these other primaries, all the recruits Jason has, all the huge, phenomenal successes we've had, declare that the party is now under the control of the Democratic Socialists of New York City is insane.
Oh! And then you hear him talking about David Duke, another Democrat, 100%. He was a Democrat through and through. When he started talking about these socialist Democrats, he's not happy. He's not happy. Oh my goodness, he's not happy. Well, with that said, everybody, my time is up. 2.5 hours. Come and gone. That's that quick. God bless you all. Hey, if you haven't already, please hit the thumbs up. Share the live feed. Have a blessed weekend. And I will see you on Monday, Fun Day. And Jeremy will be back, everybody, right in the studio, bringing you the news. And God bless you all again. Take care. Have a wonderful weekend.
Good afternoon, everybody. What's happening, everybody? Friday, June 26th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. If you're watching anywhere, pretty much, I think all the titles are exactly the same. You can see one of the most ridiculous headlines to any show I have ever done in my entire life. It says, I'm big on Facebook. And something happened last night. Late last night on the East Coast. Well, it happened on the West Coast, but something happened last night to a friend of mine named Scott Presler. And look, the story in and of itself is hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. We're going to get into the reasons why. I'm going to make fun of the guy who did it because he's clearly one of the biggest douches I've ever seen in my entire life. But it's a broader thing that happens. And a lot of people who may not be checked into their local political parties or their local state parties or their local committees may not really understand exactly how all this happens. And last night put it on display in a very serious way because the very wrong guy did it to the very wrongest of guys. And so we're going to break all that down because I want to explain to you guys how a lot of this works and why it is nothing ever seems to change. Why it is that nothing ever seems to change. So we're going to spend a lot of the show on that. Although things may be a-changing. Things may be a-changing with two top Republicans, one in the House and one in the Senate. Today's going to be a show focused on South Dakota and Minnesota, two places I have no intention of ever going, but nevertheless, we're going to broach it. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here at the 3 p.m. hour. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We're going to have some fun today. Hope everybody is enjoying themselves. Hope everybody's having a good time. Everybody's getting ready for the weekend. Good stuff all around. Team USA lost last night. What are you going to do? Last minute goal by Turkey. So we didn't sweep. We didn't sweep the group stage. Things happen. Now we got to play Bosnia and Herzegovina, which I'm not sure if that's one country or two. I know it used to be one country, and then, some stuff happened over there. So we'll see how that goes. We'll bring you the updates on Team USA as they happen. The Mets fire their manager, a real scapegoat for the dumbass in the general manager's office. Not the point. Let's move on to the news. So, last night, this is so funny. Last night, Scott Presler went to South Dakota. Now, I'm sure this is probably the first time anyone in South Dakota has ever seen anyone like Scott Presler. It must have been like an alien landed in that little state. Well, Scott had a ticket to the South Dakota State Convention. And upon entering the convention, he was denied access to the convention. Now, Scott Presler has obviously been a huge proponent of the Save America Act, as President Trump has, as 90-ish% of Americans have. The only person who seems not to be too enthused by it is the Herman Munster lookalike that we have running the United States Senate. Of course, John Thune is the senator from South Dakota. Now, you may be asking yourself, you may be like, Kevin, how the hell did a guy from South Dakota and a guy from Wyoming and a guy from West Virginia end up being the three most powerful Republicans in the Senate, considering those are quite literally the three least populated states in America per capita, literally the least amount of Republicans in any state live in those states, yet those are the people who control the Republican Party and whether or not the agenda moves forward. Well, I'll give you a little insight on that one. It turns out John Thune was born. He grew up established political power, and then someone found out that there was oil underneath his feet, and suddenly he became very important based on the fact that he looked down like the Beverly Hillbillies and just, found oil and natural gas underneath him. So now people started to care about the Dakotas. That's factually true, what happened. Well, Scott showed up, and he was quickly confronted by the sergeant at arms of the South Dakota Republican Party. A lofty title, if I've ever heard one. A lofty title, to say the least. It's a lot like the guy who carries around the king's chamber pot. But seriously, we're going to watch what happened, and then we're going to go through it together because, well, it's going to be fun.
Hey guys, this is Scott Presler. I'm here at the South Dakota State Convention. I have a ticket, and they are saying that I can't come in. So we're going to find out very shortly why I am not being allowed as one of the biggest supporters of President Donald J. Trump.
Now, here we meet Matt Brenner. Matt Brenner.
I'm big on Facebook, too.
He's big on Facebook. Now, this is the sergeant at arms of the South Dakota Republican Party. Remember, this is the equivalent to the person who carries around the king's chamber pot. If you don't know what a chamber pot is, figure that one out yourself.
And I'm the asshole saying you can't come in because guess what? You're posting this little piss and moan session on Facebook. So you just get the hell out of here. Thank you.
You see how the grassroots are welcomed in Senate Majority Leader Thune's territory.
Now, let's break this whole thing down, because I've never seen someone's career end so quickly. I mean, really, I can't think of try, chat, do me a favor, try to tell me a career you've seen end faster. Number one, I'm big on Facebook. First off, that might be the most boomer sentence ever said in the history of the internet. Well, according to him, being big on Facebook means you have 12,000 followers. To put that into context, I have 86,000 followers. Will Johnson, who was just on before you, has 550,000 followers. To put that in even more context, Scott Presler has over 660,000 followers on Facebook. Now, no one worth their salt goes around waving their follower count like they're out there having a measuring contest, because it might be the most pretentious, self-righteous thing on planet Earth. Now, with that being said, maybe having 12,000 followers in Carthage, South Dakota might be a big deal. That might be a big deal. But it's not. That's a lot like being the best player on a Division III football team. Like, you're good, but, you're like, it's a lot like being the fastest fat kid. It's good to be the fastest fat kid, but in context, you're really nothing. Now, normally I wouldn't go after some random nobody in the middle of nowhere, Midwestern, Mountain Western New York, America. I don't care about this guy, despite the fact that he's a huge dick, and then immediately posted right afterwards, John Thune and Mark Wayne Mullen spoke tonight. Shame some people couldn't get in. Now, of course, I have to enjoy the fact that this guy looks like a pirate. That mustache is disgusting, unless you're Raleigh Fingers. So this guy got to have himself a little bit of fun. He's actually being skewered on the internet right now, so much so that he decided to turn his comments off after loudly announcing to the world how much money he was getting paid for everyone talking shit to him in his comments. Just to be clear, as someone who also makes revenue on Facebook, I can tell you this guy made about $3.50. That's a serious statement. He made about $3 from all of the comments because, once again, this guy who thinks he's big shit has 12,000 followers. To be clear, my high school has more followers. That's a real sentence. The high school I went to on Long Island has more followers than the guy who quote-unquote claims to be a big deal on Facebook. I love this story so much. I love this in a way that I can't. Firstly, to be clear, Matt Brenner, whatever the hell your name is, former Sergeant at Arms at the South Dakota Republican Party, because you have been fired for being a McDouche. I don't know if it's a paid gig. I don't know what it is. But it's probably a big deal in the middle of nowhere, America. It's probably a big deal. And this leads me to a greater point. This leads me to a much larger point. Because this guy, Matt, whatever the hell his name is, he's probably like a really, really, really big deal. He's probably a really big deal in, where the hell does he live? Carthage, South Dakota. Carthage, whatever. South Dakota. Look, I don't know where the hell that is. Maybe it's a big town. Maybe it's like a minor metro. Maybe it's a little farm. I have no idea. But he's probably a huge deal there. And a lot of people want to know why it is that nothing ever seems to change. Nothing ever seems to change. And I'm going to tell you why. It's because of that video. Whatever you think of Scott, Scott's a friend of mine. I've worked with him a lot. I'm going to work with him again. Good friend. I think he does great work. You have a name like that, a big, influential person who shows up at your state GOP convention, which I have a video of right here. I know this seems like, I gotta tell you, this GOP convention, they must be knocking down the doors to get into this room, which looks like a windowless committee room somewhere, with folding tables and what have to be the most uncomfortable chairs on planet Earth. These local guys, they are so excited to sit on the smallest throne in America. It's like their entire lives are based around. It's like, you ever run into like an overzealous HOA president? Or like a really aggressive PTA mom? Or like one of those Little League coaches that have been like a Little League coach for like 30 years and he's a town legend and everybody lets him down. Kind of like John Voight in Varsity Blues. He's the coolest guy in a place nobody cares about. That is, and I mean this, every single Republican organization in America. Do you live in LA? Do you live in Bangor, Maine? Do you live in Miami? Do you live in Seattle? I promise you, from coast to coast, corner to corner, north, south, east, and west, there is some giant McDouche like this guy roaming around who thinks he's like a really, really big deal. Who thinks he's a huge deal. And it's funny because he just so isn't. He just so isn't a big deal. Now, there he is with his little Mount Me hat on. Maybe he can't afford any more of those hats now that he's been fired from the South Dakota. Well, it'd be better if he was from South Carolina. The South Dakota Republican Party. But he's probably a huge deal. So when he says a preposterous sentence like "I'm big on Facebook" with his 12,000 followers, I bet you that's like big shit where he lives. Activists have been denied access to state conventions and giant circle jerks filled with guys who helped get Reagan elected, so they think they're still running a campaign from 1984, who have no idea the power of social media or the power of TikTok. But this guy who sucks, this guy who genuinely sucks, I'm going to keep putting his face up there because I don't like him. He like I said, he probably was a huge deal, right around the Iraq War. Probably was a big deal. And as you can see from Scott's face here, as this is all happening, Scott knows exactly what's about to happen, and exactly what he thinks is going to happen is what's happening right now. The South Dakota Republican Party has issued an apology and a statement for the act of their sergeant-at-arms. By the way, if that's your sergeant-at-arms, basically anybody can sneak into the place. I would have just walked around and went through the kitchen. But it goes deeper than that. Because while McDouche right here, with his 12,000 Facebook followers, I'm big on Facebook. While this guy did that, there was a little bit more involved to Scott Presler's denial of access to a ticketed event that he had a ticket for. What do I mean by that? Well, Scott Presler's been going pretty hard after John Thune. Pretty hard. Now, once again, I showed you the image from inside of the convention hall. It's, it's not Cipriani's in Manhattan. It's not like they're trying to get into the into like, the DC Hilton. It's not like they're trying to get into these things, but it turns out they were very they made a huge point to make sure that one person. Now, to be clear, Scott Presler is from Virginia. He lives in Pennsylvania now, and he was in South Dakota, which, in case you haven't seen a map in a while, that's pretty far away. Yet, for some reason, there was an image of Scott Presler on the table inside of the convention hall at the doors to ensure Scott was not granted access to the convention. Now, once again, as I've shown you, it's not really like this was some kind of a barn burner. I mean, they really weren't there you go, there's the door. It looks like the crappiest high school gymnasium on planet Earth. Now, there's a lot of people out there that don't understand the power of social media. Don't understand the fact that Scott put that video out at midnight Eastern time, and by the time I woke up at 5:30 in the morning today, it was the number 2 trending topic in the world. All from a 40-second video of some activist getting denied access to a GOP convention. Now, John Thune's staff has been working overtime. John Thune had nothing to do with this, and he didn't know, and he doesn't control this. Let's be very, very, very clear. John Thune knew Scott was there. First off, Scott's like 6'8". He's impossible to miss. He's like the tallest person in every room he walks into. Anytime me and him go out anywhere, it looks like he's taking his kid to the park. Like, you can see Scott coming from about 2 days away. He told everybody he was going to be there. But John Thune had no idea. His picture was on the table at the door to make sure he didn't get into the event. So that John Thune's staff is backtracking. Oh, he didn't know. John, all this could have been avoided if you just passed the Save America Act, which you won't do, which we'll get into in a second because now you actually can't do it. We'll get into that in the second half of the show. But it turns out some people are a little upset about this because a lot of people like Scott Presler. A lot like the work that he's doing. A lot of them saw this video and went, whoa, hold it, come on. I mean, because let's be honest here. Doesn't matter where you live. Doesn't matter how involved you are in politics or whatever sort of organization you're a part of. How many people would love to tell that one asshole in that organization that they are completely irrelevant, not important whatsoever? Like your HOA president or your PTA mom or the overzealous Little League coach that I spoke of earlier. How many of you would love to do that? Well, instead of you getting to do that, Matt Barner, whatever the hell his name is, got told that by the totality of the internet last night. I spoke to Scott this morning. We had a good laugh about it. First thing I called, I know he's out on the West Coast, so I had to wait a little bit because I didn't want to call him at 2:30 in the morning, his time. But I called him this morning. We were laughing our asses off about it. Scott's actually at the convention now. And Scott was actually there when, I can't believe this one, this is, if you understand how local political parties work, the video I'm about to show you is bananas. The South Dakota Republican Party voted to censure John Thune over this entire kerfuffle.
1, 2, the censure of Senator Thune with a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. This motion carries. Okay, I will give you a roll call vote if you don't believe me. Yes. I just said I'm going to do a roll call vote. Thank you, Lynn.
First off, I gotta ask, before we watch the rest of it, I mean, could there be any more empty chairs in this? I mean, look, you want to know why we're losing? Because of rooms like that one. There's not even a bar. But John Thune insists, and John Thune's staff absolutely insists, that he did not know about this. He didn't know. And he would have never stopped Scott Presler from going into the convention. He would have never done that, because that's not the kind of thing that John Thune does. John Thune is always direct and upfront with you. Yeah, okay. But imagine if, like, I don't know. I don't know. Imagine if the South Dakota GOP chairman confirmed to Scott that John Thune didn't want him to be at the event. Could you imagine if that happened? Could you imagine if that was like, I don't know, on video?
You say, did John Thune specifically ask that Scott Presler not attend this event? Yes. Okay, is John Thune a member of the convention committee? No. So how does he have the authority to remove people from events?
He has a...
Oh, look, there's the guy that doesn't have a job anymore. Those hats are so gay. They really are. I don't care what anybody says.
He has a lot of security in there, and
Is Mr. Presler considered a security threat?
Not to me, but I'm not going to go in there and argue with the Secret Service. Thank you, James.
So I figured I'd put on one of those ridiculous hats. I just happen to have one over there while making fun of that guy. So John Thune specifically said Scott Presler, probably the biggest Republican activist in America, was not allowed at the most boring Republican convention I've ever seen in all of my life, all because he is afraid to answer any questions whatsoever on why it is he can't seem to do anything. Yeehaw. Yeehaw. I'll wear this one, that way I can... I guess that's the only way that they're going to take me seriously. It might be the same hat as that guy. Let's see. Is it the same hat? Look at that. See? I can dress like a dumbass, too. Yeehaw, everybody. Always wanted to do that. Like I'm in a Tyler Sheridan TV show. This happens all over the country. It happens on a local level. It happens to local activists. It happens to just about everyone. The Good Old Boys Club does not want you in it. As the famous George Carlin line. That it's one big club and you ain't in it. Don't you dare speak out. Toe the party line. Do what the person slightly more powerful than you says. Glue your lips to the ass of the slightly more powerful person in the room. That's why Matt Brennan, whatever the hell his name is, Mr. I'm Big on Facebook with his 12,000 followers, that's why he thought he could lean into Scott's phone and tell him to get the hell out and there would be no repercussions. That's why nothing gets done. That's why nothing ever changes. That's why the same boring people get nominated every year. Because while I am taking time out of my day to abuse this fat guy, he's probably a big deal where he lives. He's probably like the coolest guy at Shenanigans. Some of you will get the movie reference. And that's what needs to be rooted out. And believe me, there is nothing these people hate more. There is nothing these small little town areas hate more than when somebody with a giant social media following who is exceedingly more famous than they are shows up and just starts making up, it just starts promoting things that we all want. They hate it so much. But the South Dakota GOP did vote to censure him, which is ceremonial, which doesn't really mean anything. If they had any balls, they would go about not nominating him next time, which none of them are going to do. You guys like my hat? This was actually this hat was actually a gift. Pop the live chat up on the screen. I didn't get a chance to say hello to everybody today. What do you guys think of my hat? They need to cast me in Landman, I'll tell you that. And I'll play like Billy Bob Thornton's brother or something. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. But like I said, it's happening everywhere. It's happening everywhere, all over the nation. Small towns, big towns, little towns. You guys like it? Hold on. Yeah. It's funny. I swear, I just happened to have it sitting on the table over here. A little tight on my head. Guys, we'll be back with the rest of the news because there is actually a lot more that I want to get to today. Pretty wild stuff. Speaking of the SAVE Act, we have to get into how, unfortunately, that's never going to be passed. John Thune missed the window in order to pass that bit of legislation, and he did it on purpose. He knowingly did it on purpose, and we'll get to why in just a second. Before we do that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That is tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. So, speaking of the SAVE Act, President Trump was speaking earlier today, and he stressed the importance of passing the Save America Act. Unfortunately, I feel as though we have sort of missed the boat on that opportunity. And I'll get into why in just a second. Before that, here was Trump talking about it.
Have to pass. Hard to believe, right? Hard to believe that we even have to fight for this. We have to fight for everything. Nothing comes easy. Nothing. All voters must show photo ID. Not so bad, huh? All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Is that so hard? And you're fighting the Democrats and a few Republicans who are doing a tremendous disservice to this country. We have a few Republicans that are fighting it. Lisa Murkowski of Alaska. You should call her and tell her to get on the ball. She'll never win another election, I can tell you. She's got to vote. It's called the Save America Act. It's voter ID, ideally photo ID, right? So you can look and you can say, oh, that person's okay, or for lots of reasons, that person is not the same person. We want proof of citizenship. And we want no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, and military deployment or travel. We'll be very judicious. Look what's happening in California, where the ballots still aren't in. They're still not. Can you believe it? Weeks afterwards. You know what's happening? They're cheating. The kid won, or he was certainly in the top two. I don't know him. I never met him. Spencer Pratt. And he went away quietly. We didn't go away quietly, but he shouldn't go away quietly. He should protest because it was, in my very strong opinion, that was a rigged election. That kid should be in the runoffs. The woman who edged him out after like a long time, like days and days. And then you'd hear reports, Spencer Pratt is not doing so well, even though he was strongly in the lead. And then you hear Spencer Pratt has a 20% chance of being in the runoff. I said, they just rigged the election. And then you hear that a woman who nobody ever heard of is in the runoff, not him. And then they tried to hurt Steve Hilton, too. And I called the U.S. attorney and I said, you have to look into this because Steve Hilton did great. He's running for governor. And you could see it. The election was...
I mean, it's not wrong. It's not, I mean, Spencer Pratt hasn't really gone away yet. But also, I think it's odd that he's calling Spencer Pratt a kid just because we're, like, near the same age. Whatever. Not really the point. I'll take it. But the problem is that, and you guys know I'm going to be honest with you on this show, the Save America Act is dead. It's never going to be passed. It was going to be difficult enough to get it passed before many of these primaries went off, with Mitch McConnell being half dead, Susan Collins being 3/4 dead, and Lisa Murkowski being utterly and grotesquely useless, as you heard President Trump say there. But now with John Cornyn having no reason whatsoever to play ball with the president after he endorsed Ken Paxton, and for Bill Cassidy having no reason to support anything President Trump wants, we don't even have the votes to get rid of the filibuster anymore. And John Thune knew that. He knew that he could hedge his bets. Now when he comes out and says we don't have the votes to do it, he actually doesn't. Even if Rand Paul and Fetterman side with us, there are not the 50-vote threshold to reinstitute the talking filibuster. It just isn't there. And these primaries aren't over yet. More people are going to lose. I think there's one more who's up in a primary coming up. John Thune knew that. A savvy political operator, to say the least. And it sucks because, you know what? President Trump is right. It would have saved Spencer Pratt. It absolutely would have. Perhaps we could have done it retroactively. We still do have some tools at our disposal in order to secure our elections. And a lot of them are going to be coming up on Monday. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, guys, head on over to lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. That's your home base, your mothership, your landing pad for all the things LFA TV related, check out the LFA TV store. And while you guys are there, consider becoming a monthly donor over at LFA TV. That's the best way to keep the lights on over here at this network. Thank you guys for your support as always. I can't tell you how much it means to us, how much your Rumble rants mean. It really does help out a lot. So we are awaiting, and we've been talking about future elections basically all week on this show, about elections coming up in 2032 and the upcoming midterms. But one thing that could have a huge, some might say huge, impact on the midterms is a Supreme Court case that is supposedly going to be released on Monday.
2 days worth of decisions next week: birthright citizenship, trans athletes in women's sports, how many days past Election Day you can count ballots, checks on the president's potentially on his executive order to do things like dismiss a Fed board governor or commissioner on the FTC. So a lot of big ones that will matter to the White House a great deal. There's a lot of sniping back and forth, though. I think it's time for them to get this stuff wrapped up and take their summer break from each other.
On the birthright citizenship case, it seems like it's going to be a pretty tough uphill climb for the administration to win this one. During oral arguments back in April, you heard DOJ essentially say the 14th Amendment was meant for the children of slaves. It's a new world now. It's not meant for millions of illegal immigrants. And you heard Chief Justice John Roberts retort to that and say, it might be a new world, but it's the same Constitution. How do you read into that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the president was there. First time a sitting president has gone. And of course, we're watching him like a hawk during the arguments. And his team couldn't have felt good about it. I mean, I think both advocates on either side of this did a fantastic job with the arguments that they had. But the justices were really, really skeptical. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a 7-2, even maybe an 8-1 loss for the president. Now, the court could surprise us. What they do behind closed doors when they're negotiating is something else. But what we saw in the courtroom that day would mean, as you said, a really heavy uphill battle for the president to win that one.
Shannon, tell us about Fox News Sunday. Who do you have?
Well, we are going to be on the Great American...
Sorry, Shannon, we don't care about Fox News Sunday. Yeah, I do agree with her assessment there. It seems as though the case one of the cases that's going to come out will be whether or not you can count ballots after Election Day. That's going to be a tough one. That's going to be a tough one, as the Constitution very clearly states that elections are to be handled by the particular states. And the birthright citizenship one, I don't see that going the president's way. I just simply don't, for a number of reasons. One, as you heard, we already lost John Roberts, which gives us one, which means we have a one justice threshold there. We'll see. I think that this is just a personal feeling I have. I think the ballots after Election Day has a much better chance of going the president's way than the birthright citizenship argument. It's just a feeling I have. So don't be shocked, but we'll bring you guys that all on Monday. Two more stories that I want to make sure that I get to. One of them is actually incredibly long. A wild scene out of California where a mistrial was declared, and an overwhelming mistrial on the guy who was charged with starting the Palisades fire. Institutional Republicans are actually starting to wake up to the fact that name-calling by Democrats, who gives a shit? And John Bolton's going to jail, which is nice. Who's up for a mustache ride? Before we get to that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed, because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com. promo code LOUD. So, a wild story out of California. A young man who was on trial for starting the Palisades fire. Well, the judge declared a mistrial in that case, and an overwhelming mistrial with 10 out of the 12 jurors saying they were not guilty on this, and only 2 of them standing firm on the guilty plea. It's a pretty long clip, but wild story.
Federal arson case. This is big news. That fire burned 6,000 homes. It killed 12 people. That was in January of 2025. I'm sure you remember it well. William Lajeunesse is in Los Angeles. This is huge news. It's unexpected. What happened?
Well, Kaylee, last night they were deadlocked, and this morning the judge spoke to each of the individual jurors. She found out that 10 wanted to vote not guilty, 2 wanted to go guilty, and they were unwilling to move on the arson charge and starting this fire that destroyed all this property. Now, you can understand why. I want you to, I don't know if we have the full screen yet, but there was the jurors sent the judge a note last night, and it said, we have people on both sides that are dead set, unwavering, and they're at a standstill, and we are unsure how to proceed. There is nothing the court can do to assist the jury in the deliberations. So it would not help, and unfortunately, we cannot reach unanimous verdict. After receiving that, we declared a mistrial this morning. Now, if you've been watching this case, it's not a surprise, right? Because you have such different versions of the events. It's hard to see that there was any middle ground. The prosecutor's version was this. This fire was intentionally set. They have cell phone and video evidence that put Jonathan Rinderknecht at the ignition point 13 seconds after the fire started. Also, the Uber passenger said he acted erratically that night. Searches on his phone showed that he hated rich people, he loved fire, and he acted defensively in the police interview. Now, how is that going to jibe? A juror going to reconcile that with the defense version, which said prosecutors had no physical evidence, they had no witnesses, no accelerant. And if he was guilty, why would this guy call 911 16 times, then wait around for the cops to question him? That made no sense. Defense also said it was fireworks that started the fire, and they had witnesses and experts to support that. Finally, you have the prosecutor saying, listen, he started the Lockman fire, and we also want to hold him responsible for the deadly Palisades fire based on this holdover fire theory, Kaylee, that high winds reignited that Lockman fire a week later, and the fire department allegedly had put it out, but they didn't. So for some jurors, that's just going to be a bridge too far, a stretch, and they believe he may have did it, but they may say, you know what, I can't vote guilty on reasonable doubt. So what is going to happen now, we believe, where the lawyers will probably come out, they'll talk about the case, and it will be up to the U.S. attorney to refile or retry the case. Back to you.
William, just quickly, having followed this case, I mean, you say that this is not unexpected. You know, my response would be 10 jurors saying not guilty. That's a whole lot. And there was that geolocation data. The suspect allegedly misled prosecutors on that. Not only that, I mean, you have the testimony from the Uber driver saying he is agitated. Your thoughts on the case that the prosecution put forward with the limited evidence they had? Do you feel that they made a strong case? What's the sense you got having been in that room and followed the case?
Well, they didn't have the evidence, right? They didn't have any physical evidence. Now, they did have the ATF report that all these national experts came out and they said, you know, they did find the lighter in his glove box. As you said, he was evasive with police, that he acted erratically. I mean, talking to the people who were in the Uber that night, I mean, he was basically, you know, going off the mental deep end, if you will. In fact, he was seeing a shrink at the time, or at least getting some mental health help. So I think the prosecution did the best they could with what they had. And I honestly, listening to it all, I kind of thought, you know, they had nailed him pretty good until you heard the defense saying they didn't have these elements. And again, that the bridge too far for many jurors, I think, was probably saying, okay, maybe he did. The evidence shows that he started the Lockman fire. He's the only guy up there, New Year's Eve. And they literally pinpointed him exactly where the fire started. He was less than 30 feet away at the time, and no one else was up there. And he even admitted that. He didn't even say he.
So pretty wild story out of this one. So in case you guys forgot the exact details of this, there was a fire in California. And then the fire department had claimed or asserted that they had put out the totality of the fire. About a week later, the fire had reignited somewhere else in the Palisades, as far as I can understand it. And they were attempting to charge this guy with starting the initial fire, which the fire department said they had put out, but apparently they didn't put the whole thing out, or the fire reignited, and that led to the now famous Palisades fire, where everyone lost their homes and all, obviously the devastation with that. So they believe the guy started the initial fire. They believe he started the initial fire, but they couldn't charge him with the second fire because there was no evidence. It's very odd. Very, very odd. Big problem with this is, now who gets held accountable for ruining these people's lives? A holdover fire. It's very odd. That's a very odd. And look, comes something like this, kid is probably looking at life in prison, so I want to make sure that they get the story right when they do stuff like this. But it still seems very, very confusing. Very odd that they wouldn't find him. So they believe he started one fire that didn't lead to the burning down of the Palisades, but that fire then reignited somewhere else, and he isn't responsible for that. I don't understand California. I don't know how it got to be the way it is. I don't understand the people there and the way they think. I don't know. And it's weird because I'm from, I am from the coast. These are people you would think I would I don't. The whole thing is very odd to me. The whole thing is incredibly odd. So I guess we'll wait and see what happens with this one. But for now, a mistrial has been declared in that. So the guy who allegedly started this entire Palisades fire, which led to Spencer Pratt running for mayor of Los Angeles, he's getting off. He's getting off, and just wild. Absolutely wild stuff. Something else is pretty wild is, probably the most vile person in American history since Henry Kissinger is going to jail, which is exciting stuff. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, guys, once again, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. You guys can use promo code RUMBLE to get 20% off everything on the website. That's promo code RUMBLE to get 20% off everything on the website. So once again, John Bolton, baby. Oh, yeah, pleads guilty. Giddy up. Let's go.
This morning, just moments ago, John Robert Bolton II pled guilty in federal court to the unlawful retention of national defense information. According to the terms of the plea agreement, Mr. Bolton faces a maximum sentence of up to 5 years in prison, followed by a term of up to 3 years of supervised release. He will also pay a fine of $2.25 million and will forfeit his pension under the HIS Act. As National Security Advisor to the President of the United States, Mr. Bolton had access to and was responsible for safeguarding the most sensitive national defense information, including classified material. Mr. Bolton knew how to handle classified information, where it should be stored, how it should be stored, and with whom he could share that information. He also knew the damage to national security that could be caused by mishandling that sensitive information. Nevertheless, as Mr. Bolton just admitted, he put our national security at grave risk in violation of the law. Our system of classified information is designed to protect sensitive information that would jeopardize national security if mishandled. And the national defense information at issue in this case was classified at the highest classification levels. The document in count 12, for example, revealed intelligence about an adversary's plans for an attack conducted against U.S. forces in another country. It contained human intelligence using sensitive sources and methods, and it discussed a covert action program. As Mr. Bolton admitted, he shared more than 1,000 pages of information about his day-to-day activities as the National Security Advisor, including information related to the national defense, with two individuals who neither had the security clearances nor the need to know that information.
I tell you, the part about this I love the most, I mean, I like that John Bolton is going to jail because he's basically a war criminal. He's actually one of the worst people in the foreign policy establishment over the course of at least the last 25 years. He's probably one of the most evil people alive. I often joke around that he, like Lindsey Graham, cannot obtain or sustain an erection unless they are bombing a third world village. It's the kind of thing that'll make the hair on that mustache stand up. But the thing I like most about it is that he loses his pension. Because, to tell you the truth, so many of these people, they either break the law, they mess around, they do things they know they shouldn't do, and then they just casually retire and they fade off into the sunset, and nothing actually really happens to them because they get to keep their lifelong health insurance plans, and they get to keep all the benefits that they got, and they get to get paid by the federal government or whatever local area or whatever government entity it is after breaking the law to achieve said pension. Someone like Anthony Fauci, okay, fire him. Who gives a shit? He's 80 years old. What's the difference? Probably going to retire sooner rather than later anyway. But for there to be an actual lifelong sustained consequence for John, I mean, don't get me wrong, the prison is nice. I'm very happy he's going to jail. Very happy. But I do like the fact that he actually lost his pension, because I think that those sort of things need to happen a hell of a lot more. They need to happen a hell of a lot more to a hell of a lot more people. But let's end the show today on a good note, on a positive note, on an uplifting note. And let's look at someone named Tom Emmer. Now, I know most of you have absolutely no idea who Tom Emmer is. Tom Emmer is actually one of the most powerful Republicans in the House of Representatives. And it turns out Tom Emmer has just discovered something. He has just come across something. He has been befuddled and besieged by, worried about naughty words being said about him in newspapers for quite some time. But he has decided that these sorts of things no longer matter to him anymore. These sorts of things no longer matter. Now, I've said it for a long, you can call me whatever the hell vile, disgusting name you want, because I know that none of it is true. But the fact remains is that most, if not all elected Republicans are far more afraid of the New York Times editorial page calling them a racist or an Islamophobe than they are of their own voters. It's nice to see that Tom Emmer is finally waking up and saying, you know what? Actually, I don't really care anymore.
Guess what? There is nothing racist about calling out a criminal. So when I say that it's time. It's time. I mean, this is what they do in the great state of Minnesota. You know, our culture, that Scandinavian culture. By the way, I better make it clear before I go any farther. Minnesotans, are there any here? Ah, good. Then let me just say. Okay, well, born, yeah, you're wearing that hat. You must be from northern Minnesota, the Iron Range. No. Probably closer to Iowa. No, I'm going to leave that alone. The reason I bring it up is because I tell people regularly, Minnesota did not create passive-aggressive behavior, but we did perfect it, okay? And I happen to be more on the aggressive side, which doesn't always work in Minnesota, as Ralph will tell you. You know, sometimes Minnesotans are so afraid that you're going to call us a racist, you're going to call us an Islamophobe, you're going to call us some name that we just don't want to get into that fight. You know what? I would argue that I never did care, but I am done being careful, even the least bit careful. And I don't really care where you come from, but if you come to this great country, you have to understand you're coming here to be an American. We celebrate everyone's culture. We're happy with that, as long as you are an American. Celebrate your culture. I don't care. Italian, Polish, Somali, okay? But they don't assimilate. And if they don't assimilate, then they should go the hell back to where they came from. Sorry, Ralph. I know this is a family show. I can't help myself today. Yeah. It's a...
Even the fact that he had to apologize for saying the word hell ought to tell you just how Minnesotan he really is. But it's nice to see that he's actually finally starting to stand up and saying, I don't really care because I'm none of those things. I'm going to tell the truth regardless of what you say about me. So you know what? Good on Tom Emmer. We need more Republicans to feel that sort of way, or we're going to continue to lose. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. I will catch you guys all back live on Monday. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
This, was a couple of days ago. The feds and law enforcement are worried AI backlash could turn into anti-tech violent extremism. The threat of domestic terrorism could give Trump's AI-friendly administration a convenient reason to keep tabs on anti-AI movements and data center protests. So it's interesting because we keep asking, or we keep hearing, hey, we're in an AI arms race. Now, we asked the question last week, if we are in an AI arms race against China, why are we going to continue to tolerate China owning or buying farmland? Now, I know maybe some of their purchases, and I don't know specifically, but I know like states like Arkansas and Oklahoma and others have banned the sale of land to Chinese companies, has required them to divest. But there's still plenty of land that is owned by China next to our military bases. So if China is such a threat, why are we still allowing them to own land? Why are we not taking more action? I don't know. It's just a question that I have that seems like there's an inconsistency. But that's what we're told, that we got to put these at Project Stargate that was announced right after Trump won in January of 2024. We're going to buy, we're going to build all these data centers. There's no question. Silicon Valley, this is their baby. They backed Trump and Elon in 2024. This is part of the deal. That's what it is. Now, but we still don't really know exactly what this is going to be used for. How is it going to make our lives better? I mean, have you guys noticed, you remember when the phones all went from 4G to 5G and we were told that we were going to have, this was going to be huge, we had to do it? Am I the only one that doesn't? I don't really see any difference. No. Have you noticed any difference from going to 4G, 5G in terms of the speed of your internet, your phone, or any of that? I don't know.
Maybe if you had a full signal, you might say that if you were loading a web page or something, say if you were in your browser on your phone, maybe it loads a little quicker. I don't know, but that's just me being. But if you had a full signal, I don't think that
Is it noticeable, though? I guess that's my point. Is we were told. I remember thinking, oh yeah, this 5G stuff is going to be. That 5G stuff's being used for something else. It's not being used to make our phones faster, as far as I can tell. Yeah. And it's not noticeable anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know did the government subsidize the upgrade to 5G?
I'm not sure. And there's all this talk. I know RFK talked about this before he was HHS secretary, and that was, hey, we really need to worry about the frequencies that are being broadcast here because, America doesn't really have regulations, and we could be cooking the mitochondria of our cells with all of this radiation or all the signal that's going out. But now we've got the data centers that are there to I guess, process our increasingly, dependent digital world, but we're not really told how this is going to make our lives better.
Yeah.
And the first time I ever heard of a data center was in 2012 because of a Wired magazine article about the Utah data center, where we learned that the NSA was collecting all of our information, every keystroke, everything you were saying, and it was being stored. That was kind of the first iteration of that. The need for these data centers has only grown. Now it's less about the NSA and public, funds, and now it's more private or public-private partnerships. How are our lives going to be made better? And the only thing I can think of is that this is a tool for mass surveillance. Not only mass surveillance, but social engineering, the likes of which a totalitarian dictator of the 20th century couldn't even have imagined the amount of power that the government's going to have. And it may not be the Trump administration, but it could be the Gavin Newsom administration. I don't know if you've ever seen those shows called Black Mirror. They're kind of like a Twilight Zone, modern-day Twilight Zone. But they've got some incredible episodes about like social credit scores and how, through a series of unfortunate events, this lady who had this incredibly high social credit score, there's a few things that happen and she gets dinged here and dinged there, and now all of a sudden she can't ride the bus. Mm-hmm. Now all of a sudden she can't even, she's on her way to a party in the episode. Towards the end of the episode, her credit score is so low she can't even attend the party with her friends because her friends know that because they can see her score, it's all digital, they see it, they can't hang out with her anymore because
it would lower theirs.
It would lower their scores.
Yeah.
And so we've already heard real life implications. We've already heard real life examples of this out of China. So I want you to imagine that you like LFA TV or you like any InfoWars or whatever. Imagine that you go to that website, but now your credit score is dinged because you have a digital ID or you have a central bank digital currency. I did like that Scott Bassett said today, we do not support a central bank digital currency. That's good to hear. But all of this infrastructure that they're laying, ladies and gentlemen, it can all be used to implement all of that with whatever the next crisis is and whoever the next president is or whoever and so I do think it's concerning that we have anti-tech violent extremism is now on the radar of the feds when we're all saying, well, yeah, we're going to protest if you're using eminent domain to take our homes and you're going to use 30 million gallons of water that the utility company doesn't even know about in Georgia.
Do you think this is in the same vein as Merrick Garland standing before Congress or sitting before Congress testifying that the number one threat to, peace in the United States is the rise of white supremacy? When we're all sitting here thinking, really? Because I watch the news, and I'm pretty sure that if white supremacists were committing violent acts already, that we would be seeing about it everywhere. As a matter of fact, there's so little racial, violence like that from white people that it has to be manufactured. And so Merrick Garland said,
SPLC.
Right. And Merrick Garland sat there with a straight face and said, hey, there's a huge problem, right? And it was so that there could be more attention, more funds, more an allocation of resources toward the white supremacy, which I'm not going to naively say doesn't exist. It 100% does. There are idiots out there that call themselves white supremacists. Okay, and so those people exist, but it was so much of a threat that we need to take resources away from gangs, from certainly foreign-born gangs when Venezuelans were taking over, apartment complexes.
To answer your question, it surely does. It kind of feels,
it just smells bad,
close to that. Yeah. Their definition of white supremacy though was any white person that notices anti-white bias in our culture, or anybody that starts to talk about the great replacement theory, which is fact. I mean, literally, the New York Post is essentially saying the other day, hey, in 2050, white people are going to be a minority. Bill Clinton celebrating that back in the 90s. Hey, we're not, this is somehow a good thing that less white people somehow is good for this country. And it's shadows of South Africa and what they're doing and have done to the Boer farmers over there. So their definition was broad. The Merrick Garland, James Comey, all those guys, their definition of white supremacism was: are you white? Do you shoot fireworks on the 4th of July? Do you like to barbecue? You're a potential domestic terrorist. That's literally what their standards were.
They were looking at people who had ordered Bibles on Amazon.
Yes.
Paul, if you ordered a Bible on Amazon, you were potentially labeled as a white supremacist. What? What are you talking about? Do you know how many minorities believe in God and worship God? Like they're gonna have point to me any Sunday morning that doesn't have a lot of black people going to church. They go to church, man. They go to church. Even the gangbangers sometimes will go to church. The ones on the weekends that are killing people and then sitting in the church pews on Sunday. Anyway, my whole point of it is this just totally reeks of a false flag to me. It totally reeks of, because who are the people that are going to be upset about these data centers? For the most part, it's going to be the citizens of that particular area.
Yep.
And they're going to be the taxpayers. They're going to be the ones that are footing the bill for, hey, we're going to give you free infrastructure so that you can have this, put in place, right? We're going to run these utilities for it. Our tax dollars are going to go to pay partially, or we're going to supplement it. We're going to give it tax breaks. We're going to do all of these things that, that the taxpayers have the right to be frustrated about, to have an opinion on. And for my opinion, the right pays way more taxes than the left. And maybe I'm off on that. Maybe I'm off on that. I don't know. But the way that I look at it is that those taxpayers in that area that are frustrated about this are probably more on the right, and we just don't burn things down. Everybody wants to talk about January 6th, as we were saying. Okay, let's just say that it was as bad as you've made it out to be. That's one day.
Yeah.
You got one day out of how.
And
like, what's the scorecard here?
Yeah, and in reality, if that were an actual insurrection on January 6th, which it wasn't, if it was, it would have lasted a lot longer,
Sure.
And people would have actually brought weapons and guns.
Oh yeah.
And
this unarmed
they
insurrection.
would have actually tried, like the demographic you're talking about, conservatives, like they were there to protest peacefully, and then the plainclothes FBI agents, the lowering of barricades, letting people in the Capitol, giving them a guided tour, not to mention Ray Epps and everything that revolver.
We need to go in to the Capitol.
It's incredible.
Just think about the ridiculousness of that statement. Simple as it is, the ridiculousness of this statement here, Paul. In a country where there are more weapons than there are breathing human beings, we have more guns in the United States than there are human beings. A group of individuals got together to take over that government with not a gun in sight. Zero weapons. Other than their bodies and their voices and breaking and entering and picking up something and throwing and busting some glass.
There was one guy, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You remember when, it was Tucker Carlson that aired the J6 videos that we were never supposed to see, that made Mitch McConnell so mad and the Republicans so mad, right?
Honestly, it was the fast track to Tucker getting fired.
Yeah, there were also other videos that he didn't air that eventually came out, okay? So there's a video that came out, I think, after Tucker Carlson revealed what he revealed, of a guy, okay, and they ended up eventually arresting this guy, but it wasn't until the video came out. Now, you ask yourself, why? There was a guy that climbed on top of the scaffolding January 6th, pulled out a revolver, and fired in the air a couple of times. That guy was never arrested. That guy was never tracked down until the video came out of, there was one guy that had a gun and fired it in the air. This was years after January 6, 2021. How does that happen when they were tracking down grandmas who just happened to set foot on the building?
Well, let's just be honest. There were guns on their person. People had guns on their person. They just chose not to use them. Like that's not what this was about. It was a show of force to say, we don't like what our government, our elected officials are doing. You are certifying an election when there has been obviously so much fraud that exists throughout this, and you're going to sit here and certify this election, and we're coming to protest that, which was their right. It got out of hand, whether it be because some people were really riled up and there was a whole lot of crowd mentality here, like, whatever, or, and it may be just a combination, the FBI that were in the crowd, which we know that there were, FBI agents in there were riling up this crowd, right? And you cannot tell me that Ray Epps wasn't being paid to call for this violence.
100%. I mean, Ray Epps was on the FBI's most wanted list, 24 hours after J6, and then his name mysteriously was taken off.
Like, oh, wait a minute, that's one of our guys.
It took Beatty. I can't remember his first name off the top of my head. He's in the Trump administration now, but over at revolver.news, he pursued that like a news hound, and that was one of the first indications that, hey, this was an inside job. And we still have this division because you've got these two pipe bomb narratives. You've got Kash Patel's narrative that, hey, we got this black autistic guy, and then you have Steve Baker's who's like, no. I think it was this Capitol Hill police officer. So we're going to see, because he's now being sued, and we'll see what discovery looks like. So
whatever the reason was, January 6th got out of hand. So we'll give you that one day. Well, it's not nearly as bad as, people are trying to compare it to September 11th, Kamala Harris.
Give them that one day, but at the same time, what we know right now is it was entrapment at the very least. I think it's actually much worse than that.
Yeah. So anyway, we've got that one instance there, and then you're just like, okay, well, we're just going to kind of scoot past the fact that the Summer of Love had happened less than a year prior to.
Yeah, burn, loot, murder.
Okay, and I will never understand the mentality of looting because so James Floyd gets killed.
George, remember his name.
Sorry, I said James Floyd. George Floyd, remember his name. I don't give a damn. That guy's garbage, and the world is better off without him. I know that's an unchristian-like thing to say, but the world, any guy, no matter if you're on drugs or whatever your motivation is, if you break into somebody's home to rob them and you see that she's pregnant, and instead of pointing the gun at her chest, you point it at her belly because you're a sick, sadistic bastard, you can go to hell. I just have no sympathy for you. But because George Floyd gets killed in Minneapolis, right, we've got people in Atlanta, Georgia, breaking in and stealing Air Jordans from the Foot Locker. Okay. Yeah. And then we've got people like Kamala Harris who are donating and encouraging other people to donate to the funds to get these people bailed out. So we're not the same. Don't sit here and tell me that January 6th is the exact same as all of this ridiculous leftist. As soon as something happens that we don't like, we're just going to burn it all down. We're going to burn police stations down, kill the retired police officer in St. Louis who was just working. He was 71 years old. He had to work the night shift as a security guard, and he was black, and he was just doing his job trying to keep these people out of this store, and he gets murdered for it. Like, we're not the same. Don't say that we are. I don't even know how we got down that path.
Well, okay, so we were talking about AI, domestic terrorists potentially being upset about AI and going into action. Yeah. And so now you brought up the white supremacy. This feels kind of similar to that, painting everybody with a broad brush. I want you to try to decode, because honestly, I've read this. I'm not really sure. We've got some context clues we're going to add to this. This is James Tallarico on March 18th of 2021, writing, Black Americans in a church, Mexican Americans in a store, Asian Americans in a spa, radicalized white men are the greatest domestic terrorist threat in our country. Just based on that alone, and I've got something to add to it, but do you have any idea what he is saying? Like, what is the point he's trying to make?
So he's referring to specific instances. So the black Americans in a church, he's talking about South Carolina, where the guy walked into a black church.
Okay, Dylan Roof,
yes. Mexican Americans in a store, I'm not really sure what that one was. And Asian Americans in a spa. I can't remember that one specifically. This tweet was in 2021. But radicalized white men are the greatest domestic terrorist threat in our country. Yeah, except for the probably upwards of 30,000, maybe as much as 100,000 radicalized sleeper cells Islamic terrorists who are already they're going to go to bed tonight in the United States, and they're just waiting. They're waiting for the call. And we know that they're here because the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, everybody keeps finding these individuals. But you know what? It just goes back to what we were saying yesterday, that James Tallarico is a white, I'm going to put man in quotes here, air quotes. James Tallarico is a white man who is ashamed of the color of his skin because of his leftist ideology and its lunacy.
So he links to this tweet or this story from CNN, written October 6th of 2020. Headline: White supremacists remain deadliest U.S. terror threat, Homeland Security report says. So, white supremacist extremists will remain the deadliest domestic terror threat to the United States, according to the Department of Homeland Security's first annual Homeland Threat Assessment, which details a range of threats from election interference to unprecedented storms. Since 2018, white supremacists have conducted more lethal attacks in the U.S. than any other domestic extremist movement, demonstrating long-standing intent to target racial and religious minorities, members of the LGBTQ+ community, politicians, and those they believe promote multiculturalism and globalization. So this is the story that he linked to. Never mind the fact that during this same period, the United States of America was subject to trans terrorists in several cases across the country, going in and shooting people that were white and cis, whatever that means. But this is James Tallarico. After linking to that story, he says, listen to this, Rob. He says, "There but the grace of God go I. As a white man, I'm susceptible to the same radicalization. Thankfully, I was exposed to diversity at a young age and explicitly taught the values of equality, inclusion, and justice. But not every young white boy is so lucky. Platforms like YouTube, 4chan, and Parler are radicalizing an entire generation of white boys. These sites stoke hate for profit. Their algorithms quickly escalate content from funny memes to white nationalist propaganda. As an educator, I believe our public schools must act. I'm co-authoring legislation to explicitly teach diversity, equity, inclusion in our schools." This guy is totally crazy. We obviously we know this.
All these tweets are going to be in ads.
Yes, it's going to be a culture war race in Texas, and Tallarico and the Democrats are going to lose, and they're going to lose really big. But it's funny to me that he mentions memes when he says that these memes go. They stoke hate for profit. Where did he mention memes? I just ran past it.
Yeah, the next line.
Where, right? Oh, yeah. From funny memes to white nationalist propaganda. So now Tallarico has got to face the fact that he is now meme worthy, Rob. He is now he's being memed everywhere. And I think it's funny that this happens on the same day where the White House decides to memorialize Harambe. And so I saw these this was several years ago. There was a funny meme about like some guy waking up into a coma or waking up from a coma or something and wanted to know like how Donald Trump got elected or whatever. I was like, well, let me tell you the story. There was a gorilla that took captive a little boy and yada yada yada.
Yeah,
Donald Trump was elected president in 2016.
He took captive a little boy because what? The parents weren't watching this
Yes.
little kid,
Yes.
and he gets in this danger area. And
Yes.
he's like dragging this kid around a little bit, but I don't think he was. We'll never know. We'll never know if he was trying to kill the kid.
Right.
I don't think he was, because if he was trying to kill the kid, he would have done it immediately. You know. Anyway, and then look at this majestic creature.
So
lost his life. Harambe.
Harambe. The White House says, today we remember a legend. On this day in history, Harambe would have celebrated another birthday, an icon that became part of Internet history, American culture, and an entire generation's timeline. Tomorrow marks 10 years since we lost him, 10 years since the moment that would stop scrolling and collectively mourn something bigger than a meme. He became a symbol of loyalty, strength, chaos, unity, and a strange beauty of the Internet, bringing millions of people together for one cause, never forgetting Harambe. Everyone remembers where they were when they heard the news, and somehow a decade later, his legacy still lives on. Gone, but never forgotten. Rest easy, true patriot. 1999 to 2016.
I have no idea where I was on May 28, 2016. I have no clue. But I can tell you, I do remember this. I remember, and then the countless, endless memes that followed.
So we have some of them.
I don't know who runs this White House.
Oh, young people.
Yeah,
for sure.
They say allegedly it's Barron.
Oh,
Barron
yeah.
Trump.
So Harambe was tragically killed 10 years ago today. To honor his memory, here's a thread of the best Harambe memes.
Let's see it. All right.
So here's one.
Buckle
where
up.
He's just in heaven. Here is another one. Remembering Private Harambe.
Oh.
Okay,
good.
then we have, quick, kid. I don't have much time. In 2020, they're going to release a super virus in a strategic attempt to wipe These are some more recent ones.
That's a recent one there. That's, man. Yeah, comes back.
Time traveler. Kid kicks rocks the timeline. Local gorilla named Harambe saves child. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
As in another timeline. Get out of here before you get me shot.
Slinging the middle finger.
Okay.
Yeah,
No, that's not
Harambe.
Oh, this is funny. Look at all the other dead companies.
Oh, wow.
Lehman Brothers, Bear Stearns.
Oh, what happened to FTX?
FTX. Remember that? That was a crypto scandal that involved Republicans and Democrats.
I did not remember
that. Nobody wants to talk about Sam Bankman-Fried and what he was doing.
Yeah. Signature Bank is still in business.
Yeah, sexiest man alive. Anyway, some of these are... so basically what happened was... Oh, this is my favorite one. This is why I pulled it. Harambe, it cannot be. You fell. I am Harambe the White. And I come back to you now at the turn of the tide.
At the turning of the tide.
So that's a funny one. Look, the Cheeto that looks like Harambe.
Oh, my gosh.
Jesus died for your sins. Harambe died for our memes. Rest in peace.
Lord have mercy.
Okay, so, but I wanted to think about this because there was something that happened. Like, I remember being on radio in 2016, and we created a segment not long after this called the Meme of the Day because it was so new. I mean, I know memes weren't new. They weren't invented in 2016, but the right took them and went in a direction that just exposed the left's lies.
Mm-hmm.
And it was such a revolutionary way to communicate, not in video, where video was great, but we're using images with a few words, and you're able to communicate complex ideas, funny jokes very, very quickly. And the right was so much better at it than the left. And it is believed that because of what happened with Harambe, meme culture took off in a big way, and then it morphed into the right taking those formats and using them to promote President Trump or dunk on Hillary, and the left was left kind of just with their hands in their pocket. They didn't know what to do.
And the left still 10 years later cannot meme. They don't know how to meme.
Well,
and the memes that they do, and the reason that they don't know how to meme, folks, is because you have to have a certain level of joy in your life to have humor, to be able to find humor in a situation. And if you don't have that, then you're not going to be able to meme correctly. You've seen some of these ridiculous. What was it was the female Democrat congresswoman, congresswomen who did the Street Fighter thing. Do you remember that video where it was?
I don't remember that.
Oh my gosh, I think I blocked it out. I tried to block it out from my memory, but it was just so pathetic. Maybe somebody can help us in the comments if you remember that video and what it was based off of. But anyway, it was the most pathetic thing in the world. And of course, Jesse Waters, I remember him playing it on Fox, and he was just like, they keep trying, which is great because it gives us more material here. But the left just doesn't get it. They're not funny. Nobody likes them. The only thing that is even mildly funny at all is the Gavin Newsom press secretary, whatever this person is, press release, where this person is tweeting on behalf.
But
of,
even that's just got it back to your
that's
point.
What I'm saying.
Yeah, that's their best.
That's their best. Their best is mocking Trump, right. and they do it with trying to. Oh, this is the greatest legislation. They'll type in that way.
Why do you think they're not funny? Why do you think they're so bad at memeing?
Well, I think it's because, as I was saying, I think you have to have a certain level of joy in your life to be able to laugh and to have humor, and not like a cackling Kamala humor, which was fake. I'm saying that you have to have some sort of joy in your life to have some creativity, and these people just don't. They're miserable. They hate their lives. They hate the United States. They hate their existence, and they hate the color of their skin.
Wow. I don't think I could have said it any better. They, their religion consumed them so much that they attack their own comics, who are definitely center-left people.
Sure.
But I never thought about it. They don't have any joy in their life. Everything to them has got to be super serious. They got to. I think they fundamentally probably also feel like they're not good people, but they don't know how to reconcile it. Like I know that I'm not a good person except through Jesus Christ, right? But that's my reconciliation, and that's how that's my frame of reference for everything in the world. But if you don't have that, and you know that you're a hypocrite, you know that you're not a good person, then laughing and having a good time and being free. You're not free. You're actually a slave. I actually heard, kind of on an adjacent front, I was listening to Nerdrotic, because Nerdrotic has this great cultural YouTube channel about just how terrible our entertainment is, how they basically, try to brainwash us. They take intellectual property that we love, like Star Wars or Indiana Jones or whatever, and they just, dump the message in, the woke messaging, or even their new stuff, like that show The Boys, which was this nihilistic view of superheroes. They couldn't actually do the material towards the end of the season because they were so obsessed with making the chief antagonist Donald Trump that the whole thing falls apart, and they're just obsessed. But it came up in this conversation. Why do actors feel the need to insert themselves and tell us their political opinions? They end up getting themselves in so much trouble that it ends up costing the studio so much money because right-wing dads and guys, and we don't go see their movies and that sort of thing. So why do they do it? And he said this, Rob, and I thought this was really interesting. I think this he says, I think they feel guilty about making the amount of money they do based on just reading lines that somebody else wrote. Like he says, now I wouldn't feel guilty. And by the way, if that were me, I wouldn't feel guilty about that either. But the left and these leftist Hollywood celebrities, he says, I think they feel guilty about making all that money for such a frivolous thing. You're basically a paid pretender. Now there are better actors than others, but there's skill there. I'm not going to deny there's not skill, but they feel guilty about it. And so to atone for being compensated as much as they're compensated, they feel the need to go out there and, spew this communist dribble that they think is, relevant to the people. I thought that was good. I think that's true. I think there's some truth there, that's the reason.
I think so, but I think that the majority, I don't know, maybe the superstars don't feel that way. I think Robert De Niro is just crazy. I mean, I think he's He's so inundated with his leftist ideology that he's not going to be able to see reason. They hate Trump so bad, and I just want to ask him, like, what are you going to do in 2.5 years when Donald Trump is no longer in office? You know, which what is it? Less than 2.5 years at this point, I guess. You know, so what are you going to do when Donald Trump's not in office? How are you going to attack? Well, they're going to say, well, this guy's MAGA. They're going to still ride that wave for a couple more years, and Donald Trump will still be stumping. I'm assuming he's going to be one of the highest paid people to come and speak at any Republican senator, member of the House, even governor of a state or something. He's going to be one of the highest paid people to come and speak at a rally for this person. Like, it's going to be a big deal, and people are still going to pay to come and see him. But who are they going to blame when he's not in office anymore? Because it's Donald Trump's policies are good for America. That, for the most part, like, you might have some disagreements about this or that, but you're going to agree on the majority of things if you've got half a brain. We maybe don't like what he says. We don't like how he says it. We don't like how he attacks people, and how if you speak out against him, he cuts you off. That's an argument that you could make. But the left, just going back to what I said earlier, they only have one playbook right now, and it is oppose Donald Trump at all stops.
Yeah.
Right. And so
I think what they're going to do is they're going to run either overtly or covertly a campaign of getting even with not only Trump cabinet officials, but Trump voters. And you've already had left-wing podcasters say that. Eerily pontificate, what are we going to do when we get back in power? What are we going to do with Trump voters? What are we going to do with those neighbors? You know, he's like, not just cabinet officials. What are we going to do with those people that voted for Trump 3 times? And so I think much of their motivation, that hatred will drive, whether it's J.D. Vance or whoever, much of that motivation is going to be towards, we've got to win so that we can, you know, they may not come out and say put us all in camps, but it's some version of that.
It's the same mentality of what are we going to do with these unvaccinated people?
Yes.
What are we going to do with them? Right. And, I sent you guys a video earlier that was just 3 minutes of, I think we forget how bad the propaganda machine was running.
Yeah.
And it was based, funded by Pfizer and the government and, Fauci, who should be in prison right now. All of that stuff. But yeah, I just completely agree. The Democrats don't have a playbook. They don't have a platform. It's just oppose Donald Trump. And, there are even street interviewers, Paul, that are fantastic. Hey, tell me why you're voting for Kamala Harris and you can't mention Trump. Right? Well, she's just a better alternative, what policy do you like? What and all of this stuff, and then of course a woman, the only thing they'll say is women's reproductive health. That's literally the only thing they've got. But when it just really calls out, it really it shines a highlighter really on how they have no principles other than just a hatred of Trump. And I know I'm repeating myself, but it's just it's in every facet.
You brought up this video that you sent us. Let's just real quick, because to your point, what are we going to do with all these Trump supporters? Well, you guys essentially already tried to marginalize us and, not literally, but figuratively just tried to consume us, tried to eat us.
Oh, yeah.
And then when it was all over and you took your masks off and you all got your 15th booster, we're driving back, in a car and we're like, are we just not going to talk about how you were ready to essentially destroy me and my family and my livelihood, essentially kill us because we disagreed with your medical opinions? And it's like, well, it's like we've never addressed that with the left. And by the way, not arresting Anthony Fauci and these other people only furthers this lunacy that they never have to answer. Even you talk about Trump supporters having to answer. What about the left? What about individual leftist voters that never have to answer for their policies?
They just move on.
Yeah, they just get to move on.
Yeah, they just move on. They do this stuff all the time. And you know, watching this video that we're about to watch, it placed a huge reminder in my head about how bad things were, and how the ridiculousness of, for us, that we were told to believe that there was a 98% reduction in the flu virus being diagnosed, that there was a 98% reduction in flu, but yet COVID was running rampant and killing everybody. And I just thought, wait a minute.
How many flu deaths?
Too many.
How many flu deaths were really remdesivir deaths? How much flu was diagnosed as COVID? You were then because everybody was worried.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you go into the hospital because you think you've got COVID, but you've got the flu. You're given remdesivir. Remdesivir shuts your kidneys off, and you die. How many? And then the hospital gets bukus of money because the hospital records it as a COVID death. I mean, do we want to ask? I mean, it's unknowable. You'll never know because the media, they certainly at the time weren't going to dig in and try to actually find the truth to a matter. No, they bought whatever the government said they bought it.
I can speak about this from personal experience. October 14th, 2020, my 57-year-old father at the time passed away unexpectedly. He died of a massive heart attack.
He was at his home, right?
Correct. He was COVID positive when he died, and therefore he was listed as a COVID death.
Did he have any symptoms of COVID?
Absolutely not. He died of a massive heart attack because he had back surgery and couldn't work anymore, and it really messed him up mentally. I tried to pull him out of the house. He was a hermit. He just couldn't do it. He was eating like a half a gallon of ice cream for breakfast. Like, he was just miserable in his life. And he gained a bunch of weight, and he had a massive heart attack. He was living a sedentary lifestyle, and a person that was used to being go, go, go. And he couldn't handle it, and he had a massive heart attack, but he was COVID positive when he died, and therefore he's listed as a COVID death. There are millions of those deaths worldwide, and certainly here in the United States, that people just went in and they gave them a test as they're dying. This person could have had a gunshot wound to their forehead, and if they were COVID positive when they died.
And that's not a conspiracy theory.
That is 100% truth.
A motorcycle, people that had wrecks on motorcycles pronounced dead, COVID positive, COVID death. It happened. It's not a fake story. So.
Yeah. So we're to believe that this vaccine was infallible, which we knew that we knew at the time, but we certainly found out later that it was not. That you could get the virus once you had this vaccine, and that all of these people that were resisting the jab were actually the smart ones. But yet these elitists, and we're going to see over the next several minutes here.
They wanted to eat us.
Yes.
Basically. Listen to this. Hang on one second.
Who are the problem, period, end of story.
The only people that you can blame, this isn't shaming, this is the truth. Maybe they should be shamed, are the unvaccinated.
It's time to start blaming the unvaccinated folks, not the regular folks.
Alabama.
Anyone you came into contact with will blame you, as will the rest of us who have done the right thing by getting vaccinated.
Because frankly, we know that we can't trust the unvaccinated.
I think it's time to get our moral house in order, Anderson. It's the unvaccinated who are the threat.
All of us vaccinated folks are going to start wearing masks to protect the unvaccinated folks. It's called a Christian value.
You're basically punishing the vaccinated for the sins of the unvaccinated. People are not behaving honorably. The unvaccinated are basically saying, well, it's open season for me. I can do whatever I want as well.
The unvaccinated are basically beating their breasts, running around the country saying, we don't care, we're living free, and so forth.
We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin.
The unvaccinated, a group that includes children and people acting like children. And the rest of us are starting to get pissed off.
The vaccinated feel the unvaccinated are making me upset or angry.
This is not about freedom or personal choice.
Well, my freedom is being kind of disturbed here
No, screw your freedom.
The other day, Howard Stern weighed in with a much different approach. Take a look.
When are we going to stop putting up with the idiots in this country and just say, it's mandatory to get vaccinated? Their freedom.
But you're treading on our freedom and you're making other people sick, and really you're killing other people.
The anti-vaxxers, they seem to have a thing for death and home remedies.
The anti-maskers turned anti-vaxxers are not just putting their own lives at risk. If that was the issue, we could just say that we can watch them compete to win place or show in the Darwin Awards.
We have to start doing things for the greater good of society and not for idiots who think that they can do their own research.
And don't get me started on the lunatics who won't take any of the COVID vaccines.
Life is too short to be an ass. Life is way too short to be ignorant of the promise of something that is helping people worldwide.
Maybe you're doing it because you're disconnected or disorganized. Maybe you have some sympathetic psychological reasons. But maybe you're just being antisocial.
Oh, you can't shame them. You can't call them stupid. You can't call them silly. Yes, they are.
Those who are not vaccinated will end up paying the price.
The unvaccinated should be taxed. They should pay more for health care.
We need to start looking at the choice to remain unvaccinated the same as we look at driving while intoxicated.
We're going to see, and I've said, almost two types of America.
Dr. Fauci said that if hospitals get any more overcrowded, they're going to have to make some very tough choices about who gets an ICU bed. That choice doesn't seem so tough to me. Vaccinated person having a heart attack, yes, come right on in. We'll take care of you. Unvaccinated guy who gobbled horse goo, rest in peace, Wheezy.
Pointing back to the unvaccinated who are really creating a problem in this country, every death that we are seeing from COVID could have been prevented.
Literally.
All of that propaganda, most of it on left-wing media. You had Neil Cavuto. But,
Neil Cavuto almost died.
It's all this, but the guy already had multiple sclerosis or whatever.
Yeah,
he
was already
MS.
sick. Yeah.
I mean, but all this is funneled into these left wing, a lot of them liberal women, and it made them enraged at us. So this idea, what are we going to do with the Trump voters when we get back in power? Man, like we're over here asking the same thing. Like, what do we do with these people? I mean, and the fact that all of these news broadcasts are subsidized by Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson and Moderna, I mean, this is
see a pattern.
Well, that's criminal. I'm sorry, and we have no intestinal fortitude. We have no one wants to call that what it is. I think that was criminal at a very bare minimum. That's incitement to violence. You're literally telling people that the unvaccinated are making the vaccinated less safe, which, by the way, logically doesn't make any sense because you're vaccinated. You should be good to go. But they did all this. They've paid no consequences for it, let alone the fact that the shot is harmful, I believe. I'm speechless.
So,
I don't know.
So just that, I think that we need to watch that stuff. I think we need to watch that stuff from time to time.
Yes,
to know who we're dealing with. But it's in the same realm of thought here. When's the last time that we watched, footage of 9/11? And I guarantee you that the New Yorkers haven't watched it. There's a lot of New Yorkers who voted for Mamdani who have not watched footage of 9/11 and saw the dangers of radicalization of a religion. Well, this right here is a radicalization of a religion. It is a religion of we believe the government, we toe the company line. Yes, we will get on that train.
Yeah.
Yes, we will follow orders. That's the Democratic Party because they proved it. They proved it over and over starting in March of 2020. And we saw it all the way through, even in Biden's years. The only time that people started turning on Biden was maybe his last year there. He's a fumbling, fool or whatever, but it was just our lovable grandpa. We still believed that he was the best person for the job. You have no principles. If you're on the left and you're a leftist, I'm not talking about an independent who sometimes votes Democrat. If you are a leftist where it's vote blue no matter who, you have no principles. You think you do. You think you have strong principles, but you don't. You're following orders.
Completely agree. Real quick, before we go to break, I do want to tell you about Redvive Health and the great folks over at redvivehealth.org/Paul. That's redvivehealth.org/Paul. This is not your grandmother's red light panel, if that's such a thing. I want you to go to redvivehealth.org/Paul. There you can save 35% off of these life-enhancing red light panels where you get red light and near-infrared light, 2 different spectrums. You get them naturally when the sun rises and sets, right there at the horizon where it turns red. That's where you get this this energy from. Your body needs it. Your mitochondria needs it. Ladies, it has anti-aging capabilities because it increases the collagen production of your skin, but it also penetrates deep into your bones, your tissues, your organs, stimulating the mitochondria of your cell. If you're thinking about surgery because of chronic pain, you owe it to yourself to try this technology first. Do your research. All of it's published there at redvivehealth.org/Paul. Again, 35% off these red light panels, and we're going to be back here in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. This is the Paul Herrell Program.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Redvive.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or Redvive works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago, he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herrell Program.
But you'll be happy to know, Paul and Eric, that I listened to the entire 2 hours of oral arguments today, a little over 2 hours.
The whole thing? Because I didn't even do that. I just listened to the clips.
I didn't even do that. No, I listened to the whole thing because I was mowing my yard.
And so, I always listen to a podcast or something like that. So anyway, the criticisms of Ketanji Brown, we're going to talk about that one, and Japanese wallet theft there. Really impressed with Amy Coney Barrett, although she was extremely focused on the Indian aspect of it, the American Indian aspect of it. But, it's going to be interesting to think. I think, when you start kind of going down it was really hard to judge which way some of them are going to lean. So I don't know, but I can tell you this. One thing that was encouraging to me is that it seemed like John Roberts was in favor of the Trump position on this.
Wow.
Which is...
Really? So you listened to the whole thing? And
I listened to the whole thing, and I felt like, because he was really tangling with the idea of, these anchor babies, essentially.
Yeah.
So...
Eric Haynes is with us. Eric, brother, welcome back, sir.
Great to be part of the conversation. I did not watch 2 hours, the full 2 hours. Kudos to you, brother.
Can't watch it. You can only listen to it.
I did write down one quote, though, from Justice Jackson. You ready?
I'm ready.
If I steal someone's wallet in Japan,
we've got this.
The Japanese authorities can arrest me and prosecute me. I'm still locally owing allegiance in that sense.
Yeah.
Somebody, I saw that and come out, and then I saw somebody write a response and they go, "That sounds about as logical as do you walk to school or bring your lunch?"
So
it's like, what?
Well, one thing that I will say about that one is in particular, she was saying it in response of the challenger. I forget the position.
Well, what is it
called? Like the whatever. Instead of the government's position, which was John Sauer. I think it's John Sauer, who is incredible, by the way. If you ever get a chance to listen to him, he's got a real scruffy voice. And
I was about to say, his voice,
dude,
made me hurt for him.
His brain works faster than his mouth will let it come out. That's how wicked smart this guy is.
Well, okay, so let's check this out. We have, well, first off, this is my reference. It wasn't my reference at the top of the show. Somebody named Logan Hall. That's I see that there, and this is a reference from the Rings of Power, where they bastardized Lord of the Rings. But our baby was born in Rivendell. That means she's an elf and gets to vote now.
Oh, jeez Louise! Oh my God, we've done it.
But this is what you're talking about. You're talking about Ketanji Brown Jackson and
okay.
There it is.
Real quickly before you play this, Paul,
yes.
There are some comments. Trump's executive order that was written last year, stating that just because you were born here doesn't mean that you are a birthright citizen, and it is a direct contradiction to the 14th Amendment. And so it was basically Trump's executive order versus the 14th Amendment today. And a lot of legal scholars were talking about this and saying, hey, I don't know how you can. I don't think you can challenge the 14th Amendment here. And I know we're going to go through all of this stuff.
Well,
but
I'll just add a little context to what you just said. It was Trump's executive order versus the 14th Amendment versus this man that you see on your screen here.
Correct.
Okay.
And so he was the Wong Kim Ark. Yes. And so what he had challenged it because essentially his parents were not born here.
Yes, in when was this? 1898.
Yes, but his parents had fully and completely assimilated to the United States, as did Wong Kim Ark. They had fully integrated themselves into, but there was no avenue, because you want to talk about racism. People think we were racist against the blacks. We were extremely racist against the Chinese. For, Asian. Of course, they called them a different word. But anyway, so you can kind of go down that rabbit hole if you'd like to. But essentially what he was trying to say is, I have no mechanism to become a United States citizen.
Well, I think the controversy was, like, his parents were not citizens, but they were here in San Francisco, in California.
Yes.
They were, and he was a Chinese citizen by birth, because and so he leaves, goes abroad, And then when he tries to come back home to his parents, he's denied entry because he's not a citizen.
Correct.
That was the controversy.
Yes.
And that's where in 1898 they said, okay, you can be a citizen, because your parents are here and you were born here and you're a citizen. And that's what opened the floodgates, was this case right here. So
just one case. Correct.
This is the hurdle that the Trump Solicitor General has got to get over. He's got to convince these 9 justices, but let's be honest, he's just got to convince 5 of them that the Supreme Court made a terrible decision with this.
And I want to say one thing, just a real quick thing about a post analysis that was like immediate, because I was listening to the oral arguments and then they shut off, and I immediately went over to Fox News just because I had hoped to hear from Jonathan Turley and some others about, I completely respect Jonathan Turley, a Democrat, by the way. I find that he would say, awesome. I would say that he would say that his party left him a long time ago. But the legal scholars that were following, because it was outnumbered at that time, were saying, whoa, I'm not sure how this is going to shake out. It's hard to judge, but they gave that a full credence here as the whole panel. And I'm going to say I was kind of impressed with some of the liberal judges, Ketanji Brown aside, because they were asking questions like, hey, I think this kind of goes against your argument here, and how do you wrestle with this and stuff. I feel like, I don't know, if I wouldn't say it's 50-50 kind of thing, but I don't know.
Somebody, you listen to the whole 2 hours. If you kind of peruse X, at least what's in my algorithm, people are a lot more pessimistic.
Well, did they listen to it? Because I listened to their questions.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've only just seen some of the clips and some of the reporting on it. So yeah. I'm certainly going to take your word for it. But here she is, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh Lord. And this came out.
This was the highlight of the.
As stupid as it sounded, it came out live.
The tomfoolery here. Listen.
I was thinking about this, and I think there are various sources that say this, that you obviously have permanent allegiance based on being born in whatever country you're from. That's what everybody recognizes. But you also have local allegiance when you are on the soil of this other sovereign. And I was thinking, I, a U.S. citizen, am visiting Japan. And what it means is that, if I steal someone's wallet in Japan, the Japanese authorities can arrest me and prosecute me. It's allegiance, meaning can they control you as a matter of law? I can also rely on them if my wallet is stolen to, under Japanese law, go and prosecute the person who has stolen it. So there's this relationship based on, even though I'm a temporary traveler, I'm just on vacation in Japan, I'm still locally owing allegiance in that sense.
Did that make any sense to anybody? Because it made absolutely no sense to me. I mean, it's crazy. This word.
Well, it was in fairness to her. What I'll say is that it was in the context of Sauer, who was arguing on the Trump side, saying that it is like, does the nationality of your parents lead to your allegiance, like whatever your allegiance is, or does your birthplace lead to where your allegiance is?
Well, and that's the thing, this phrase allegiance, this word allegiance.
Yeah, allegiance is the key.
It's the key, and they're using 19th century senators who were instrumental in crafting the 14th Amendment, their use of the term allegiance. Well, what does jurisdiction mean? Because that's what's in the 14th Amendment, jurisdiction. Well, what does that mean? Well, it means where your allegiance is. And the fact is, if you're Chinese and you come over here and have a baby, you're going to be a Chinese citizen. You have allegiance to that country based on where your parents are from. This is before globalism. This is not rocket science. This is just the way the world has worked for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And yet here we are. I mean, here's some people's take on that. Sean Davis, if I break into your home and steal your jewelry, it means I'm a member of your family now and entitled to your inheritance.
This can go a lot.
It was just a really
a lot of puns are going to be created by this.
I'm a member of your family now. I broke in your home. It's insane. Listen to this one. This is a great one with what is this character's name from Better Call Saul or Breaking Bad? Your Honor, my client is an American because he committed his crimes in America.
Yeah. And so ultimately what the crux of the argument, if anybody, it's just they're so much smarter than me. So I'm sitting there. I feel dumb when I'm listening.
Ketanji Brown Jackson is not smarter than you.
No. I'm talking about both attorneys that were arguing. So General Solicitor Sauer is just the smartest legal mind that I've ever heard, and maybe he is smarter on his legal knowledge of Supreme Court cases, and maybe wouldn't do as well with, say, a common crime case, petty theft, a wallet being stolen in Japan or something. But he is so intelligent when he was arguing this, and ultimately they were trying to pin down what were the framers, or I'm sorry, the authors of the 14th Amendment, what were they doing when they kept including this term 25 different times? They kept talking, and I'm stalling so that my brain catches the word that they were using, domicile.
Domicile. Yeah.
And so that's where I was really impressed with the two liberal justices. What are they named? Kagan, and who's the other one? Sotomayor. Sotomayor she is one step above Ketanji Brown. But Kagan is a very intelligent person. Now, she says some stupid things, but Sotomayor was the one that said, hundreds of thousands of kids were sick with COVID. What's that?
Well, I mean, you're mispronouncing her name. It needs to,
What is her?
Well, it needs to be more like, Sotomayor.
You got to roll something.
I got to roll the R's.
Sotomayor. Yeah, you got to roll something.
No, so she's one step above Ketanji Brown, but Kagan is intelligent, and she was really saying, she's like, you're trying to get rid of this word domicile, but the people who wrote this didn't. And they used it 25 times. This wasn't just a casual 1, 2, or 3, or 4 off. And then John Sauer, who was arguing the Trump side, and I don't want to get too lost in all this because I listened to it, but what he was arguing was, he was saying that domicile is important, meaning that a person coming across the border who's 9 months pregnant and delivers a baby, 5 minutes after being inside, their parents never set up any sort of domicile, such as this Wang Ark. His parents had set up domicile here. They were contributing members of society, and they had built that. So I think, you could have an argument there to say, okay, well, if your parents, even if they came here not legally and they weren't legal citizens, but set up and they, lived here for 20 years and they gave birth, that maybe that's a different scenario. But I think you're going down a bunch of what ifs, and you can't really do that. What the ultimate crux of it was, what were the writers of this 14th Amendment thinking? And they used the word domicile, which again is attributed to, you live here. You didn't just walk across the damn border. You live here. And that being a crux of why they wrote it. They were talking about slave children, folks. Let's be honest. And we're bastardizing it and manipulating it.
That's exactly right. So the leading report said that Justice Amy Coney Barrett now seems skeptical of striking down birthright citizenship for illegal migrants. And now you kind of got a different take, but let's get to this one clip that kind of went viral.
She really kept asking a lot about Indians. I don't know if you pulled this in.
I do have one. I do have one clip about Native Americans.
Yeah.
But,
Okay, let's talk about its applications. So, you know, there are some, I can imagine it being messy on some applications. So what would you do with what the common law called foundlings? You know, the thing about this is then you have to adjudicate. If you're looking at parents, and if you're looking at parents' domicile, then you have to adjudicate both residence and intent to stay. What if you don't know who the parents are?
I think there are marginal cases. That one, I think, has the benefit of being addressed in 1401F, where it talks about
Yeah. But what about the Constitution?
Under the Constitution, I mean, look, domicile is a constitutional standard in all kinds of other situations.
Well, and it's hard.
Diversity jurisdiction, personal jurisdiction, sorry.
Well, yeah, and a personal jurisdiction, I mean, 1332, diversity jurisdiction. And the thing is, it has to be litigated because it turns on intent. And both the virtue of both jus soli and jus sanguinis, whichever one you pick, it's a bright line rule. How would it work? How would you adjudicate these cases? You're not going to know at the time of birth for some people whether they have the intent to stay or not, including U.S. citizens, by the way. I mean, what if you have someone who is living in Norway with their husband and family, but is still a U.S. citizen, comes home and has her child here and goes back? How do we know whether the child is a U.S. citizen because the parent didn't have an intent to stay?
I'd say make 2 points, one practical, one legal. The practical point is under the terms of this executive order, you don't have to because the executive order turns on objectively verifiable things, which is immigration status. Are you lawfully present but temporarily present, or do you have an illegal status? So those kind of taking evidence, so to speak, on your subjective intent wouldn't be done. And as to the constitutional point, obviously domicile is baked into a lot of constitutional and legal concepts, and there may be situations where facts are determined, but if you look at the guidance that all the agencies did after this court in Casa said the agency could go forward to issue guidance, the guidance provides, I think, very, very clear, objective, verifiable approaches to doing this. And so as a practical matter, I don't think it's presented by this executive order.
Thank you, General.
So what if they used a lot of $100 words in that?
Yeah.
But essentially, the jus sanguinis versus something, whatever, and it's just simply two terms of what I was talking about earlier, what makes you a citizen, whether your parents are a citizen or whether you were born here. And that's what that entire argument was about. And and she was giving this example of, hey, what if two American citizens go and live in another country and come back to the United States and give birth to someone? What citizenship does it have? And I just don't think that was a good argument by her in that respect, because that's not where the Trump side, John Sauer, was trying to argue for that executive order. What he was trying to say is it goes to that domicile intent. And if you're living in Norway, even if you've not given up your United States citizenship, you're not actively living here in the United States per se, but you certainly have the right to, versus someone who has come into this country illegally and they are living in the shadows and whatnot. So if I were to guess by this stuff, I would say there's a good chance that John Roberts is on the positive side. Now, it looks like you've got a clip here where John Roberts says where maybe they don't. But I would say
I saw that too. Honestly.
Yeah, we can see this in studio. We're about to see it. So why don't you do it and then let me and then I'll make my point.
Yeah,
Before he sticks his foot in his mouth.
Maybe I misheard on the mower
I think
today.
I think John Roberts is going to be with us. Clip said literally on screen it says John Roberts is retarded.
And I'm sitting there talking about, well, I think John Roberts is on our side.
Well, who knows? But this is the clip here.
Based on Chinese media reports, there are 500 birth tourism companies in the People's Republic of China whose business is to bring people here to give birth and return to that nation.
Having said all that,
what do you got?
John Sauer just said a complete mouthful there. And he references, it's probably not in this clip, but he references the implications of what he just said. And that is that there are 500 birth tourism companies in China where Chinese citizens come to America, the United States, right before they're about to give birth so that they can birth a United States citizen. They birth this United States citizen, but they 100% have allegiance to the Chinese Communist Party. So what John Sauer was trying to say, and what they may have made the point, it may have been on commentary after, I can't remember, but it is that you keep doing that, and you're going to have millions of communist China voters in the United States as U.S. citizens.
Yeah,
Folks,
and oftentimes they get born here, get their citizenship, then they go get raised in China, where they're indoctrinated, ready to basically become Manchurian.
They are
American
Trojan
citizens.
horses, and we want to talk about poor Central American families coming across and having babies here so that they can have a better life. I'd much rather have that than what some of these countries, such as China, are doing to infiltrate the United States. If you look at it, if you're China, if you're Xi, and you look at United States,
100-year plan, man.
Yeah, the
20-year,
100-year
generational
plan.
plan. I mean, I don't want any of it. To your point, like we're being exploited on multiple levels. We're being exploited by the third world, and we're being exploited by the communists in China.
And we're just turning a blind eye to it.
It is the idea that we would not have a secure border, that we would allow ourselves to get invaded, was unconscionable to 19th century Washington, D.C., to 19th century America. When they wrote this, they were talking about slaves. They were talking about the children of slaves. That's what they were talking about. They were not talking about Mexicans, Guatemalans, Venezuelans, Chinese, Russians, Afghanis. That's not what they were talking about. And you know, you'll never convince a rational person otherwise. You may be able to twist the law. You may be able with judicial sleight of hand to say, well, I think this word's meaning that, because the left's entire agenda always revolves around taking what men wrote hundreds of years ago and saying, well, that word really doesn't mean that today in our context. Like their whole agenda, all of the progress they've made has depended on redefining what words mean, and that's exactly what.
And John Sauer constantly brought up that very point that you're talking about. When you're talking about interpretation of meaning, what were they meaning when they wrote this? And John Sauer said, well, then yes, it may not be written in this text. They were going to the more affirmative thing when they were talking about, and you're not subject to the jurisdiction thereof of another country, rather than your allegiance is to the United States. That's sort of a negative connotation to it. And the point that he was trying to say is that they went with a more affirmative. But when you look at their arguments that they were making, because all of that was a matter of public record, even back in the 1800s, he said, when you look at and read all of those arguments, I have not, it clearly shows that they were talking, number one, about slave children, and number two, they were talking about people who were born here, who are domiciled here, who are absolutely, integrated into society here. That is who they were trying to guarantee was afforded citizenship, and that we couldn't take it away. So whether it be Native Americans or slave children, or even so far as like the Japanese internment camps in a more modern sense here.
Wow.
It was an extremely detailed argument. Again, they used $100 words,
and
but my
it was
brain
supposed to be rare. I mean, even the reinterpretation of the 14th Amendment that happened 20, 30 years after its passage was supposed to be a rare occurrence. Not exploited the way it is.
Did they say domicile, or were they referring to DEI Katanji and said imbecile? If they said 25 times. AV, probably correct.
Here's this
imbecile.
More from this.
Yeah.
You do agree that that has no impact on the legal analysis before us?
I think it's, I'd quote
Hang on
Justice.
here. So, to be clear, he's talking about the Chinese government.
Yes,
or
the 500.
He's talking about
companies.
the companies that are sending pregnant Chinese people to America they're having babies, then they're taking the babies who are now U.S. citizens back to China to raise them for, I think, some sort of Manchurian purpose. So John Roberts dismisses this. Listen.
Based on Chinese media reports, there are 500 birth tourism companies in the People's Republic of China whose business is to bring people here to give birth and return to that nation.
Having said all that, you do agree that that has no impact on the legal analysis before us?
First of all, yeah, it
Yes,
does.
it does.
Judge, we got a problem. Let me contextualize our problem to you. We're coming to you for help.
Well, what I think that John Roberts is trying to say here, and I'm not trying to run interference from him, is he's trying to say we're here to challenge the 14th Amendment. Essentially, let's call a spade a spade. You've got an executive order that appears to go against the 14th Amendment. Are we that we have to look at what the context of the 14th Amendment was at that time. And I think John Sauer did a masterful job. My guess is that he brings up the modern day problem that it has created as a sort of not motivational, sort of like a negotiation tactic with someone who might be struggling, one of those justices struggling to say, are we really going to override the 14th Amendment? Are we going to sit here and really override this 14th Amendment with Trump's executive order? I don't know. That's where a lot of people have a hard time believing that they would go that route.
Are they overriding the 14th Amendment, or are they correcting United States versus Wong Kim Ark?
That is what they're correcting, and to your point, John Sauer is leaning on the 14th Amendment. Because Wong Kim Ark did not say, and there was there's a terminology there, but it did not say anything about the subject to the allegiance thereof, right? That the 14th Amendment did, and so Wong Kim Ark was, if I remember the argument correctly, was an override to the 14th Amendment, and therefore Wong Kim Ark, they're trying to strike this down, correct?
Yeah.
But it also, and when I say it overrides the 14th Amendment, I'm incorrect about that, but I will say that it limits the terminology in that.
Yeah. I think I agree. This is an attempt to correct.
That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So we've got to get through this. We've tried to play it about.
I think it's. I'd quote what Justice Scalia said in his Hamdan dissent, where their interpretation has these implications that could not possibly have been approved by the 19th century framers of this amendment. I think that shows that they've made a mess. Their interpretation has made a mess of the provision.
Well, it certainly wasn't a problem in the 19th century.
No, but of course, we're in a new world now, as Justice Alito pointed out, where 8 billion people are one plane ride away from having a child who's a U.S. citizen.
Well, it's a new world. It's the same Constitution.
John Roberts?
As Justice Scalia said, I think in the case that Justice Alito was referring to, you've got a constitutional provision that addresses certain evils, and it should be extended to reasonably comparable evils. He said that about statutory interpretation. I think the same principle applies here, and I think we quote that in our brief.
Thank you. Justice Thomas?
So that's why
I think
Sean
it's a bad
Davis
thing to
said
say because planes did not exist when this was written.
Yeah.
The Wright brothers hadn't done their first flight.
And again, this is about what the court did, how they – this is about the Wong case. And this is about the 14th Amendment being bastardized. This is about the original intent of the 14th Amendment, not what it became. And that's why Sean Davis, based on this clip, says that John Roberts is retarded because what he's doing – is ignoring, and this is what they love to do, and who knows, John Roberts could be a closet communist that wants the Chinese to continue doing this. The idea that any of these guys any of these people on the court are unbiased or don't have their own agendas is ridiculous because they're men, and men are corrupt, and we've got a lot of corrupt men. We got a lot of corrupt politicians in our lives right now. They are on full display, and so you can say that about all of these guys. It's the most reasonable expectation to have that these guys are not in to do what's right. They're in to do what's best for themselves. And John Roberts, there's always been gossip or reports, I would say reports, that he was, that the Obamacare decision that upheld the individual mandate, the dissenting opinion read like a a majority opinion, but he changed his vote at the last second and was allegedly seen crying, because he had been threatened in some way, shape, or form.
And I believe that because that was an atrocious decision here, and maybe that's factored in. But I'm gonna tell you, if you listen to the entire 2 hours, John Roberts obviously he had those moments, but to me, and I could be totally wrong when this decision comes out, to me, John Roberts was more inclined to believe
in some of the other clips.
Yes.
So in that instance, he was just saying, "Hey, yeah, I know it's bad what the Chinese," or he didn't say that, but what the Chinese are doing to exploit us are not specifically pertinent to the legal argument that we're having.
Correct. Yes, and he may be very, very well be correct about that. I just think it's naive to not take it into consideration.
They love to do that. They love. Well, we're just talking about the letter of the law, not the practical, not the actual world that we all have to live in because of your letter of the law decisions. Right? It's kind of the opposite of what a judge is there for. Like a judge is there. Yeah, you've got to look at the law, but you've also got to look at the practical implications of what we have judges because we hope that they're going to make our lives peaceful, that they're going to do the right thing, that there's a common sense thread involved. Like it's like the whole basis of why we even have a judicial branch is because somebody's going to have to weigh all of everything, going to have to weigh the law and also how is the law being exploited. And this is not complicated, but they love to hide behind the legalese when they don't want to make tough decisions.
I'll give you a little statistic, by the way, because it's being mentioned in some of our comments on streaming live on Rumble as well as other platforms. But I monitor the Rumble comments because they're pretty active on LFA TV, yes. So Carl was asking, what other country lets you become a citizen for just being born there? And I will say I didn't know this. But Lawrence Jones from Fox News was saying that he put the number 80% of all countries do not do what the United States does. Only 20% allow for birthright citizenship. And the crazy thing is we're the only superpower that allows it. All of those other countries are ones that are, please move here.
Yeah, right.
Please come here. And so that was interesting to me. I had no idea what the numbers were. But to answer some of the questions in the comments, 80% of the civilized world, does not allow birthright citizenship.
Yeah, I wanted to get to there was a post from President Trump, on that very thing.
Can we talk about that? This is monumental. A sitting president they were saying this on the news. I don't know if this is correct. I haven't fact-checked this, but that a sitting president has never gone to Supreme Court oral arguments.
Yeah, President Trump did go to Supreme Court oral arguments today. He was there reportedly for an hour and then abruptly, according to certain different reports, but abruptly left. And I don't know if it's because he didn't like what he was hearing, but then he went and he posted this. He said this, Rob: "We are the only country in the world stupid enough to allow birthright citizenship." Now, I know you just said it's 80-20, but
we're the only superpower.
Yeah,
we're the only legit,
right?
So this is the clip that he posted on Truth Social.
Uzbekistan is okay with it, or
please, Uganda, come here.
The Congo,
some tiny monarchy
get born in the Congo
needs more people.
Yes, we'll give you free land.
Not subject to any foreign power is pretty straightforward. So let me give you these examples. A boy is born here to an Iranian father who has entered the country illegally. That boy is automatically an Iranian national at birth, and he has a duty to provide military service to the Iranian government. Is he not subject to any foreign power?
Not within the meaning of the 1866 Act, Justice Alito, and that's clear from Wong Kim Ark, and it's clear from the debates. What the framers meant by the phrase not subject to any foreign power was referring to the ambassador exception. If it meant what the government contends, basically not a subject of any foreign power, that another country considers you a jus sanguinis citizen, then lawful permanent residents, all foreign nationals.
Well, ordinary public meaning of that would certainly encompass that boy, would it not?
Justice Alito, if you think that the language of the 1866 Act was ambiguous, as Wong Kim Ark says, the shift to the language of the 14th Amendment, which is the operative text, certainly clears up any ambiguity.
Well, what I said about a boy born to an Iranian father is true of children born here to parents who are nationals of other countries. If I'm correct, it's true to a child who's born here to Russian parents. It's true to a child who's born here to Mexican parents. They're automatically citizens or nationals of those countries and have a duty of military service. It sure seems like that makes them subject to a foreign power.
But again, Justice Alito, that would have meant that the children of Irish, Italian, and other immigrants, which Wong Kim Ark refers to and the framers refer to, would not have been citizens either, because if the only test is whether that U.S.-born child is considered a citizen by another country under their jus sanguinis laws, then no foreign nationals' children would be.
Well,
sounds good to me.
In all of those cases, the parents could be naturalized, and then the children would be derivatively naturalized when the parents were naturalized.
Which is exactly what happened when the Irish and the Italians immigrated here. They became citizens,
they
and then their
became
children became citizens. This is because they were coming legally. Cecilia Wang. By the way, when what's the guy's name? Sauer. Is that the
John
Solicitor General?
Sauer.
John Sauer.
John
It
Sauer.
would have taken everything if I was arguing in front of the Supreme Court, and Cecilia Wang is sitting right here to my right. And I start talking about the 500 Chinese companies that are, it would be like the 500 Chinese companies.
And the camera would
looking
pan
right
to
at
It'd be
her.
like the Jim look from The Office.
They're invading our country.
Dwight Schrute.
Now I will say one positive. I will say one positive thing about Cecilia Wang. She was
awesome.
When I heard that she was the ACLU attorney, I immediately thought, "Oh Lord, have mercy." Her last name is Wang, and she's Wang Chung tonight. She's the ACLU attorney, right?
Everybody
have fun tonight.
She's Wang Chung tonight.
Everybody Wang Chung tonight. That's what it is. But when I heard that she was I had some very low expectations for this. I thought
As you should of an ACLU
Yes.
attorney.
What do you think?
Yeah.
It's a low bar.
Oh, well, yeah, for ACLU.
And I knew that she was going.
It's like ACLU came to Cecilia Wang and was like,
Yeah.
"You were born for this, no."
Boy, do we have a job for you.
We've got you right now.
You were made for this,
Yeah.
Cecilia.
Luckily, you have Ketanji Brown Jackson on the bench.
There's
and
no way they're gonna
she'll
rule
buy
against you.
anything you say.
So
They're not ruling against
but I'll
Wang.
say-
Right.
They're
You'll
not gonna.
get-
They're not gonna
You'll get one vote.
They're
for
not gonna
sure.
reinterpret Wong.
Yeah.
Because your last name is Wang.
You'll get the Jackson vote for sure. You'll
Listen,
get the Jackson vote.
I'm just gonna say. I'm gonna say that she did a good job, but she is like when you're competing against John Sauer, and John Sauer may lose. I mean, he's lost in front of the Supreme Court, but my gosh, you're not gonna beat him. You don't beat John Sauer. It is that his argument.
You just ignore him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just that he wasn't going to win that one. Alito is definitely in the Trump side.
Yep. I would say 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, Gorsuch.
I would say
Alito,
Kavanaugh
Thomas.
was in the Trump side as well, and I
Okay, so
wondered
we've
about
got
him because
four.
he asked some questions, and
Amy Coney Barrett, I don't know.
Yeah, we've
I
got
don't
4
know on that one.
She's always a wild card.
And now it's like, okay, is Roberts going to come on board, or is Coney Barrett, or both of them? And when's the last time on a controversial subject that Roberts and Barrett have split? They almost always vote together on controversial.
I haven't noticed.
On the controversial wild
They
card
almost
stuff,
always
they do.
vote
He's
together.
right. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so, you're either going to have a 6-3 or it's going to be a 6-3 either way.
And I'm just telling you, and I'm not predicting it. I'm not saying it's going to happen. But a wild card, Kagan.
Oh, no. There's no way.
I'm telling
There's
you,
no way.
a wild card there because of her questions. She was struggling.
Well, we have some
to go
of
down
those.
that road with.
We got more though. We've got another one
listen
from
to this
Ketanji Brown
idiot.
Jackson. Okay, so we already played the one where she's like, "If I got caught
Japanese
stealing in Japan." Here she is.
Our view of this turns on what the status of the parents are, and not the child, as would the born in the United States view of it. Can you help us understand why we wouldn't expect to see a mention of parents in the text of this amendment?
I think it was well understood that, for example, children cannot, newborns cannot form domicile, so it follows every 19th century.
That assumes domicile is in the test, and I'm asking you, how do we know that Congress did adopt the test that you say it adopted?
When you look at 19th century conceptions of allegiance, the notion that the allegiance, again, we say domicile is instantiating the concept of allegiance for aliens as opposed to citizen. All of that, the 19th century understands the newborn's domicile, its allegiance follows the allegiance of the parents. And I point out that their theory relies on parental allegiance as well, because they recognize the exceptions for, hostile invading armies, for tribal Indians, for ambassadors. Again, the child's allegiance status, even on their view.
Yeah, so you get what he was trying to say here is that a baby can't establish a home, right? They're born to the parents that are here. And it's for Ketanji Brown's.
How dare you disadvantage a baby? How dare you?
Yes.
You're denying babies the right.
For her perspective on it to be correct, you would have to say that right now, if someone were to invade our country, okay, let's just go with Japan in World War II had plans to how they would infiltrate the United States and send ground troops in. I don't know if all of our listeners know that, but Japan had an infiltration plan.
Yeah.
Now,
I've seen Man of the High Castle.
Yeah, and so it didn't go through. It obviously didn't go through. But it's to say that, all right, well, cool. Well, then, these invading forces could bring their pregnant wives with them and birth a baby, although they have no desire to stay here, to live here, to establish domicile whatsoever. They just want to come into this country, birth, and take it over, and they just happen to birth a child. Now, we've also seen what the other example here is, like the Chinese, is that it's a purposeful, right? But what about those incidental moments of it? And that's what he's trying to argue there, is that a baby can't establish domicile. It is the parents.
It's pretty straightforward. All right, we've got two more Supreme Court clips to get to, and then we'll be done with it, and we can just see where the conversation goes.
When I said Wang Chung, our comment section just went off the rail.
Well,
our
like
comment
that song,
section went
do they?
off the rail. There's still, you give me $5, I'll make you holla. This is just really getting bad. You guys are
All right.
crazy.
Here is Neil Gorsuch engaging with John Sauer.
Do you think Native Americans today are birthright citizens
This was not a
under
good
your
moment.
test and under your friend's test?
I think so. I mean, obviously they've been granted citizenship by statute.
Put aside the statute. Do you think they're birthright citizens?
No, I think the clear understanding that everybody agrees in the congressional debates is that the children of tribal Indians are not birthright
I
citizens.
understand that's what they said, but your test is the domicile of the parents, and that would be the test you'd have us apply today, right?
Yes. So if a tribal Indian, for example, gives up allegiance to...
Born today, birthright citizens.
I think so on our test, yeah. If they're lawfully domiciled here.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I have to think that through, but that's my reaction.
I'll take the yes. That's all right.
So did you watch? You watched the full 2 hours? Can you add any more context to that?
Yeah. So well, let's just talk about what the actual question there is, because if you
And why is it relevant? I guess.
Right. It's relevant because we understand that Native American reservations do not fall in a lot of respects under the jurisdiction of the United States government.
Correct.
Therefore,
Watch an episode of Yellowstone.
right.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
therefore, Neil
Can't believe
Gorsuch
he
is
sold the
trying
ranch.
to
I know.
he's trying to poke a hole in John Sauer's argument here to say, okay, well, they're domiciled here, they're living here, but are they still citizens as soon as they're born? Because that doesn't comport with what you're saying about parents who just walk across the border and give birth, right? And so Neil Gorsuch is trying to wrangle with those two items there. I think John Sauer answered it. That's honestly, that one I remembered, and there was one other one where John Sauer was kind of caught off guard by a justice's question. Other than that, the dude was just locked in the whole time. But he didn't really have a good answer for Neil Gorsuch. And if you've ever listened to a bunch of these arguments, John Sauer very rarely gets rattled.
Yeah, but I mean, to me, the answer is, well, they would be domiciled here if they weren't living and born in Indian reservations.
Well, they
know what I mean?
absolutely would.
Those are,
yeah.
we've made agreements.
And that's what John Sauer was trying to say. It's like, I think so.
Yeah, they're sovereign nations, and so they're not necessarily American citizens.
Yeah.
But but I know they have been made that. I think in some congressional act of 1925, there was legislation passed that made them citizens. But I mean, what do I know? All I know is we're being invaded and something's got to give. Now, the last clip that I've pulled here is this is where we kind of get, I believe, into, it's a lengthy one, but we get into this is the Elena Kagan one. It says Alito here on the screen, but he actually gets into the 19th century context of the senators at the time, the ones that worked on the 14th Amendment, as well as the ones that wrote about it afterwards and answered questions. This is part of the congressional record.
Before you start this, I just want to reiterate the importance of what they're trying to discuss. Trump wrote an executive order that said, just because you're born here, you're not a citizen. This is a huge, think about this as millions of people.
Yeah, it's lots of people.
Right? And so this is a massive thing, because what did the Biden administration try to do? They tried to import new voters because of their 18% approval rating in the Democratic Party. And so this is a huge wrench in their plan, and that's why it's an important conversation.
And with that importation, you are importing others that come out of those importees.
Sure.
They produce like rabbits.
They do, as a matter of fact.
Breed.
As a matter of fact, we
intentionally, as to your point about, like, there's whole organizations set up for them to do that.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we before we get to that, we could go to this clip here. This is Will Cain, just to kind of set it up. We're going to get to the last clip from arguments today, but here's Will Cain, 46 seconds.
About birth tourism. It's booming. In 2023, over 300,000 babies were born to unauthorized or legal temporary immigrant mothers. Add that in total. It's 9% of the U.S. births in that given year.
Folks.
When we look at how that shakes out over time, a clear spike in the number of births to unauthorized immigrant mothers.
It's national suicide.
It is.
And we don't have to live this way.
And it was in the defense of, certainly the framers of the Constitution and those who wrote the Civil Rights Act. That was talked about a lot during the oral arguments, and I'm talking about the original Civil Rights Act back in 1866, somewhere around in there. But all of those things were being discussed through a different lens. Right now, our system is being completely exploited, and so we've got to stop the. You got to plug the hole here at some point, because 9% of all U.S. births are born to parents who are not United States citizens.
This is
folks. Wake up!
It's a big deal. It's a big part of the denaturalization, the demographic demise, the reversal of it, remigration, if you will. This is a big step towards remigration. If the Supreme Court would somehow get this right, I know the left would go crazy, right, which is fine. I don't care about that. But it would also go a long way to save the country and stop what's going, and give us at least an opportunity to repair the damage. But you got to stop the bleeding. You know, plugging up the border, absolutely got to do it. Stop, but now you've got to stop the incentive. This is basically cutting the head off the snake in terms of an incentive to come here and create babies and U.S. citizens. All right, so I think this is the most relevant clip where they get into why the 14th Amendment actually does not give you birthright citizenship.
Sauer, that what you just said suggests that you can't be arguing in the way Justice Alito suggests. Because
this is Elena Kagan. That's the very oddly deep voice that you hear.
Because most of your brief is not about illegal aliens. Most of your brief is about people who are just temporarily in the country, where there was quite clearly an experience of, an understanding of, that there were going to be temporary inhabitants. And your whole theory of the case is built on that group. You don't get to talking about undocumented persons until quite later and at much lesser, I think it's like 10 pages to 3 pages or something like that. So you can't really be going with Justice Alito's theory. You must be saying that there is a principle that developed, that was there at the time of the 14th Amendment. Isn't that right?
We agree there's a principle there at the 14th Amendment. It is jurisdiction means allegiance, the allegiance of and this is very strongly reflected in 19th century sources, the allegiance of an alien present in another country is determined by domicile. And that goes back to the Venus and the Pizarro. It goes through the Katza affair in 1853. It comes right up to Fong Yui Ting and Lau Ao Bu that are decided shortly before Wong Kim Ark. So that's the principle. That principle clearly applies here. I also respectfully disagree with that.
And I guess, Mr. General Sauer, where does this principle come from? Allegiance, domicile. Allegiance, I think you point to a Lincoln funeral speech as your primary example of where this principle comes from. It's certainly not what we think of when we think of the word jurisdiction, and I appreciate.
All right, so she's trying to make little of his briefs and says you just are citing some Abraham Lincoln funeral speech. So John Sauer here says, okay, I'm gonna bring it. You're gonna criticize my sources? Here they are.
That jurisdiction has many meanings, but the first meaning is like if you're subject to jurisdiction, you're subject to the authority of. One doesn't say, what that means is a certain kind of allegiance that domiciliaries have and nobody else does. So the text of the clause, I think, does not support you. I think you're sort of looking for some more technical, esoteric meaning. And then the question comes, okay, if the text doesn't support you, if there's a real history of people using it that way, but as far as I can tell, at the time of the 14th, you're using some pretty obscure sources to get to this concept.
Well, I take it straight from the framers' mouths. So, for example, Senator Trumbull was asked, what does jurisdiction mean? He means subject to jurisdiction. He said, what does that mean? He says it means not owing allegiance to anybody else. He is the principal framer of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Representative Bigham, who's the framer of the 14th Amendment, is asked, what does it mean in the congressional record at page 1291? He says, within the jurisdiction of the United States of parents not owing allegiance to any foreign sovereignty. And we've cited many, many examples where the congressional debates reflect that. Then you referred to the oration of George Bancroft. That's one of probably 16 sources, but there's at least 13, counting that one in the 12 treatises we cited at pages 26 to 28 of our brief. There is over a dozen sources that specifically address temporary sojourners. In the 5 decades after the enactment of the amendment, every single one of them says, well, temporary sojourners, their children are not included, including for 2 decades after Wong Kim Ark.
I mean, based on that alone, it's an open and shut case. And so it really just comes down to who has an agenda, who wants America to be a country without borders, who wants America to essentially who wants America to cease to exist in 20 years, and who does not. That's really what it's about. I know that may sound like hyperbolic, or it may sound extreme or sensational, but which one of these justices wants America to exist 20, 30 years from now?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
The
what
one who understands domiciliaries.
Yes.
Yeah.
Words that I'll use with my kids tonight at dinner. Domiciliary.
Yeah.
Kids, if you guys want to be domiciliaries here anymore, you will eat your peas and corn. If you'd like to be domiciliaries tonight.
You live in my domiciliary. You live by my rules.
Put your head on the pillow in this domicile.
Yeah. You want me to
All right.
treat you like a foreign national?
Sorry. Sorry. Not.
Do you want that?
Yeah. Yeah. Don't mean to just make jokes.
No.
This is serious stuff.
It is.
Because to your point, like this grand experiment of America is being very quickly eroded by all of the mistakes and all the problems and all the issues that we've allowed over the last number of years.
Yeah.
Under the guise of everything wrong about looking at the the Statue of Liberty and letting that be. Well, we've got to just let everybody in. We're a big place. There's plenty of room. No. This is you're diluting and very quickly what is a wonderful thing. And that's not obviously to say that there can be no legal immigration into this country, but what the vast majority and millions of illegal immigrants have brought to this country is not good.
We've all seen the videos. Paul, Eric, you've seen them. You've seen videos of people who have worked hard for their United States citizenship.
Right. Yep.
And there are many people who are in here in this country illegally who have made attempts to try to become legal United States citizens. And those folks, I am more than willing to have a conversation about no matter how you got here, and I'm specifically thinking of DACA, where kids had no chance, they had no choice on whether they were brought here. Their parents brought them here. We can have a different discussion about your parents. But if you are here and you are trying to become a United States citizen, a lot of these arrests, people are like, well, this person's been here for 30 years. Yeah, but did they do anything? Anything to try to, or were they hiding in the shadows? And what we find out is that they were missing court dates and that they ignored this order. They were given a removal order and they just ignored it, versus a lot of these DACAs that are not getting renewed right now who have been filing their paperwork and have had DACA since they were a child, because DACA's been in place for 14 years at this point. And so I'm willing to have a conversation. There may be people that disagree with me, conservatives that have that. But I think about it through the lens of those who have worked and are really trying hard to become a citizen of the United States because they know what it means, versus those who come across the border at 9 months pregnant, already water broke in Mexico, right? And we're trying to get across the Rio Grande here. We're trying to get into Texas so that we can have this baby, so that this baby is a United States citizen and they are
anchor babies.
I mean, there's nothing noble about supporting that. That's one of the biggest problems I have in conversations with people that advocate for that, is that you're taking a victory lap as if you're taking some moral high ground in your heart going out to those people. No. That what they're doing is bad for America. What is happening there is will lead to bad things. Yeah. And you're looking at it from this little pathetic lens of, oh, bless their hearts. They just want to come here for better lives. Like, well,
I'd also say
they're not going to assimilate here, and they're going to potentially do bad things.
I was just thinking, like, the Democrats they can't help themselves, but them being soft on criminal illegal aliens has really hurt their long-term electoral strategy of trying to make these people citizens. But they can't help it because they're weak on the immigration law as it is.
Totally.
Then they're soft on the criminals. But in terms of public opinion, you think of Lincoln Riley, you think of the violence. Essentially, this has been a proxy war with the Mexican drug cartels against the American people, empowered by our own politicians. and then when people get caught, they're letting them out on bail and everything else. This is not about those people that you were talking about, Rob, at all.
Yeah.
And if they would have had a little bit of restraint and a little bit more strategy on trying to redo the country demographically, there might have been less people that are so outraged. But when you essentially have a country that is poorer, more dangerous, and dirtier in a lot of instances, the American people have totally rejected it.
And imagine the juxtaposition of that area is called a sanctuary.
Yes.
Those cities are sanctuaries.
They're sanctuaries.
They're actually not sanctuaries
at
all.
Exactly.
But, they're publicly saying we are not going to follow federal law, right? And they're just spitting in the eye of federal law, but then they want to yield to federal law when they're arguing in front of the Supreme Court. Be like, well, this is already well established. This is federal law, right? This is the 14th Amendment. And I'll just say this, and backpack off of Eric's point here, when he talks about the harm, watch the street interviews of people. When you say, should we be allowing all of these people to come in here? White liberals, what is their answer? It is always, who's going to pick the strawberries? Who's going to be the housekeepers at the hotels?
Yeah, it's a very who's going to take care of me?
And I'm like, you racist pieces of trash. You don't realize how close you're just one step away from your origins as a Democrat, which was slave ownership. Cheap labor, which back then wasn't. I mean, people say free labor. They had to feed the slaves. They housed them. They clothed them, and all of that stuff. But there is nothing romantic about slavery whatsoever. It was an awful, awful part of our American history.
Right.
And you, as a liberal Democrat, especially those over the age of 50, you are one step. You are just one step above slave owners when you talk this bull crap about who's going to pick our crops, who's going to do our landscaping. Do you know how racist that crap is? It is ridiculous. And I can't forgive Democrats. They don't realize how racist they are, folks. And they want to call us the racist ones. Who formed the KKK? We all know it was the Democrat Party.
Yeah, that's right. All right, we're going to take a quick break, okay, and reset here. Don't go anywhere. This is the Paul Herrell program. We can't do the show without you watching every single day. And we'll be back here in just a minute after 2 minutes.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or red VIVE works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vive.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy. A life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
All right, welcome back to the program, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much for being with us. We're here on LFA TV, broadcasting live from Arkansas. Rob just left. I didn't know he was leaving that soon, but he had somewhere he needed to be. So no, he didn't go on this anti-Democrat rant and then get so upset that he launched through the ceiling. He's okay.
I thought he was going to.
Yeah, you thought he was, yeah.
Yeah, he was on a roll.
But we still got me and Eric here, and
Cheers, everyone.
We're having a good time. This is going to be a lot of fun. The interesting thing about we do have. Well, let's first talk about Brian Norris, because we do need to report that to our national audience as well as anybody listening in Arkansas. It was, I think, a lot of the grassroots were surprised at the outcome here in Arkansas. This big Secretary of State race, the results last night: Brian Norris losing by 938 votes to State Senator Kim Hammer for the Republican nomination for Secretary of State. So, congrats to Kim Hammer. He goes on to face a Democrat and a Libertarian in the November election. It was grassroots versus the establishment. About 80,000 people turned out and voted in the runoff, which, runoffs are going to be low. You could look at across the turnout and you could see that, quite honestly, if some higher population areas of the state, like the one I live in, had turned out and voted, it probably would have given Brian Norris the edge. But it didn't work out that way. And so,
your point about low is low.
Yeah,
5%.
Yeah, I know. But that's
it's fair to call that out. Is we need to do a better job of showing up to vote if we're gonna have, if we're gonna.
Well, if you
talk,
specifically, there was a few things on the ballot. The paper ballots versus machines was a topic. Petition reform. If you want to be able to keep the petition process the way it is with citizen initiatives to get something on the ballot, if people have a problem with that down the road, you had your opportunity to vote against that, and people didn't show up. So it is what it is. It wasn't in the cards, right? It just wasn't in the cards. And here we go. But I talked to Brian Norris earlier today, just to wish him, congratulate him for running. It's better to have fought in the arena than not fought at all. And I specifically thanked him for giving me somebody to believe in at a time where it just seems like the establishment doesn't listen to the people. And I know many of you out there still feel that way. I still feel that way. And, you can hope and pray that, half of the Republican Party that turned out and voted, 49.5% of them voted against the establishment. You would hope that fair-minded people would recognize that they need to do a better job of getting the consensus, getting a larger majority, a sizable majority instead of a slim majority. But I'm not going to hold my breath on that because, politicians love their power, and this is just the nature of the beast. So we move on. You fight another day, and you pick your battles. So, but it was interesting. It was a stressful night last night. It didn't get called until every vote was in. So,
Paul Herrell Program.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacy Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
Well, every piece of literature, article, website, everything we have at the Flyover Conservative Podcast says wake up, speak up, and show up. It's on our mugs. It's on our T-shirts. I think hundreds of you got them in Tulsa this last weekend. Basically, wake up, speak up, and show up. Why do you need a reminder of that? Because sometimes you forget, because it's very easy to get sucked into talking about the thing that angers you, becoming an expert on the thing that angers you, and not doing anything. Well, on the other end of
We
the
all can do that. We all fall into
absolutely
that.
on in every phase of your life. It's easy to watch workout videos and not work out. I need to lose some weight. It's easier to notice problems than it is to focus on solving them. And we got somebody today that's going to just wreck your brain a little bit in that area, because he is Mr. Action. He is a woodpecker that's just hammering on things, and not only individually, creates a movement that millions of people get involved in as well. One of the most successful grassroots activists in probably American history, co-founded the Tea Party Patriots with 23 million active volunteers. It led to and executed one of the most dramatic swings in congressional power in U.S. history. He's the co-founder and president of Convention of States Action with over 5 million volunteers. This guy knows not only what to do, where to do it, and how to do it. And he's going to engage you in wanting to do that yourself. The one, the only Mr. Mark Meckler.
Welcome.
Wow.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. It's really good to be with you.
Well, Mark, I got a lot of things I want to get into with you. I got some questions out of the new primaries that took place in New York, and Mamdami's influence, and probably Nancy Pelosi chewing her nails and her teeth and everything else, and kind of she's like on a runaway horse right now with the Democrat Party. I want to talk about that. I want to talk about a lot of different kind of problems that are going on in the world and kind of what's happening. But let's start and kind of backtrack to, what is it in you that when you started seeing problems and you noticed things in our government, you noticed the it's veering from the Constitution and what God intended for our country? What was it in you that was so compelling that it created action versus just observing it, like I talked about in the intro?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it started during the Tea Party movement. I think, like so many people, I paid attention to politics, but I wasn't really engaged. And I voted mostly, but nothing else, really. Never gave money, never engaged in campaigns, busy raising my family, had a career and all that stuff. And when the Tea Party movement started up, I just felt like both parties were completely veering off track. I remember George Bush saying that he was abandoning the free market to save free market principles. I had no idea what he meant by that.
Right.
And I just thought that was crazy. And then you get Obama and all these bailouts. And at that point, what happened for me was I just felt like I got to do something. I got to be engaged in some way. I didn't know what that meant. I held a protest in the very early days of the Tea Party. And what really got me going was realizing how many other people out there were exactly like me. They wanted to do something. They didn't know what to do. I tend to be a business first guy, so I'm always looking, there's a problem. How do I fix the problem? I just wanted to fix the problems.
And then obviously you had, millions of people rally around you on that. How did that even get started? How did you even start this volunteer army? Because I think it's really important as we look around, a lot of times people are hoping somebody else will do something to fix our country. I mean, we all have looked at that, even, President Trump getting back in there. Okay, now President Trump's back in there. Okay, now we can relax. No, that cannot happen.
We're good.
We all have to be doing something, but creating this volunteer army that we are all doing something to make a difference in our own family and our own community.
Yeah, look, I would argue in hindsight, and not even argue, I know definitively, it's just that God was involved. I wasn't a believer when all this stuff started. So I'm a slow learner. I came to the Lord at 51. And so when I got into politics, I didn't realize that God had his hand on my shoulder and was pushing me forward. I never intended to be engaged in politics. So I got in, and it's just started to happen. And as it started happening, I just felt an obligation. People started getting engaged. And some people were like, oh, I got to go back to my life. And I just thought, I can't do that. I see the momentum, and somebody's going to have to be the person that helps to carry that momentum forward. There was a group of us that started Tea Party Patriots because we just wanted to continue, and I would say definitively, what God had started. This was already in the hearts and minds of the American people. A lot of times people say, oh, Mark, you founded the Tea Party movement. I don't think that's true. I think God put this in the hearts and minds of Americans and ordained this in our country. And all we did was give it a place to grow. We were sort of the shepherds.
Well, I want to draw people's attention to your website, conventionofstates.com, conventionofstates.com. The link will be down below. This show is going to go on to 60 different platforms. So whether you're on Spotify or Rumble or wherever you're at, go to the notes below, direct links to Mark, his work, and how to follow him. Because this is the guy that you want to save. Save is a tab. on your computer. I want to bring your attention to something that became an eye opener, for me. We started our podcast really because of COVID, election interference, and all these things. And I kind of had the feeling that if we get better people in office, that will kind of fix it. And this term deep state kind of came into play. And that seemed a little bit like, I guess to a lot of people, maybe it sounded like a team lost and they're kind of blaming it on the refs or, things outside their control. It was like maybe an excuse. But now you really see there's millions of people that are involved in government. The government's gotten so big. And, it's easy enough if you're a career bureaucrat to wait out 4 years because there'll be another guy in there and you just kind of nod and go along. And then, but behind the scenes kind of be, poking holes in the canoe, while they're not watching. And that I kind of start to understand how difficult it is to move this giant apparatus of our government when some of these, the NIH and some of these, you see Fauci's been there for 5 presidencies, you see these things happen. It's hard for a guy in 4 years to make a big shift. So what you're doing is actually, I think, bigger than just the elected officials. Let's talk about that apparatus that's like we see the faces of the government represented by this small cast of elected officials, but the bloat beneath it of these guys that live in DC for decades and decades.
Yeah, look, the government is massive and it's permanent and it doesn't serve the people any longer. And this is literally the core of what I'm going at. I think the fundamental issue is, are we or are we not a self-governing nation? And when you look at the foundation of this country, I mean, you literally can sum it up in 3 words, in my opinion, which is we the people. It's not we the government. It's not we Washington, D.C. It's we. It's you and me. It's us. And the problem that we have in the United States of America is the way that our government operates and even its very structure have shifted. With the original Constitution, there were 17 enumerated powers. And what that means, in just plain English, there were 17 things the federal government was supposed to do and no others. And today that's shifted. I would argue it's more like 17,000 things, maybe a lot more, that the federal government does. That's taken power away from us, and it's taken power away from the states who actually are supposed to be the governments closest to us. It's deposited in Washington, D.C. in what you were describing, what I would call the deep state, the permanent bureaucratic class.
Right.
And it will never fix itself. There's no incentive for them to give away their own power, to spend less money, to term limit themselves. There's no mass movement among human beings to take away their own power and influence.
A fire's never going to go away by itself as long as there's something to consume. And elected, officials, left or right, none of them give up power or cut back on spending or anything any more than like a grade school kid is going to like move his bedtime back earlier. I mean, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, so that's absolutely true. So what you're stating is a basic understanding of human nature. And then what we do as voters, we have this tendency to do the same thing over and over and expect a different result. We all know that's the definition of insanity. So my first election was for Ronald Reagan. I'm 64 years old. That was the very first vote I ever cast. And since then, the government has not gotten better. It's gotten worse. It's gotten bigger. It's gotten more in debt. It's gotten more corrupt. It's gotten more bloated. So if my solution is, well, I'm just going to keep voting and hope that it gets better, then that's just a fantasy and it's a delusion. And I don't know about you guys. I got kids. I got grandkids now. I have a brand new grandbaby in the house or down the street from us and another one on the way. I care about what this happens to this country in the long term. And if we don't do something about it, they're going to inherit a country that's much worse off.
So that fork in the road either creates apathy with, a lot of people. What difference does it make? And they don't show up to vote. And we're seeing that in primaries. It's low percentile show up voting or your path. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about that. So in starting Convention of States action, what does that do for us? Because obviously we see President Trump, he comes into office and, all these executive orders. And if somebody voted for President Trump, they're like, yes, that is awesome. But then also what happens when the next president comes in, then they just, sign new executive orders. What does that look like for the future? And how can we actually create something that's solid for our children and grandchildren?
Yeah, and I agree with the way you just summarized that. I love what President Trump's doing. A lot of it's fantastic, but most of it will be reversed 5 minutes after there's another Democrat president. And so the question is, how do we alter the structure of government in a way that benefits the people? And we're really blessed as a country, as a people, because the framers of the Constitution knew this was going to happen. And they gave us something called Article 5. And Article 5 says how we can amend the Constitution if we think it's necessary. And they actually told us why they gave us this power. In the debates in the convention, 2 days before the end of convention, Colonel George Mason stood up at convention and said that there was a problem. They gave the power to Congress to propose amendments. But at that point, 2 days before the end of convention, they hadn't given that same power to the people and the states. And he said, if we don't do this, then Congress will be corrupt and there'll be no way to restrain them, and they'll never pass amendments to restrain their own power. So without any debate, which is wild, they debated everything at convention, and unanimously, and almost nothing went into the Constitution unanimously, they gave us this power. And the power is to call a state-based convention. It takes 2/3 of states, or 34 states, to call the convention, to gather together to propose amendments to restrain federal overreach. And in our case, what we're proposing is a convention that will talk about balanced budget and other fiscal restraints like tax caps and spending caps, term limits, not just on Congress, but on the deep state, people like Fauci, who you mentioned. And then third, and I think most important, take power away from the federal government to say, no, you can't be involved in education or energy or healthcare or housing, all these things they were never supposed to be involved in.
Yeah, well, it has gotten out of control. Like I said, they're not going to contain themselves, but there is no sort of, oversight, when they're designed to kind of oversee themselves. And many of the problems are left and right. I've joked oftentimes it'd be great if people could stand up at the podium and like NASCAR, have patches on it, say who they're sponsored by. And be very clear, like, oh, well, clear, who they're receiving money from, what's going on. So much what we're seeing, with the Doge exposures, it's just a giant money laundering, scheme that we see in DC, that the Beltway and inside that area, it's, some of the wealthiest counties in America, they don't produce anything. And a lot of Americans are looking at this and they're saying, nobody into office and comes out poor.
Unless you're President Trump, maybe.
So you see some of the, especially the first round.
Yeah.
And what frustrates many Americans is they don't feel like those people are representing them, and there's no way to other than just making a mean tweet, there's no way to really counteract them. So this is an actual mechanism that I don't think very many people are aware of, where we can actually get into the driver's seat with accountability the way you would if you owned a company and you showed up and all the employees are supposed to be managing the car dealership or in the back playing cornhole or something and not selling cars. Like, you could show up and hold them accountable. Talk about this apparatus and what it would actually look like in practicality, because some people hear this and they say it sounds too good to be true, might be a pipe dream. Mm-hmm. Could this actually happen? That's a really high bar. Can that actually be met? Is this a possible reality? And how does it play out in reality?
Yeah, and I want to extend your analogy a little bit. I think it's fantastic. In the United States of America, we are essentially the stockholders. Like, we own the country. We are ultimately sovereign. The stockholders of a company are the sovereign in the company. You hire a board of directors to run that company for you, and then that board of directors ultimately chooses executives who run the day-to-day operation. For us, our elected officials are like the board of directors, and then you've got the highest officials, the president and Congress, and those who are actually the operating officers of the company. And so if we don't choose to do something, it's like stockholders who are watching a company crash and all the value dissipate, and they just choose to do nothing about it. So I think as stockholders in the United States of America, as the actual owners, we have to do something. And I think there is a reasonable question, like, is this even possible? A lot of people, this will be the first they've ever heard of it. And the answer is not only is it possible, it's probable. We're well on the way. So the mechanism is it takes 34 states to agree on what they want to talk about in convention to call a convention. And so people think that, well, that's hard. And they're right. That is hard. It's hard to get 34 states to agree on anything. We're already more than halfway there. 20 states have already agreed. I think North Carolina will be next here, probably in the next few weeks, I'm hoping and praying. So if you're in North Carolina and you want to get involved, go to conventionofstates.com and sign the petition and get involved. I think that's going to be our next state. The Senate, or the House has already agreed. Now we just need to get the Senate. So we're way more than halfway there. That's the heat map that people are looking at. You can see the states that have passed, and things that are pending in the country. In Michigan, the House has already passed. We're working on the Senate right now. And so it is going to happen. When it happens, the states will send delegates to a convention. And in that convention, they will debate amendments in these three subject matter areas: fiscal restraints, term limits, and scope and power restraints for the federal government. If we can get 26 states to agree, which I'm pretty sure we can, on simple things like a balanced budget amendment or term limits, those are 85% issues in America, then those amendments get sent out to the states as suggestions, and then it takes 38 states to ratify. It's my belief that the only things that are going to come out of convention are things that are 75, 80, 85% issues. And I don't think the ratification is going to be hard. So can we do it? We absolutely can do it. The framers knew that the time would come when we needed to do it. And I think the only question right now is almost an individual question for your listeners. Do you have the fortitude? Like, are you willing to stand in the shoes of the framers? Are you willing to do the thing that they told you were going to have to do when the federal government got out of control? Everybody who is watching this show right now, they share our values. The three of us share our value set. And so we're willing to step into the arena and, as Roosevelt called it, be the man in the arena. And the question is, are you going to do something, or are you just going to listen? And I love your motto. I love the third part the most, which is show up. And that's really the big question is, will enough Americans show up to restrain the federal government?
Can you talk about, let's go to your site real fast. So the conventionofstates.com. When they get there, where do they go first? What's the first thing that they should be doing?
So the first thing is you will see a petition on the very front page, and that's what we're showing right now. Fill out that petition, and what that petition does is it very specifically gets sent to your state representative and your state senator. And so this thing will know from your address what your district is, who represents you, and it will tell them that you're in support of this idea and you want them to vote for this idea. By the way, if you're in a state that's already passed, it's still important because the legislatures turn over time, and we need that legislature to remember that they have voted in support of Convention of States. So if you're in a pending state that hasn't passed yet, we need you to let your senator, your representative, or assemblyman know. And if you're in a state that has already passed, we need to just continue to solidify the effort. Then the second thing, and I think this fits with your show so perfectly, is at the very top, you'll see a tab that says Take Action. And I appreciate if people sign the petition. That's what I really want. But if you really want to show up, you're going to click on that Take Action tab, because that's where you can actually get involved, and you can volunteer to be involved in the state team. Every state has a fantastic state team, volunteer leadership from a state director on down. You see there are a whole bunch of different things that you can do. You can do anything from being a person who goes to the Capitol. If you like to be on the phone, you can make phone calls. If you're a digital warrior and you like social media, you can do social media stuff. Whether you can give 5 minutes a week or 20 hours a week, it's going to be up to you. And if you want to save the country, I do, and I know you guys do, then you got to show up.
That's exactly right. It's so important.
Well, because action also diffuses some of your fear and anger. Just being angry doesn't help anything. And I've seen people have been angry for a long time. I've met people that, are angry about a divorce took place 30 years ago. The anger doesn't really serve you well when it's directed towards something that's solution oriented. It's actually empowering and it brings joy, because you're actually working towards something. These states that have already come on board, is there a time frame? Like, okay, they're on board, but only for a certain window, and what kind of a time frame do we have to work in to go from 20 to 34?
No, they're generally, those resolutions stay permanently unless a state rescinds. And this is part of the reason it's really important that people participate in past states, because they're going to be talking to their legislators and making sure that they never rescind their call for a convention of states. A state can put what's called a sunset clause on it. We've had a few states do that. Texas did that. Oklahoma did that. Those have actually been removed, those sunset clauses. States have decided we want to make this call permanent unless we decide to rescind it. We have one sunset clause in place right now. That's in Nebraska. So if you're in Nebraska, we really need you. We need that sunset clause removed. We're working on that pretty actively right now.
What is your most clear pathway in your mind to get from the 20 to the 34? With the states that are on the fence, you said North Carolina's coming up next. That gets you 21. It's some of the states like North South Dakota I see on there that are not on board that seem that seem more constitutionally based? I would assume probably California, New York, Maine are probably no-goes, but like in Nevada, you could see what do you see as your pathway to get there?
Yeah, so I think what's coming up most quickly right now is North Carolina. So if you're in North Carolina, you should definitely sign up and you should contact your senator, because that is literally a pending vote. We're just waiting to get into committee and get that done. I think we're going to get it done. The following state behind that would be Ohio. I'm pretty sure we have the votes in both houses in Ohio right now. Ohio's a year-round legislature, so that means they tend to move more slowly, but I expect that we'll get Ohio done before the end of the year. And then as we move into the next legislative session in 2027, I think we're looking at Idaho, Iowa, Wyoming, Montana, possibly Pennsylvania. Michigan is kind of in the chute right now. That's a divided state legislature, one House Republican, one House Democrat, but I do believe we can still get it done there. So that would be kind of the fastest, most immediate states in the runway.
What would be the top 2 or 3 things? There's everybody watching probably has issues that they want, this done or that done. What are things you say would be more fringy that you're not going to focus on with this? And what are like the main, tip of the spear issues that this could actually move the needle on?
Yeah, I mean, I think the tip of the spear is some kind of balanced budget amendment to restrain the federal government's ability to spend beyond their means. Everybody knows that the federal government can't keep doing it or we're going to collapse financially. Nobody in the federal government has an appetite to stop doing it. So I think that's the big one, some kind of balanced budget amendment. I would add on top of that spending caps and tax caps, because that's how you're going to enforce this balanced budget mechanism. Second would be term limits. 85% of the American people say Congress should be term limited. They'll never do it to themselves. And so I think that's just a very mainstream issue. There's another one that people don't think about, but everybody loves when you talk about it, which is these bills that they pass, these massive omnibus bills. Nobody reads them. Nobody can read them. Mm-hmm. We should have what's called a single subject amendment. Most states have this, so you can't roll a bunch of stuff into one bill that nobody can understand. I think that's one that will come out of convention. Look, there are ones that I consider sort of fringe that I don't think will come out of convention that I like. Like, I am stridently pro-life, and I would like a life amendment. There are not 38 states that would ratify a life amendment defining life as beginning at conception. So I want that. I'll spend the rest of my life probably fighting for that, but the country is just not ready for it. Another one that's semi-fringe is I'd like to repeal the 17th Amendment, which provides for the direct election of senators. I think senators should be appointed by their state legislatures, and they should be responsive to the state legislatures. The House is supposed to be responsible and responsive to the people, and Senate was always intended to be responsible to the state government. I just don't think that could pass because I think most people won't be willing to give up the right to vote for their own senators.
So I have a question for you. What do you think is the state of the Democratic Party right now? So when you look at what's going on, what just happened in New York with, 3 socialists that truly say they hate our country, what's your thought on this and where do you see it going?
I've been watching this develop since I've been engaged in politics now 16 years, and it's been almost inevitably headed this way, which makes me very sad. It used to be that I had a bunch of friends who were Democrats. They weren't leftists, they were Democrats. We shared the same love of country. Right. We had different solutions for the problems facing the country, and we could sit down and have a beer and talk about it. Now the Democrat Party, all the enthusiasm is on the radical left and the progressive left of the party. And at this point, actually, openly, the communists, I would describe it as a communist Islamist part of the left. Mm-hmm. That's where the enthusiasm is. It's very dangerous for America. Excuse me. And we just saw this in New York in the election result there. And I'm really worried about this because people shouldn't take this lightly. They shouldn't just get angry about it. They should understand that there is a disease in our body politic that has to be rooted out. That disease is at its root communism. Now Islamism manifesting itself through communist means. It's really dangerous. And I think people shouldn't underestimate it. A lot of people dismiss it. This is fringe. It's just in New York City. We should remember New York City is the biggest city in the United States of America. It is the most powerful financial center in the world right now. So if Islamism and communism are gaining a foothold there, they're going to gain it all over the country.
And you see, it's now September 11th coming up. It'll be 25 years since that happened. And to even think where New York is today, I mean, it's shocking.
It shocks the conscience, and I think part of the reason is we've lost our sense of history as a nation. We don't really, on a broad scale, in our public institutions, teach about the true nature of our founding. And I would put in there as fundamental to that the Christian nature of our founding. We are not the United States of America without that Christian aspect to our founding, the Judeo-Christian values. We don't teach that anymore. We don't teach the real history of our founding. A lot of places, we don't teach anything about 9/11. As you said, it's 25 years ago. A lot of people alive today who are out in the business world or in politics, they have no memory of 9/11. And now we have truly Islamist anti-Semites running the city of New York.
And I don't know how long a nation can, from kindergarten all the way through college, teach its youth to hate the founding of its own nation, to hate itself and survive. There's a termite in the structure, that is be very challenging to fix. Let's play a little thought experiment real quick. Without the work you're doing, without something like this happening in the current trajectory, like you don't have to be a prophet to say, okay, this and this and this and this happened. How does this play out? To me, there's been these conversations of a civil war, in our country. I never thought of it because of Republican, Democrat. We're so similar, in nature. But when you look at this Islamic excitement on the left, and you got people being elected while saying, I would use the flag to wipe my hands, use it as a napkin, and some of these kind of statements, it's now so forward facing. Do you see America surviving without the work that you're doing and without something like this taking place to bring us back to a more moderate center?
Yeah, I would say definitively no. I don't. I think the country is ripping itself apart. I think this is by design. If you understand communism, the communists, this is actually their plan. And the Soviet Union planned this, and their goal was demoralization first. And the way you demoralize a country is you get one or two generations that have been completely educated in a way that hates their own society, doesn't understand their own history, denigrates their own culture, and they've largely accomplished that. And if you look at the polling, it's very different among young people than it is among older people. Older people, generally speaking, still have respect for their nation and our history. Young people think we're nothing special, and that's at best. And at worst, they think we're the unique evil in the world. So I think they've largely accomplished that. And I don't think that without a convention of states that we can save the country. I want to be really clear. I think the most important thing to save the country is our faith, is turning to God. I think without that, a convention of states is useless, honestly. So turning back to God, I think that's happening in this country. I just hit my 50th state, which was North Dakota. So I've been pretty much everywhere. I can see your producer brought up the current communist goals. If you guys go look at those goals, you can widely find them online. They've accomplished most of those goals. And so I think people don't take us seriously enough when we say the communists have embedded themselves in the United States of America. They are accomplishing all of these goals. They've already accomplished most of them. And if we don't wake up and realize that we are in a war, maybe it's not a completely hot war. It's kind of a cold war internally right now. It's gone partially hot. We've seen multiple assassination attempts on the president. We've seen Charlie Kirk assassinated, and I would call him a martyr at this point. He was assassinated for his faith beliefs. And so it's turning into a hot war. And I think the only way that you avoid that is calling a convention of states, taking the power out of DC, giving it back to the states. And the reason that's so important is because it relieves the pressure. If you ever used a pressure cooker, if you don't relieve that pressure, at some point a pressure cooker can explode. Yeah. And by allowing the power to disassemble and to go back out to the states, California can be crazy liberal. That's where I'm originally from. Texas can be conservative. That's where I live now. And everything in between, that relieves the pressure and lets very different people live together.
Yeah, it's very tough to relieve that pressure when people don't feel like their vote matters, that their representatives actually represent, their interests, that they can just be bought once they cross the Potomac. Those things definitely cause a problem. We wouldn't have a nation if it wasn't for a revival in this country, if it wasn't for people like Whitefield, that led such great movements of people turning to God, which overflowed into their politics, and it's exactly what we need now. It's obviously happened in your own life over the last decade or so, and I think that's the number one answer for this. That's why I love about your website. When people go to conventionofstates.com, one of the volunteer things you could do, you say, man, I don't have a lot of time, I don't have a lot of money, everybody wants something from me. Well, I don't know about everybody, but who does want something from you is God. And you are placed in this timeline right now. You're alive and you're accountable for being here right now. They have a COS prayer warrior team. Every tab that they have not only is like just a sign up, there's actually information. There's videos on there explaining their position on these points. Everyone for sure can go to the COS prayer warrior tab. Go there, watch the videos, see what these guys have to say about that. See how you can partner in that aspect, because
it's impossible to pray for something not to happen.
And we're beyond fighting a spiritual battle in a non-spiritual way, because ultimately this is a spiritual battle. When you look at the Islamic takeover, communism to me is a demonic entity, and we need to combat these things in prayer and action. Pray, action. Pray, take an aspirin, give God the credit. Like we need both things happening at the exact same time. Mark, we'll let you give the last word here to sign off.
Yeah, I just want to reinforce the theme of your show and the last part of your slogan, show up. I mean, you guys are showing up. This is what you do every day. You're out there putting yourselves out there, taking the risk, doing the work. And so I commend you guys for doing what you're doing. And I would implore your listeners to do the same thing. You don't need to do a show, but you need to do something. So here's a chance for you to sign up for Convention of States, sign that petition. More importantly, go click that Take Action tab, get involved. And by the way, when you do that, let the people you talk to know where you heard about it. Let them know that you were on Flyover Conservatives. You heard this. That helps us to know where this stuff comes from, and it helps us to support the show as well. And I really appreciate you guys dedicating your lives. People should know, before we came on there, we were talking about what it's like to work as a couple. My wife and Patty and I have worked together for 35 years now. We've been married 35 years. You guys do that. I find you guys an inspiration, and I really appreciate you.
Well, Mark, we'd love to have you back again. This is a problem that can be solved and won't be done overnight. And I love the work that you're doing.
Yes.
Our listeners can partner with that. And as you make progress and start tipping more states over, we'd love to have you back and give us some updates on what's happening.
Will do. God bless you guys.
Thank you, Mark.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver.
Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, who we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver, he offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at centuryh2o.com.
You heard the music. You know what time it is. It's time for an economic update with the author of Thriving in the Economic Tsunami. This free book you can get by going to flyovergold.com anytime, day or night. Download it to your computer. Share it with your friends and neighbors, definitely the younger ones. There's some wisdom in there about coffee and the little expenses that creep up and take away your goals and dreams without you even realizing it. And with no further ado, Dr. Kirk Elliott.
Welcome.
Hey, it's good to be with you. We're a little late this week. But
Yes, we
both
are.
had scheduling conflicts.
I know. Well, we're very thankful for you coming on and kind of sharing with us what the heck is going on with the economy.
Well, let's talk about what's going on with silver first, because
That's a good idea.
Are calling a lot, right? And so, but you know what? I've got almost 40,000 clients all over the world.
Wow.
And maybe a dozen of them were concerned.
That's
I mean,
interesting.
that's amazing. It's amazing to me. It's a people are calling to want to buy on this price dip, right? Because we've done so well with the flyover family of educating as to reason why we do things, right? This is an investment. The fundamentals always hold true. Meaning supply and demand. When you have low supply and high demand, the prices will ultimately go up. So what's up with this pullback and this correction that we saw, right? So pullbacks and corrections are normal. And it's like, wait, this one was not normal. It was huge.
Shocking.
It's like, but in reality, it wasn't. I mean, numbers wise, yes, it was massive. But last year, silver went up 147%. So usually when you have 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, you'll have a 50% retracement of that previous up move. And that's normal. And then you start going back up again. Well, look at this chart. Okay. So there's where the price is right now is it obviously at the end of that chart. If you go back to where the price was the same before, that was in December of 2025.
Wow.
So look at what happened. What was December of 2025? That's when the big move started. So that was the beginning of the big uptrend, was exactly at this number. So what this correction did is it just basically corrected, retraced all of the overbought status. So now if you were looking at it on a trend line, we basically are at like the 200-day moving average, a 50-week moving average. We've actually dipped a little bit below that. But all we've done is just did the 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It's like, yeah, but Kirk, this took away all of the growth since December of 2025. Yes, but look at what happened before that. Did it take away the growth from before December 2025? No. Silver started this bull run when it was like $18 an ounce.
Yep.
And I was talking to a client earlier today, one of the dozen who was kind of concerned. And they said, oh, we've got to sell right now. It's such a horrible time to sell. We're losing so much money. It's like, wait a second. You're not. I mean, yeah, it would have been better to sell January 30th when it was over $100 an ounce. But this particular client got in, their average cost was less than $20 an ounce.
Wow.
So even at where it's at today, I mean, pushing close to 60, they've up more than doubled, even after the correction. I mean, this is so exciting to me, right? So look at this as just, it's a pullback, getting rid of all of the excess overbought conditions just since December of 2025 That wasn't that long ago.
No, when you look at that
Right?
chart, it seems like forever because you look at, oh my goodness, look, all the emotion that's gone along with silver, in 2026, it's been
Yeah.
woo, oh.
Yeah.
It's been up, down.
So all that this retracement did, which is pretty normal, right? This is normal, and this is what I want to let everybody know. It basically took away the gains from December of 2025. So how long ago was that? 6 months?
Yeah.
6 months. That's it. So this is not the end of the world. This is great. This is a correction. Now it builds the new framework for growth and the bounce up from here, right? So that's
Kirk,
what I
one
want.
thing I want to interject on this. I've had this 10-ounce piece here at my desk since probably, I don't know, 2020, 2021, something like that. So I don't know what I paid for it, probably $20 or something, an ounce. This is a 10-ounce piece of silver. Any given day, if somebody came in every day and said, how much is this worth? I'd be like, well, for one, it doesn't matter because I'm not selling it. And they asked me the next day, how much is this? Because you look at this chart, those are all days. Any day somebody would have came in and said, hey, do you want to sell this? I've been like, no. If they came in the next day, do you want to sell this? No. Do you want to sell this day? If you go in this chart and you look like, say December 26, 2025, and then if you came in, and asked me to sell it that day, I'd have said no. And then if you came back in on January the 1st, 2026, it's down, I don't know, a few dollars per ounce. They say, it's down a few dollars an ounce. Do you want to sell this? I've been like, no. And then if you just scale that up, because look where it was, then it's right in front of that giant spike up. And these spikes look kind of big in that, because you're looking at that time frame. Any day in there, because you say, well, what is it worth? If I had a brand new pizza that nobody had taken a slice out of, and somebody said, you want to sell it? I know I'm not going to eat it. I've been like, for sure, because this is going to be bad tomorrow. It's going to be bad in an hour. You don't want it. This isn't going to be bad 1,000 years from now.
Yeah, that's so
This
good.
isn't going to go bad 100 years from now or 200 years or whenever in the future. So my mind, it's like, no, because what is its worth? This didn't all of a sudden become more valuable. I didn't download a new app onto it, or it's not signed by Trump or, any kind of thing. It's simply just speculation on a screen based on things that are happening in global markets. But this didn't become heavier or bigger or smaller, or nobody cut it in half, or nothing. This has not changed one bit, one day since the day that I got it. Now, its perception has, but this is the exact same thing every single day. So in my mind, we have a lot of ounces that are just sitting there, and I bought it everywhere on that chart. We've bought ounces. We've bought ounces everywhere on that chart. And for me, it's irrelevant because it's $300 or it's $500 or it's $600 an ounce, because I'm going to have this forever because it's doing better than this.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to sit this next to a chart and say, how much was $1 worth in, along that chart, it's only one way. It's just straight down the whole entire time. So I'm comparing it to that because it could be sitting in the bank with this or doing something else. But it's funny, you have this perception of value, like, what is this worth? It's the same. Nothing has changed. It still has a little piece of plastic around it. It's the exact same thing every single day, so it's not even dirty. But even if it was, it's irrelevant, because the only way this could be worth more is if it had been like buried in the sand for 1,000 years and then we found it. It might have a cooler story. But other than that, it's just an element. It's an element on the periodic table that has value at an increasing rate every single day with more devices. So I don't know. I kind of look at that chart and I'm like, what difference does it make any given day? This is only going to be worth $300. This is only going to be worth $600 or whatever, because I know what this is doing and I know what the global markets are doing. So whether it's this year or next year or 3 years from now, it's irrelevant. Well, and you're not the only one who thinks like that, right? Because you look at what central banks are doing. Gold, we're not talking about silver, we're talking about gold, but still a precious metal, something that has zero counterparty risk like silver does. Like it's not attached to a currency. There's no political risk. There's no purchasing power risk. There's no exchange rate risk. There's no geopolitical risk. I mean, gold and silver, they are what they are.
Mm-hmm.
So central banks around the world have gold as the number one owned asset, not the US dollar anymore. So what are they saying? They're saying the same thing that David just said. Like, we don't trust this paper currency anymore.
Mm-mm.
If they did, they would still have the dollar as the number one holding of central banks globally. It's not. It's now gold. Now, there's one extra step that's being done by central banks around the world, and that's with France. It's like France is always involved in weird geopolitical stuff, right? It's like, sorry if you're French, but you know, it was France in 1971 that said, hey, we need repayment from America and we want it in gold. And Nixon said, no way. We're actually going to change the rules. We're closing the gold window. We're going to pay you back in our US dollars. Because Nixon knew the true value of gold. But you know what? So did France. That's why France wanted their payment back in gold, and Nixon wouldn't give it to them. So therefore, the gold window closed. Then we became truly a fiat-based money system where you couldn't even exchange internationally with gold anymore. It was only paper dollars, right? So now, as of last week, what did France do? France basically is repatriating its gold. See, this is all part of the de-dollarization of the world, where the rest of the world can't stand the US dollar. They're getting out. They don't trust it. Not just the US dollar, but other currencies. It's paper currencies overall, right? So France pulled $15 billion of gold out of US vaults to bring them home to roost back in France. What does that tell you? It tells us that central banks around the world, like we talked about, I think it was 2 weeks ago, maybe on this show, that central banks aren't a system of currency transactions. It's not the yen and the euro and the dollar. Central bank is a bank. Banks do what? They lend money. How do you lend money? You have to have a collateral. You have to have an asset if you're going to lend anything against it. This is why central banks are allocating into gold, because they see that the system is broken. The system is ending as they know it. And not only do they actually want gold as collateral, they want it at home because they no longer trust the West to store their stuff. So here's where, and this all started with Biden when he confiscated Russia's gold, when the Russia-Ukraine conflict started, and the rest of the world said, wait a second, the United States is using their political might, and they're using these assets as a weapon. Not a gun as a weapon. They're using assets in the confiscation of them. And so the rest of the world is scared, right? Just like we'd be scared that China is going to confiscate our assets, right? I mean, this just is the nature of humans. If you don't have it in your own country, you assume that some other rogue nation, if you get a good president, good king, bad king, good queen, bad queen, that it could all go away. Right? So they're taking it back. Now, that to me signals that central banks are starting to look at gold as true, legitimate currency. It's the collateral that they lend against, right? And that's exciting to me because we're in the right place at the right time. Now, what could be the spark that causes the mass exodus out of paper assets back into tangible gold and silver? Well, number one, we never did lose any demand. We only have less supply, even though that we've had this price pullback. So that's still there. It's completely intact, never changed. You know, number two, you've got this correction that we've seen. This is the best buying opportunity for silver, literally, like of the last decade. Because you've got massive demand, you've got low supply. The correction is, if it's not over, it's within a few dollars of probably being over, right? We've retraced all of the overgrowth since this trend, this accelerated trend, started 6 months ago. I mean, that's it, right? So now you've got those two things going. What could be another spark? What we talked about a couple weeks ago is the irrational exuberant in AI, right? You've got all these shares, this AI sector. It caused the S&P 500 to hit an all-time high, but it was only 20 of those 500 shares that caused it. Well, look at the numbers that just came out. This just amplifies what we talked about in warning people. U.S. GDP, 75% of U.S. GDP growth in the first quarter was due to AI. If that doesn't the icing on the cake that this is a bubble, it was 75% of GDP growth in the first quarter of this year. I looked at this story and it's like,
man,
oh my word. If this isn't the precursor of a bubble bursting, I don't know what is. To have anything be 30% of an economy is big, let alone 75%. Okay, no wonder there's irrational exuberance. No wonder everybody in the world is talking about AI. No wonder these AI shares are going through the ceiling. But that's unsustainable.
It's still not a business model that's generating revenue.
No.
You know, I mean, it's still investment speculation.
It's generating wealth, right? It's, you know, people who own these shares. If you get out at the right time, right? Buy low, sell high. Look what's happened to SpaceX. Just like what we talked about. You know, I would never buy an IPO because usually that's the irrational exuberance on IPO day, and then it corrects after that. And I would buy it like a month or two later if I really liked the stock. What's happening to SpaceX? It's come down a lot, 25 to 30% since its IPO just a couple weeks ago, right? And so this is, everybody has a fear of missing out mentality. You know, same thing that caused a lot of the blow off in silver in January. It was fear of missing out. Now, silver has actual true demand and true limited supply. So it's not a speculative blow off like a stock that might have no value, like something that's paper that has no value. Silver is actually needed, right? So that's not a true speculative blow off, but there certainly was fear of missing out. And people were saying, Kirk, look, it's 70, it's 80, it's $90 an ounce. I missed the boat. Like, okay, go in now. You didn't miss the boat, right? It's like, you got your wish, go in now.
Exactly.
Right. So this is where I just want to calm people's nerves and say this correction is normal. It seems big because the growth to get to this point was so extremely out of this world amazing. But this is only taking away 6 months of growth, and the demand hasn't changed. The supply hasn't changed. The fundamentals of this market haven't changed. Allocate into this on a dip. It's a gift.
Well, it's putting your money into something that's real, that's never going to be blockbuster stock, that never goes away. You know, if I have my money in this, I'm saying, hey, I trust all the writing on here. Like, I want to be a part of that and aligned with that. But number two, it means I'm trusting in the government. I'm like betting on them 100%, you know, to back all this up. I don't. Maybe the U.S. has the biggest military, so we can kind of back our money up better than anyone else. But it's the same people that you know, Colton, you can pull up Wikipedia, pull up LifeLog. You guys ever heard of LifeLog? LifeLog was a data gathering organization that wanted to know every single thing about your entire life, everything about it. It was a way to gather data and information and mine it out of your life. Well, LifeLog stopped. Colton, you can probably pull it up. It's on Wikipedia, but like January, February, or something like that of 2004. It was a DARPA program. The exact day before, Facebook launched.
Wow.
And it's the same software. It's a DARPA program. Because all they want to do is like data mine, get this kind of stuff. It's like, so people think like Facebook, that's real. You know, Mark Zuckerberg's story is real. You know, that whole movie, you know, and the twins that they set up with Bitcoin to make them shut up. Like, that's real. It's just a big scam. The whole thing is a scam. It was a government DARPA operation that, I'm kind of getting into conspiracy stuff, but this is like, most of our listeners probably dig this. You know, it was a big data mining scam that they said, hey, let's just turn it around and make it this, and we'll make this nerd the head of it, and everybody will buy into it, and they'll just freely give us all the information and tell us every single thing and the name of their dogs and where they buy and what they do, and they'll give us all this information. Like, none of those people lose sleep over trying to make sure that we're okay. None of them. All of it is a big government scam. All of that stuff. This is all of that, everything else. I know this. This is not going to melt. It's not going to go away. They can't have a 3D printer and make more of it. And when governments of the world don't trust each other, don't trust themselves, and they're going all in on physical metals, they're backing up their central banks with physical metals, and they have more of this than they do U.S. treasuries, it kind of tells me something. It tells me I want to be in on something real, because they probably know something I don't, because we We didn't know LifeLog switched to Facebook, and that's what the whole thing really was. Like, we don't know that. So they probably know something we don't. And when you see them getting out of the currencies, them backing their central banks with physical metals, you're like, if you kind of see all the birds flocking one way, things are going crazy. It's like, wow, there's a storm going on. Maybe they know something I don't know. When you see the government's like, hey, we should probably, get out of this stuff and back it up with physical metals. You see Warren Buffett out of the stock market, biggest cash stockpile. When you see these things, it's like, maybe those people know something we don't, and we don't need to wait 10 years to figure it out. We need to be in a safe place where they cannot work us over and flip us over and do bad things. That's my 2 cents.
Pretty good 2 cents.
I totally agree. And Flyover family is very simple. You may think, how do I get out of the dollar? It's very simple. You just go to flyovergold.com. There's a place you can fill out your information to get a free consultation. That means get all of your questions answered, find out what's right for you and your family. Then you can hang up, pray, and make wise decisions. While you're there, you can also, for free, get the book that Dave was talking about earlier, Thriving, not Surviving, Thriving in an Economic Tsunami. It is an unbelievable book. We're so thankful Dr. Kirk is giving it to everyone for free when they go to flyovergold.com and fill out their information. So, Dr. Kirk, thank you so much for all that you've done to help to put people in a great position financially, and for all of the ones
in a
that
world
are still
of
doing
fake
it.
and faux, you were the real deal.
Yes, so thank you so much.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930, and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
All right, Flyover family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order from My Pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. A dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and flip it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Sentry H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or just peace of mind? This little beast has your back.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling. And as you can see, Jay, I am in the UK. And I want you to take a look. I'm going to pull this up so everybody can see. I want you to take a look at all the prosperous people in the UK. All right. I'm going to pull this up. I want to make it a little. Can you see all these people? Look at all these wonderful people here that are clearly, born citizens of the UK, of London. And they love our show. I mean, they love that. You can tell by all the signs they're holding behind me. They love the show. And this is the new UK.
Well, listen, here's my issue. I'm glad that they all love the show, but none of them have my name on their signs. What's going on here?
I asked them about that, and they said, they like you, Jay, but you're just not controversial enough.
Oh, well, then I guess that's it for me then. I'm not going to get more controversial just to have the people in the UK like me. I'm just not doing it.
Well, see, the thing is, I don't think you want these particular people to like you.
They love you. They love you, apparently.
They do, but after the show, they're all going to kill and eat me. So there we are.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, when I got here, these people weren't behind me. There was nobody there. And then I guess the word got out about, and the only reason they have signs up with my name is because I'm here on location. If you were here with me, they'd probably have your name too.
All right. Well, listen, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next time you go, maybe I'll go.
Well, actually, you know what? Why don't we tomorrow, or no, tomorrow's Saturday. On Monday, we are going to go somewhere together. All right. And we are going to have, there's going to be, I'm sure there's going to be people with signs like the old Total Request Live with Carson Daly, where you look out the window down there, there's everybody holding signs. That's what we're going to do. We are going to be in that particular area.
Oh yeah. Carson Daly. I remember that show. Show. Yeah.
Going to be a lot of fun. Nighthawk is right, though. I am paying some of these people to hold these signs.
Oh, so you're actually acting like a Democrat. You're actually paying people to show up to your events.
Speaking of, actually, first let me do this. I just want to mention our sponsor real quick, maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You can scan the QR code at the top right or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. You cannot beat their deal. It is 20% off and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You can't beat that deal anywhere. Anything that you could possibly want for a patriotic apparel or a USA Pride gift, they have it. But they also have the deal of the century, 20% off and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You got the 250th anniversary of the United States coming up. Don't miss out on this deal. Get it now while you can. maxassociates.etsy.com. All right, Jay. I'm glad you brought that up, actually, about the Democrats, because I found something interesting, something I think people are going to be skeptical about, but also enjoy, if you want the truth.
Okay.
So I want to, let's see. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. So listen to this, and this is 100% true. There are 13 moderate Democrats that have formed a Promise to America pact. Did you see this?
I did catch a piece of this. I did.
They're vowing to fight the far left while backing stronger borders, capitalism, and patriotism. Listen to this. 13 moderate Democrats led by Representative Tom Suozzi have signed the Promise to America pledge, explicitly endorsing capitalism over socialism, strong borders, public safety, fiscal responsibility, and patriotism while rejecting far left extremes. And Jay, I gotta say, this is great, because the moderates, they don't want to go over that way. They do not want to go that far. They might have been left, but they don't want to go that far. That's insane.
Yeah, here's what I'll say about Tom Suozzi, and it's Suozzi because Suozzi, actually, Jack, used to be the executive of
Where the hell's
county.
the W in there? How's that Suozzi?
It's Souzzi.
Yeah, that's Susie.
It's Suozzi. That's how he pronounces it. And
then I guess you can call me Bob. My name's spelled Jack, but call me Bob.
I'm just saying, Bob, that's the way he pronounces it. and here's the thing about this. Tom Suozzi, he actually, I believe, took the seat that George Santos was kicked out of. Mm-hmm. So, number one, I saw that thing. And you know what the first thing that people responded underneath? Every one of them was backed by AIPAC. Yeah. The first thing that they said.
Well, they're not wrong.
I get it. They're not wrong. But here's where I'm going. This radical, whatever, crazy right, whatever they are, You guys have that in common with these lunatics. That's all you guys have that in common with them. The first thing these people see about, and these are Democrats eating other Democrats that just are getting money from AIPAC. People get money from everywhere. I get it. AIPAC gives a lot of money.
People are tired of Israel controlling most of the congressmen.
I get it, but they get money from everywhere. If you look at the total funding for Congress, AIPAC is not the biggest one. It's just not. But that aside,
for each individual, it is.
I'm glad they woke up now. These 11 fools.
Yeah, this is great, Jay. This is a great thing.
These 11 fools, you woke up now. You didn't see this happening right in front of your face, right under your noses the whole time. You're too late. I'm sorry to tell you, you're all too late. You were all going to
it's
get
never
devoured.
too late, Jay. You got to stop it. You said you want the cancer to stop. They are going to try to cut this cancer out. Yeah, it's grown. It's grown, but it has not metastasized, Jay.
I disagree.
Not yet. Not yet.
Disagree. I disagree.
But you want to see something crazy?
Hold on.
I'm going to show you something even.
But hold on. I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Why?
I think this is now at the point where you look. It's going to happen in Colorado too in about a week, Jack. You're going to lose it.
So you want them to just not try and let these people take over the party?
I'm not saying don't try. Go ahead and try, but you're too damn late. You've let AOC fester for 10 years. You let the squad. You let these people mouth off. You let them spew this nonsense for years. And then Mamdani comes in, and it goes right under your nose. You don't say anything about it. Chuck Schumer doesn't condemn him.
But Jay, the reason that they're packed in together,
what's that?
They're you can't just do that against the Democrat leadership. They will destroy you.
The
you
leadership didn't. No, Jack. No. The leadership didn't do it.
No, the leadership didn't do it, but I'm talking about these 13 people. The reason that they came together and couldn't speak out individually is because the leadership of the Democrat Party will destroy you. You got to understand, when you have somebody that has power over you, Jay, you can't do what you want to do.
All right, maybe you're right, Jack, but don't call us a cult, because that's cult behavior. That's flat out cult behavior. Meanwhile, we're trying to throw John Thune out on his ass. That's what we're trying to do. Right? Or we're trying to throw rhinos out of this party. Not the Democrats. We don't want this, and we don't want this woke Reich and everything else coming into the party. We're standing up against it. The Democrats did nothing. You want to talk about a cult? That's a cult.
But like I said, they cannot.
The leadership isn't. Well, the leadership.
But at least they're doing it now. At least these people are doing it. Jay, I would rather have these people do it than not do anything at all.
I'm fine with it. Let them do it, because it's just going to cause more problems in the Democrat Party.
Good.
That's good. You're right.
Good. Let them infight. Maybe the moderates will win. Who knows?
That they won't. I'm predicting it. I'm predicting it. They won't win, and I'm fine with it, Jack. Like we talked today, when we were talking earlier today, I said I think right now this is a very good thing, because it's going to, first of all, separate the Democrats. It's going to cause a lot of infighting. It's going to bring this to the forefront that communists have taken over the Democrat Party, and what it'll also do, it'll give the right. We've been looking the other day. We were talking about something to rally around, something to get excited about, something to say, oh no, I can't do this. The Democrats, right? They have hate. Now the Republicans now have a visual, real boogeyman standing in front of them to say, you know what? Even if I'm not totally in on this Republican Party, I got to vote Republican, because I can't have communists take over Congress or, God forbid, take over the White House.
What if we rally around these 13 people and try to help them? They want the same things we want, Jay.
No,
they just could not speak up about it. Those people have power that they don't have, Jay. We can't just, okay, so you've wanted people to speak up against it this whole time. Yeah, they're late. You've wanted them to speak up against it. They're late, but now you just want to throw them to the wolves. You don't want to help them. You don't care. Jay, how are we going to change the country if it's just us?
Well, what, Jack? These people haven't been acting like moderates for years now. They haven't been.
I'm talking about these particular 13 people.
Yes, the ones you're talking about. Where have they voted? Where have they voted one time with us? Never.
Jay,
not once.
You can't, Jay. You don't
They're
understand.
Not moderates.
You should know how Congress works, Jay.
No. John Fetterman. Fetterman doesn't
he
go
who
along
controls
with
the purse strings controls the person.
John Fetterman doesn't go along with everything.
John Fetterman's not going to win. He's a senator. He got 6 years. He's not going to win his next time.
Yes, he will.
No, he just fucked himself.
No,
he fucked himself.
No,
You'll
he did
see.
Not. It's a purpose.
Jay, that is why they couldn't speak up. They don't have the money. Didn't you see what Thomas Massey said? I don't have a $32 million check to write, so I can't speak up.
Thomas Massey
Jay, stop worrying about what you think about him.
I'm not telling you what I think about him. What I think is Thomas Massey destroyed his own career.
Who cares?
That's what he did.
That's not what I'm talking about. You're missing the point.
Jack, an 8-time incumbent doesn't have money.
You're missing the point.
8-time incumbent.
Jay, You're missing the point. I just brought up Thomas Massey to tell you that money controls Congress, Jay. You know that. You should know that better than anybody.
How much money did Thomas Massey spend? About $20 million.
Jay, and the other guy spent $32 million.
Broke?
Apparently $12 million is enough to buy a seat.
Wait, what?
Jay, you're not, money controls Congress. You know that.
Money controls everything. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, if you want to keep your seat, you cannot speak up. You cannot vote against the party.
Hold on a minute. Thomas Massey.
I'm not talking about Massey.
But you're bringing him up as a point.
No, I only brought him up because of the money. I don't give a shit about Massey.
He had money.
Just the money. That's it.
He had money. He had money.
He did not have $32 million.
He had about $20 million, and he had $20 million, and he was an 8-time incumbent.
Jay,
and he got his
this
ass
guy
kicked.
Had a Trump endorsement, $32 million. What do you want? What do you want?
Well, listen, a Trump endorsement lost in Georgia. I mean,
I'm
happens.
talking about money, Jay. Money, okay?
He had
money
Jack.
buys Congress. Money buys seats. Money buys politics.
I disagree with Thomas Massey. You're making it sound like this guy was a nobody with no money. He was
no,
somebody
I don't care
with a lot
about
of money.
Massey. You're missing the point. I'm talking about the money part. The money.
Jack, these 11 people, you want to get back to them? Is there 11 of them?
There's 13, but yes.
13 of them. Okay. So that's a good number. 13. Wow. All right. So my point with these people are they haven't acted like moderates. They should. And again, if you want to say they can't speak up, well, maybe they can't. They could say
Have you
nothing.
ever had someone have power over you, Jay, where you can't do what you want to do?
Plenty.
Exactly. That's what this is.
And plenty of times I spoke
and
up.
now they're going against that power, Jay. They're banding together. This is a great thing for us.
Good luck. Oh, no, I think it's a great thing for us because these
for patriotism, Jay. They specifically said patriotism. They said.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. They said capitalism over socialism.
That's great. Why don't you vote for some of the bills that we're putting forward? Which, did they vote for the big, beautiful bill?
You're not listening.
No, I am listening.
They cannot.
No, now all of a sudden, because your ass is on, not you, their ass is on the line. I'm supposed to get behind Tom Suozzi.
No, because now if they do it individually, Jay, they're going to get hurt. But now that they've actually found other people that band together, it's a lot harder to take out all 13 people.
Not really. I'm telling you, Jack, not really.
Tell me, Jay, how would they take them out? I want to hear it.
They are going to get primaried out of office.
How? With what? How does it happen?
By the DSA.
How does it happen?
But because the DSA has, guess what you just talked about? Money.
That's what I wanted to hear you say. It is about money. That is why they could not speak up before, Jay. They can't.
I don't understand. If they could not speak up before, why can they speak up now? Because
now they're together. These were individuals that didn't know other people had the same thought process, Jay.
I can't. Jack, come on.
Jay, you don't
they're
understand.
All funded by. Hold on. They're all funded by AIPAC, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Doesn't that tell them that they all have one thing in common? They don't hate Israel.
Who cares?
No. We're talking about something they have in common to band around. They know that at the very least. And
but who cares? Israel has nothing to do with this.
No. I'm not saying they do. My point is they are funded by the same lobbies. They're funded by the same people.
Yeah.
That means they all have kind of the same beliefs or the same values, right?
Good.
Or they're gonna Okay.
But
why
Jay,
didn't they know this before?
Because 4/5 of Congress is funded by Israel. How the hell are they supposed to know?
But no. Democrats and as
no,
again,
no.
The
4/5 of Congress.
The Democrats, though, Democrats, there are Republicans, yes, that on the far right, whatever you want to call these people, but they're that are against AIPAC and all this stuff now. Great. Now you have the Democrat Party is completely anti-Israel and has been taken over by this Free Palestine and this communist movement.
I don't understand what this matters. What this has to do with anything?
Because it matters because these people haven't said a damn word about it while they're and because you're telling me they're afraid of leadership. Well, if you're afraid of leadership, then get the hell out because I don't want you representing me.
Okay, Jay. So you worked at the NYPD, right? And did you ever speak up against some of the shit to your bosses? And did you leave because you didn't speak up? Was there ever time? No, tell the truth. Was there ever times? Was there ever times you wanted to speak up, but you didn't because they had power over you? Did you leave your job because of it?
Leave my job. I kept my job. And you know what
you just told them to leave.
No, I said, if you're representing us, we voted for you to pass an agenda.
It's their job, man.
No, Jack, first of all, a lot of them, this is not their job. Most of these people have enough money where they don't need to do this job. Number one, they're making $175,000. We talk about it all the time. They're all millionaires. Right? So they don't need this job.
Yeah, and that's right. They don't need this job, and they don't have to speak up, Jay, but they did. Who cares if they didn't before? Why can't you just take the win?
No, I don't even know if it's a win. It's a win because they're going to fight.
Jay,
it's a win because
they're
going to fight.
Okay, let me put it this way, Jay.
It's not a win because they're on our side, Jack. They're not.
Why?
They are not on our side.
Jay, I don't care if they're on our side. They're on the side of America. That's what matters.
No, they're not.
They're not.
No, they're not.
So they just spoke up against leadership for nothing.
No, leadership? No, they're speaking up because they see the writing on the wall and they say, we better do something or we're next.
Yes, they want to fight back against the extreme left.
They're fighting for their political life because that's
Jay,
it. Why could
the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Okay?
These people are, they are frauds. They are cowards.
Those people are the enemy.
Listen, how many Republicans, where you have people like Mike Lee who at least speak up against John Thune. You do have other people speak up against John Thune. You have some people who are saying, we got to get the Save America Act passed. They're speaking against leadership. Democrats never say a damn word while their party was literally taken over by Democrat communists. And
that's why they didn't say a word, Jay, because those people are not like us, man. Those are extreme people that do extreme things.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't
know. Jay, all I can say, let me just put it this way, okay? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The enemy is the extreme far left. They are also the enemy of the extreme far left. That makes them our friend, whether we like it or not. We don't have to band with them. We don't have to hang out with them. We don't have to go get a beer with them, but they are on the side of America. If they do anything, Jay, and I mean anything that is against us, then we'll talk again. We'll revisit this.
I know they're going to be against us. And banned from ScrewTube, first of all, says we're hard to listen to. Well, then don't listen. We don't care. Secondly, you're going to tell me, banned from ScrewTube, that you think these 13 are going to help pass the Save America Act? What are you, out of your damn mind?
Well, I mean,
crazy.
That remains to be seen.
You got to be out of your mind.
After this, Jay, after this, they might, because that's the only way to get the extreme left out. They know that.
Then, Jack, there is, okay, if they do that, if those 13 band together and say, yes, I'm for the Save America Act now. I mean, first of all, they're in the House. We need it through the Senate. It's already passed the House. But even if they said it, if they said it, hey, yes, I'm for voter ID and citizenship. As Democrats, if they said that, I would be more impressed than anything, first of all.
Okay.
I will donate to their campaign to keep them in office.
Good. Then let's do it like this. If they come out and say they're for the Save Act, if they're for voter ID, I want you to apologize to them live on the air.
Oh, absolutely, I would.
All right,
but
I
am not going to be making that apology because that is not happening.
Well, I can tell you one thing: there's also never going to be a vote on the Save America Act again.
Well, that's a different story, and that's the person in the charge of the Senate's fault. We know that, but we know that, and we speak up against our leadership. And we're the Democrat voters. We're voters. We're not in Congress. We're not in politics.
No.
Where are the Democrat voters that have where have they been? Or people that maybe support these 13. Well, where are they? The people that support these 13. We're here. You're here trying to support them. Where are the Democrat voters trying to support them?
They don't. They support the extremism.
Well, Jack, nobody spoke up against it. It's gotten to this point where now all of a sudden, everybody that won a primary in New York City as a Democrat socialist is going to be in Congress because there's no Republican that's going to beat them. It's impossible.
At least they're trying. At least these people, they could. Would you rather them just do nothing? Is that what we would rather happen?
I would have rather of them did something way before this.
Yes, and I understand, and I understand that. But let's move forward. Would you rather them do nothing now, or just do nothing?
I'm fine. If they want to do something now, I don't think it's going to work. I will take the infighting that it might cause, and I'll try to benefit from that.
Take the win. At least there are some Democrats, whether we believe them or not, at least they said they are for patriotism. They want capitalism over, so they're moderate. They want capitalism over socialism. That's what they said. So take the win. You had 13 Democrats that said they want capitalism. I'll take that win.
And what you just said, prove it to me. Prove it to me. The next bill that comes through the House that is a bill that we want, which is a capitalist bill because we don't believe in communism, right? Vote for it.
If there's another bill that comes through before the Save, I mean, he's not going to sign anything.
Vote for it. But I'm saying, show me with your votes before the midterms. Show me with your vote.
Well, Jay,
show it.
I want to show you something. Look at this. I want to show you people like this, okay? I love Deb. She is absolutely awesome. But look at things like this. I will never, ever, never help a demon rat, never. Do you see, how are we supposed to be a country ever if anybody on that side wants to flip to our side? Nope, can't do it. then I guess that means that you cannot help Tulsi Gabbard. You can't help. You can't even help Donald Trump, can you? These are Democrats.
No, but no, that's different.
No?
Tulsi
That's
Gabbard
not the
went
same
along
thing?
with the Tulsi Gabbard said, "I'm with the Trump agenda now. I'm with the MAGA agenda." That's what
They
you
are
did.
basically with the same thing.
No, they are not. They are not.
They're
saying
not?
that at all. Not
What did
at
they say,
all.
Jay? Okay, tell me
They are
this.
not saying at all that they are for the MAGA agenda now.
I
They're
didn't
just
say they
saying we
said-
don't
okay,
want to
for-
be communists.
No, not them. I'm talking about the 13. Forget the MAGA agenda.
The
Listen
13.
To this. Listen to this, Jay.
Go
They
ahead.
said
Yep.
they endorsed capitalism over socialism, strong borders, public safety, fiscal responsibility, and patriotism. You laugh and smile like this is a joke,
No,
Jay.
I want
These
to see
people.
votes.
We need these people, Jay.
I want to see votes. Prove it.
That's fine, but they can't do it when there's not a bill right now.
They could have been, again, you're saying they couldn't buck leadership. Well, then you're a coward. And now you are where you are because you're a coward. Jack, we would have been behind these people if they'd shown us before that they would vote with us once in a while for common
That we
sense
might have,
legislation.
but that's not going to win them their seats. It's the money, Jay. The money. You know that.
But wait a minute. So they just have to go along with leadership to get
Yes,
the money.
that's what all of Congress
well,
is.
But that
all
doesn't
of
happen
Congress
in the
is that.
Republican Party. That doesn't happen in the Republican Party.
No, the Republican Party's the same way. That's why the Save America Act isn't going through.
No, it's not. There are certain Republicans that try to buck leadership. There are not all, not a lot, not enough, but way more than the Democrats. Way more. Okay. What I'm saying is this: these people now, they are not on our side. They are trying to save themselves. Now, all that stuff they just said sounds great. Now,
And that is great.
where was it when the big beautiful bill came up? Where was
You
it
keep
when
talking
war
about the
funding
past,
came up?
Jay.
Where? But Jack, my point is, all of a sudden, oh, we're in trouble now. Let's act like
Yes, but who
this
cares?
is a
We're not-
grift. And they're
Jay,
grifting.
we're not going to go out and get a beer with them. Like I said, they're not going to be our friends, but they are the enemy of our enemy.
And okay, they are. Okay, we'll see. We'll see.
So there you go. That's
And
all
you
I want.
think-
That's all you got to do. Just we'll see
but-
what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. I
Because-
disagree. I think they're finished. I think it's too little too late for them, quite honestly.
Well, and they may be finished, but at least they will give us a little bit of fight because they are the enemy of our enemy, and that's all that matters.
All right.
And if they
John
speak
Fetterman-
up, Jay, maybe others will speak up.
Maybe.
Let's see.
Let's see it. Let's see.
Exactly.
Let's
Exactly.
see.
That's all I want. I don't
and
want
again-
people dismissing these people offhand.
I just wish they would have spoke up a long
Oh.
time ago.
Me too. But I will take this rather than no speaking up at all.
Again, I'm not saying I won't take it, but again, what I'm going to say is this, and about Fetterman. And Fetterman doesn't vote with us 95%
He's
of the
an
time.
outlier. He's one person, an outlier.
But that guy at least has my respect where at certain times he comes to the common sense and says, this is common sense.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Right.
I agree.
They
But he's
never
also a senator.
do that.
He doesn't have to worry about re-election for 6 years.
I understand. You're right.
These
That
are
is
House
true.
members.
That's true. But at the same time, all these guys, Swazi included, I've known this guy's been around here for a long time. Hey, guy, where have you been? This guy's a congressman on Long Island, Jack. This is a purple area. This isn't a deep blue. He could have, believe me, he probably would. He would have been a shoo-in in that seat if he could act like a Democrat with common sense. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
he
Republicans
just never
don't
has.
vote nearly as much as Democrats.
What's that?
Republicans don't vote nearly as much as Democrats.
Well, I mean, this area, like the Nassau and Suffolk County, are Nassau is purple, Suffolk is red, but Nassau used to be a Republican machine. So it is a place where you in Nassau, like Bruce Blakeman, who's running for governor in New York, he's not going to win.
He's a tomato can.
He's not a great candidate for governor, but he has one Nassau County executive going with the MAGA agenda twice.
No, he would be a great governor, I think. I think
Right,
he'd
but
be a good governor.
He's just not a good candidate. He's not.
No.
He doesn't bring anything to the table to get people excited. That's
No.
what it is, and that's what we
He
kind of
has
need.
no
but
charisma.
no. But
charisma.
at the same time, it's what I'm saying about Swazi in particular, because I know him, is if this guy would have stayed true to this, what he's saying now, he would get elected in that seat. He wouldn't have to worry about it. He would get elected. That's my point.
Let's see. He's trying it now. Jay, I understand you want him to have done this earlier. Many people would have liked that, but at least we're having something now. I would rather have something than nothing.
I guess this is panic mode. I guess we'll take it. And that's my point. We'll take it.
Exactly. Let's just
All
take
right.
it and see where it goes.
I just don't think that
I know you don't trust them. You don't trust. That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, I don't want you to think or anybody else to think that all of a sudden these people are going to vote with us. I don't.
No. I don't think anything about voting. I'm not talking about the bills themselves. I don't even think they will vote with us. But what I will say is that all we need is actual Democrats to speak up. Even if they don't vote with us, they can help change people's minds, and they can also possibly get other Democrats to speak up too. If enough speak up, maybe they can get these people out. I don't know. But what I can say is it is better than nothing. I would rather have this than nothing.
Jack, what does this mean? Maybe you know, because I can't figure it out. Hey, ho, ho, Jay Gatling isn't my real dad. What does that mean?
Who said that?
Oh, somebody in the chat.
Not your real. You're not his dad. Are you sure?
No, I'm pretty sure. I don't. He doesn't look familiar.
Oh wow. Yeah.
But you never know. I mean, when I was younger,
that's a weird thing
knows?
to say. But Jay, I gotta say, people, how could you not want to watch the show when we're arguing like that back and forth? It's called passion, people. You want to go watch a boring show that just sits with monotone speaking? Hey guys, how you doing? This is the next episode. You know, why would you want to watch that? We keep it real and we keep it fresh and it's exciting.
He apparently doesn't like people from New York. I think, Jack. I think that's
not the guy, not your son. I'm talking about the other guy. Oh God.
The son I never wished I had. That one.
Exactly. Real quick, Jay, I want to show everybody something that that'll be coming out soon. Actually, it's really, really cool. So I just wanted to show everybody real quick. I think you guys will really enjoy this. This is a book that I have actually written. Okay. It's called By Design, the First Black President. Okay. I'm just going to read this post real quick. What if everything you thought you knew about the rise of America's first black president was only the cover story? In this explosive political thriller, a young outsider with a mysterious past is groomed by unseen powers, moves through Chicago's smoke-filled rooms, and climbs to the highest office in the land, while the world cheers and the strings stay hidden. Names have been changed, but the timeline is right on point. The pulse-pounding plot, backroom deals, betrayals, and jaw-dropping revelations hit like a blockbuster film playing in your head. Non-stop tension, cinematic twists, and a finale that will leave your mind blown. If you like House of Cards meets The Manchurian Candidate with a ripped from the headlines edge, this is your next obsession. This book is the establishment. This is the book that the establishment doesn't want you to read, but that you can't put down. Keep an eye out for the release date in the coming weeks. Jay, the reason I wanted to bring this up is because this book to me is very personal. It's my first novel, and it's a political thriller that tells the story of the first black president, the way people, you know how people think it happened, where it was like a CIA operation. He was groomed, and things like that happen, and it's even got the things in it where his personal relationship stuff that everybody thinks is going on. That's what this book is. It's basically an alternate story to the cover story. It's the story that you've always thought. It's the story that's in your head, and it's the story that you want to read. Trust me.
Listen, we're all proud of you for doing this. It's going to be a great book, and we can't wait to see it and read it. And Barack Obama, I'm all about it.
That's it. Yeah, it is. That's it. It's not Barack Obama, people. It's Barack Obama.
Yeah, I just the names.
I can't use his name for legal reasons.
Yeah, just the names itself, the names themselves that you're using is gonna be great. And,
and just the names are the only thing that have been changed. Everything else, I probably know more about Barack Obama than anybody in the history of the world. I had to study every little thing about him to write this book, so the timeline is on point.
Yeah, no, I mean, and now with his library coming out, it's the perfect time to release this book.
Maybe it'll go to his library.
Right. It is a book. So maybe this book will end up in Barack Obama's library. Now, does Barack Obama's library look the same as Barack Obama's library, or is it different?
Actually, this book doesn't go as far as 2026, but what it does do is it shows you exactly how he actually rose to power. It shows you how Barack Obama rises to power. It shows you when he meets his mate, and it shows you the things that you're thinking in your head. That's what it shows you. It is the book it is the story that you have always thought, but nobody's ever said. It is the story. And Kate, for your question, yes, It has everything that you think it has, everything that you've thought about Barack Obama's rise to power, everything you've thought about his relationships, everything you thought about his life is in this book as the alternate reality history. And I think you're really going to enjoy it.
Yeah, I can't wait to read that chapter.
Oh man, it's more than a chapter. Oh man, yeah.
Now,
yeah,
Jack, does this book have any pictures?
There are no pictures because you
Oh,
want the
God,
film to. I don't want to ruin it for you. If I put pictures in this book, Jay, whatever you're thinking in your head, it's going to
Yeah.
change your thought process.
No, I was thinking because without pictures, I really can't understand.
Oh no, I can't show pictures of some of those chapters. Some of those chapters are explicit. No pictures allowed.
All right, fine. All right. I need pictures to help me read.
Well, I tell you what, the cover is a pretty good picture. Check it
Yeah.
out. It's got him as a look at this. It's got him as a why is it not coming up here? There we go.
There you go.
It's got him as a blueprint, you see? And like I said, I cannot use Barack Obama's name or image. So that is the back of a black president, the first black president, and you can see that it's like a blueprint. If you really zoom in, Jay, you want to see something really cool? I can't zoom in on here, but if you look at the top left, you'll see coordinates up above the word by. You'll see coordinates. Those are the coordinates of the White House. And if you look above on the top right, you'll see it says Project Orpheus, which is the name of the project. And if you look up Orpheus, you'll know why. And then it also says model number, and it says 8/4/1961, which is a birth date. And then it says a status in progress. So this book has a whole lot of things and secrets in it that it's gonna blow your mind. It's gonna shock you, and everything that you have ever thought, that's what it is.
It's gonna be awesome, bro. I'm really happy for you, and I hope you end up on a New York Times bestseller list. Let's go.
Well, that would be great. But see, the thing is, I'm self-publishing, because when it's your first book and you don't have like publisher contacts or anything, you publish yourself. It's going to be on Amazon, so it's going to be like on audiobook, paperback, and hardcover. But I can't put it in Barnes and Noble and stuff like that because I don't have that kind of connections. But what I'm hoping, Jay, this by design is going to be a series. The first one was about the rise of Barack Obama. The second one might be about the murder of Charlie Kirk. It might be about January 6th. It might be about the 2020 election, but it will always read as a novel, as a movie playing in your head, not a set of facts, not a set of, hey, this happened and this happened, but an actual story that you can read.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's like what Bill O'Reilly did with his books.
Mm-hmm.
It was who killed this, who killed, or something like that, or something along those lines. He
Yeah,
always
yeah.
named it kind of the same thing, but it was about different people, I think. That's kind of how
Exactly.
he
And
did his
this right
books.
here, people have always wanted to see, always thought that different things happened at these events, right? They thought, maybe something different happened with Charlie Kirk's murder. Maybe something different happened on January 6th with all the undercover FBI agents. My story will tell the story that you have always believed.
There you go. No, it's gonna be great, man. Can't wait.
Thank
When's
you
it
very
coming out?
much, brother.
Mid-July? You think mid-July?
It's going to be early to mid-July at the latest. As soon as I have a definitive release date, though, I'm going to put out another post about it, and we'll mention it on here also as soon as we have a definitive release date, and then also obviously on the release date. But yeah,
right.
really, really, really awesome stuff, man. And it's funny because when I wrote this, I enjoyed it, but I went back and read it, right? And I couldn't put it down myself. It's weird. I wrote it, but I was like, whoa, I wonder what happens. Even though I know what happens, it's still gripping, man. It's a gripping book. It's crazy.
All right. Can't wait, man. Let's go.
All right, my man. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for allowing me to put that out there.
Of course.
Did you see the plane that flew into China today? Flew into a China
I heard about it.
skyscraper?
I didn't see the video, but I heard it flew into. Yeah, I heard about this, but I didn't see it.
This is insane. Now, there is no video of the actual plane flying in because nobody saw that. But this is the aftermath. First of all, look at that explosion on the right side. That is big.
Yeah.
That's a big explosion. Here's the video. You can see the debris falling.
Yeah.
Look at that. Wow.
What kind of plane was
that
it?
is China's, I think that's China's largest skyscraper in Beijing.
Yeah.
And it was a private plane that hit it, not a commercial airline. So it wasn't like an on-purpose thing. I think what I heard, Jay, was that it was a training pilot.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Like how How do you fly into that building?
He wasn't a real pilot. He was training with another pilot, I believe.
Is he blind?
He must be. I don't know what happened there. That's freaking nuts.
Or was he blind? Because obviously he didn't survive.
Yeah.
Anybody in the building killed? Was anybody in the building killed?
I would think so, but I have not heard anything about that. Weird enough. Now, I've seen people taken out on stretchers, but I've not seen any covered with sheets or anything like that.
That's crazy. To me, that's come on. How do you fly into a damn building? You know what? It did happen in New York City. Remember Corey Lytle? He was a pitcher.
Yeah,
he was a pitcher, right? Corey Lytle. He flew his plane in New York City, and he flew it into the. I think it was into the Empire State Building.
Yeah, I remember that. Wow, that was crazy. Look at this, dude. This is the back of the plane that they found. The back half of the plane. It's obviously a B-12. And you can see it right there. There's also a vehicle, that was hit by debris. You can see the vehicle's window smashed. It was hit by debris. Look at this.
Yeah. I'm shocked. There's no video. I'm shocked there's no video of it. Like, there's cameras everywhere.
In China, the surveillance is off the charts. So we may eventually see a video.
Yeah, I was gonna think there's gotta be like traffic cameras or something that caught that. Something.
Yeah, you'd think.
Something off another building. Right. Something off another building that had a camera look at it. Had to.
Oh, check this out. There was apparently it caused a fire also at the bottom of the building somehow. Now, Jay, this is kind of like 9/11 stuff. How in the hell did a fire start at the bottom of the building? Take a look at this. This is weird shit.
Fuel?
At the bottom?
Maybe the fuel's, I don't know.
The blast is way up there. And it's a small one-window blast. Yet there's a fire at the bottom of the building.
Maybe a piece of the plane. It could be a piece of the plane that was on fire and fell down.
It could be, but it's inside the building.
I don't know. I don't know. What you told me this plane only took out one window?
I don't think that was. I think that was an aftershock of like when the plane hit and the window blew. That's not the plane didn't just take out one window.
Yeah, because it looked bigger than that on another shot. It looked like it took out a nice, like a whole section.
Yeah, that was just an opposite side. That's all that was.
So maybe that might have been something, Jack, that flew through the building and then came down. I don't know, out of that window.
That's very possible. That's very possible.
Like a piece of the plane and went in. That piece flew out on fire and crashed down. I don't know.
Yep. You're absolutely right. Jay, I'm going to show you something that's going to piss everybody off. Okay? You want to be pissed off, Jay?
Listen, you got me fired up already. I don't know how much more I could take.
It's funny. I still think about that guy that said, you guys are difficult to watch. Why would you want to watch a show that's not exciting? That's not got some, got some passion to it. What we did before, that's called passion. If you don't like passion, I mean, why are you here?
Listen, to each his own. Like I said, if it's hard, then don't watch. But, we want you to watch. But if you don't want to, that's fine too. Don't watch it.
We are not the number one afternoon show for no reason.
Listen, people seem to like it especially when we get fired up.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy it. Okay,
I know. You enjoy the slings and arrows. I know that.
Oh, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. But anyways, check this out. This is going to piss everybody off. Have you seen how AI is now determining your gas price? Have you seen this?
I heard about that too.
Take a look at this. AI is now determining your gas price, Jay. How much you're going to pay. You know how they determine it? It's based on the weather. It's based on this. It's based on that. Take a look.
Gouging.
A new lawsuit claims gas stations are actually using AI to drive up prices at the pump. California drivers are suing 7 companies, including BP, Circle K.
By the way, of course it would be in California.
I was going to say it's California.
And Walmart. Yep. They claim they're using an AI tool called Calibrate with a K to adjust prices based on confidential data. The lawsuit claims this has increased gas prices by as much as 30 cents a gallon.
Wow.
Walmart told ABC News they are reviewing the complaint and will respond appropriately in court.
I'm glad they're suing, Jay, because if you pull up to that pump after someone else, you might not even pay the same price as them. Your gas might be 30 cents higher. Why? Because you look like you have money. Maybe the AI sees your car as a Lexus, ups your gas price.
Yeah, what? Yeah, they it said confidential. It said information. What information? What is it doing? Like, is it right? As you said, is there a camera on the pump that's looking at who gets out of the car, what kind of car it is?
Exactly. And I think that's what it does, because if it's a broken down car, the gas price is probably cheaper. But then as soon as a Bentley rolls in, it skyrockets.
But isn't there a, here's the thing, there's got to be a price by law on the pump, and it can only be changed once a day.
Is that a law, the once a day thing?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it's probably a federal law. We can look that up.
What about in California? California has completely different, insane laws.
We got to look that up, because that's key here with this.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna, because I know
while you're talking.
I know where I am. You can't change it. It's once a day. You can't, if it say a price goes up, they cannot change it midday. It's once a day. That's it. So you looking right now?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna look and see. I said, how many times can you change gas prices in a day in California? And it's looking up all of the, like the energy California stuff, all this bullshit.
Right.
And AI. All right, here we go. There is no legal limit on how many times gas stations in California can change their retail gas prices in a day. There you go.
That's crazy, because I'm pretty sure, Jack, type in New York, because I'm pretty sure here you can't do that.
Well, I know that, but that's probably why the AI thing is not there, but in California.
Right.
California has insane laws, especially when it comes to gasoline.
Yeah, that's why their average is to like $5.50 a gallon. Everybody else's is down to like $3.90 now.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. All right, let's see. I did the same thing. I just moved to California and put in New York. Let's see what New York says about the thing. Yeah, there's no general legal limit on how many times gas stations, retailers in New York can change their pump prices in a day. Similar to most states, including California, New York does not restrict the frequency of ordinary retail gas price adjustments. Stations can change prices as often as they choose, potentially multiple times a day, based on wholesale costs, competition, demand, market conditions, whatever.
I'm shocked by that, because they never do that. It's once, and like you could drive by 50 times. It's the same price all day.
Wait till the AI gets there. You know how they're doing the AI pricing in some of the grocery stores? Like by the time you get up to the front of the store, you might have to pay more for the item. Have you seen that? The digital price tags? You haven't seen the digital price tag? Oh, I got to show you this. So AI is also in grocery stores now. And what it does is it hires and lowers price. If you pick up something that you think is 99 cents, by the time you get to the register, that thing could be $1.50. That's what's happening in wait till the gas thing gets to New York. It'll blow your mind. Let me find this real quick.
Hopefully this lawsuit stops it.
Oh, I sure as hell hope so, but right now I don't see how could it. There's no legal limit that you can change. So how?
But no, if they're using right. But here's the thing: what are you basing that price increase on?
I can tell you actually. Oh man, I wish I had, because it said weather and a few. Well, actually, you know what? It's right here. Hang on one second.
That gas is paid for already. They already paid the price for whatever's underground. They paid for it already.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's why they always say, Jack, why it takes so long for it to go down, right? It shoots up and it crawls down. It goes up like a rocket, comes down like a feather, right? Because that gas in the tanks under that pump is already paid for at a certain price. Yeah. So how are they allowed to change it that indiscriminately on weather? The hell's that to do with the weather? The weather's not affecting the gas that's already underground.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Jay, I'm going to show you the grocery store shit. And you think the gas blows your mind? Imagine if you buy something, like I said, you pick it up because it's a price, you take it to the grocery store, or you take it to the register. By the time you get there, the price is doubled or tripled. Take a look at this, Jay. AI in the grocery stores. This is absolutely insane. Right now, look on the right. It's $5 slashed from $12.97. This is in Walmart, and this is a digital price tag.
Yeah, I like how they make it look like a paper one.
Yeah, they try. But look, then it goes dark, and it comes back up with $10.97. The price has more than doubled by the time. Now, if you would have just picked that up a minute ago, walk into the register, you'd be paying double what you thought you were going to pay. Look, there's the new price. $10.97 coming up. It's absolutely insane. And AI is doing this. There's your new price. $10.97.
Well, I guess here's what you have to do. You have to take a photo of everything you buy and be like, when you get to the register, this is the price I'm paying. This is what it was when I picked it up.
Yeah, but they'll tell you, no, the prices change.
Well,
They change indiscriminately.
Yeah.
You can't. It doesn't matter.
Well, then we're not shopping there. And if enough people do that, guess what? They'll stop this crap.
Let's hope enough people do that. But I tell you, there's got to be lawsuits about this kind of thing. How can you? First of all, it's false advertising. If you have something for $5, you pick it up by the time you get there, it's $11.
That's what I'm saying.
That's illegal.
That's what I mean. Like the price is right. How many times have you gone to a register? If, you pick something up, you're like, oh, that's a good price today. You go to register and it rings up the higher price. You're like, wait a minute, no. The price is this on your price tag. And they go, oh, okay. And they change it.
Now they can't, though. Now they can't change it because they can say, oh, no, the price is back then. There was paper prices, so they couldn't change it that quickly by the time you got there. But now that it changes itself, they can look on there and be like, oh, no, it actually is $11 now, ma'am.
That's what I'm saying. Take a photo of that, the $5.97. Be like, no, this is the price when I picked it up. You're false advertising now. You're gouging.
They just won't. Yeah.
This is gouging.
It is. It's horrible.
Kamala Harris was saying everything during their administration, which was nonsense. It wasn't gouging. It was just because their policy sucked. But everything was gouging. No, this is actual gouging. What they're doing at these gas stations is gouging now.
Oh, absolutely. Gas stations and the grocery stores. It's insane. And what are they basing the price? This thing more than doubled when this guy picked it up. What are they basing that price on?
That's what I'm saying. Like, what's your justification? And I get it. Grocery stores, the profit margins are like paper thin. Like literally, it's like a 2%. Like I get it. But to take something of $5 and then double it by the time I get to the register, you out of your mind? I'm not paying that. I'm not doing it. I just leave.
Jay,
I'll go somewhere else.
Check this out. I just wanted to show this real quick because it's really cool. Someone actually in China actually made a post about my book. And look at this. They actually did the cover in Chinese. So
let me see.
I thought that was really cool. They did the cover in Chinese.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. So I thought that was really cool. That was cool of them. They put out a post that was all in Chinese. I was able to translate it thanks to, the Grok, the automatic X translation thing. But the fact that they made this in Chinese, I thought was really cool. So I saved that.
Well, listen, China's a big market.
God, wouldn't that be great? China, because this book right here, I'm telling you, man, it's gonna change people's minds. Even though, and by the way, for the lawyers out there, it's pure fiction. This book is pure fiction. It is not about Barack Obama. It's about Baram Obaka.
Exactly.
Just all names and incidents are coincidental at best.
Exactly. Just for all you legal minds out there.
Exactly.
Before you get any ideas.
Yep, it is not, yes. Thank you. It is not, yeah. Anyways, Jay, check this out. I wanted to show you something before we go. I wanted to show you why our thumbnail is what it is. Did you see what our thumbnail is?
I didn't even see it yet today.
It's me as Donald Trump, you as, I think you're either yourself or JD Vance, I forget who. And what we're doing, though, is we're telling Mandami, who's sitting on a throne with sitting on a throne with a crown on his head. And I say something like, let's get this effer. And you say, let's do it, partner. And he says, I forget what the hell he said. Man, I wish I could pull it up right now. Oh, you know what? I am going to pull it up right now. I'm going to show you, Jay. Check this out. Now, just so you know, it doesn't look like me. It looks more just like Donald Trump. So it's really not even me in this photo. I'm not even in the photo, really.
All right.
So check it out. I guess that is me as Donald Trump. And then there's you as JD Vance. And he says, F the Supreme Court. That's Zorhan Mamdani. F the Supreme Court. I say, let's knock this effer down a peg or two. You say, let's do it, partner. And then that's when we beat him up.
Yeah, because apparently Zoran Mamdani is going to say to this TPS ruling that the Supreme Court made that no, we're going to protect these people.
Oh, he's going to say F the Supreme Court. Let's take a listen.
We saw today the Supreme Court make a decision that is putting so many people's lives in jeopardy. And I just came back from a rally with 1199 as I stood alongside a number of Haitian New Yorkers who are concerned about what this means for their status in our city. And frankly, this city, the one that we love, is one that has been built by so many from so many different parts of the world. And that includes our Haitian brothers and sisters, our Syrian brothers and sisters. And we stand here ready to be in solidarity with all of those who are concerned by today's decision. And beyond just language of solidarity, actions of solidarity. Now, what that means when it comes to our city is if you are worried about what this means for your status, if you're worried about what this means for your family, I would encourage you to call our Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs hotline, and you can do so at 1-800-354-0365. Again, that's 1-800-354-0365. Now, many of you know this is a city of 8.5 million people. More than 3 million of us were born elsewhere.
So
I'm one of them. We're a city that's proud of our immigrant heritage.
So
And when we think about, especially what Haitian New Yorkers have had to deal with.
Basically, what he's saying is, I'm going to do what I want, F the Supreme Court, and I think he should be arrested immediately. Why is he? Look, even the sanctuary city status is illegal. It's illegal. They're harboring fugitives. Why not arrest these mother freakers?
Yeah, we've said it a million times, and they always talk like Donald Trump's a king. Donald Trump's a king. If Donald Trump would have said the same thing that Zohran Mamdani would have just said, there would be anarchy. The media would melt down. The Democrats would melt down. It would be a 24/7, news story. This guy's basically, like you said, acting like a king. No, Supreme Court, we're not paying attention to that. Meanwhile, how many court decisions in the lower courts, the district courts that have been infiltrated with Biden and Obama appointees, right, rule against President Trump every day, and what does he do? He abides by the ruling and fights it through the system, right? That's what he does. That's not what a king. That's not king-like behavior.
No,
Zohran Mamdani's talking about king-like behavior. Yeah, that's king-like
Exactly.
behavior. And Jack, what's the key word in TPS? What's the key word in temporary protective status? What's the key word there?
Temporary would be the key word.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's the key word, right? I think that means not permanent, right?
But Jay, these people on the left say that what are they saying? That they're afraid that if these people go back to Haiti, they'll be killed in Haiti. Is that what they're saying? Well, Jay, remember this? Do you remember this?
Yes.
You remember this? Haiti is great already. Remember all the leftists just a year or two ago. Haiti is great already. So look, if Conan O'Brien goes to Haiti and says it's a beautiful country, it's great already. Why are they afraid to send them back to Haiti all of a sudden?
Because they're full of shit. That's why.
Exactly. They're full of shit.
This is why this is how President Trump has these people like spinning in 50 different directions.
Mm-hmm.
When he calls these places a shithole country, they come out, no, look, Haiti is beautiful. Look at it. Oh, okay. Well, which is it? You guys said it's beautiful. It looks really nice. I think they all should go back now.
Absolutely. And the things that, all their shirts, Haiti is great already. Conan O'Brien goes down to Haiti. I love it here. But now all of a sudden these guys can't be shipped back to Haiti because it's a horrible country ruled by death. I thought it was great.
Right. Once again, the progressive argument, right? Two conflicting arguments in the same argument, and you have to accept both as truth.
That's the thing. That's exactly right. They want to have two competing arguments for the same subject, and you have to accept that both are true, despite the fact that they cancel each other out.
Exactly. Like, we're a racist country, but meanwhile, every person who's not white in the world wants to come here. Well, if we were such a racist country, why would they want to come here?
Absolutely.
I mean, Jack, aren't we doing these people a favor by sending them out of this racist country?
Yes, and to a great country that's great already. And according to Conan O'Brien, beautiful.
Exactly. And the Clintons will be more than happy to go back and help a little more because they make a lot of money doing those things.
Oh, yeah. The children alone that they traffic is massive. All right, Jay, check this out. This is the last thing we're going to talk about real quick. I want you to see this because I love this. I absolutely love this. Did you see where the Texas State Board of Education has just voted to require 5 million public school students to read and study Bible passages? I think this is great. Now, it's going to get sued and it will probably get thrown out because you have to separate church and state. But I think it's a great thing that they at least voted for it.
Yeah, it's good that they voted for it. Whether it sticks or not, that's a good sign. This whole separation of church and state,
it's a good thing. I mean, I understand. We love church and we love state. You do not want to mix the two. That would be horrible.
No, you're right. My thing is there. I've read something about that. I forget what it exactly was, and it was kind of like the whole thing was like a misnomer. Like,
it's not an actual law. Did you know it's not an actual law?
That might have been it. That might have been it.
No, it's not an actual law. It was said actually in a letter by Thomas Jefferson, I believe.
Right.
It was not an actual law. It's just something that he said. That's it.
Is it in the Federalist Papers, maybe?
Hold on. Let me look it up because I'm going to show you. Yeah, it's not an actual law. So
Yeah.
check this out. Where does I'm going to put it up as soon as I get an answer. Separation of church and state come from? I want to say it was Jefferson, but it was somebody.
Yeah.
And all they did was say it. It is not a law. It was not a law. So check this out. I'm going to read it out if it comes up. Okay. The phrase separation of church and state, listen to this, originates primarily from early American history, not the text of the U.S. Constitution.
Right.
It was widely used metaphorically to explain the meaning of the First Amendment. So listen to this. This is what it is. Let's see. I want to say, okay, yeah, I was right. Holy shit. Listen to this. The exact wording comes from Thomas Jefferson's 1802 letter to the Danbury Baptist Association. And it reads, I contemplate with sovereign reverence that act of the whole American people, which declared that their legislature should make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, thus building a wall of separation between church and state. There you go.
Yeah, that's where it came from. Here's the thing. If there's got to be calls to prayer in certain places in this country now, then why can't we put Bibles in schools? You guys can't have it both ways.
Oh, yeah,
I shouldn't be forced to have of calls to prayer echoing through my neighborhood, and that where there are schools, I shouldn't have to deal with that if I'm not observing that religion, right?
Oh no. If there were calls to prayers in this neighborhood, you would see a violent reaction. Let me put it that way.
But that's the thing. If it's good enough for them, then go ahead. Now there's Bibles in schools. You guys can't have it both ways. You want calls to prayer? Well, we're going to put Bibles in schools.
Yeah, and like I said, the separation of church and state is not a law. It was in the letter that Thomas Jefferson wrote. And how great is that, Jay? I actually said it was a Thomas Jefferson letter, and that's what it ends up being. I should be a historian.
Yeah, okay. After your book, you'd be a historian.
No. I prefer novels over actual historical text.
Yeah, no, but I was saying, that's what I was saying. It's like, wait a minute. I said there's something with separation of church and state. It's not, it's not like this ironclad thing. And
you're right.
They kind of put it into the Constitution because I don't know.
You're right. It was never in the Constitution. It's not in anything, actually. Only in that letter.
Okay.
Anyways, guys, I just want to mention real quick, maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Make sure you go there. Scan the QR code at the top right, or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. You will not regret it. They have the best deal you can possibly get. 20% off and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You have the 250th anniversary coming up. It's next week. Next week, I believe it is. So come on, guys. Buy this while you can get this deal. Limited time offer, 20% off and free shipping anywhere in the United States. Go check them out. All right. Also, make sure to follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. We are not on TikTok. TikTok blows. They blocked us for telling the truth. Just putting our episodes on there, they blocked us. So follow us, X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. It's all Secret America TV. That is the screen name for every single one of those. So please, it lets us know that we're making an impact if you follow and subscribe. We want to know that we're making an impact, that we're helping everybody out, that we're telling the truth, and that people want to hear it. So make sure you subscribe, follow X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram, Secret America TV. Also, we are live Monday through Friday, weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern. Today is Friday, so we will be back Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Now, every once in a while, we do a random space, like maybe once a month or something like that. When we do, we will put out a post on X, which is at Secret America TV. We will put out a post when we're going to do a random space. We'll put it out either the day before or the day of. So, go to at Secret America TV on X, turn on notifications. And we always have like 4,000 or 5,000 people that end up listening to our spaces. They are massive. So you're definitely going to want to check that out. All right, Jay, before we go, you got anything you want to say for the weekend?
No, just everybody have a great weekend. And yeah, go to Max Associates. Now's the time. Next week, the next weekend is
Absolutely.
the 4th of July. Am I right? Yes.
Absolutely you are.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Next
you are.
Saturday. It's a week. So get your stuff now. Order it today so you have it for the 4th of July.
And you can't beat the deal. 20% off and free shipping anywhere in the United States. Deborah,
That's
thank
it.
you so much. She said, have a great weekend, guys. You're doing great. And congrats again, Jack, on your book. Thank you guys so much. And thank you for everyone that watches the show. We appreciate each and every one of you. So thank you again. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. And thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.